is and what the thematic priorities of governance are. There is a limit to which a government and a finance minister have flexibility, because the salaries have to be paid, the projects that have already been announced in the years past have to be completed and allocated. There can be an up and down, and the larger scheme of infrastructure, on defense, on the import of oil, in meeting our debt requirements, in meeting our interest payments, those are pretty much all static figures. But amongst the 30-40 lakh crores that are to be allocated over the course of the next couple of hours, what are the themes? And for many people watching the broadcast, there is a self-interest in this. And what is the self-interest? The self-interest is that the nation's progress has to be held on the shoulders of the people who pay taxes. The people who earn salaries first pay the tax, then every time you go and purchase something, you pay more tax. Oftentimes we find in the history and progress of nations that the people who are the richest and own companies, they own nothing to their name. They have neither house nor car, because everything is being put on a balance sheet somewhere and depreciation is being written off. So what happens to the people, the ordinary Joe who's earning a living, middle class time? I think an idea certainly whose time has come. So we had a tax rejig last year. What's going to happen this time around? Let's open up this conversation. Joining us on the broadcast, we have the former Union Commerce Secretary, Dr. Ajay Dua is with us. Sumit Peer is joining us. Vishwanathan Iyer is joining us this morning. And General Dwivedi is joining us this morning as well. Ajay Dua, let me start with you, sir. So, there's X that can be done now in a budget. It's not what it used to be 20, 30 years ago. But for a lot of people, okay, including you and me, it becomes a solitary item. What happens to income taxes? Because, all the other taxes are anyway out of the budget framework. What's your gut feeling today, sir?
I think the budget will be in response to what we have seen in the economy in the first half of the last year. The budget can't possibly ignore that, though the economic survey, and as you know, Rishabh, we've seen one of the longest economic surveys of 480 pages released yesterday, very comprehensive, though yet I would say it recognizes the fact that in the first half of last year we had, due to very valid concerns, geopolitical situations, the global uncertainty, plus the capital investment both by the government as well as the private sector slowing down. What has been said all along, the economic survey captures that. So I expect some of the issues which have been raised as the causes, what was, as I said, what was earlier being mentioned, but now recognized by the government through this official document, and no longer is the government trying to say that it is a blip which will automatically disappear, as was tried to explain. So I expect government to be very responsive. And two things, if I might say, before I give the floor to the others. One, the government will be addressing the concerns of the lower middle class, which is the largest category in India, which means salaried, which come within the 2.5 crore people who pay the taxes or who are in the tax fold, and that's the meager number. Less than 2% of the entire 140 billion people in India pay the taxes. Their concerns I am expecting to be addressed, and the address is going to be how to put more purchasing power in their hands so that the aggregate demand increases, and that excuse of overcapacity in the economy, which the private sector has been feeling or talking about, that will get met to some extent when there is greater demand. Number one. Number two, I expect that the government, while continuing with most of the schemes which they have launched in the past and all have to be given time to prove their worth, the government is going to be also looking at the rural sector, particularly agriculture, because that's being realized increasingly that its share must go beyond 15 to 16% if 45% of the population of the country continues to be in rural areas and highly dependent upon agriculture.
Okay, so let's pick this up. For perspective, ladies and gentlemen, when the first union budget was put together, we're talking about 1947-48. The government expenditure was 197 crore rupees. Nirmala Sitharaman will sit today and probably announce an expenditure of about 50 lakh crore rupees. Now, let me get Sumit Peer on this. Sumit, it is now a truism to say that we are stuck in an odd scenario, that there are whole swaths of the Indian public that do not pay direct taxes. Agricultural income is exempt from all direct taxes. Now, that's fine, but the problem happens when there are pretty well-to-do, pretty wealthy people who will find through some pretext not to pay tax. Now, those can be a set of people who, let's face it, are flying around in private jets, but they own nothing. Everything's on the company balance sheet and the company writes off all expenditure. So, you have a private jet, even the jet fuel is expenditure. Everything that you're writing off in terms of percentage of depreciation every year. And we find that the amount of taxes paid is pretty little. Then we find, of course, the rest of us who have to first earn a salary. So, now we've done the mathematics. If you earn 100 rupees and then you pay 20-30% tax on it, then every time you go purchase something and you pay another 18% tax on it, think of what you end up actually having from your hard work. Sumit Peer, this is a going frustration. It's got nothing to do with this government, previous government. It's an ongoing frustration. But is it being realized in the halls of government?
Rishabh good morning to you and all the fellow panelists and all the viewers. Pleasure always to be on the special broadcast like this. Well, I want to put a few things in perspective, sir. The first and the most important thing is, if you look at the receivable side of the government of India last budget, right? The number one contributor is income tax, though we might argue only 2 crore people pay income tax, but that is the biggest where the money of the government comes from, followed by GST, followed by corporate tax. So only so-called 2 crore people paying income tax in India is more than the corporate tax and GST collected. That's also a reality. So, and out of that, the salaried class is the person, or the middle class is the person who gets squeezed most. Now, the challenge is also the same, is like, you have 42 crore people which are in middle class today. It is supposed to go to 60 crore. It is almost 31% of the people who are typically going to vote because they're all adults and earning. It's a big electoral mass which you have to capture, and this class believes in when things are done for them, not promised for them. So what I expect, looking at all those things and looking at their aspirations, first, agriculture has to be brought up, what Dua Sahab rightly said, there's no doubt about it. Second thing is that, up to 10 or 12 lakhs, we expect that, they should be given some respite, they should be given some kind of a thing. I am hoping that the old tax structure, which had this lot of jugards, I would call them now today, ye bill dal do, wo bill dal do, that will be given off. Because Modi ji has promised less tax. For less tax, you need very simplified tax structure. You can't have those 50 exemptions and all. So I think the old tax regime will go. Even when there's a new tax regime which is being talked about, then only you will be able to give some standard deductions. And the thing is, Rishabh, people in this country always, crib about GST. I have a suggestion to make about the GST. Look, with GST, now you have AI, you have software, so a lot of technologies which are available there. You can introduce a collateral free lending based on your GST collected or paid. So it's like a salaried person can, like you and me or somebody can get, credit cards for 20, 30, 40 lakhs if you have that kind of a salary. But for a business owner, if you can use the GST paid as a way to calculate how much of collateral free lending can we do to them. But for this, for MSMEs and SMEs can be a big revolution. So with these things, you have to manage your fiscal deficit. You have to look at the budget. You have to put money, with Rishabh, on the defense now, because you look at the hostilities increasing around us. You look at the challenges increasing around us. So it's not easy.
So I'm going to pick on that. But the biggest, of course, challenge is everything is fine if the country is growing at a healthy pace. And as Ajay Dua mentioned, we have to be slightly cautious of that, because we've had an economic survey yesterday, and the economic survey is telling you things are relativistically growing great. So as you compare it to the rest of the world, we are going to be pretty much the fastest growing major economy. But that is not good enough. We have to be nearer the 10% mark, not nearer the 5% mark. And that has to be a long-term trend. But we are putting perspective. So let me get perspective in. General Dwivedi, before I get into defense expenditure and all the other matters with you, just as a human being, as a person who's earned a salary, earns a pension. Here's a reality check, right? 50 lakh crores is what Nirmala Sitharaman has got to play with, of which around about 20 lakh crores come from direct taxes, of which 50%, so 10 lakh crores come from individual taxpayers, the balance 10 come from corporates. So 25% of the union budgetary expenditure is paid for by less than 2% of the people. General Dwivedi, now that's a duty that people are fulfilling, but after a point, what can be done to look after these people?
Well, Rishabh, I think some of the issues have been covered by the previous panelists. There is actually what we can see is a lopsided tax collection, because 2% of the people are paying taxes, and the larger portion of the people are not paying taxes. So this is one aberration that needs to be corrected. Just as a case in point, people like me who are in the gig fraternity, when we go for even taking a class or a lecture, we are supposed to pay even 10% of GST on those kind of issues. So therefore, the point is that I think this aberration needs to be corrected. We need to widen the tax net, especially because I would say that, like agriculture, there are big farmers who are owning hundreds of acres of land, and they are also being given free electricity, all subsidies. I think this needs a serious look, because you can't keep squeezing only 2%. And unfortunately, they say good economics doesn't make good politics. Now here comes the politics, because vote bank politics is one of the issues. Why they don't want to touch certain segment of people.
No,
So
but
think,
General Dwivedi, I know some of those farmers who drive a Mercedes and then pay no taxes, but is the middle class not a vote bank for anyone? That nobody actually genuinely care?
Actually, middle class, is the one which gets squeezed maximum. It is like an orphan class, because unfortunately, in middle class is not the class which actually impacts the voting or the election outcome. Now that is where the whole situation lies. So once we are able to juggle, this tax base, and until we don't widen it, you see, there is middle class, and the 2% of those people who are paying taxes are going to be squeezed. I have one point. See, when we are paying taxes, we should also get incentives. But there's no incentive. If I am paying a tax, there should be certain amount of incentive should be there. Like Sumit Peer also touched upon the GST dimension. I think all those who are paying taxes must have some incentives, whether these incentives are direct or indirect. But until you incentivize people to pay taxes, this aberration is not going to be corrected, Rishabh.
Okay, so how do you incentivize people? You incentivize people to pay taxes by having lower taxes, and that's the lesson we've learned from the 70s in India, where you could pay income tax up to 70%, 80%, 90%, and therefore people did not pay taxes. That's a bit different now. So again, I'm trying to put perspective to this. We look at about 8 crore income tax returns that are filed every year. That's imagine accounting for about 6% of India's population. So of that, less than half actually pay taxes. Now that's because the tax slabs have genuinely incrementally gone up. So people are filing income tax return, but their next net tax receipts are nil. The system of paying taxes has become a lot easier, direct taxes. When I filed my tax returns this year, I got my refund within 15 minutes. I couldn't understand what happened. It was a very small amount of a refund, but tax return filed, stepped out, got a message, your tax refund has been credited. So the system of paying taxes has become a lot easier. But Alok Mehta, the genuine grouse and frustration remains. And the frustration is on this point that less than 2% of the people, and that's all of us, are paying for 1/4 of what Nirmala Sitharaman is hoping to earn this year.
Very good morning, Rishabh ji. I think this is the main problem about even the woman. You see it in the middle class, the woman, if you get some fixed deposits, because when you are getting some salary or salary of the family, and if you have some fixed deposit for the future, especially for the elder people, I would like to mention the number of women, they always cry for this, that again they have to pay on their fixed deposits. You see this kind of tragedy. First you pay from salary, when you deposit something and then you get some interest is going down. And agriculture land, you are talking about only the farmers, big farmers. We are talking since last 50 years about this. But now you see the farmers who are also farmers. You know, number of, with all regards, because there are our guests also sometimes, the legal experts and even the medical practitioners. I visited number of people and I know the friends also in a legal circle who just say, okay, this is my agriculture income. They get, and still you go to doctors, physicians, normal doctors in the middle class or the poor people, they ask money by cash, even in our digital revolution. If you are ill and you are going to doctor and they say, okay, you have to pay 500 rupees or 200 rupees, you have to pay. These kind of people, they are also not paying tax. This is the tragedy, because the system, when you have digital revolution, at least for the agriculture also, if you have earning more than 50 lakhs, at least they should have tax, or even 1 crore. You see, I know people who will not pay single pie and they have big lands, including few top editors of India I know who are now retired, but they have their own company and they are earning also by land, farming, and they say, okay, we have the agricultural income. These guys, that's why I'm saying it's a self-criticism should be there. And I think the Nirmala Sitharaman ji is from an academic background. She also must be knowing JNU, pension, almost the whole budget goes to the pension people. And then what happened? For the education, we are suffering. You know, sorry to say, it's just a diversion, but the Trump, he says, okay, we all to close the education ministry. Here we have to spend more money for the education, for the large new education policy or health policies. Everybody expect, okay, we will want insurance for 15 lakhs or rebate in good pre-hospitals. What kind of hospitals you will provide when you are not paying tax to those people? And the people who have a trust, on the name of the trust, they have a hospitals and they get free, everything free for their own people, for their family members, get machines from out of the country and then say, oh, they are not paying tax. These kind of loopholes are there. But because of the system, sorry to say again, not everybody, there are a number of good, very good officials, honest officers, but the bureaucracy also dominate in this system, and the politicians who also have the
but Alokji, the loopholes, but the loopholes can only be exploited by the very rich who have the teams of people who exploit the loopholes. And the reality of this is, and let me get Mr. Iyer into this conversation. Mr. Iyer, this is not true only of India, it's true of it's true of America, because the biggest corporates will be headquartered in the Bahamas and they will be paying license fees for their brand name to their own entity in the Bahamas and saying that, oh, because the license fee is $20 billion and that's an expenditure, so we actually run a loss. You know what to do, we are such bichara, such poor people, you know, don't mind my private jet. So, very rich people get away with it. The poor, of course, can't afford to pay the tax. So, what about the rest of us?
So, good morning, Rishabhji, and namaskar to all my fellow panelists. So, the issue of expanding the taxpayer base has very well been talked about by other fellow panelists here, right? So, that's an unavoidable issue. The larger question is, what can we do about it? I mean, we have certain realities.
Yeah.
So probably let me wear my CA hat instead of my, as a professor, as a doctorate. My thinking as a basic CA is, when I look at United States, Singapore and other countries, the filing of returns can be as an individual, as a family, with children, parents. So when we allow that kind of a system in India, that would automatically factor in the number of dependent members, the number of earning members, taking family as a unit. Perhaps that's the one way where, it is possible for government to bring in a kind of relief for people. See, on one hand, we need to expand the tax base, agriculturists and others who don't deserve to get that kind of exemption. So that's a point taken, right? So here I'm talking of what else can be done from the other side so that there is some kind of relief that can be extended to people. And perhaps one more thing, talking from a corporate or as an individual, high net worth individual point of view, more than the tax, people get irritated by litigations. So we also need to look at, as a government, as a ministry, also need to look at how do you make the entire environment litigation free, the entire environment, more certain in terms of, exactly what to pay. You don't have to play around with the numbers, right? So that's what would make this entire experience, paying money will never be pleasant, but at least it will make the entire experience comfortable for taxpayers.
Okay, so let me pick up that thought, right? Because when you say litigation is when the officer in government then says, okay, what have you spent here? But yes, we have a shopkeeper who suddenly says, I'm buying 10 MacBooks. Which are actually being done to get GST benefits. So, the government also has to do its duty, because it's not fair if I'm an honest taxpayer and the guy next door is doing all sorts of hera-feri. So, government has to do it. But Mr. Iyer, has the fact of at least the ease of filing taxes made it a lot easier? That, okay, at least you don't have to go to that income tax office where there will be a clerical level person who, may want whatever just to process your file or accept your file in time. All of that has been out of the window. So has that made it easier to a new generation of people who will never have to visit an income tax office? It's all online.
Absolutely. And I must also say, 25 years ago, I started my career as a chartered accountant. I must say that, the corruption and all those things that we see at the grassroots level of dealing with the officials, various officials, not just tax, excise, all kinds of officials, those things are mostly a thing of past. So we have come a long way over the last 20 years, and particularly the last few years, given the digital push, we have come a long way. That's why I'm saying the base is set. There are some two big irritants on the way. And like my other senior fellow panelists have rightly identified, if we can expand the base, not club everybody as agriculturists and expand the base so that more people pay tax. And second, for individual taxpayers, bring in family as a unit and other changes that we bring in. That would bring in a lot of relief for genuine people who want to pay tax and contribute to, towards the mission of Viksit Bharat. Who doesn't want, as an Indian, who doesn't want to see our country as, the developed country by 2047? We all want to see that.
I can think of a very rich list of people who are more than happy to offshore their assets, but also then complain about the state of the roads. So yes, it's a truism that we all want to contribute, but I can think of a lot of country who are blessed, people who are blessed, sometimes feel that, listen, somebody else can contribute on my behalf. But let me take a practical aspect of this. Ajay Dua, it's, what the lesson we've learned is that at best we can hope at incrementality, that okay, a little bit, and we keep chipping away, we keep improving it year on year. Can we look at something that is actually a leap of state going from one orbit to the other?
Certainly. I don't think we need to be worried totally by the past, or saying that we had said something, we have to only benefit from the delta, the additionality which comes about. All the major improvements in the country's economy, we are now able to have two clear phases, prior to 91 and post 91. You have the benefits when you thought big in 91, 92, when you integrated into the world, when you de-licensed, make globalization and liberalization, the two went together. And you have data. Earlier you had the Hindu rate of growth, about 3%, because it was matching your population, and the post that you had twice that rate. Average, irrespective of which government has come into power, you had a plus 5% rate of growth in GDP on a higher base. So if that is possible, I see no reason why in our tax collection, our expenditure exercise, which is by and large the budgeting. That's all the budget looks at, the revenue and the expenditure and putting the priorities together. I think if we start thinking big and say, I'm going to look at this entire exercise ab initio, and to that I get encouraged by, go back to the economic survey where the chief economic advisor has talked of deregulation. It's first time a theme has been picked up where the government's nominee or the government's representative senior representative, is clearly recognizing the advantages of deregulating the economy. That means do away with the past shackles and think big. I am optimistic about that it is possible to do so.
Okay, let me get Sumit in. Sumit, let's pick up the next big issue, right? So, all right, we are slightly upset about the taxes, and it's got nothing to do with government. Same would have been true 10 years ago, and the same hopefully may not be true 10 years from now. We don't know, but it's always better if at least your income is going up year on year, and of course then the percentage tax you pay, but at least you have more money in your account, and the country's income or the sum product of its goods and services, of course, the GDP. We are about the 7% mark, slightly less, and unfortunately trending a bit downwards. Now, currently there is no major global crisis. I know there's Ukraine and I know the others are going on, but there's no major crisis. So hopefully it'll become better. But is that going to be enough? Because the government seems to be spending the money on the infrastructure. The trains are being poured, the highways are being built, but we are not ticking up to that 8%, 9% mark.
I think, Rishabh 8 and 9% is something which is very important, because I'll like to add a geopolitical perspective to it. Look, world has changed after Trump has taken over office. Now, I think there are 4 years ahead of us. Modi ji is going to be in power. Trump is going to be in power. We are indicating an alignment towards US, and Trump is willing to roll the red carpet. Look, there was a time, look at the numbers of China before Biden and, before Biden and Obama, and after Biden and Obama. In 8 years, China's trajectory altogether changed. We have this 4-year window where the red carpets are being rolled to us. China is being sidelined. Decoupling of supply chains is happening. You have a volatile Middle East which can any day erupt with the ceasefire getting off, or Iran coming into the hitting range, which can happen any day, even tomorrow morning. With all these things, we have to look what best can we take the advantage of the things and keep on moving, because there are some things which we have to let go. There are some things which we have to align for the strategic good and for the good of the nation as well. And honestly, if you ask me, things like strategic autonomy may not be practically sustainable in the long run, because the world order is changing. It's not your intentions are changing. And for the interest of the Bharat and for the interest of all the Bhartis, we might have to trade off some things, and we might have to see how do we live on. Because that additional punch of growth is not going to come from the normal ways. If we keep on doing what we are doing last year, this year results are going to be no different from the last year. So what are we going to do different this year? What are those global opportunities which can come into us? And let us face, Rishabh, people like China will not want us to be the #1 FDI destination. They don't want our startups to get the maximum money. And any point of time, and HPMV can peak up. Okay. It is dominant right now. It can peak up. So with all these,
okay. So here's the larger picture for those who are interested, because larger picture does matter, right? So the state of the economy is pretty good. We've just got just under $700 billion in foreign exchange reserves. Okay. Yeah. Last year, which is in December 2024, the total FDI received by the country went past $1 trillion US. So overall, the picture of the economy seems pretty decent. But Mr. Iyer, now it looks good. It looks like the highways are being built. It looks like the government efficiency is improving. It looks like welfare schemes are being done, and the houses in the Awas Yojana are being built, and the ration is being given out. It looks good. When we step out, we are seeing the markets are busy. People are buying cars. I can tell you, I live in Delhi, and going out just to have a meal has become very expensive. So, there seems to be wealth around us. But when it comes to the GDP figure, 6.5%, the economic survey says we need to be at 8%. And I think you and I can agree with that. Why are we not hitting 8%?
Okay. So again, Modi ji always likes to think big, plan big, and have those grand targets. Now the reality is, if we truly want to be Viksit Bharat by 2047, and we have to look at China as an example, we need to deliver 2 decades of 10% growth. The 6 and 7% growth is not going to take us. Yeah. And we are running out of time. And if you are serious about 2047, we need 10% growth for 2 decades at least. And is it possible? It is very much possible. And, building on Sumit ji's observation, see, we have our geopolitical tailwinds, right? We are an important Quad member. Things are coming in. But there are some things big that the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister need to look at, right? Probably we set up a 1 trillion infrastructure blitzkrieg, right? So we have tasted some success with Gati Shakti and other things. But unless we think big, we think of, let's say, over the next 5 years, we need a 1 trillion fund which will look at, infrastructure in a very different way. Now, how do we bring that kind of money into the system? Some of the things like that you said, supply side constraint can also go away the moment we have that kind of push in manufacturing and infrastructure. We have to start thinking and probably start doing something fundamentally different, start monetizing, pool in our key assets, airways, ports, highways, monetize them. Maybe about 200 billion will come from there. Sovereign wealth fund and, invite global pension fund, about 300 billion will come from there. Set up the infrastructure bond, keep a target of $500 billion. There's a lot that can be pushed through. So unless we think big, unless we have 10 Shenzhen-like SEZs around the country, one gift city is not enough. Unless we really think big and push for that kind of infrastructure or export-led growth. Now, why I'm also saying export? See, remember, Japan, Deutschmark, let me wear the professor hat. There are some examples of currencies that have done well over a long period of time. Many of the currencies have weakened, including us. Unless we have strong export, unless people around the world want our goods and services, we can't have a strong currency. We can't have a respect of people around the world.
Okay, but Mr. I'm trying to find the X factor, because many of the things that you're saying are happening at a pace, never before, right?
Yes.
The highways are being built at a pace never before.
Yes.
The houses in this country are being built at a pace never before. Our defense localization, which is indigenization, is happening at a pace never before. So everything seems to be happening at a very accelerated pace, but when you boil it down to the GDP figure, 6.5%. What's the X factor missing there?
So the thing is, you are absolutely right. The thing is, because we have had such sluggish economy and we came from fragile 5, compared to that fragile 5 where the previous finance minister of the earlier dispensation left us, what we are doing now looks really big. But the sad reality is, if we want to be where we want to be, we need to do this at a much higher pace. So while we are doing well, and thank God we are doing well, we need to push this hard and we need to keep ourselves some really big, big goals.
It's called state change, orbit change, and let me put that in a perspective, right? You put on a kettle of water, okay, to make your tea, and you keep heating it, and the temperature keeps rising, keeps rising. But at a point, at 100 degrees, there's a state change. It goes from water into gas. So you keep doing it, and it's incremental, and then suddenly a state change happens, and then you go into an incremental orbit. Now, let me get Alok Mehta in this. Alok Mehta, having observed this exercise, both in politics and, and the budgetary exercise and the political economy, as we call it, for the better part of 50 years, we are seeing the incremental growth. It seems to be happening at great pace. We can actually visualize the trains, we can ride on the roads, we can get into the new airports, we can see the ports that are being built from, Vizinjam to Maharashtra. But why is it not translating, do you think, into that state change in GDP growth, where you do, or you start those 2 decades? 2 decades will come in 2047, but we are not this year going to start that 2 decades either.
Rishabhji, the problem is because it's still the hangover of the socialist system we talk about. Socialism, certainly for poor people or the middle class also, the Britain or America also, they do a lot. But here, we still feel a number of lobbies are working there, and they say, okay, we have this type of system, everything we want free. And the other way, because we want, you are very right, Prime Minister Narendra Modi since last 10 years, what he visualized for the lower people, self-employment, this kind of what we are talking. We can't be a China, we can't be United States. The problem is with us, because we are more democratic country. I think you will agree, and all our guests will agree, that we have a democracy. We can't do what the Chinese did, because we want to do a road. Here you see in East Delhi, if you go some bridge, okay, they are not giving the land, then the problem. So these kind of problem also there. So we are taking some steps, and the government of India is also trying their best. But that's why I think the self-employment, more for education, people, the mindset should be changed. The problem is we are not spending more money still, 5%, 6% for education, more for the health sector, because then the whole society will be more aware about the problems of the country. Because in such a big country, you can't solve the problem only by the GDP. I can understand we are going better than the United. You see Britain, how poor the economy is, very suffering a lot. Germany is shocking, maybe because of the Ukraine crisis, but even then I feel that the Germany economy was better than anybody else in Europe. But now they are also facing a serious problem. So in the comparison, India is better situation.
Yeah, no, so like I've told you, we are the fastest growing global economy in the world. Okay, so yay. But the reality check is that yes, if by 2047, which means exactly 22 years from now, okay, you want to be developed economy, that means that your basic standards of living and healthcare and everything is in comparison to developed economies. Yes, you will have to do ideally double digit growth for the large part of the next 2 decades. Now, my question is, when will that start? It culminates when it starts, but first it has to start. General Dwivedi, there are some big ticket items. I'm going to discuss AI because that's the flavor of the moment. But let me put a premise. Okay, let me put a premise. For the entire period of our independence, there are 2 major expenditures which are going to be dealt with. Number 1 is import of energy. Number 2 is defense, and more importantly, the import of capital expenditure in defense. Salaries and all you can't do anything about, right? 2 biggest points. Now we are seeing incremental reduction in how much monies we send abroad because we are making our own defense goods. Then comes the state, General Dwivedi, where forget having to spend money, you are earning money because you are selling the planes and selling the missiles and selling the helicopters and selling the tanks. How far are we from that state change?
Well, Rishabh, before I answer your question, I also put on my professor's hat where I teach management at top of the line business schools and also spent about 3 years in China as a defense attaché. The time has come that we need to take a quantum leap, because I was in China around the time when the Chinese took a big leap. It's a time we need to take a big leap. 8% to 10% is imperative. 6% will not do. Because when you see the big economy, if China is growing at 5%, they are adding about $1 trillion to the economy. When we are growing at 6.5%, we are only adding 300 billion to our economy. So therefore, we need to churn the pot. And secondly, we need to do it differently, because today our manufacturing is just about 14% of our GDP, whereas Chinese manufacturing is 25%. When the supply chains are realigning, they are realigning toward Vietnam, they are realigning toward Malaysia, they are realigning toward Indonesia, but they are not wholeheartedly realigning to India. Now coming to your defense the part of it, you see, Rishabh, the security and the defense budget are interrelated. Over the last about 8 to 10 years, our security concerns have escalated, but our defense budget has shrunk. In about 2014, we are contributing about 2.4% of GDP to defense. Today it is below 2%. Well, that is not kept pace with the security concerns. And second point is, you rightly said about manufacturing. We have a target of about 1.75 lakh crores by 2025 this year, and about 50,000 crores are exports. Well, that has to be met only once we are able to bring in technology. Unfortunately, our exports are not high technology exports.
Yeah.
They are the exports which are at the lower end of the spectrum and not at the higher end of the spectrum. Now, that's one change we need to do. And second point is, despite our self-reliance push, we are still the biggest importers of the defense equipment
in the world.
We are contributing about 9 to 10% of the global imports. Now that has to change. So therefore, I would recommend 2 very important things. Firstly, as you said, AI. We need to go wholeheartedly on our research and development. Today we are contributing 0.67%. means less than 1% of our R&D, whereas China is more than 2%. They contribute. The Americans are contributing more than 4%. So we need to do, quantum jump in our research and development and go for technology, either TOT, or we need to innovate, but we need to get to high-end technology manufacturing. And secondly, Rishabh, we need to actually bring in huge change in our skilling, because 40% of our labor force is in agriculture, and we are not able to skill our workforce. Until we do that, we are not going to get the dividend of the so-called the.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I just, let's just put perspectives, right? The country is doing just fine. Okay, we are not in a crisis. There's no disaster going on. I know there's a stock market correction, but stock market has been in record high every month for the last year. Okay, so it's going to correct because it needs to. Otherwise, you're going to have a big trouble for any investors 6 months down the line. So other than that, the country is doing great. You can see it, you can feel it. So we are not in trouble. But we don't want to be just, not be in trouble. We just don't want to be getting past the finish line every year. We want to be winning and, and setting a great pace. It's really complicated, okay? This is the stuff of Nobel Prizes. And Ajay Dua, you don't want to go too fast because then you overheat and then you have a bubble. At the same time, you have to ensure social justice, because if a few people are getting too rich and then other people are upset, that creates law and order problems. So, let alone other political uncertainties. So it's a very fine and complex balance, but it boils down to, I think, what General Dwivedi was saying. In the end, you have to be a technological superpower. That's what's going to matter. Now, how do we get there?
I would say, Rishabh, just putting on a thinking cap, that we need to step up and drastically step up the priority and the funds, etc., which we attach to the education and the healthcare sector. Then the entire population of the country gets involved in nation building. Today, if you look at the number of people out of the 140 billion who have an opportunity, they may have the desire, but the opportunity to contribute to nation building, and nation building not altruistic sense, but to themselves and thereby to the nation, it will happen when you use this population, which you have the manpower advantage, the workforce advantage, turn it into a reality. And I think our center, state, private sector, all had been lagging behind drastically.
Okay, so Ajay Dua, I want to pick that thought with you, okay, because every month I take interviews for people to hire, right? If you want a job, okay, and if you think there's no job growth happening in India, come send your CV to me. I have jobs available. Now, when I'm announcing what the job interview questions are going to be. So if anybody is smart and sees this clip, they'll know what I'm going to ask them. I asked 5 questions. One, I asked the names of the chief ministers of 4 states, one from the north, one from the south, one from the northeast, and one from the west. Then I asked the names of 4 international presidents or prime ministers. I asked what is the GDP of India. I asked in which year was the Battle of Plassey fought. And I asked a very, very simple question: what is the first law of motion? Okay, that's all. It just gives me an understanding of how much this person has actually done in 16 years of schooling. 9 out of 10 people, Ajay Dua, can't answer more than 20% of those questions.
Yeah.
What's gone wrong? Where have we gotten so badly wrong?
I'm not surprised, Rishabh. That is what all the surveys, including independent private surveys of quality of education, are pointing out to. Saying, yes, you may have achieved in the country universal primary education, saying everybody at least has an opportunity to go to school. But what is the quality of education being imparted to them? That is what your 5 questions and the interviews reveal, that they have gone through a process, but they have not become employable. The quality of education must improve drastically. And one of the inputs for improving education is going to be better nutrition, better health care, all these things work on one another. You take it from me, once you have people who are healthier, people who are actually more educated, school level, I'm not talking of college level education, etc. That is, the brilliant ones go there, and the German vocational system brought in post the Second World War. But today, your 10 standard ones also, many of them would not be able to answer the 5 questions which you are rightly trying to judge.
Now the reason that, of course, and you can say, oh, that's bookish knowledge, right? It's not really a skill set. But the reason is, these are people who voluntarily want to do journalism. Okay, so you voluntarily want to one day sit and cover the union budget. All right, it's a voluntary choice. Now, Sumit Peer, if almost no one I'm speaking to, so 9 out of 10, don't know what the GDP of India is. Okay, despite the fact that there is so much knowledge freely available. I mean, I know 20 years ago you had to get a newspaper or go to a library and figure all this stuff out. Now it's popping on your screen multiple hours a day, but it's not registering. Are we in trouble because of that?
Rishabh, we always say that we have 800 million youth and our demographic dividend is going to last for next 70 years. But the kind of things what you are talking about is definitely a thing to worry about, because our education system is still stuck with Babur, Humayun and Akbar, unfortunately, and we are still talking about their Gaurav Gathas. And unfortunately, we are not attuned it to the needs of the hour. Because if we were to use that time to teach them GDP, teach them politics and all, and we say, no, if you want to talk politics, you have to go to political science only, then only you will be taught politics. Why do you need the GDP? You're already teaching chemistry. Because at the end of the day, that education wherein everything culminates to all these things, right? That holistic approach is not there. It is still pretty much segmented what British left us, and we are trying to improvise it. Honestly, British made education system to make clerks. They did not make education system to make intellectuals and geniuses. And still in our country, we are lacking that concept, which I've been always trying to put across, is unitary entrepreneurship. We are not pushing off that. People want to have a startup, want to have $1 billion valuation, must find a VC to burn a few $100 million to reach that. Well, that is not going to happen with everybody. So unless and until we change that orientation, that ki पढ़ लिख के नौकरी नहीं करनी है, पढ़ लिख के you have to become contributors, you can still contribute to the GDP, you can still contribute to the country. That change in orientation and mindset is not happening.
Okay,
that
all right. Okay, so you've hit exactly what my balance few minutes I'm going to spend. Let me get Mr. Iyer in on this, okay? Because Mr. Iyer, I can also argue the contrarian. I can say that as long as you make a good pizza, you don't need to know what the first law of motion is, okay? But you need to make a good pizza and sell a good pizza, and that's perfectly fine. So the issue then is that for a large part, especially in North India, right, for people whose still dream job is to do what Mr. Dua did, is to join government at any level, okay, let alone at the senior level that he served in, for them that's still the dream job. Why are these people not becoming entrepreneurs? What are we missing in terms of our mindset?
Okay, so amazing, brilliant question, spot on, Shivji. Shravana, Manana, Nididhyasana. There are 3 stages. One is, as part of education, you learn, you hear, you can reproduce, but it is only when you reach a stage where it becomes a lived reality for you, right? One is improving the content that is being taught to the students. Second is the way it is delivered and the way it is, received by the student. It becomes a lived reality of their experience. Education doesn't embed. So that's first thing. Second, unfortunately, over the past few years, looking at education, student as customer, this is another very unfortunate thing that has crept in our education system. Right from basic education. Today, if you ask, see, I deal with 23, 24, 25-year-olds, MBA students. But even if you ask at a high school level, today the schools, the teachers don't want to, tell the students that you are not doing well. Why? Because a kind of student as a client, a student as a market has, that kind of mindset has come in. Everybody wants to say you are doing well. That false sense of, that you are doing well is embedded in right from that early age, that people are not really pushing hard to work, to really study and learn and see how to apply things. So I'll say the problem is twofold. One is the education has to move from merely saying this is this, to how do I see this playing out in my real life? and how it becomes my lived experience. Second, let us look at education as what it is supposed to be. It is not some, it's not some hospitality industry, for God's sake, right? We are doing character building here. So somewhere that mid-course correction also has to happen. This is me speaking as a very, very passionate, academic for my life.
Alok Mehta, the bottom line in this is government is not going to do this. Government cannot do this. The only job of government from today till the next 20 years is to get out of the way, because Bharat is going to have to do this. So how do we create that energy that we are not looking at the budget and we are expecting that Nirmala will make an announcement and then that will fix all these things? No, I mean, you and I will have to fix all of these things. So how do we A, get government out of the way, and B, get the guidance, the margdarshan from government on how do we get this out of the way?
Very rightly said, Rishabh. I think that's why the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, either in Mann Ki Baat or awareness in the all over India, you see the skill development and the education for literacy for the girl child. I think these kind of it's taking time, but certainly you go to Bastar. I visited people who are in self-employment from skill development centers. You see in Dantewada, you'll surprise in Jagdalpur. So these kind of awareness we need in remote area, in rural area especially. And I still say, people, honest teachers are there. Maybe in the education system, Sumit, you must be not aware that the new education policy, now it's going to implement it because it's a state subject. That's why you are very rightly said, we need more honest people in the society. That's why it depends on not only the government, in the political system. If our political parties also, they should have at least honesty, minimum honesty, to create the awareness for self-reliance, for more literacy, for more health awareness. And that's why support are the positive points of any government, any party, because we need nowhere in the world this kind of system what we are in. Sometimes I feel that some political parties, they create more chaos other than any foreign power or what we talk about it.
Okay,
so I think that's why we need
I just
more
want
discipline.
to touch upon a last thing and then we need to take a break. Okay, so Sumit, let me flip it around, right? I can have a contrarian argument. I can say that for anybody who thinks that Indian people don't like to be entrepreneurial, I can tell you, ask any Marwadi, ask any Gujarati, okay, entrepreneurship is running in their veins, okay, the dhanda, okay, it is people from my kind of backgrounds who, still grew up that the concept of starting your own company did not exist. You were supposed to become a professional. Now, whether you become an engineer, you become a doctor, you become a lawyer, you were supposed to become a professional. But dhanda is not something unknown to India. The difference being that dhanda versus trading versus low-level manufacturing to cutting edge, that this is the best in the world. That's the X factor, Sumit. Now, how do we hit that X factor? It's not like we don't have good businessmen in the country.
We have all the things what we need. The only thing is, there's one thing, Rishabh ji, Hindi में बोलूँगा, पढ़ाई और कमाई दो अलग-अलग चीजें हैं. Because if I want to do a padai and make a kamai out of it, that is where the system collapses, system fails. Padai is for your mental enlightenment, know the world, know what you are doing. But the challenge is that if I want to use my padai as a way to get a nokri and to get the encashment and be employed somewhere, that is where the challenge is. So the padai what we learn has to fundamentally change the paradigms and teaches, look, I'm awareing you, I'm enabling you, but that doesn't mean that you are supposed to exactly, if you study history, you're going to teach somewhere history or you have to go anything to do with history. You can still be a journalist, you can still be an entrepreneur, you can still be so-called, some people will mock me for saying pakodonomics. Even if you can set up a big street shop, there's nothing wrong in that. So I might not have those inhibitions. I have done my master's in, let's say, literature. How can I run a halwai ki dukan? That is where the problem starts coming. And when these things start getting into the society, then one day you will have a Haldiram, which is a global success story. Then one day you will have all those things which come up. Yeah. Mr. Dhirubhai Ambani was not a great pada lekha guy, right? But he had that thing in him, and that is where Reliance is today.
Yeah,
but if we get to the fact that padai and kamai are two different things, unless until that fundamental change happens, I don't expect future things to change.
But fundamental change is possible. I think Reliance is a great example. When I began my career, Reliance was primarily an oil and gas company. Okay? Today we don't even think of Reliance as an oil and gas company. We are thinking we are thinking geo, and we are thinking technology and retail. So it's completely transformed. So I need to take a break. We are going to be back in a couple of minutes. Yeah. Quickly, Sumit. You want to make? Everybody wants to make a point. Okay, 10 seconds. Sumit, then General Dwivedi. Sumit.
Look at Wipro. It started as Wipro oil mills. Tel banate the. Now they are the biggest IT name in the world.
Okay.
They started from making sabun and tel.
Okay, General Dwivedi.
Bishop, just I want to share my experience because I am so much in education. First and foremost, I think we are not spending enough on education, less than 1%, while China and South Korea and other countries gone up with education. Second point is, today, Kamai and Padai have to go together. When we talk campus to corporate, we got to ensure that our students who pass out from the business school, they are employable. That's not what is not happening, because there is a big gap between the campus and corporate. And thirdly, please understand that today we are not in knowledge age. We are in the conceptual age. Conceptual age means new concepts. We are not in the rote learning. And I do a lot of work with the Central University on new education policy. Until we translate on the ground, it's only on the paper.
Okay.
It has to be translated.
Let me put that into perspective. One of the world's most valuable silicon chip companies never even makes a silicon chip. All they do is design. Every single one of us, and all of you watching this broadcast, have one of their design chips in your phones. It's called Qualcomm. They don't manufacture anything, but they hold the design patents, and that is where the value chain is. It's a very interesting concept of the new age that we are living in. I need to take a very short break. We come back on the other side. See you in a minute.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ। MDH।
उत्तर प्रदेश की योगी सरकार प्रदेश के आर्थिक विकास के साथ साथ कानून व्यवस्था को भी दुरुस्त कर रही है। यातायात व्यवस्था को सुचारू तरीके से संचालित करने के लिए मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने ट्रैफिक पुलिस में महिलाओं को भी शामिल करने का फैसला किया है।
30% बेटियों को भर्ती करेंगे, जिससे सड़कों पर शोहदों को ठीक उपचार कर सकें।
यूपी ट्रैफिक पुलिस में महिलाओं की अलग से विंग बनेगी। महिला विंग में 10,000 भर्तियां की जाएंगी। महिला निरीक्षक, उप निरीक्षक, सिपाही की अलग से तैनाती। सड़क हादसों में कमी लाने का लक्ष्य। सड़क हादसों में मौतों की संख्या में 50% कमी का लक्ष्य। सभी जिलों में रोड सेफ्टी एक्शन प्लान बनाने के ठोस उपाय। यातायात नियमों का पालन सुनिश्चित करेगी महिला ट्रैफिक पुलिस। सड़क दुर्घटनाओं को रोकने के लिए सुरक्षा उपायों को लागू करवाना। ट्रैफिक नियमों का उल्लंघन करने वालों पर सख्त कार्रवाई की जाएगी। उत्तर प्रदेश की ट्रैफिक पुलिस में महिलाओं के शामिल होने से महिलाओं के लिए रोजगार के अवसर तो खुलेंगे ही, महिला वाहन चालकों के लिए भी सड़क पर सफर करना आसान हो जाएगा।
खाने में कोई स्वाद नहीं है।
अरे किफायती लाल, सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले, स्वाद हुआ बेकार। इधर कीमती लाल को देखो, खाना बना कमाल। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com। हर फैमिली होगी इंश्योर्ड।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
पिछली बार 8 घंटे वाली बिजली चो कोई कट लग्या नहीं लग्या। कट दी गल तां छड्डो, बल्ब ने चमक्का भी नहीं मारना। चमक्का
सानू बिल्कुल भी बिल नहीं आंदा। ਅਸੀਂ बहुत खुश हाँ कि भगवंत मान सरकार ने ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ।
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ।
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ। 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ 0 ਆਇਆ ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ।
खाने में कुछ स्वाद नहीं है।
अरे किफायती लाल सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। इधर कीमती लाल को देखो खाना बना कमाल। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विश्व के सबसे बड़े सांस्कृतिक समागम महाकुंभ प्रयागराज में अग्नि सुरक्षा के लिए 24 घंटे सतर्क और तत्पर है उत्तर प्रदेश अग्निशमन तथा आपात सेवा बल। आप भी रहें जागरूक। कुकिंग गैस में अच्छी गुणवत्ता वाले LPG पाइप और रेगुलेटर का प्रयोग करें। रसोई घर का निर्माण टीन शेड में करें। उपयोग के बाद रेगुलेटर नॉब से गैस सप्लाई बंद करें। LPG गैस की गंध आने पर तुरंत रेगुलेटर व गैस स्टोव बंद करें। टेंट में LPG गैस और ज्वलनशील पदार्थ का उपयोग न करें। शिविरों में मानक के अनुरूप बिजली के कार्य कराएं। उच्च रेटिंग वाले MCB ESCB का प्रयोग करें। सर्किट, बल्ब, ट्यूबलाइट के मध्य कम से कम 15 सेंटीमीटर की दूरी सुनिश्चित करें। अपना कर यह आसान उपाय महाकुंभ को बनाए सुरक्षा का पर्याय। स्वच्छ, सुरक्षित एवं सुव्यवस्थित महाकुंभ 2025 प्रयागराज।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰ 8 ਘੰਟੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਚੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਕੱਟ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ। ਕੱਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਛੱਡੋ ਬੱਲਬ ਨੇ ਝਮੱਕਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਨਾ ਝਮੱਕਾ।
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ।
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ CM ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ 0 ਆਇਆ ਏ।
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ। 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ 0 ਆਇਆ ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
All right, welcome back. Let me pick up this conversation where we left off. For vast majority of people at home watching today, there are only 2-3 questions. Income tax ka kya hona hai? All right. What will happen to the Sensex? Because there will be an investment in a stock market which we all lose or benefit from depending on what takes place. And of course, in my particular sector, what has particularly taken place. So the first two are of course generic questions, and let me throw them on board because joining us on the broadcast now, Dr. Sharat Kohli. If you watch Newsx, you should see him with us very, very often. Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt is with us from the Indian Space Association. We're going to have a very interesting conversation, General Bhatt. Dr. Anjali Sane is with us. She is a dean at the MIT World Peace University in Pune. Arpan Ghosh is with us. He is the founder and director of Gamma Rotors. Tarun Garg, partner in Deloitte, is with us, and Bhavnesh Kothari, founder and CEO of Property First, with us. Let me start with Dr. Kohli. Dr. Kohli, the two sort of generalized questions: taxes and markets. What's your best guess?
Good morning, Rishabh. Good morning to my fellow panelists and of course the Newsx viewers on this budget day morning. Well, I think tax, there is a lot of expectation as always from the finance minister. about 8 to 10 crore people, Rishabh, filed their tax returns, and the people who actually pay taxes are about 2 crores, or maybe a little bit here and there. So effectively, 22 to 24 lakh crores of direct tax collections in a year. Of course, GST as an indirect tax is paid by the entire country, but direct taxes are paid by limited number of people. So I think these people are the blue-eyed citizens. They are the VIPs, I call them, because they contribute to the exchequer quite substantially. So they do expect some kind of relief. And I think the tax guys had divided the regimes into two parts. There's the old regime and the new regime, where 2/3 of people have already moved to the new regime. And they do expect, the basic exemption limit of 3 lakhs, which is being prescribed in the new regime, to be moved up to 5 lakhs. They also expect Section 87A rebate, which is given up to 25,000 rupees, where your income up to 7 to 7.5 lakh rupees is not taxed. This be raised to 10 lakhs. And the third expectation is, the tax rates are such that it's 5, 10, 15, 20, and then 30. So there's a gap between 20 and 30. There's a big gap. So this gap can be filled by 25, so that you're not taxed straight away after 15 lakhs with 30%. And of course, the 30%, which is taxed after 15 lakhs, I think should be raised to about 18 lakhs to 20 lakhs. And of course, to the salaried people, they do the standard deduction is 1 lakh from 75,000. I think that the cost of living has gone up, and the business people can set off their expenses, whereas the salaried cannot set off their expenses. So they do expect the standard deduction to be raised overall. So I think from the tax, basically, I think the government is going to gain out of money landing in the pockets of people. And since the budget, one of the prime aims of the budget is going to be to raise consumption overall. So this is largely going to help in boosting the consumption. If I have money, either I'm going to save and invest, or I'm going to probably spend. Either way, the countries.
Okay. All right. Just
People are going to spend.
All right. Hold your thoughts, sir, because
wishes,
Yeah, of the 7 of us in this conversation, 2 are entrepreneurs. But the rest of us either earn salaries or even in part earn a pension, and we pay taxes on everything. And if you put something in a fixed deposit after you paid your taxes and accounted for inflation, you earn in negative. So, whoa, that's not happy news. But the country is doing well. We're not in a crisis. Things are happening, seems to be going in the right direction. But how do we look after each other while we're going in the right direction? Let me get Dr. Anjali into this conversation. Dr. Anjali, 2 basic questions everybody wants to know. What's your best guess? Can something other than an incremental, frustratingly slow change ever happen in direct taxes?
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, please.
So, well, as Dr. Kohli also rightly pointed out, I am also expecting that in the new tax regime, there will be certain exemption limits which will be increased. 2 things here to be emphasized. One, as a academician also, I would like to emphasize here that we are expecting a lot from the budget, especially in terms of taxes as well as in terms of the expenditure on the higher education sector. And second, as a woman who is earning as well, so if there can be certain exemptions, limits which can be increased, especially for salaried women, we are expecting a lot from the budget which is coming up.
Okay, so let me put that thought to Bhavesh. Okay, just hold your thought, man, because I want to take it one by one. Let me put that thought to Bhavesh. Bhavesh, what is actually possible? Because what we see, and incremental changes have happened last year, they've happened 3 years before that, right? Can we do anything beyond incremental change? That, okay, it goes from 7 lakhs to 10 lakhs, and that is also only if you invest in certain categories of products and you get, maybe a 0.25% subvention in interest for a first time home loan. We're talking about small changes here and there. Can government do something bolder than that? Is it possible?
And Parth, we need that. Real estate is what builds wealth for most of us, our parents, for us. If we are getting wealthier, it's only by real estate mostly, right?
Yeah.
If people do not invest in real estate, they're not going to get wealthier. And the next generation, the generation which is 25, 30, needs to understand that investing in real estate will make them wealthier in next 10 to 15 years, and government needs to give impetus so that limit the limit needs to increase from 2 lakh to 5 lakh, the tax rebate limit. The interest rates needs to go down separately from housing loans. When the inflation is rising to great limits, government always increases the interest rates, and that increases the home loan interest rates, which is not good. Average home loan interest rate of 6.5-7% is very healthy for economies, which is there in most of the developed economies of the world. Singapore, US, Dubai, Europe, all of them are less than 5%. India is still at 8.5-9%.
Okay.
So these things need to be
so
taken
Bhavesh,
care of.
let me ask a very basic question. Right now, as an entrepreneur, okay, working in the real estate sector, all right, you will have employees, right?
Yes.
Now, those employees will pay taxes. Some
Yes,
of them will be
yes.
contractual employees, some of them will be full-time employees. So actually, if
Correct.
the tax rates goes down, it makes your life easier because then those guys are earning more.
They earn more,
for no cost to company to you. So what is the expectation are you seeing amongst the people whom you are paying salaries to? Do they feel irritated that, listen, I am an honest taxpayer and what the heck, where's my share of the pie?
Exactly. With the inflation going so much, tax going to around 35-40% at the end of it, then indirect taxes being so much with GST, trust me, nothing is left at the end of it. My employees are not left, I mean, hand to mouth, right? Of course, a lot of them. And then, of course, we support them with incentives, bonuses, those things. But that'll help a lot to the middle class.
Yeah, but you pay tax on all of those things, you know. So
all of those
you know,
things,
and
yes.
yes, you should do good tax management, and there's certain allowances and expenditures we should write off. But let me put that question, and I'm asking the straightforward question because let's face it, most of us are interested in that one point, and that's the point when we switch off the budget speech. So let me get Tarun Garg in on that. Tarun, you know, the changes are happening. Okay, the tax brackets are different this year than they were last year. They're different from what they were 5 years ago. So the changes are happening. Of the 8 crore people Sharad Kohli mentioned who are now filing tax returns, almost 60-70% don't actually pay any tax. They just file a return and you know, they don't come under tax bracket. But can the government ever have the ability to do something bold, or is it just again incremental, a 0.25% here and a 50,000 rupees here?
So, well, see, this is the best opportunity for this government now that, see, it's like 6 months from the earlier budget that was presented. So in July, when the full budget was presented, we were saying that, look, the government has not got enough time to prepare, but this is the right time. And then in the last budget speech, the finance minister, Sitharaman ji, she had already kind of called out that, look, there will be a flurry of changes. There will be new income tax act and the rules that will be framed. Definitely, there was a committee that was kind of formed up. And I think about 6,500 suggestions were received regarding how to overhaul the new entire Income Tax Act. So let's see how the
but you know, Tarun, it's great to talk about it. Okay, but okay, reality check. And Sharad Kohli started with this, so let me give it as upfront and blunt as it can get. Nirmala Sitharaman, as finance minister, is today going to tell you that the government is going to spend about 50 lakh crore rupees over the next 1 year. Okay, within that you will find out that about 20 odd lakh crore rupees of government's income comes from direct taxes. Half of that comes from individual taxpayers. The meaning is corporates. So the individual taxpayer, Tarun Garg, the 2% or less than 2% of the population pays for 1/4 of India's expenditure. Now, surely that's a broken system. Tarun.
No, absolutely. See, this is the best time for the government to make some bold moves, as my co-panelists have already called out. See, there is a big gap between that, say, 50 up to 15 lakh. There is a tax brackets that is there. But then the moment your income exceeds 15 lakhs, there is a straight 30% tax that is triggered. So definitely that there is a reason for widening this gap. And then, you know, this GDP rates that were kind of announced, or the growth rate that were kind of announced in the yesterday's economic survey, that is also pointing out there is a dip in that. So it's the best time that.
So just take that thought, Tarun, before I go to the others, and then I want to have slightly more detailed conversation, because we will have a sectoral conversation on drones and in space. But Tarun, why is that? Because everything looks fine. I mean, the infrastructure spending looks great. I know the markets are a bit down right now, but that's a reasonable correction. You know, the FDI, I know the forex reserves are slightly down, but they peaked in November, like a record high of $700+ billion. Everything looks great. The ports are being built, the airports are being built, the Vande Bharat Expresses are coming out. You know, my neighbor took 6 years to build his house, but the Parliament of India was built in 2 years. Everything looks great. Why is it not showing up in GDP numbers?
See, from a consumption and you know, see, Indian economy can't be untouched with the global scenario. See, globally, we see all the economies are not doing that well. But given the domestic in India, the domestic scenarios, it is already kind of giving some impetus to the Indian economy. And now is the right time, I think, put in some more money in the hands of the middle class individuals, thereby increase their spendings. And hence, it will also boost in the supply because there is a clear fillip that will be given to the economy by virtue of putting in money.
Okay, Sharad Kohli, it looks great. You know, I can see you in a car. You know, if you head on to a highway in any direction out of Delhi and you're seeing, you know, the bulldozers are out, the cranes are out, and rapid development is taking place. Why is it not translating? Why are we not getting above 7% GDP growth?
Okay, two reasons, Rishabh. One, this is cyclical.
Okay, I think we lost him. Okay, I'm going to get him back, but I want to pick up this conversation. Let me pick it up with General Bhatt first before I come and take up, you know, the drone sector, because this is fascinating. So, General Bhatt, let's have a really interesting conversation away from the technicality of the launches and other projects which we generally talk about, because this is about money. Okay, so for people watching the broadcast, at the current moment, the space sector, which for most of you would never consider it as a sector, it is a sector. Okay, it's a big deal. $6 billion is what the net revenue of the sector is every year. This is projected to go anywhere between 8 to 10x in the next 10 years. So it's going to be one of India's fastest growing sectors. But my question, General Dwivedi, is that when we look at the Indian Space Research Organization and we talk about Gaganyaan and Chandrayaan and we think, oh, the government spends money, why does a country like India need to spend money? No, ISRO earns money also because there are foreign parties who put satellites and ISRO has the rockets to put into space. It's not a lot. So it's about 4,000 crores in the last 10 years. So about 400 crores a year. Okay, that's monies that ISRO earns in foreign exchange and contributes to the government's expenditure. Okay, but there are private sector players. So, General Bhatt, my question to you is, start with ISRO. What is the potential? I mean, how do we turn the few hundred crores a year into a few thousand crores a year of earnings?
So, firstly, let me put it straight. As far as ISRO goes, the government is not interested in profits earned by ISRO. ISRO is more, and with the new policy very distinctly, it is meant to be there for R&D, that is research and development, for higher exploratory science, which they are achieving. They've had the Chandrayaan mission, and in future we'll have the Bharat Antariksh Station and a crewed mission to moon by 2045. So the expenditure on ISRO is not there for profits. But, you know, the spin-off of what we spend for ISRO or with ISRO helps the private space industry.
Okay, so now hold your thought, because that's my next question. So now when we look at Pixel, or we look at Bellatrix, or we look at Agnikul, and there are so many others that are registered within space and so many that are growing, how many of these companies are pre-revenue? Is it all of them? Or are they earning monies?
We have just started, and quite frankly, the private space industry has not started earning money so far.
Okay, so they're pre-revenue. Now, without naming companies, within the next year, is there a likelihood that some of these companies will actually start having their first clients and they'll start making money? I'm not saying breaking profit and all that, will come that later, but they'll start earning it, not just the R&D phase, because it's very expensive R&D. So that these companies will start actually earning money, they'll go past pre-revenue.
So the first companies which are going to earn money or have started getting some kind of revenue are the space application companies. Companies which are in the domain of insurance, companies which are providing EO data, that is electro-optical data, remote sensing data to various to the defense or to various ministries for multiple use cases. They are the ones who have already started getting some
Okay,
revenues.
so for example, for people watching the broadcast, if you are the company like Pixel and you're putting, all spectrum, so infrared, ultraviolet, all, which is what Pixel does, and taking photographs of the earth and providing those facilities, you're going to hit revenue faster. All right. Then there is the next one, which is the SpaceX from India, right? The person who actually builds a rocket to put it into space. Now, how far away are we there from actually having these rockets as a regular occurrence? 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years or longer, sir? General Bhatt.
I see at least a minimum period of 2 years.
Okay.
Because from suborbital launch, they have to go into orbital launch, and that too, they have to have more than one launch for orders to be there. In fact, the two leading companies, which I should name, Skyroot and Agricool, they have orders down the line as soon as they go orbital.
Okay, so these are companies that are building rockets that are going to put about 100 kilogram payloads into orbit. Now, one of them has done a test launch, the other hasn't. The test launch, as General Bhatt mentioned, is suborbital. You want to hit orbit. So, couple of years, okay, worst case scenario, 3 or 4 years. So, we are looking at about 4 or 5 years before these companies then start earning revenues because they have a proven launch capacity. So, the fulmination of this is going to happen in 4 or 5 years. General Bhatt, now what about unlocking value? And I'll give you an example of what I mean. If ISRO puts out just the data it has, the observatory data it has, and somebody then builds an application for the use of the data, how much value can be potentially unlock?
So, there are various figures which are there for this, but this has excellent potential because it is in applications where the money has to be. And to tell you about the whole space economy, the big pie, apart from 2 to 3% for launch vehicles, 7 to 8% for satellites, rest of the money is in applications.
Okay,
so it is a very large chunk of the space economy.
So my last question, are we seeing, so government is open to it, new space policy, all these new organizations, including the one, of course, which you are the Director General of, are here, the private companies are coming, they are getting access to ISRO like nothing else. I promise you that, to testing facilities, to R&D facilities, to launch pads. A new launch pad is being built in Tamil Nadu. So everything is going gung-ho. Now my question to you is, but is there private equity, is there venture capital available to these companies because they are expensive R&D places?
So far in the last 3 to 4 years, except last year where it was about $79 million, before that it has been about $130 million which have come from venture capitalists. There is a lot of excitement and faith from venture capitalists, but we also want incentives from the government. Last budget, we did get a 1,000 VC fund, which is going to get operative very soon. That will help startups to grow. But there is much more money required in the space sector.
Okay, so what do you mean by incentive? Do you want grants and aid? What is incentive? Or do you want the government to say, okay, the first company to hit orbital space, you win the India X prize and you'll get $100 million. What do you want? What's the incentive?
So there are multiple things to start with: tax exemptions, a tax holiday for a certain period, like we do for any nascent industry growing, PLI incentives, GSTs, import duty, and of course rebates.
Okay.
And also, very importantly, grants and long-term loans are necessary for this sector to
grow. I know government is really committed to opening up this space. I know it for a fact. General Bhatt knows it as well. But we have to go gangbusters on this. Ladies and gentlemen, Elon is going to put up 40,000 satellites. And if Elon puts up 40,000 satellites, Jeff Bezos will also want to put up 40,000 satellites. And if Jeff Bezos does it, the Chinese will want to do it also. Then Mukesh Ambani will also want to do it. You'll have to put up lakhs and lakhs of these satellites. Lakhs of them. Okay. To the point where we'll have to start worrying about not only the governance of space debris, but the governance of near Earth orbits. So there's a huge potential out there. So we have to go gangbusters on this, on all the tax and the low interest loans which mature after 30 years. So be it. As you're watching Nirmala Sitharaman at the Vitt Mantralaya, that's, ladies and gentlemen, South Block, the Ministry of Finance, and yes, we are going to go through the procedures. No big trunks of papers anymore, which is a relief. There are iPads and everybody gets a PDF copy. So things have changed and will keep changing now. So let me just beg everybody's patience and pick this up conversation now with Arpan. Okay, so Arpan is running a company called Gamma Rotors. Okay, so Arpan, you are a young entrepreneur, a young founder. You picked the drone sector. Now, what's the difference between a company? Is there a drone sector in India? Because company, great, you know, you sell drones, but what is there a drone sector in India? Does it exist?
No, of course, a drone sector exists. There are 1,000+ companies today, and this industry has seen a rapid growth. And the reason for rapid growth is because, you know, what earlier helicopters were doing, now the drones started doing. So, you know, the industry has seen a paradigm shift because the cost of operations for a lot of applications have come down just because of drones. But nevertheless, we are a defense-oriented company. We only sell drones to the defense. And our agenda is to make, you know, India the drone superpower. My personal agenda, or the company's agenda, is to do by 2030, you know, you have the latest drones running, so that the foreign reliance on the drones, which where we are paying hefty amounts to the foreign players, that kind of gets eradicated. And like us, there are other drone players also who are, you know, investing very heavily. And what we expect out of the government is to just the ease of doing business. You know, that is something which we are expecting in this budget, that, you know, when the budget comes out, you know, the new tech space that it should go, because any defense oriented companies, its survival is always very difficult in this industry. So to have that, you know, the necessary help, necessary PLI schemes to be enhanced. If that happens, you know, this industry.
Okay, I want to discuss this in detail with you. Okay. So I want to discuss this in detail with you, because you say, okay, 1,000 companies. How many, anecdotally, so this is your best guess, how many, because you've been doing this for 5-6 years now, of these companies, how many companies are just traders, that they go to China, buy the DJI drones and sell them in India for a margin? Okay, because there'll be a certain percentage of players who are doing just that. And how many are actually doing R&D, building their own drones?
So if I tell you how many are actually doing R&D, it would be only 25 to 30 companies actually who do it.
So the vast majority are just actually purchasing and they are reselling here. So a very small percentage are actually building drones. Is that roughly accurate?
You are absolutely right, because from ground up level, if you ask, then that is the actual number that I'm giving you.
Okay, you've seen the drones now even at the Republic Day parade. You saw it at the Army parade, okay? On Army Day. You learn from Ukraine, that's the future. All of us know it. It's staring us in the face. It's the drones. Okay. So this is going to be crucially important. So now let me pick on this without going into the details, which I'm sure you don't want to share, but just giving an overall picture. What kind of R&D are you capable of doing here? Is it software? Because is it on image stabilization? Is it on flying algorithms? What is it, soft R&D, or do you actually do R&D on hardware also?
Of course, you know, if you're doing ground up development, you're doing R&D in software, you're doing R&D in optics, you're doing R&D in material sciences. And now, you know, with the industry 2.0, you have latest manufacturing techniques. Like we have benchmarking partners with companies like Markforged, Stratasys, and these are the companies which actually help you, you know, make your imagination into reality. And, you know, the go-to-market strategies are also changed. So you need to actually use the technology of today to manufacture the technology of tomorrow. Never to mention 3D printing has played a very vital role for the drone industry as well as the space industry. You know, that is something which we are adapting at the moment. So we are doing hardware as well as software. So, you know, it's just not one thing, because it's all interdependent.
Okay, so let me pick on that for a couple of more minutes, then I'll go back to my other guests for a more broader conversation. But this is really important. So now explain to people watching this broadcast, okay, what are the components does it take to R&D to build a drone, and not just a drone which is, you know, a cheap duplicate, but actually something that's better than what was before?
So basically, in R&D, first of all, that you need to do is you need to get reliability, because when you're selling it to the defense, reliability comes out of what materials do you choose to build it from, what electronic components, what is it shielding from, is it spoof proof, is it that what traces do those components have, are they manufactured in friendly countries? So you have to have all of that in place, because once you're putting anything into defense, it has to be, it has to be foolproof from all angles, not just performance, but from every aspect to the component level as well.
Okay, so let me break it down. Ladies and gentlemen, in a drone, you're going to need a battery system. Okay, you're going to need a chipset system, which is how the drone is going to operate. All right, you'll need motors. You're going to require cameras, and you're going to require communication hardware. Everything else is software. Communication hardware is how is it linking or sending a feedback to wherever the remote station is. So now, in terms of battery, we don't really make very good batteries in India at any scale. I'm talking about lithium ion, lithium phosphate batteries. They don't happen. When it comes to chipsets, we don't make them in India. Okay, rotors, motors, we can. Material science of cutting edge materials, we are not the best at. Okay, despite the fact that we make Navy ships, we're not the best at. When it comes to even communication chips, we don't really make them in India. So now that makes the job of Arpan Ghosh, who has to put all these things together, really difficult. Okay, so Arpan, reliably, so that just because the drone is not made in China doesn't mean a percentage of its components might not come from China. Okay, so how difficult does this make your life?
So first of all, as per the policies, you can't get drones from China and sell it into India. You can't get components. And so on and so forth. But this is a problem that even the world is facing. It's just not India which is facing these issues. So there are other countries where India has good friendly terms. They've started developing. We at our facility have started developing. The scale is not that big at the moment. But then again, we can proudly say that, of course, we are making it in India. We are not getting it from countries, sharing land and water bodies with India, just to be correct that way. So, every component, every aspect that we make has to be, at par with the international standards. So you are right that today we are not doing it, but we've picked up small, and component by component we are building it. So tomorrow we not only want to be a drone company which is just making drones, but we also want to become a company where we are also making our own components, step by step, because these are very huge and heavily dependent onto R&D, battery manufacturing setup, maybe chipsets. You understand the amount of investment it goes in. So for even VCs to come and invest in us at that scale, it is going to take some time, but of course we'll be there.
Okay, so now that's the difficult part of the picture. Now let me give you the better part of the picture. The better part of the picture is India is starting lithium mining in Chhattisgarh. Okay, we're doing geological research currently in Leh Ladakh. Okay, so India's first lithium mine is about to start rolling. India's first lithium battery manufacturing companies in India have started rolling out. I know they're not gigawatt plants, but they've started rolling out. So in 2 to 3 years, you will have lithium from India with lithium batteries being made in India, and hopefully by then you'll also have sodium ion batteries and others. Okay, and that's the component. And if it's made in India, great news for Arpan. Okay. Next, he's going to need the chipsets. He's going to maybe want to design his own chipsets, but somebody will have to fab them, and that's happening in Gujarat now. That's happening in the Northeast, where India's first fabricators are now being built. Now, they're not going to be fabricators at the level that which TSMC is operating, which is now 3 nanometers or 4 nanometers. They won't be there, but it will be good enough for what Arpan is. So, even if they come down to 20, 30 nanometers, they'll be good enough for what he needs. Arpan, one last question. So for people watching the broadcast and they see a drone, they probably see it at the shadi, okay, or at some kind of photo shoot. What are those drones? I mean, those drones are certainly not made in India drones, are they?
No, they are surely not made in India, because again, the photographers operating it, if you sell them and made in India drone, it's anyways going to be way expensive than the Chinese drones that have entered into the market. So of course, they're not the real drones that are made in India. They're just, they get it from places and they fly. So that's not the correct impression of the drone that we make, what we make in India,
Okay, last question. Okay, I'm sorry, I really want to get into this because it's fascinating, but on an overall picture, I know you can't share specifics with me, but when we talk drones in defense, there are UAVs which actually have missiles on them, right? And they can fire and shoot stuff, right? Then there are the kinds of jugaad things which have been done in Ukraine, that you take a drone and you, with a rassi hanger, grenade from it, and it's a suicide drone. All right, it's a cheap thing. You use it to blow up a tank. Are we looking at basically use cases on surveillance, or are we actually looking at fighting capacities? What's the future out there?
So the future is very simple. The forces are looking into surveillance. They're looking into drones with RCWS, which is remote controlled weapon system. Then they are looking at suicidal drones, which are which are kamikazes, and then they are looking at loitering ammunition. So these are the things, because we're getting into non-contact warfare. So drone is of course going to play a very vital role.
Yeah, that's the future. And I know, General Butt, can I get you to wear a different hat for a minute? Okay, in an era where the armored brigades and the tanks are now seeming superfluous, because it's all about pressing a button and either a missile hits the other side, or you send a drones. And he's mentioned loitering. Loitering is that if your drone has a long capacity, a UAV that can run for 24 hours, is just operating on that site forever, because you have no fatigue of any individual sitting on board that aircraft. You don't have any refueling problems. Drone warfare, sir, it's high-tech stuff. It's already here. So is there a drone industry here then?
Like Arpan said, there is a large gap between capability which the armed forces would aspire for and what is existing. And like very truly you said, the sources of most of the drones which are there belong to a country which we are not very friendly with. We have to be what Atmanirbharta, some place where it is definitely required is in the drone sector. And that has to manifest in chipsets, batteries, motors, all the components.
Yeah. So
work has started into this, and I'm very sure in a few years, with the incentives which the government is providing, we will have indigenous capabilities.
There are three things you need to nail. The chipset, most important, because that's where the security risk lies. It's not in the battery per se, it's in the chipset. So chipset you have to nail. Then you have to nail the battery, and number three is the material science. You nail these three things, and Arpan and company can write the algos. Okay, they'll figure out stabilization and all that. So that's what we're good at as a country, right? So we've got that sorted. But the first three things you need to sort out. I again repeat, if anybody who is in a position of policy, we need the chipset, we need the battery, and we need the material science, the composite materials that are going to make these light drones that can fly forever. We get these three things right, the Indian entrepreneur can do the rest. One Chinese company, DJI, 70% of the global market. Those are all the cheap drones that you see operating, and they're really cheap and they're really good. And that's the problem. Okay, that's the problem. Cheap and good. That's the problem why BYD is outselling Tesla in the Chinese market. So now let me get a different perspective and rope back Tarun into this conversation. Tarun, do we still have him? Okay, Tarun, now we are talking frontline sectors. Okay, now you is in a consultancy. Are you guys observing these things? Defense, space, drones, 3D printing, are you observing these things as future sectors?
No, definitely. See, these are the future sectors, and even in our consultancy divisions, there are separate sectors that have been kind of created, and different experts have been there to kind of address to this kind of a market. And definitely, and the reason major consultancy have created these sectors are because of the demands, because of the obviously the government's focus for investing into these sectors, and this is definitely a future. And as Arpan General Saab has called out, that see, lots of investments, focus of the government is there. We want to make in India, and this will not only just create India as Atmanirbhar, but also from an employment generation perspective.
Okay, but Tarun, I'm trying to ask, I'm trying to ask a different question. So help me out. Okay, so when you speak to people, right, and this can just be a personal anecdote, not the position of Deloitte, of course, but when you speak to people and they want to make an investment, right, everything you see right now is the guy trying to figure out the next Nika, okay, which are product oriented or retail oriented or app oriented. Are we seeing venture capitalists out there, both NRIs or Indians, who are going, what's the new coolest tech? These are the people who say, that's the Satya Nadella who says that I'm going to put $80 billion into AI over the next 5 years. Okay, are the VCs looking for the next coolest tech, or are they still looking for the next coolest product or retail or brand?
So tech is of course taking a step in the sense that most of the VCs are sort of really keen in investing into techs, AIs, and also into these drone sectors, space sectors. So definitely, Rishabh, you're right. So these are the sectors that are kind of.
So they are looking. So now let me get a reverse perspective and get Arpan back in. Arpan, you might not be looking for investment. I don't know, right? But in the space, are you seeing people who are coming out, the big heavyweights, the guys who got the money and are other venture capitalists, okay, the guys who do private equity placements, and they're going, whoa, bro, drone is going to be big, it's going to be $100 billion sector in 10 years because defense itself will be $100 billion, let alone the commercial place. These days, you can replace fireworks with drone shows. Okay, everybody eventually is going to have a drone in their house. It's inevitable that this is going to happen, right? So, are you seeing venture capitalists out there as excited about tech in India as they are in places like the States?
No, they are very much excited for sure, that is there, but only with the right company. So they do their all proper due diligence before they come and invest in you. And as a tech company, you're always looking for investments. It's like even if you have enough money, you'll be wanting more to create more, invest more into R&D because it's a rapid growing industry where even the technology is not changing on year basis. It's month on month and sometimes it's day on day. So it keeps depending. So the more money you raise, the better strength you build because the better R&D, the better things you're able to get into the market. And of course, increasing the scale, you will be coming, but today, if I say, you just pointed out in your conversation that DJI drones are cheaper. Today, with our scale, we are also able to match the pricing and, get better or same quality where the customer is not comparing the price anymore. So that can only happen when you have more money, scale, and, you'll have to keep raising money. Tech companies do work on that space. And of course, also give good returns to your investors.
It is possible and economies of scale matter, right? Because 10 years ago, we decided as a country that we want to go LED bulb, okay? Makes a lot of sense. Nirmala Sitharaman on your screens arriving at the finance ministry. So it makes a lot of sense, right? So government of India said, you know what, we're going to go to the manufacturing sector in this country and they say, we are going to place an order for 750 million LED bulbs. Who wants to set up a factory? And people came and set up factories and now we have the cheapest LED bulbs in the world, okay? And pretty much everybody watching this telecast, pretty much everybody sitting on this telecast with me, if they look up, it's an LED bulb. It's happened so fast, okay? It's not an incandescent bulb, it's not a CFL, it's an LED strip or an LED bulb. So it is possible, economies of scale do matter. That's what the Chinese are very good at. Now let me take a different perspective in from Dr. Anjali. Now Dr. Anjali is of course teaching economics. Now, Dr. Anjali, when we are talking about frontline education, and you said you want to see more investment in education, and I can tell you that people coming out of educational institutes, not necessarily the most employable. I have jobs available, I take interviews every week, and people who want to be journalists will not be able to tell you what India's GDP is, okay? And they want to cover the budget. And I find that very strange because we've had 16 years of education. But I want to ask a different perspective to you. As educators, the front line in education is going to be what Arpan is doing, material science. It's going to be setting up 1,000 GPUs so that the students can actually experiment with LLM models. Are we seeing institutes do this kind of investment, or is it simply make a classroom, put a projector, get a teacher and hope for the best?
No, in fact, higher education has moved way beyond chalk and talk or even smart boards. Today, the national education policy also focuses a lot on providing skill-based education. However, the challenge in front of universities today or in front of higher education institutions, in fact, is investment. Where do we get the funding to provide such skill-based education from? So the requirement is now twofold. One is that we need support from not just the government, but also from the industry. And that is because we need to provide this education to the students who are the leaders of tomorrow. If you want Arpan's company to do well, on one hand, yes, we just now talked a lot about lithium, about the batteries, about the material sciences. What about the people who will do all this? You need to have skilled labor in the economy, and to provide that, I feel the academic institutions need to buck up and provide that kind of support to our students, who are, of course, the leaders of tomorrow.
Okay, but are you
for
seeing this
that,
happen?
We need
Because
to establish, if I can just take
yeah,
10
please,
seconds.
please finish.
We need to establish centers of excellence, especially
That was going to be my
in emerging
question.
areas like artificial intelligence or the drone technology or space technology that we are talking about. So
Okay, so
that is
in
where
the
we are
biggest self-interest of the biggest industrialist, okay, so if you are Geo, all right, you already have the megahertz spectrum, you've got the apps, you've got the content, you've got the retail store, but you also want to make your own phone, why not? Okay, not buy it from China. You also want to make your own 6G equipment. You got to design it. You got to design the chips that are going to communicate at the high rates of pace that 6G operates. So do you then go to MIT University in Pune, okay, which is actually a genuine bona fide, they do exchange programs with the guys in the US, okay. So do you go there and say, I am going to make a center of excellence for communication technologies, I'm going to give you $100 million, and then the pool that you graduate every year, those are the people I hire, right? Is that happening, Dr. Anjali, where these guys are not going, not to give donation, not philanthropy? I'm not saying, oh, it's I was an alumni of this college, so I'm going back and sir, I will, aapke 10, you plant 10 trees in my name and aap mujhse 1 crore le lijiye. Not that. I'm talking about people who want to invest with a self-interest. Ki, yeah, this labor is going to be ours. Are we seeing that happening?
Yes, we are definitely seeing a change where the industry now wants to give back to the academia, and we do have alumni who are coming back and helping us in setting up centers of excellence. If I speak about my own institution at MIT World Peace University, we do have a center of excellence in artificial intelligence, which is set up with the support of our alumni, of course. And they are providing, the center, of course, is providing a lot of education in the domains which are in the current demand in the economy. Especially when I speak about, I mean, there's a lot of conversation going on about space technology. I'm very happy to share with all of you that recently the satellite which was launched did carry a payload from the MIT World Peace University, which was developed by our students by themselves.
Yeah,
and
we interviewed those kids. Yes, I remember. Yes.
So it was a very proud moment where we are actually.
Okay, but ma'am, I'm the problem I'm seeing, and I take a lot of interest in these things. So the problem I'm seeing is that when we say Center of Excellence in Artificial Intelligence, we mean a room and a computer. Okay, are we talking that we have a server set up with with 100 GPUs capable of processing some LLMs? Are we realistically talking that?
We are moving in that direction, but as I said, we need support from the industry for that, because academia by itself will not be able to provide that kind of funding only from the fees that we are able to generate as revenue.
Yes.
For that, we need support, and not just from the government, because we are relying even on private investment from the industry. Government can, of course, provide support in the form of tax rebates to the industries which are providing this kind of support to academia.
Okay, so this is my question, right? What you need is a philanthropist, people out there watching this broadcast. You need to go to the universities and not give them a room and a pankha. Okay, you need to give them I'm going to give you 150, 90 NVIDIA GPUs, all right, and I'm going to get you somebody who's going to tell you how to use them. Now you need muscle power of the hardware to get this done, okay, because that's what the future is, right? The LLM learning models and how they are adapted is human intervention. We are designing them, okay. We are teaching computers how to learn themselves, like teaching children how to learn themselves. But after that, it's the muscle power of the GPU that has to run those models into the trillions of computations. That is just the GPU. So don't go set up a building. Provide this infrastructure. So now let me put that thought to Arpan from a different perspective. Okay, Arpan, now when you are going in hiring people, right, there will be traditional sets of mechanical engineers, chemical engineers, electrical engineers. Okay, how many people are coming out with the particular skill set that you require, or are you basically trying to hire them and then you have to teach them what needs to get done?
So the model that we are working on is we have ties with a lot of colleges where we go and we hire, we get interns. We tell them you're going to be serious for next 6 months. We're going to hire you at this X value, which will be more than the market. So that is where you generate interest. But right out of the college, you're not getting mindsets who will just come and start working on the drone technology. Because what is being taught versus what is required as per the industry standards, there's still a very big gap. And as being in the industry, you would require more people to work, so you'll have to bridge that gap by teaching people how what to learn, what to unlearn. And learning and unlearning is a big process that goes into when you want to hire people in the drone sector or in this this space tech.
So now I'm just going to give a thought experiment, and Arpan, help me out here. A thought experiment. I'm going to wish you very well, and I'm going to wish that you become that $1 billion, $10 billion company, because the potential is there. If you get it right, the market is there. It's inevitable that this is going to happen in the next 10 years. Okay, so let's say you become the unicorn, right? And now you have money, and you want to invest in the ecosystem of human resource in this country, and we take you to the IIT Delhi campus. What is it that you would want to build there in terms of learning, a center of excellence in drones? What would you want to see them doing?
The first thing that I want to do is basically what is there in the industry, make that available so that whatever is happening, they already have it. And now from there, they have to build it above and how you can make a system better, faster, stronger, how you can reduce the power, how you can increase the power, reduce the area, means the size, and how the speeds are going up. So these are the actual areas that we want to work in, and we want to help a lot of institutes, not just IITs. There are other institutes that we work with, and we want to give them the money, the right platform, so that this eventually, where the industry and academia work hand in glove, things will go for a better thing.
So what you're going to have to do, Arpan, when we become a unicorn, is go to, and don't go to IIT, go to some other college, right? Everybody just goes to IIT. Go to some other college and tell them, I am going to help you set up a facility in which you can actually make your carbon fiber and mold it. I'm going to actually get you the 3D printers in which you can do metal printing, aluminum printing, type, other kinds of metal printing. I'm going to get you the CNC machines. This is the stuff that the colleges need. It's not a camera with a fan. This is the stuff that is required, right? Then you need the computing power, just the computing power to test, because I promise you, even in Arpan's industry, a large part of even the testing is not going to be a guy sitting in a field with a remote control. It's going to be virtual simulated testing of models, of airfoils, of avionics. So all of this is going to be simulated testing. Computers will produce simulations to test the product. This is going to be hard compute power. So if you can think about it, go to the university near you and give them a bank of GPUs, guys. That's what Trump and Nadella and Sam are doing. And if you think that the Chinese have done some miracle, guess they've not. The miracle tells you that the Communist Party is the best thing in the world. That's what DeepSeek says. Now hang a second. We've done high tech. Let me come to the basics, because there is a truism that was started at the beginning of this conversation by Bhavesh Kothari, that you guys can discuss your drones and discuss everything. For the vast majority of us, the single biggest asset we have is our house. It's the truth. So Bhavesh Kothari, for many, many years, real estate was a headache in this country because there was a bubble. Too many projects not getting completed, people getting stuck, then we are in RERA and then this and that. Is that problem over? Can we hear him? PCR?
Hello, can you hear me?
Bhavesh, go ahead, yes.
Perfect. Yes. So Rishabh, exactly after RERA is where the confidence in under construction properties have come in. Under construction is the only way to invest in real estate and make money. Thank to the government that after RERA, I am able to give confidence to my buyers that, sir, this project is RERA approved. You don't need to worry because government takes care of everything else. In case there's a delay, in case there's a legal issue in the problem, none of those things were a problem. I mean, pre-RERA, people would invest in land and they'll figure out, oh, land is stuck in litigation. projects are not getting completed for 15 years and they've paid the entire money. All those problems have gone. Now, real estate is a major investment for a lot of people in middle class to build wealth. I mean, all the panelists over here, you yourself, me, whoever is watching has a real estate investment. They may not have investment in gold or stocks, equities, right? It's building us wealthier as the country is growing. So as you're talking about the GDP growing, it increases the real estate value, the real estate portfolio increases. Today, if somebody invested 1 crore by taking a 50 lakh loan and 50 lakh of their own savings, it's going to become 2.5, 3 crores in few years down the line, depending on how good the GDP grows. And that is where your next generation, what you pass on is a 3 crore of wealth, not just a 50 lakh, because you had 50 lakh and you made 3 crore out of it. You can use leverage in real estate, which you cannot use anywhere else. So real estate is very, very important, and government needs to focus on real estate as a sector.
So couple of questions. When we are saying it's important, okay, there'll be people who want to buy a house to live in. Then there'll be people who want to buy a house to flip. Then there'll be people who want to buy a house for long-term rental. All of these things, all of these things make up the market, right? So where is the market now? Are we seeing, is it still that, okay, the biggest buck is to be made in Bombay and Delhi, which are really big real estate markets? In Bombay, I mean, 1 BHK is crazy amounts of money. Or are we seeing it happen in Lucknow and Prayagraj and all the other places?
It has gone to multiple cities. So today you see the top developers of India, Godrej, etc. They are going to places like Lucknow, Indore, Surat, Jaipur. Now this is, the tier 2 cities is where a lot of demand for real estate is, and per square feet rate in these cities have touched 8 to 9,000 rupees a square feet, right? Which used to be 4,000 rupees a square feet. So of course there's a lot of demand in these cities. There's a lot of development happening in these cities. The infrastructure, the government, which is the infrastructure development which is happening thanks to government, is helping these cities grow and is helping the real estate grow, and in turn it's helping people grow their own wealth by investing in real estate, because real estate is land at the end of it. You call it apartments, you call it office spaces, villas, whatever, but it is land, and land is scarce. It will grow. Today a land which is 1,000 rupees a square feet will become 10,000 in few years. It may take 5 years, 10 years, I don't know, but it is bound to become. That's how history has been.
Okay. How does it pan out in high rises? Because if I buy an apartment in a high rise I mean, it's not a plot of land. So in 20 years down, 30 years down the line, 40 years down the line, how does it become a generational opportunity? Because I have a plot of land, it's a generational opportunity. I can do whatever I want with it. I can't break down a high rise unless everybody agrees. So how is that a generational opportunity?
So Shiv, a plot of land you cannot buy on your own. The developer will buy and build high-rise building because he's there to pay much more money for an acre of land in Bangalore.
But I get it. Like I say, if I own a house and a plot of land, I get it, right? I can hand it over to my children. But if I own an apartment, right, and the apartment building, who knows what the state of the building will be in 40 years from now, right? So how do we look at that as an investment?
Look at Bombay, then there's a redevelopment happening. So land, you get undivided share with every apartment building also, right? So if it's a 1 acre of land and there are 20 apartments on that, each of them, as government rule, gets an undivided share, which is 20%, 5%, 7% based on your papers, the land share in that. So when it goes in the redevelopment, you're still passing it on. However, we tell everyone to buy from renowned developers because quality, nobody compromises nowadays for the brand in renowned developers. So you have the best developers out there who are giving qualities for 50, 60 years. Nothing is going to happen to those buildings, right? We've seen building. I'm staying in a building which is 25-year-old, and it's amazing, right? So none of these things are a problem anymore. But you have to sell it at a certain point of time also.
Okay,
if it's an
all right.
apartment,
Okay, couple of questions. I need to take a break. Okay, and I want to leave a last word with Tarun as well. So couple of questions. When we go abroad, right, we see houses available, fine. You want to take a home loan, great. You pay 2%. 3% interest on that home loan. What's the average home loan rate right now, as we are speaking, Bhavesh, for most ordinary people?
8%.
Okay, 8%. So 8%, if you got a good record, and you're lucky, 8% is what you're going to pay on average. Now that's a chunk of change. That's 4x what you would be paying in interest if you were in the US. So that's expensive. So my obvious question is, Bhavesh Kothari, what do you want from government? What do you want Nirmala ji to do in a couple of hours?
Please let all of us buy houses, invest in houses and build wealth, reduce the home loan interest rates. Do not keep it with the normal FD rates or bank rates. Home loan interest rates have to be sub 6% so people can invest and build wealth for their future generations and not worry about the inflation and other things where at the end of it, you're going to save money for retirement, right? But I think real estate is the only way you can save and build wealth by the time you retire, and that home loan interest rate has to come down.
So I'm going to ask this question to Tarun. I'm assuming he thought this was the first and only question question I would ask him, but I'm coming into right to the end. What are budget expectations, Tarun? What do you want to see from the finance minister?
So see, a lot has already been called out by Kohli ji and all. So, but see, I'll give you a different perspective. So I want an overhauling from a TDS perspective. While the rate rationalization has already been done, but my expectation would be, say, from an NRI perspective, a lot of if a buyer is purchasing properties from NRI sellers, then a huge, humongous task of taking a TAN number and all those things is there. So my suggestion would be you have to change it, align it with if you're purchasing that from a resident taxpayer. So that is one of the expectation, and also from the return filing. See, once you have to file a return within 30 days, I mean, you have to say e-verify it. So that's a very short amount of time for people who are sitting overseas NRIs and they do not have Aadhaar numbers, and OTPs could be a challenge. At least that time frame should be increased. Plus, for the salaried class, this 45-day window, once that Form 16 is issued, is pretty short. And most of the times there could happen that some of the incomes get overlooked within that 45-day window if you are earning incomes from, say, overseas and all. At least that time limit should be increased to, say, till August and all. Yeah.
Okay, so practical, devil in detail kind of adjustments. Tarun is not saying please just let's have no income tax in India. Okay, I was hoping somebody would say that, but we have a very pragmatist, realistic people here. I would have said it, no income tax. Let's do one up on Trump. Make the world's first country that abolishes income tax. Wouldn't that be nice? We are all smiling. We're all laughing because we know that's not going to happen. All right, I'm going to take a break. See you guys in a minute. Thank you to all my guests. It's been a very interesting conversation across the board, in detail and larger picture. Back in a couple of minutes. Stay with us.
ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰ 8 ਘੰਟਿਆਂ ਵਾਲੀ ਬਿਜਲੀ 'ਚੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਕੱਟ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕੱਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਛੱਡੋ ਬੱਲਬ ਨੇ ਝਮੱਕਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਨਾ ਝਮੱਕਾ
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਮੈਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ
खाने में कोई स्वाद नहीं है।
अरे किफायती लाल सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार इधर कीमती लाल को देखो खाना बना कमाल MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों की सुरक्षा उनके भरोसे और कानून व्यवस्था को बेहतर बनाने की सेवा में सतत लगे पुलिस कर्मियों के लिए योगी सरकार हर कदम पर मदद को तैयार है। उत्तर प्रदेश की योगी सरकार न सिर्फ देश पर मर मिटने वाले शहीदों का सम्मान करती है बल्कि सेवारत पुलिस कर्मियों का भी खास ख्याल रखती है।
मृतक पुलिस कार्मिकों के आश्रितों की सहायता के लिए 9 करोड़ 8 लाख रुपए
पुलिस स्मृति कार्यक्रम 2024 में मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने यूपी पुलिस के लिए कई बड़ी घोषणाएं की। सभी जिलों के पुलिस कर्मियों की सुख सुविधा के लिए 3.5 करोड़ रुपए, सेवारत रिटायर पुलिस कर्मियों उनके आश्रितों के मेडिकल प्रतिपूर्ति का निस्तारण, 266 मामले के निस्तारण के लिए 30,56,000 रुपए, शहीदों को श्रद्धांजलि, आश्रितों को राहत का ऐलान। यूपी के 115 शहीदों के आश्रितों को 36 करोड़ 20 लाख रुपए की आर्थिक मदद। योगी सरकार शहीदों के आश्रितों को आर्थिक मदद के साथ ही शहीद परिवारों के बच्चों की शिक्षा का जिम्मा भी उठाती है। सम्मानपूर्वक जीवन यापन के लिए शहीद परिवार के एक सदस्य को सरकारी नौकरी भी देती है यूपी सरकार।
MDH की
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
13 जनवरी पौष पूर्णिमा से 26 फरवरी महाशिवरात्रि तक महाकुंभ 2025 का साक्षी बन रहा है प्रयागराज का संगम तट। 45 दिनों तक चलने वाले पृथ्वी के सबसे बड़े मानव समागम में करोड़ों श्रद्धालु पुण्य की डुबकी लगाकर बन रहे हैं सांस्कृतिक एकता के सहभागी। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के मार्गदर्शन और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के कुशल नेतृत्व से महाकुंभ बना है दिव्य, भव्य, डिजिटल। कुंभ सहायक चैटबॉट ने 11 भाषाओं में हर सेवा की जानकारी देकर एकता के महासंगम को बनाया है स्वच्छ, सुरक्षित, सुव्यवस्थित। नए घाट, रिवर फ्रंट रोड, पांटून पुल, फ्लाईओवर, चमचमाती सड़कें, पार्किंग, हजारों बस और ट्रेन, नवीन एयरपोर्ट टर्मिनल, आधुनिक टेंट सिटी जैसी सुविधाओं से पुण्य स्नान हुआ है आसान। महाकुंभ का है अटल संदेश, एकजुट हो अपना देश।
खाने में कोई स्वाद नहीं है।
अरे किफायती लाल सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। इधर कीमती लाल को देखो खाना बना कमाल। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पिछली बार 8 घंटे वाली बिजली चो कोई कट लग्या नहीं लग्या। ਕੱਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਛੱਡੋ, ਬੱਲਬ ਨੇ ਝਮੱਕਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਨਾ, ਝਮੱਕਾ।
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ।
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ।
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ। 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ। ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
From the banks of the holy Ganga, where millions gather in devotion, the spectacle of spirituality,
केजरीवाल जी जरा अपने झूठ के जाल में थोड़े लपेट में आ गए।
जितने भी देश के भ्रष्ट लोग थे वो बीजेपी में जाके संत बन गए। एवरीबडी वांट्स टू गेट देयर ओन टैक्स रेवेन्यूज बैक एंड दिस इज आम आदमी पार्टीज पर्सनल टैक्स।
People are saying, Somnath ji, be rest assured, we'll give you another chance.
चुनाव जो है मैं नहीं लड़ रहा, यहाँ की जनता लड़ रही है और जनता ही यहाँ पे मुझे विधायक के रूप में देखना चाहती है।
66% of you feel that the roads in
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
from the banks of the holy Ganga, where millions gather in devotion.
All right, welcome back. We are having a rolling conversation because let's face it, the vast majority of us watching television today and are waiting for the finance minister's speech in just under 2 hours from now. You want to know two things. Okay, the two things are what's going to happen to the taxes and what's going to happen to the stock market. Okay, because everything else is then very sectoral. It's devil in the detail. It's a 0.2% here and a 0.3% here and a few hundred crores here. When the big ticket announcements happen, those are primarily the government saying this is what our priority focus areas are. Okay, or if you say 1 lakh crores in infrastructure, that's just telling you that's your priority focus area. That doesn't it only when it translates to every bridge, every road, does it make a difference to your particular life. Okay, so for most people on a budget day where anyway GST is out of the ambit of the budget, right? It's about direct taxes, and the reason direct taxes are important, and I've been pointing this out since I started this telecast and before this. So 150 crore people in this country, right? 30%, 40% of them are not going to be in an earning age. Now take all the rest, and about 8 crore tax returns are filed. Of the 8 crore tax returns are filed, about 60-70% people don't pay taxes. They're filing a return, but they don't come under taxation slabs. So we're looking at 2% of the country, just 2% of the country, of the people. So about 3 crore people, 2.5, 3 crore people. 2.5, 3 crore people contribute 10 lakh crores in direct taxes. Individual taxpayers pay for 25% of the budgetary expenses, which are going to be around the 45-50 lakh crore mark. That's what the finance minister is about to announce. Okay, and that's the conundrum because lesson tells us that the biggest companies, it might not be true only of India, it's true of the United States, it's true of Europe. There'll be some Cayman Islands head office in which you will be paying. So let me start a company and let me call it Rishabh Enterprises. Okay, and I don't know if there's a company by that name. Okay, I will start a company in the Bahamas, and the company will be trademarked in the Bahamas. So I'll be running operations here, but I will pay a trademark licensing fee to that company in the Bahamas, which is my expenditure. So I'll show a loss. So I don't pay taxes. Okay. A lot of the biggest businessmen, the guys who are in the Rolls Royces and wearing 10 crore rupee watches, okay, they don't own anything. The house is in the company's name, the car is in the company's name, the private jet is in the company's name, the fuel for the private jet is an expense you're writing off. So you don't really pay hefty personal taxes. So for the people who earn salaries and pay tax, and then every time you buy something, pay tax. If you invest something, if you invest in a fixed deposit, if you take away your tax and your inflation, you are almost at a zero or negative return in a fixed deposit. So these are real people's problems for real people. And of course, for the rest of us, if you have a SIP somewhere, yeah, the stock market matters. So let me pick up this conversation and let's see where we can get on this, because the devil in the detail matters, but there's an overall picture. On the broadcast with us, Major General Brajesh Kumar is with us. He's the former DG of Military Engineering. We're going to discuss defense with him. Vinod Raval is with us. Vishal Khurma is with us. He is the CEO of Voxin University. Rohit Garg from Shardur Amarchand Mangaldas, and Gautam Mukherjee with us. Gautam ji, let me start you. Give us some Aam Aadmi perspective. So you are the quintessential everyman. You are not wearing a 10 crore rupee watch and driving in a private jet. But of course, nor are you lining up on the streets for government ration. So as the quintessential middle class everyman, are you hoping on something special, or do you also share the same frustrations even though you're a fan of the government?
I think there may be some relaxation in the bottom of the pile. As you pointed out, 8 lakh file taxes.
Yeah, 8 crore.
8 crore. 2 crore pay the taxes, and that 2 crore amounts to 25% of the revenue budget. Now, the further relaxation for the bottom of the pile is not going to materially affect this collection, but will go a long way to enthuse people. In other words, if you make up to 10 lakhs exempt, it is going to make a lot of people very happy. 80% of the people are going to be very happy. The stock market is going to receive it with great enthusiasm. Consumption money will be available to that extent, at least psychologically speaking. And you're none the worse off in terms of balancing the numbers that you got last year compared to this year, even after giving this away.
Okay, but is there a frustration, okay, that the middle class salaried people, okay, pensioned people, nobody's vote bank, okay, and I don't understand why, but nobody's vote bank. So if you are an agriculturalist driving a Mercedes, and a lot of politicians, by the way, are agriculturalists, okay, they own large land banks, and everything is written as agriculture income, you pay no tax, okay. I know agriculturalists who drive Mercedes, okay. These are not your poor farmers, these are the guys who have thousands of bigas, okay, and they pay no income tax, nothing, all right. And even if they have some side income, it's all agricultural income as far as they are concerned. So is there a frustration for the rest of us? Hey, what the heck? Come on, that's not fair.
Well, Rishabh, the way I console myself is indirect taxes. Every Johnny in this country, including the foreigners, pay indirect taxes on everything except the air you breathe. And for all you know, that's coming next. So indirect taxes do mop up from everybody. The fact that the agricultural sector is exempt is historical, because in colonial times and in Mughal times before that, these were the people, the riots, the peasants, who paid all the taxes. They were coerced and they were grindingly poor, but they paid all the taxes that kept the Maharajas in business, the colonials in business, the Mughals in business. So for them to be exempt now is not surprising. To reverse this in any, sort of political way is not going to be easy.
Okay, or no, not going to be easy. So yes, we have to be realists, but what's the harm in being dreamers? The country was built on the shoulders of dreamers. So yes, what you're going to at best see is probably an incremental small adjustment here and there. Frankly, my father's a chartered accountant, and but I've been covering budgets for 15 years, right? So I keep telling him that, I do this and I have all the best people sitting with me. So, I have a more than passing knowledge of what's going on. But if you try to convince me that the new tax policy simplified the tax code and that I can simply say that up to 7 lakhs I paid no taxes or 7.5 lakhs I paid no taxes, that's not true. It's only if you invest in a certain mechanism under a certain section that is true. Okay, so that's not a simplification of the tax code. But that's the goal. They want to simplify it. But nor are we looking at, hey, let's just abolish income tax, or let's just have one unified tax rate, or let's get rid of all these exemptions and just make it 10%. And that's the difficult onion. Vinod Raval, okay, in a realistic sense, incremental adjustments end up only complicating the tax code, when wisdom tells us the simpler it is, the better it is for everyone. At the same time, the government wants something that's revenue, or rather revenue neutral. So they'll say, okay, we got 10,000 crores last year. As long as we get the same, we can make an adjustment. Can the finance minister do something special, or is it just going to be incremental here and there?
Well,
let Vinodji take that. Vinod Raval.
Yeah.
Good morning. Rishabh, the thing is, basically, it is going in the news for last 1 month that finance minister is going to exempt 15 lakhs rupees income. But I think you and me both know, I think we both are sitting here for the last 6-7 years and looking at all. So the thing is, yes, finance minister can do it. There are options available because lots of taxpayers are in zero bracket. They are not paying any taxes. Last year also, they made it for 7 lakhs rupees. But we all know how this 7 lakhs is there. The moment it is 7 lakh, 1 rupee, you have to pay tax from 2.5 lakhs rupees, not from 7. So there are areas available from where she will bring out the money. She have already taxed capital gains. So it's very easy. They are getting a good chunk of money from the equity market. STT as well as capital gain taxes, which is now being taxed at 15%. So yes, we are expecting some basic exemption limit to go on as new direct tax code is expected, and all the exemption deductions which the sections you were referring to has already been taken away. Housing has been, if you really consider section 24 rebate of 2 lakh rupees, that is now a peanut, and that has also been taken away in this new regime. So we are expecting some exemptions on the basis of this, because everybody is going to have a house, and they, without loan, house cannot be bought by a middle class person. So interest element will be added to this 7 lakhs. So we are expecting at least 10 lakhs rupees basic exemption should be there, and the tax rationalizations are certainly expected this time, because it's a 15 lakhs rupees with, if you really consider with the inflation index and all that, like other countries, they can connect it with the inflation, this capital inflation index. Every year they are coming out. So let's hope some changes. You can call it a cosmetic changes, but I think in new direct tax code, they are going to simplify the law. The interpretation has to be with examples and formulas, so it's easy to understand and litigations get reduced. So I'm expecting this budget to be making changes on the basis of interpretations, simplifications and tax rates simplifications with basic exemption.
Okay, so I'm going to state the common sense truism. The government of India or the government of any country has no money. Okay, it's all our money, right? It's the people's money. Now the job of government is to take the people's money and invest it for two causes: common interest, which is your roads, highways, planes, airports, everything else, and the other is to ensure social balance. And that's important, because if you do not ensure social balance, then you don't have evolution, then you have revolution. You have disruption in the system that benefits no one. And that's something that you should take as seriously, even though we have frustrations. But in just an honest sense, and let me touch upon this before I get your expert opinion, okay? Since the vast majority of us are individuals who have to pay some tax or the other. Mr. Garg, let me get you in. Just as an individual, okay, as a person with a family and an income and expenditures and stuff to buy and, you know, bills to pay, okay, is it a little bit frustrating that, you know, a small percentage of the people pay all the taxes when you and I both, you know, some of the really filthy rich people, they are offshore somewhere in Dubai and aren't paying taxes here? Rohit ji.
I think,
yes.
Yeah, I think there is no gainsaying what you are saying is correct to that extent. You know, you, me, and everyone out here would be feeling, you know, left out in that sense, that some people are paying taxes for that matter. And picking up from the data that you just shared, that 8 crores and odd has been paying as against the population that we have. And the idea, you know, obviously is that the tax administration should try and bring more people into the tax debt. And that is the reason why, you know, the basic exemption limit rise and the threshold for all other stuffs, interest, expenditure and all that should be raised. Because once we will expand our tax net and bring more and more new taxpayers into the tax bracket, there will be two things that will happen. First, we will be having more taxpayers on record, because as of now, people who are not paying taxes are not into the tax bracket. The money that is being spent, that money that is being earned is not getting counted into the statistics. The second thing would be, maybe over the years when this new direct tax code would be there, would be into the level playing field for the years to come. Maybe with the time that this basic exemption limit would, you know, the income that will be earned by those taxpayers will come into the tax bracket, and more tax would be paid, and thereby, you know, we will be increasing our tax collections also.
Okay, well, fingers crossed. Now the frustration is, if government is doing a great job with the monies, okay, fair enough. But how often do we then come out, all right, and then there's a power failure, and then you say, no, now it's half private, half public, oh my gosh. Then you say the road has potholes, so you pay your, so there is a frustration. Now the frustration is fine as long as it's an irritation. Everybody wants more money in their own pockets. We're all selfish, that's how capitalist systems work. Fair enough. We need to understand the social welfare of this in a very pragmatist sense, okay? So that's also fair enough. But this irritation, it's an itch that has not been scratched. So let me get General Kumar into this conversation. General Kumar, before I get into the heavy text of expenditure and what our defense budget and etc. is going to be, as a person, I'm sure you get an army pension. Okay, do you have to pay taxes, sir, out of that every year?
Absolutely. You see, the taxation for every citizen of the country, irrespective of profession, caste, creed, religion, what have you. So we do pay our share of taxes on our pension that we have, and obviously the taxes are not on pension per se. It's on the individual's income.
Yes.
So the people may be having, some kind of additional income by way of, property, land, etc., etc. So, to that extent, the rules are familiar. The rules are universal. And then, the middle class to which we belong, the payment is done straight away by the paying authority.
So there might be some rental income, there might be some interest incomes, maybe some stock market investment, but that's pretty much it, right? That's the sources of income. But is it then, when we see the guy who's the first time he makes 2 crores is then he picks up a golden visa to Dubai? Why do people go to get a golden visa in Dubai by buying property there? Is to dodge income tax. Okay, let's be clear, you don't pay taxes. So is that frustrating, or should we say, if you can't beat them, join him? As soon as you get, guys, 2-3 crores, go get a golden visa, shift there and try to avoid taxes in India. Isn't that frustrating, General Saab?
Frustration can lead us nowhere. The point of issue is, yes, on the face of it looks, the headlines, and the news lines, and the bylines, and the Twitter world, we all talk about it. How does it make a difference? It's not in my canvas. So those who can, they will do it. But 99.9% have no option. So, you might as well lay back, enjoy what you have, and look towards contribution. To actually, frankly speaking, if we look at a developed India in a distant future or a near future, or shall we say 2047, how do we go about it? We have to pay taxes. The tax rationalization has taken place. We look back over
okay, as the
7, 8,
infamous
9
saying,
years.
death and taxes. Okay, so we have to pay taxes. We always have had to pay taxes. We always will have to pay taxes. But it's about the fairness of a system, right? And the system right now, and I'm saying it in your face, it's got nothing to do with this government, previous government, or honestly even next government. Okay, the system at this point of time is telling you that if you're very, very rich, you're pretty sorted in terms of the proportional tax you'll pay, because you found a mechanism to dodge it. Even your house is not in your own name. In fact, when very rich people buy property, they don't transfer from one person to the other. They form a company, the property is in the name of the company, and you buy the company, you don't buy the property. Okay, that's how these guys do it, right? I'm not even talking about offshoring. Then there is a set of people, very rich, own thousands of bighas, drive a Mercedes, but they say agricultural income, no tax. Okay, we can't grudge the people at the bottom of the pyramid, okay, who are earning 4-5 lakhs, okay, who might be an auto rickshaw driver, okay, for not paying taxes. So it's at the top, that's the frustration happens. All right, so let me get Satya Kumar into this conversation before I get Mr. Khurma into this. Satya Kumar ji, like I said, people watching the broadcast want to know 2 things. GST is not part of the budget. Everything else is devil in the details. So it's about taxes, and it's probably about how the market is going to respond. So I'm going to ask you the first question first. Taxes, other than incremental change, any miracles expected?
Yeah, Rishabh, the present budget comes in the tough times, whether we agree or not. The economic fundamentals like GDP, fiscal deficit, numbers can be proclaimed and propagated. But we should see the fact of a common man. Today, the GST is charged on an inflation, the price rise. There are 2 price rise. One is asset price inflation, as well as there is a food price inflation. When there is an inflation, definitely people will expect to provide tax benefits, especially to the middle class. Especially the middle class will expect tax benefits as an announcement. So this tax benefits to whom does this tax benefit to be targeted? The honest taxpayers in this country at any point of time is the salaried employee. Because once he gets a salary, Section 192 of the Income Tax Act The TDS is deducted, first share goes to the government, next comes to his home. So he has to be incentivized, he has to be provided the benefit. So this budget has to target at least 15 lakhs as the tax benefit to, and the people who are in the 15 lakhs income has to be incentivized heavily. They may take up deduction, they may provide deduction, they may provide rebate, or whatever may be the form. But they should ensure up to 15 lakhs people are provided tax benefit over
no, but that's the point. No, so you're saying, Satya Kumar ji, exactly what I said, incremental change. No, you'll take it from X to Y, Y to Z. I am saying an overall issue. And I'll give people watching the broadcast an example. Okay, a big corporate is operating in this country. I'm not going to name it. All right, it's brought in investment, and they've set up a large multi-100 crore project. The multi-100 crore project has wound up. Okay, it's shut down, and they've sold assets at peanuts, and they've run 3, 4, 5, 600 crore loss. A person like me, who's a salaried person, is going, oh my God, 600 crore loss. Whoa! But the actual founder is not worried at all, because he is going to write off the loss and index it from next year onwards, and not pay any taxes for the next few years. So they're not stressed out about the loss. And if you showed me a minus 600 crore figure, I would have a heart attack. These people are saying, okay, we index it against the taxes and we are okay. So Satya Kumar, there is a frustration on that point, because as you said, first check from our salaries goes to government.
So definitely the corporates have their own ways of managing. In fact, loss carry forward scenario is there. They can do a merger and acquisition of the loss making entity. There are tax planning strategy available to corporates, because corporates can move their capital abroad. They can use tax havens. They can use tax arbitrage as a model, and the round tripping can be used as a model. And even Dubai, whatever you are mentioning as Dubai as an entity, they can use all these methodologies to reduce tax. Coming to the point where we have IBC code, when they take loan from a bank and they're not able to pay, IBC comes as a savior, and they are able to transfer their business safely to some other businessman, and there is a haircut of the loan. All these facilities are available to a corporate. I'm talking about common man, middle class, who is suffering, whose expenditure and consumption has reduced in the past 1 year by 60%. 60% the consumption has got reduced in the middle class, and the poor people are not able to sustain because of the price rise, and the GST is levied on fortified kernel rice. I am from South. Fortified kernel rice are distributed through public distribution system, and on that GST is levied. On popcorn, GST is levied. Menu-based taxation has come. We subscribed only for one nation, one market, one tax. We accepted multiple tax rates and GST, but we cannot accept menu-based taxation.
Okay, no, but okay. For people watching the broadcast, the menu-based taxation always existed.
That cannot be accepted.
You know, in this country, if you sat in a restaurant with an AC, you paid a different tax rate. If you sat in a restaurant without an AC, you paid a different tax rate. I don't know if you had a pankha, was it a different tax rate? If it was a cooler, different tax rate, I don't know.
Menu-based taxation. Dosa with podi, 18%. Dosa with masala, 12%. Popcorn with caramel, 18%. What is this rate?
Okay. Okay, I promise you, it's not unique. It's not unique. If you go to Dubai and you buy popcorn with caramel, you will pay a higher tax. All right. I know this is a meme conversation which has been going on for the past 3 weeks. So it's true in other parts also. But the reason it is frustrating, because government has to find a way to find the money. Okay. You have to take from Peter and then pay Paul, right? That's exactly how it's going to happen. Government has no money. Okay. It's all the people's money. Everything. So it has to find the money. The best finance minister can do is what is called revenue neutral. That if we got 10,000 crores last year from direct taxes, this year if we had kept the regime up, it would have gone up to 11,000 crores. So I'm losing that 1,000 crores extra income. So I'm doing something revenue neutral, which means something goes down, something somewhere else goes up. Now this is all great if the country is doing well. Now let me just take a sectoral intervention before I take on the larger picture. Vishal Kurma is joining us. Mr. Kurma, you're running a university out of Hyderabad, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
So how many people do you employ, sir, who are teaching and staff members and other ancillary people?
We have total of about close to 1100 plus people.
So 1100 people who are then salaried people, right? I mean, it's a venture, but then all of these people, if the tax rate today goes down without any cost to you, those people will have more money in their bank account. So you benefit because they'll be happier, they'll be slightly wealthier, they'll benefit. So are you hopeful that something special happens?
See, Rishabh, thank you so much for setting the context all this while. A couple of things. One, of course, the consumption is very, very sluggish at the moment, and that is basically plaguing the entire economy as we speak. And now towards that, a couple of factors have basically come up, and which also impacts the job creation, which results towards the economy's disposable income, per capita disposable income for them. Now, if you have to get those things sorted, there are a couple of things which are required. One is, of course, the capex from the government side has to pick up for sure, and the deployment has not been done, particularly for this year. And maybe it is because of the last July budget post the elections, and then they didn't get time or whatever, and the consumption was not there for the capital expenditure which they had allocated. Now there's a 12% dip which is there, which obviously would have impacted the consumption story there. Second is you definitely need the job creation, which will also get impacted if the capital expenditure takes up and it moves towards the north side. So that is going to work. For job creation, which also is going to impact the consumption, is you need desperately, I would say, you need the urbanization of the next 50 towns to come up to the level of the 6 metros which are there in this country. And if that happens, that can only happen once you have the setting up of SEZs in those particular cities, and also some of the GCCs coming and setting up in those particular cities.
Okay, so let me ask a follow-up, Mr. Kurma, on that, because it seems we are not in a crisis, right? There's no disaster happening right now, both in India or, seriously in any parts of the world. I know growth is a bit sluggish, but, we've come out of COVID. There's no economic crisis. There's no, financial markets meltdown. So everything looks good. So what Mr. Kurma is referring to is that when you say I'm going to spend 30,000 crores on building infrastructure, but by the end of the year, you don't have enough projects to have consumed the 30,000 crores, you haven't deployed the funds, and therefore it's of no real use to the economy. But the issue is, when we see the roads are getting built, the metro stations are getting built, the trains are coming online, we are seeing the airports getting built. It seems that what you're saying is happening. All of this is happening. But at the same time, the GDP growth just won't go beyond 7%. What's happened?
See, Rishabh, one thing I would like to tell you is direct taxes or STT or even the capital gains, the target for this year, government has already met. There is an increase in the bracket by about 7.5% number of taxpayers. Now, even if there is a collection which is higher, which is almost 17-18% growth over the previous year in terms of direct taxes, what I'm talking about, and you have met the target, don't you think if the consumption is bad, now the time is there to cut the taxes for the middle class? Because if you are sitting on that kind of a chunk of funds and you have achieved your targets, it clearly means the consumption needs.
Yeah, but my question is, why is it bad? Country seems to be looking okay. I mean, my dipstick test always is, go to the markets, are they quiet or are they buzzing? They seem to be buzzing. Everything looks good. But when the GDP figures hit us, they just don't cross 7%. Why is consumption bad? What is happening? What is the miasma?
The consumption is going wrong because of the kind of inflations which are there, the job creation which is not happening as per the expectation. Those two are the big factors which are there. And unless we address those things in a systemic way in the economy, those are not going to change. You saw the taxes, direct taxes, almost growing at about 18% odd in this year. But why the economy is still growing at 6.2%? Can anybody tell me that? There is a clear reason which is there. Because if your tax net has increased by 7.5%, your collections are up by almost 18%, the economy shouldn't be at this kind of a level of 6.2%, and you're giving a forecast of 6.4%.
Okay, so there is an X factor.
Now it is going to align towards Viksit Bharat 2047, where you need minimum 8%, 8.5%.
Okay, that's what the economic survey said yesterday. You need minimum 2 decades of 8% growth, which means that you got to have 0 year, all right? that this is the first year when we surpassed 8% growth. Some people would say, no, you need to do 10% growth, all right? But let's say 8% growth. China was exceeding 10, 12, 14% growth at its peak of growth, not anymore, but they did that for 2.5 decades, okay, to get where they are. So we'll have to do the same. We got 22 years till 2047. So which becomes 0 year? Let me put that question to Gautam Mukherjee. Gautam Mukherjee, it seems rather odd, but the statistics are telling us this, that even though we are seeing the highways being built and we are seeing the airports being built and the forex reserve numbers look okay, the FDI numbers look great, the startup numbers look fine, the unicorn numbers seem to look great, even the trade numbers are not looking bad. Everything, GST numbers, every month seems to be a record. But when it comes to the core economic growth measured in GDP, we just can't seem to get north of 7%.
Well, the main reason for that is investment. If you do not put money into investment, that is into infrastructure, into developing industry, into developing other ancillaries that will promote, greater production, inclusive, of course, of employment, then you cannot grow. Now, one of our obsessions, and I would say it's a good obsession if you look at it from, the point of view of not going belly up, is control of inflation and control of the deficit. Now, these two things obsess the planners, and they have done a good job on it, and people praise us for it. But it also restricts us to under 7% growth. And, we console ourselves by saying it's the greatest in the world. But look at the $4 trillion base. So you're growing at under 7% on a $4 trillion base. You should be at 10 and 15 trillion. How are you going to get there? There is no other way. Jitna chini utna meetha. There's no other way.
Okay, but it seems, like I said, it seems to be happening, but I was in the morning, okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you decide to make yourself a cup of tea and you put a patila and put water in it and you turn it on, it'll start heating up. So there's an incremental change in temperature. But then comes a point at 100 degrees Celsius where there's a change of state, where it changes from liquid into gas. And then the change happens very, very fast. So we are hunting right now as a country for that point, that incremental change turning into an orbital change. Now it can happen, other countries have done it. We seem to have the puzzle pieces in play, but we haven't hit it. Now then that's the next big difficult question, and it's not an easy one to answer. I'm going to just touch upon this thought with Mr. Kurma and Mr. Rawal first. Mr. Rawal, so one was taxes, the other is the markets. Now the markets are in a corrective phase, which is fine. They've been at record highs every month last year. So a little bit of correction, 10% here and there is fine. Are we in trouble in the market? So the Sensex is up 900 points today. How do you expect the markets to react?
I don't feel market is in trouble. There is no issue at all. So it's a normal phenomena. Everything doesn't go up as you are saying, it's boiling and boiling and boiling. But every time you have to sometimes switch off the gas also. Otherwise it will blast. So now the thing is, the market was at that stage whenever it was going completely on the rising way only. Now the time it was there, this correction was very much due. And today if you really see, it's again, I think approximately 1,000 points up. So I think something must have been happening in the budget. That's the reason the market is reacting to that. And I don't feel that way. The other thing you said, that when that point will come, when we'll be going to the upward, the basic thing is actually the interest burden on this country is very, very high. So as Gautam was saying that investment is the point, I will say that your own debt has to be reduced. The government has to reduce its own expenditure. The cost, the administrative costs and all, they are very high. They have to reduce. Every year we talk about that to reduce it, and we are doing it. But I think we are not achieving that targets also. That is also very important as compared to the GDP numbers, because you have to reduce your expenditure. Only then you will be having some money to pay the debts, and as and when you are in a comfortable in debts, you can make your investments, you can put your money in infrastructure as a cheaper money. Right now, it's a very costlier money we are
Okay.
imposing. We are putting in,
Okay,
which is
the cost
resulting
of
into
money.
all
Let
this.
me put that into perspective. If the most stable collateral you can ever offer a bank is generally considered to be real estate. It's an immovable property. Okay, so if you are lucky and you have a great banker and a good track record, if you buy a house, you'll pay 8% interest on any loan you take on the house. Most corporates should be borrowing at north of 10%, 12%. Other loans will cost you 12%, 14%. Okay. Now, if you're in the United States of America, if you buy a house, you're paying maybe 2% interest on a house loan. Okay. Now, yes, that doesn't mean property bubbles don't happen in America and cause crises. We've been there, done that. So let me get a perspective here. Let me get Rohit back here. Rohit, we have been in this high interest economy forever. This is what we know. If you put money in a bank, you get a higher rate of interest. Therefore, for somebody who wants to borrow money from a bank, they pay even higher rate of interest. Can we fundamentally change this? Is it even possible?
Answer to that, again, we need to understand why this is so. As you rightly mentioned, if we look at the American and the European country where the cost of borrowing is very less, we need to find out the ways why this interest rates is at 9% as of now for the housing loan kind of thing. And correspondingly, the FD rates are pegged at around 7.5%. The point is that the money that is coming into the system by way of taxes or other way, until and unless the government wants to put this money back into the system by way of capex expenditure or making the consumption at a very high, this interest rates are not going to come down. We have seen in the past when the FD rates were around 6%, when the home loan interest was at 7% kind of thing, the rates were at a reduced rate. And the reason was that there was an increased consumption at that point of time. Until and unless, as Mr. Kurma has mentioned, until and unless we increase the consumption, there is no gainsaying that interest rates are not going to come down.
Okay, everybody is saying consumption. That's the problem. That's what's holding you back. That's what's taking you below that 7% consistently. We've had an interruption of COVID, but now that's done and dusted. We're 3 years later. So we have to have the base. We have to have year zero. That this is the year we hit 8% growth. Mr. Kurma, just stay with me 1 second. I want to get the general in who's been listening very patiently to our conversation. Now, General Kumar, let's spend a few minutes discussing another side of the puzzle. For people watching the broadcast, we are talking roughly about 6 lakh crores, maybe a little bit more, is going to be a defense allocation, right? Of which about 4 lakh crores is just doing the basics, paying salaries, paying pensions. You have about between 1.7 and 2 lakh crores, which is stuff you can buy. So when we say defense budget, we just don't mean buying tanks and planes. Most of that is paying bills. You have to feed the army or do other things, okay? So now in terms of stuff you can buy, you have two conundrums. One is that still the majority of it comes from abroad. Second is, even though we are producing about 20,000 crores worth of goods and exporting them from India now, those are generally not the state-of-the-art high-tech goods, not including BrahMos and a few other things. So let me get the General Kumar in. General Kumar, if we eliminate, number one, eliminate import of defense equipment, forget that. If we start exporting defense equipment, a single plane, state-of-the-art plane, one plane, $200 million it can earn you. Where are we in that journey that we, instead of being a net consumer of defense, we become a net earner from defense?
Rishabh, as of now, it's a pipe dream. Our entire edifice of military might, whatever it is today, and by the way, it's huge. We are the 4th largest military machine globally. But the other aspect is, as CIPRI tells us for over a decade now, that we have been the largest importer of arms, munition system. Now from suddenly a largest importer, or shall I say one of the largest importer, if we take last couple of years data into consideration, to an exporter is a huge, huge difference. Making an aircraft or a tank or a ship or a missile system takes decades. It's a long gestation period, both in terms of finances as in terms of time. When we hear of the Boeings and the Fiat and the others, bigs in France or Europe or America, their genesis was the Second World War. So those behemoths are behemoths today because they've been in this business for a long, long period of time. Second aspect, if there is no war, they are part of dual-use technology. So if they make a machine, the engine is used for cars, buses, and what have you. So we're able to sustain them. So that is the kind of a background it is. Now, of course, we have made a humble beginning. The first thing we have done is to change our dependency. We were 80% dependent or 85% dependent on the Russian system, be the tanks, be the ships, be the aircraft. What have you, the mixed variety or your tanks or T varieties and the ships, frigates and what have you. Everything was Russian order. Over last about a decade or so, we have consistently taken a decision to shift our dependence or make our dependence more broad-based. So we've gone to France and USA and Israelis who bailed us out another number of times. So that is one. And secondly, the Atmanirbhar Bharat, which we started. So we made a beginning. Imagine exporting 200 crore worth of ancillaries to over 36,000 crores in the previous year. So that's a huge step. Maybe these are the lower technology ones, but that's what we can do. So the focus of the government, the focus of the people is come onto this little area of
so let me flip around. Let me flip around the question. Do we have and I know it's a complex question because there's no easy answer, and I don't want to do any bashing of anything here. But do we have in the high tech products, in the LCA or in the Arjun or in the missile systems, BrahMos is an example which you are selling to the Philippines. Do we have at least some systems at the higher end of the ticket which parties abroad might be willing to pay a big buck for?
Yes, we have a fairly good track record in three areas where we have worked independently for a few decades now. Space is one of them, and space has a connotation with regards to the security strategic concern. Second was the atomic energy. That itself is a homegrown program, and that's a big deterrent as far as security is concerned. And third is the integrated missile defense system that we have upon, with the Agni variants or the Akash variants and whatever. Now these have been good. We've spent about large amount of resources. So about last 35 to 40 years to have achieved this little stage. So that is the kind of a thing we have. Now the ball game is how much of it is commercial or which you can probably export it and get revenues out of it.
Okay.
That's a
okay. All right. So last quick question, then I want to wrap up with the others before I take a break. So General, when we talk about America, for decades we talk about the American military industrial complex. Okay. In reality, India is just beginning to create a military industrial complex because all the others have been, from Mazagon Docks to HAL are all public entities. Now we are getting L&T and Adani and Mahindra and all these people starting up and trying to make howitzers and and other things. Are we heading in the direction that yes, in our lifetimes before the decade is out, we will see a industrial complex that is going to be worth hundreds of billions of dollars?
Yes, I think our labor in this direction is tending to bear fruit. Whether it's the Tatas who are into a large amount of hardware, or Baba Kalyani, which is making guns, or the L&T. Yes, the guns are being ordered for by the Indian Army itself. So A is manufacturing, and B is manufacturing those products which are acceptable by the user. I'm sure if we are on the big threshold for these is concerned. These are not very high tech, but they are certainly reasonably high technology. Imagine the name. Every Indian knows about Bofors, the artillery gun, which created sensation then. Now we are in a position to manufacture our own artillery guns, and I'm sure we'll be able to export it and get some revenue as well and add on value. So these 3-4 companies today, the indigenous homegrown country, it lasts about 2.5 decades to 3, shall I put it, have done tremendous amount of work. L&T, the Tata.
There's so much I want to talk to you about but I want to ask you the question, artificial intelligence, drone swarms, zero contact warfare, lessons from Ukraine. I mean, these are upcoming things. We've just seen, robo dogs marching on Rajpath. Is this just hoopla, or is it very real and it's coming, and we really need to get on board with this?
See, technology is the driver for human beings, and majority of the technology and research and development has come through warfare or during war. Today, which we see the internet, it is a result of US defense project, which became so very successful. So when you're talking of these technology which have come in and being exploited and used by grandmoms in Ukraine to fire at the Russian tanks. See, imagine the plight in the Ukraine-Russia war 3 years back, or 2 years, 9 months back. The might of the Russian Empire thought they could probably go in and capture Kyiv in 4.5 to 5 days, like the Second World War blitzkrieg of the Germans, which capitulated France in no time.
Yes.
So there it was. So these technologies are no longer.
But that's exactly why I've asked you this question, because we've all seen the footage of how you take a cheap, probably Chinese drone, and you sellotape a grenade at the bottom of it and use it as a kamikaze strike on a troop carrier, and be successful. And that's modern guerrilla warfare. It is going to be, and yes, the combat, what do I call them? The four-legged, whatever we've seen on Rajpath, I'll leave it at that. So some of them will be used for surveillance, but some of them are going to have advanced weapon systems. The Americans have been flying UAVs in Afghanistan from Nevada for the past 15 years. So those reality checks are here with us. Hold that thought. We're at about an hour away. You're seeing all the cavalcades, but the bottom line is that yes, people have started arriving in Parliament, and we're going to see a marathon speech coming up in an hour. Before I take a short break, the last one before we see the speech, quick perspectives from everyone, starting with Gautam Mukherjee. Gautam Mukherjee, your expectations?
Well, I think it's going to be a investment intensive budget. There is no way out. I mean, relative to spec, people talk of 11 lakh crores in infrastructure development, more for the railways and other areas, that some of the new areas will also be introduced. I do think there is going to be a SOP for the bottom of the pyramid for the middle class, and there will be a lot of SOPs for farmers, poor people, etc., because this is the first budget of
the new government. That's correct. Mr. Kurma, same thoughts. Now we've discussed everything. Your expectation. What do you think is actually going to happen?
On the expectations front, I think the middle class, which is in the range of salary bracket 10 to 20 lakhs, is the one where the consumption is getting sluggish. So those slabs, particularly towards addressing those brackets, is something which is the first thing which the government should be looking at, apart from the investment in the capex which has to come up. Second thing, I think some kind of a PLI should be there for the companies, for the corporates, because in 2019, when they cut the corporate tax, the idea was that the private participation in the capex also on the infrastructure front will increase, which has not increased that much, and that has got pocketed for whatever reasons. So PLI should be there. And the last bit for my higher education piece, which I want to put forward for the finance minister, would be that the CSR portion or percentage should be allocated by these companies for the universities to set up the research centers, incubation centers, and drive the innovation through these universities.
But why do the universities have to be forced to do this? Because I promise you, I was having this conversation in the previous session, right before you joined, that why, if somebody understands that AI is the future, we don't want to ask people like you to set up a kamra with a pankha. We need to give you 1,000 NVIDIA 5090 GPUs to process the LLM models, and that's the people who will. That's the people you will hire 1 year later. So right now, everyone, including me, in my profession, have to hire people who know nothing. I have people who come and give interviews, who ask them a question, what is India's GDP, and they do not know. And they voluntarily want to be journalists covering the budget. Okay. So then we accepted that, okay, I'm going to hire them, and for 6 months I'm going to train them, right? So why aren't these people doing it? Thinking like this?
I think there is a strong focus which is there on the other social impact initiatives also, which I think are there. So it is a matter of balancing is what I would say, and how to balance the allocation of the CSR funds. So somewhere it is very, very lopsided in my point of view, and it is definitely not going in the right direction.
My point was, it is in corporate interest to invest in education, okay?
It is very much
and by
there.
education, I do not mean put a pankha and in a room, all right, and give them a computer. Education means you need the lab, you need the CNC machine, you need the supercomputer where all of this is going to take place. That's what's required. Rohit, quick thoughts, your expectations before I take a break.
Yeah, I believe there would be some impetus for the manufacturing sector so that more jobs are created. As far as the personal income tax portion is concerned, obviously, I think there would be some tax swaps for the middle class. The basic demand of raising the tax exemption limit should be met. Then the HRA exemption, which is there in the old scheme, should be extended into the new scheme as well. Then the standard deduction, which is there at 75,000, should be increased. Something like that, filing of tax return. The important thing is that the government should consider allowing the joint filing of return for the family kind of thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
the second person they mentioned that, a concept of used to be HUF, okay, it's not wiped out completely, but joint filing. Last thoughts, Mr. Rawal, on your expectations.
I agree with you, sir. Now it is high time to bring the family. It is not a HUF, Rishabh. We are talking about wife, husband, married filing jointly.
Yes.
HUF was a different concept. It has its own pros and cons. That's the reason it is not being so popular now. But on the other side, married filing jointly is a concept which Europeans and US is already following up. And that really emotionally also keeps the family bonded, as well as gives more money in the hands of the family to give more consumption driven market.
Okay, explain this to me. Okay, let's say I'm earning 20 lakh rupees and my wife is earning 20 lakh rupees. Okay, why would it make sense for us to join the income? Wouldn't that increase our tax bracket?
No, this doesn't increase the tax bracket. They have to rationalize that way that the tax brackets are not increased.
So what's the benefit for me to file joint in theory?
Yes, the benefits are there. In your case, your wife is making 20 lakhs, you are making 20 lakhs, so example is different. If I take your wife is earning only 5 lakhs and you are earning 20 lakhs rupees and tax slab is 30 lakhs rupees for all, the higher tax. So you get the benefit of that. You don't reach to that slab jointly and get the benefit.
Jointly we don't reach, because then that income on an average becomes 25 lakhs. So divided by 2 is actually 12.5 lakhs. Okay, that's the logic. I need to take a break. We'll see you in a few minutes. And then we are non-stop until we get to hear the speech, and then of course spend the next few hours analyzing it. However interesting that's going to be. The budgetary exercise, ladies and gentlemen, is not what it was 20 years ago. This is not the be all and end all, because as Mr. Kurma and others have been pointing us, you can announce, but it's in the execution as far as government is concerned. And for the rest of us, we are just hoping government gets out of the way, because government can't deliver 10% growth. India is going to have to deliver 10% growth. That's all of us. A lot of good things are happening. A lot of excitement is happening. A lot of curiosity is there. We do the countdown on the other side. See you in a minute.
ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰ 8 ਘੰਟੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਬਿਜਲੀ 'ਚੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਕੱਟ ਲੱਗਿਆ? ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ। ਕੱਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਛੱਡੋ, ਬੱਲਬ ਨੇ ਝਮੱਕਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਨਾ, ਝਮੱਕਾ।
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ।
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ।
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ। 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ? ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ। ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ। ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ पूरे इंडिया में बनना चाहिए।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
उत्तर प्रदेश की धरती वीरों से भरी है। सरहद पर देश की सीमा की सुरक्षा करते हुए जान न्यौछावर करने वाले यूपी के बहादुरों का लंबा इतिहास है। उत्तर प्रदेश की योगी सरकार बॉर्डर पर शहीद होने वाले प्रदेश के वीर सपूतों के परिवारों की सुध ले रही है।
अपने प्राणों की आहुति देने वाले सैनिकों के परिजनों को 50 लाख रुपए की अनुग्रह राशि।
2018 में मुख्यमंत्री योगी ने जारी किया शासनादेश। शौर्यपूर्ण पराक्रम दिखाते हुए सर्वोच्च बलिदान करने वालों के परिवार को मदद, शहीद सैनिकों के आश्रितों को सरकारी नौकरी, शहीद के छोटे बच्चों की पढ़ाई लिखाई का खर्च उठाएगी सरकार। सेना अर्धसैनिक बलों के शहीद के आश्रितों को आर्थिक मदद दोगुना। शहीद की पत्नी आश्रितों को अब 50 लाख रुपए आर्थिक मदद। पत्नी और बच्चों को 35 लाख रुपए, माता पिता को 15 लाख रुपए। उत्तर प्रदेश के अर्धसैन्य बलों और सेना के शहीदों के लिए योगी सरकार के फैसलों से न सिर्फ अधिकारियों और कर्मचारियों का मनोबल बढ़ा है, बल्कि शहीदों के आश्रितों को संबल भी प्राप्त हो रहा है।
खाने में कोई स्वाद नहीं है।
अरे किफायती लाल, सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले, स्वाद हुआ बेकार। इधर कीमती लाल को देखो, खाना बना कमाल। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰ 8 ਘੰਟੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਬਿਜਲੀ 'ਚੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਕੱਟ ਲੱਗਿਆ? ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ। ਕੱਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਛੱਡੋ, ਬੱਲਬ ਨੇ ਝਮੱਕਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਨਾ, ਝਮੱਕਾ।
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ।
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ।
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ। 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ? ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ। ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ। माँ फिर ऐसा मुख्यमंत्री पूरे इंडिया में बनना चाहिए।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
पिछली बार 8 घंटे वाली बिजली चो कोई कट लग्या नहीं लग्या। कट दी गल तां छड्डो, बल्ब ने झमक्का भी नहीं मारना, झमक्का।
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ।
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ।
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ। 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ। ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ।
Welcome back. We are now in this marathon build-up, and it's going to be non-stop. The finance minister actually starts delivering her speech in just under an hour from now. Ladies and gentlemen, mine will be the last generation that remembers when the union budget was the be-all and end-all. Because 25 years ago, 30 years ago, the government ran the economy. Now the government manages the economy. 25, 30 years ago, this speech and every businessman, every employee, every person in the country would be on tenterhooks because lives and fates and fortunes would be decided on what was done. Not so much anymore. A large part of what government earns, GST is anyway out of the budget, it's in a GST council somewhere else. And a broader understanding that the budget speech is telling you government priority areas, where the thrust of the theme is, what the conceptualization of what is urgent seems to be. Everything else in terms of policy happens here around. You hear the ministries announcing programs and plans all the time, at every given opportunity in fact. So the budgetary exercise that comes up with something we've never heard of before hasn't happened in a long time. So you will rather see an accounting exercise, a themology, hopefully some good news, even though the news on the GDP front could have been a little bit better yesterday. But overall the country is doing well, we are heading in the right place, we would want to be doing better. Now within that, for all of us, what remains other than the devil in the detail is frankly what happens to income taxes and what happens to the stock markets and how do they digest. Everything else is devil in the detail. So let me pick up this conversation and try my best to have it. Bindu Dalmia joining us on the broadcast, Jayajit Bhattacharya is with us, Wing Commander Sudhakaran with us, and Mitali joining us as well. Jayajit, let me start with you. Okay, so I want to start the macro picture with you because everything looks great. We are seeing the highways, we are seeing the train stations, we are seeing the iPhones, we are seeing, you know, defense production happening. It seems to be going just fine. Inflation is under, everything seems to be fine. But our GDP figures just won't go past 7%. They're just stubborn. What's the problem?
The devil lies in the details. So as you rightly said, the economic survey is like the report card, and the report card kind of gives us an A grade in terms of how we are handling economy. But then why doesn't it feel good? And if you look at the details of how income is happening, the income of the middle class is happening. That is getting challenged because of multiple factors, including inflation. And so the discretionary power of the discretionary spend of the middle class is getting curtailed. Along with it, it was an election year. And as we all know that the infrastructure spending by the government was also curtailed, which also hit the incomes of the middle class, because that's how the two are connected. Because of the government spend, the incomes finally petered down to the middle class. And one led to the other. So in terms of structural issue, was there really a structural issue? Not really. It was more about how the infrastructure spend of the government took a backseat because of elections, and not really a backseat. There was a model code of conduct that came in, and therefore expenditure was curtailed for about a quarter and not much. And that reflected in the weakening of the demand. Also, for sure, there has been an inflation. There has been a significant food inflation, which you can't really control through monetary policies or fiscal policies. You have to control it through demand, through supply side economics. And with climate change and geopolitical disruption, that was a challenge.
But something's a problem, because Jayjeet, last year, okay, 2024, the highest ever bumper crop, okay, of wheat. So record production of wheat, record production of rice, record production of fruits and vegetables. So everything is on the record, right? So it is not like there was a drought last year and we got stuck because of some El Nino, some kind of issues which keep happening, because India is still monsoon dependent. So like I said, everything seems to be just fine. Every index tells you that we should be killing it, but the GDP index says we are not. Where have we gotten stuck?
Again, coming back to the point that government expenditure is 20% of the GDP. If you look at even the fiscal deficit numbers, they have improved, and that's not necessarily something to be celebrated, because that just means the government did not spend what was budgeted. Once that spending happens, our economy is still dependent on government spending, and the government has been judiciously spending in the sense that it's not overspending. As it is, we have a significant portion of our revenue expenditure actually going into interest payments. So we wouldn't like to borrow too much, but there is a fine balance to be done.
Yeah.
And so coming back to your question, what's really ailing us? If everything looks good, what's ailing us is not really much. It is basically a temporary blip, is the way I would see it. Let's wait for the Q4 results in the next couple of months.
Okay, guys, because there are bottom lines. The bottom lines are very clear. The economic survey made it clear as well, and we all know it, right? We've got 22 years now. That's the deadline, self-imposed, self-volunteered deadline. 2047, developed economy, which means you'll have to grow at north of 8% every year from now till then. Okay. Some year will have to be 0 year, which means that's the first year you started growing at 8% to then hit a stride of 8% and more every year. Which is it going to be? Mithali, we just seem to be not getting past. Something happens, COVID happens, then COVID recovery. So other than the post-COVID correction, which of course you went into double-digit growth, but that of course is a cyclical thing. We've just not been able to, everything, I can see the highway, it's a great place to drive. I know the property prices on that highway have gone up. I know it's become expensive for me to go out and eat. So, I can see the markets are buzzing. I can see all sorts of fancy cars on the roads. It seems that the country is doing great, but the GDP figure says, yeah, we are okay, we can do better. Why?
So I think, Rishabh, that's because all of us have a partial view of the economy. So in the last 6 months or 8 months, thanks to my work, I've been traveling to not only the tier 1, but a lot of tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities. And that's where you start to see the inequalities and the cracks. Because it's important to be able to explain that while a lot of benefits of growth have come into, the larger cities, have come into the top consumption basket, and we have managed to create a lot of millionaires also. In fact, we've also managed to create dollar millionaires and dollar billionaires. But there is still a large portion of our economy which continues to be, say, even below poverty line, or, remaining below a certain minimum consumption threshold. And therefore, it becomes important to say, how do you reach that 8% mark? You reach that 8% mark when a larger and larger proportion of your population starts to get the benefits of growth, starts to engage in that kind of consumption.
But like I said, we are almost at saturation, never before in the history of India, and giving everybody a house. We are almost at saturation, and never before in the history of India, and giving everybody water at home. We are consuming as a country 20 GB of data per person per month. That's almost a GB a day. Think about it. Do 800 million, okay? 800 million gigabytes of data are being consumed in India every single day. So it all looks like we've played all the cards. The country is doing well. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We're going to overtake Germany as the 4th largest any time now, probably already have. So there's no disaster, but it's just not that, it's just stubborn, not beyond 7%. So something needs to be stuck. So it can't just be that I can see that in the tier 2, 3 tier towns, the property rates are skyrocketing, the malls have come up, airports are being built, the highways are being connected. So what's going on?
So, I mean, Rishabh, you very rightly said, we are seeing some amount of development happening in the tier 2 or tier 3, but that development also needs to be sustainable. So, no one is denying that India is the fastest growing emerging economy in the world. It has been for the last 10 years. What we want to do is quicken that pace even further. And for that, we need two ingredients: sustainability and innovation. We need to see sustainability in the way we manufacture things. We are still using old processes. We need better labor productivity, capital productivity. And secondly, we need innovation. We need to be leading the world on a number of things, like artificial intelligence.
Okay, I'm going to hold that. Okay, just hold that thought, because I'm going to get Bindu Dalmia in. So Bindu Dalmia, I'm a millennial. Okay, I am that borderline millennial. Okay, so I grew up in the 1990s. In India. So I am the, again, last generation that remembers when country had no money, that even in the national capital, the schools had to be shut because there was no petrol for
those days.
Petrol on the buses. I remember, a government being formed every 6 months, general elections, because, we were in total mess. So Narendra Modi has given us, number one, stability in government for now 12 years.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Without a doubt.
Number two, I've just mentioned, we are achieving saturation on what we should have been expecting as basic things: the ability to go to the bathroom and the ability to drink some water. So we are achieving saturation. So we are building highways like never before, airports like never before, ports like never before, trains are being upgraded like never before. It seems to be happening, but the GDP figure says it's not happening fast enough. Why is that?
May I mildly differ with my co-panelists and little bit with you to the extent that I don't think, Rishabh ji, we have space for either complacency or being self-congratulatory, because the effects of growth and progress have yet to trickle down. We may have high GDP growths in the past, a median of about 7, but the growths did not adequately trickle down to the bottom of the pyramid, even though the Gini coefficient has shown that there has been a bridging of disparities. However, I think that global macros are going to definitely determine the contours of this budget. To deal with the unprecedented geo-economic shocks that are in the offing from both America and from China, policymakers have got to show a sense of urgency, a sense of flexibility, of being agile to responsive to changes coming in from disruptions coming in from the US and from China. I think this could well be the 1991 inflection moment for the Modi government, where they could aggressively push for the second generation economic reforms.
Okay. And okay, the question then is, what are those? Because you said it's not trickling down, but if you were in government, okay,
yes,
you're saying, okay, I'm giving 80 crore people free ration. I'm building their houses to near saturation. We're talking about crores, not thousands, crores of houses being built, crores of toilets being built, 12 crore people now with a gas connection, okay. How many crores now with insurance for the first time, be it health or life? What more trickle down can be done from government? I'm assuming everything else has to be an economic process that happens in the country.
It's a lovely question, Rishabh ji, and it would require one or two answers to this. It won't end with one. Firstly, I have never, if you look at today's economic times, I have never seen such screaming urgency from one wing of the government telling the other, get out of the way. No more business as usual, which is the government is recognizing that there is a need for speedy reforms. We need to fall back on what was a prescribed textbook success story during the COVID era. We fell back on infrastructure growth, Atmanirbharta, which is our own consumption, reviving our own domestic consumption. And most important is now to get the GSDP of the states going, because states is where the total factor productivity needs to increase in terms of easing of land, labor laws, being more improving on the ease of doing business, the cost of doing business, the ease of paying taxes. I think we need radical changes. It's incremental.
Okay, so there is something that tells us that when it comes to frontline stuff happening, Gujarat is killing it. You'll say, okay, but that was Modi state and BJP ruled state, but so is Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, okay. All in electronics industry, R&D, space sector, all the cool stuff, iPhone manufacturing is happening in Tamil Nadu, okay. So something is going right there. A lot of other places is just not going right. UP has become from a basket case to now an amazing story.
Indeed.
Something special is happening now.
The Bemaru states have to pick up on.
So UP is changing, but others are not. But there's another question to this, because ladies and gentlemen, we are in that moment, okay, and that moment is when a new world is being formulated, okay, and that is happening in the new Cold War between the United States and China. So let me get Wing Commander Sudhakaran into this. Wing Commander Sudhakaran, now we have just been told that after the space race, the new is the AI race, okay, and one side is going to throw $500 billion, okay, $500 billion. That is, ladies and gentlemen, 15% of India's GDP as it exists. They're going to throw in. The other side is saying, actually we just need $5 million, but then actually what's happened with this, DeepSeek, is that it's just a China propaganda machine and it's actually not panned out to what they said they did last week. But it is happening now in semiconductors. We are talking about a 70,000 crore, PLI. 70,000 crores is about $10 billion. The Americans are talking about a $200 billion semiconductor PLI. Okay. So how do we come into frontline tech for the future, Mr. Wing Commander?
Before coming directly to your questions, let me put things in perspective, and then I'll give 8 points from my side.
Please.
Modi is the only pillar of hope for me politically and otherwise for the country, because I simply don't have a viable alternative. That's my reality today. But the problem with the Modi Nirmala pair from a financial perspective is they are the Rohit and Virat Kohlis of our team. My biggest concern today is both are woefully out of form. They are not simply doing enough. What they are doing enough, either because of various constraints, which I do understand because of the freebie politics that are set in, the money that they have to divert to a lot of their schemes. I fully understand that, because there is no political survivability unless and until they do that, because people have become increasingly very transactional. They are looking at their 1,000 rupees and 500 rupees that they want month on month, and the middle class is clamoring for a reduction in the income tax. Where will the resources come from? So from that perspective, the government's stance is fully justified, but they can do some things which they are not doing. Before I begin, if your deep tech strategic consultancy is outsourced, and if the big fives are going to tell you what you need to do, let me tell you, they're not going to give you the right path. They're going to mislead you. Yeah. And that is consistently happening.
I agree.
Take, for example, the UP Defense Industrial Corridor and the Tamil Nadu Defense Industrial Corridor. Both are being consulted by the same big fives. What are we doing? Is it the dearth of talent? No. It is exactly the East India Company model, wherein a foreign military came here, employed your people, and they made you work against you. That's half of my course mates who went out of the forge are today employed by the big fives. They paid peanuts, but they extract. You go to the Bandra Kurla complex of Mumbai, you see the real estate price there. And all this is hogged by the big fives. Do you think that they're bringing money from abroad to be able to spending here? No, they're extracting money from here. And we are simply not understanding that outsourcing strategic consultancy is not simply an option. That's the first biggest mistake.
Okay.
Both the
I've just come out of interviewing with members of the Big Five, but okay. So, Wing Commander Sudhakaran, you don't like the consultants, you don't like the KPMGs and the Deloittes and all the others. Okay. But when it comes to us figuring out the realities ourselves, and we have got people like you, like me, people in government who say, yeah, this is the future, what can we actually do about it?
No, that is what I'm coming to. So the second point is, you can't have compliance holding businesses to a hostage. Today, it's a nightmare for me filling GST, filling the professional tax, Each of these web portals, half the time it doesn't work. If I click it, it goes into a permanent spin. It takes hours of my productive work. Can I have, forget your one nation, one poll. Can I have a one nation, one portal, one sign on and get my entire compliances on an itemized billing? Can you make your entire, you boast so much of digital stuff, but your basics of your MCA portal doesn't work. My directors whom had to be, reshuffled, I had to wait for 8 long months. The consequences when I go for funding, if I don't get these things in place, those things get delayed. You are wasting time of startups like me. You're killing them at the nascent stage. The third point, can we have a single converged portal for MSMEs? Even if I have to do a redressal of grievances, I'm given to understand it takes months together. It just simply doesn't work. GST, it can work for normal trading businesses, but startups don't get business month on month. The consequence is when I get a business, you need my 18% GST. But the next month when I spend, I don't get my input credit. Can you create a rolling credit wherein you take money from me when I sell, but you give me my money back when I buy? Now that will create a lot of liquidity into my business, which will enable me to spend more. Probably you will get more GST. These simple things are not simply understood. The fourth point that I will tell you, deep techs cannot get loans in India. And specifically if you are in the software system, you just simply don't get any loan.
Why?
This
What's the problem?
bogey of Indian government that you get collateral free loan, it just simply doesn't work. You go to SIDBI, they will tell you that you go and get venture capital funding first. They do the due diligence and then I will come with my funding. Why do I need their funding? They simply are out of their minds, because when you say 500 billion is what Stargate program is involving, they don't understand that first of all, you don't allow nascent funding to be coming to any startups. You are not, your policy, see the bureaucrats who are sitting and making policies in air-conditioned rooms, they simply don't understand because they've never done business in their life. The problem with AI is when China made the DeepSeek, the minister got spooked and he came and he announced that in 8 to 10 months, I will make my own GPT. That's a joke. You have not started. 8 to 10 months is just simply out of question. You don't have the GPU infrastructure. Meta alone has 350,000 GPUs at its disposal.
Okay. So now just hold your thought, because I appreciate the fact that when you have issues, you're also giving suggestions, because otherwise then it's a vacuous conversation. So I appreciate you giving very pointed suggestions of what can be done. But let me get Mithali back into this. So Mithali, the themology seems to be, from what we just discussed, and it makes sense, the government can't make India grow at 8%. India's got to grow at 8%, and government primarily has to get out of the way. Yes. Government has a duty in distribution, in welfare, ensuring that everybody gets a fairer deal. That's government job, infrastructure, but beyond that, get out of the way. Are we getting out of the way fast enough?
No.
First of all, Rishabh, I completely agree with Sir, when he says that as a MSME owner myself, just paying a GST, I often have to pay my taxes even before my client has paid me. So, in many cases, I'm actually struggling for working capital.
It's the truth. I can tell you, this is the truth. It's the truth for us where I'm sitting. Your GST has to be paid as soon as you draw the bill, okay?
Yeah.
And the payment comes 6 months later. And I can't tell you what a problem that is for cash flow.
Exactly. So I think this is something, of course, as outside of the budget, but it has to be solved. That's the first thing. The second thing is that, of course, we have to see less government, even in social services and infrastructure. I mean, of course, government has no business doing business. But even in social services, we find that when you bring in public-private partnerships, even setting up like a daycare center, even setting up like a school or a health facility, even there, the government can play a very constructive role by empowering non-governmental organizations, by empowering community-based organizations, which are very rooted to the ground and are actually better and can provide those services cheaper. Government can fund them, but it can, deliver the services with those CBOs. This is something that we need to see more of.
But it's not all gloom and doom. Things have changed. We mentioned filing.
Of course.
Filing income. I filed my income tax return this year. My return was not a lot of money. It was a very small sum of money, but I got it within 15 minutes. Even I could not understand what happened, because I got a message. Then I had to. My dad's a chartered accountant. I had to ask him what is this message, because something has gone wrong. But he said, no, this is your return has been credited. So I checked my account, it had received it. But I said, I just literally got the OTP to file the return, and now I got it. So something has gotten better. Passport filings, so these things are getting better. You are seeing these Aadhaar card, centers that are there that provide various government services. So you can go to one place, there's a guy on a computer, he'll help you sort out things, have gotten better. But Jayjeet, it is a conundrum I am not being able to easily resolve in my head, because I do see these things happening, but then it boils down to some X factor is missing. So what can the man who is directing this, who has said that I will deliver these things, he's delivered a lot of them, what's he got in the bag left? What ideas, what things can he do, or does he needs to do more of the same for longer?
Many people even before me has come out with the same point, and I was deeply involved in the ease of doing business, so I really know what went into it. The big things have been done. What we need to do is a whole series of small little things, and some which may not be that small. For example, fixing the whole patent system, which is a huge wealth generator if you can file the patents very easily. And it was an absolute mess in India. Now it is a complete charm to be able to go and file your own patent and get it within a reasonable period of time, even though it's still not world class. But we have moved from a completely draconian system to something which works and therefore adds value. And the reason I'm saying that is I'm adding to what Sudhakar just mentioned, that we are not able to, that startups are not able to get venture capital. The current Science and Technology Secretary, Dr. Abhay Karandikar, when he had a startup, he actually put his patents as a collateral and got funding from one of the private sector banks. And therefore, you see, these things take time to fall into place. You need to have a very good patent system in place. You need to then have the banking system respond. Similarly, within the government, the lower levels of bureaucracy needs to respond to what the government is doing. And the government has to understand that they're not responding. And therefore, the
Okay. My next question, are the states responding?
Well, yes and no. I mean, many of the larger states are responding, as again, the panelist had mentioned. The Bimaru states are responding very well, for that matter. The large states like Maharashtra, Punjab, I'll take Punjab out, but Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Karnataka, they are responding. Again, I would use the phrase "Dil chahta hai more," which was promoted by Captain Batra. We do need to do more.
And by Pepsi, of course, yes.
Yes, and we need to do it more and faster. Because, if we need to reach that 8% growth level, which is important for our population, which is still continues to grow, it has slowed down, but it's still growing. We need to meet the aspiration. And more importantly, there is a massive disruption in terms of technology that's coming in. So if we don't make things easier, how do we retrain our people? How do we create fast new opportunities which come in time without having social disruption? And the reason I'm using the word social disruption is that if there is large level of joblessness or underemployment, it will lead to social disruption. If suddenly I don't need the global capability centers, then a lot of high quality jobs get disrupted, and I don't need them because I can use AI to reduce the workforce by 90%. And that is what has been happening elsewhere. Now, GCCs contribute to about 8 to 9% of the GDP of the country. And that's going to be a huge hit. Millions and millions of people are employed.
Yeah, so every opportunity has a risk, right? So, never before in the history of humanity have so many people been in one place at one time. Never again in the history of humanity will so many people be in one place at one time. It's not going to happen again. India's population is about to peak. Therefore, global population is also about to peak because China is already declining. We are about to hit peak human population for the first time in the history of the earth. That a species like ours is about to peak in population. It's never happened. Our parents don't understand this, our grandparents, no generation, 100 years ago generation wouldn't understand it. But that's an opportunity and also threat because we have to find jobs for people. Bindu ji, I know this is a complex question because the data is confusing, because if you tell me there are no jobs available, I can tell you I've got jobs available, okay? And the people who come and apply for those jobs and want to do this and sit and do this, my job, sit in this chair and discuss the budget, cannot tell you what India's GDP is right now.
Absolutely.
Okay? So, there are jobs and there are job seekers. The job creators, what have we done on that front?
First of all, Rishabhji, we have to understand that first. Let me just may I deviate for 1 minute and go
Please.
back to the my co-panelist of Q Gates Technology. Let's understand his angst. Which is very representative of what is happening on the ground. We cannot hold the private sector to just carry on increasing capacity till demand does not increase. They have done their fair bit. Yes, the government is right in saying that they have not parted with enough in terms of wages. But I think the private sector has done enough. They are working at 75% of capacity. And what more should they do till demand does not increase? Number two, I think to address the question, okay, we need to definitely give a fillip to employment intensive and labor intensive units. As also, the big elephant in the room is artificial intelligence, which can be a disruptor, which can also take up jobs. So we have to think on multiple lines as giving a fillip to champion sectors, which is green funding, EVs, all those things that will increase economic intensity. Most important, I would say, in a difficult year, we should not miss this opportunity to create something new, which is let's go past the fiscal deficit concerns. We are doing very well in conforming to the glide path, but in a difficult year, in the growth trajectory of a nation, when governments go past a little, there is no harm because a sovereign debt to ratio is not that bad. It's at 80% sovereign debt to GDP. And if we were to go past a little and spend a little more through infrastructure spending, which is anticipated to be at 11.11 lakh crores and 15% above that or 20% above that, it will have the highest multiplier
I won't say
effect.
consensus, but the majority view seems to be that, listen, for 2-3 months last year, because of elections and codes of conduct and things slowed down.
We could make that up, Rishabhji. We could make that up. And secondly, one more thing, which is maybe it's time for us to think of our own DOGE, DODGE, which is following the best practices in America. Maybe it'll be the best interface between industry and government. One, number two, to see how
government, okay, not this one. To all credit to all the efforts that this government has made to do reform in the bureaucracy. Okay.
Yes, they have.
But I promise
all the
you,
same, much more can be
even
done.
this government just 2-3 weeks ago was telling us that the bureaucrats of this country need to be paid more, that their allowances need to go up, which they should. Of course, they should.
Definitely,
right?
but red tapeism must come down. Also, we're not just talking wages, sir. I mean,
Yeah,
even
but
red
we are
tapeism.
also in a country when one of the largest employers is government, if not the largest employer. The railways, the defense services, all remain the largest employers in this country. And a lot of people in North India still think the epitome of everything in life is a government job. It doesn't make a difference what the job is. So we are stuck between the old and the new. So let me just touch upon the new for a second, and let me go to Wing Commander. Wing Commander Sudhakaran, what is then? Now you mentioned the devil in the detail of the tweaks that need to be done, which will help. But in a larger scheme of things, okay, if we want to build an EV in this country, we don't have batteries, which is what the EV requires. We don't make the batteries here. We're starting to. If you really very seriously want to build an aircraft, you don't manufacture the engine. So if you want to build a supercomputer, you don't manufacture the chips. You want to build AI, well, you'll have to go to Taiwan for the GPUs. How do we address these? Something fundamental has to change there, no?
Let me tell you, Rishabh, as is properly believe, I don't believe AI is what is the story. It is AGI, just get it corrected.
Yeah,
there is a huge difference between AGI
okay,
and
let me
AI.
qualify that for some people watching because it's really confusing. So artificial intelligence, as we understand it, is basically LLM. That is basically a computer learning to talk like a human, but it has no brain. Artificial general intelligence is when it can actually think for itself. So that's
Okay,
the difference. Yeah. So now go ahead.
If you look at the narrative of both DeepSeek and OpenAI and Tesla and Meta and Google, they're all behind the end goal of AGI.
Yeah.
And believe you me, India doesn't have a doctrine, vision, even the understanding, let alone the budget. If you only know that I need to go there, then will I factor that in my scheme of things? You simply don't have a plan as a country. Yesterday, when DeepSeek was announced, the minister came online. He said, we'll make the LLM. The army called me. They said, we want, AI to be implemented for the armed forces. And when I heard their vision, at the cost of being politically incorrect, I had to tell them, your vision is simply like driving a car, seeing the rear view mirror. LLM is not the future. LLM will not take you anywhere forward. If you don't keep AGI as your end goal, the Stargate program that you're seeing for 500 billion is aimed at AGI. Now, let me tell you, your EV, your semiconductors, see, all this will become obsolete in no time the moment AGI singularity.
Okay, but Stargate has told us that this is not about genius. This is about muscle power. It's the number of GPU cores you can throw at the problem. That's what Stargate is telling. That's why they need $500 billion.
So what are they going to do with the GPU? The GPU is ultimately aimed at breaching the AGI singularity matrix, which means from the GPU clusters, it will enter into the quantum realm. The moment we are talking quantum, we are not talking about GPUs any longer. That is why Google's Willow achieves significance. That's why all these tech companies are invested both in quantum as well as in AI, not like what India is doing, wherein quantum is a silo in the quantum mission and AI is some LLM building detecting cats and dogs. That's where our vision is flawed.
Okay.
The second thing I'll tell you is the national strategy for AI was way back conceived in 2018 by the Niti Aayog, and it was a shame in the name of strategy. After that, 2019, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, no strategy on AI whatsoever. Suddenly somebody came and hijacked, and we now talk about ethics, we talk about governance, we talk about standards. अरे तेरे प्लेट में कुछ है नहीं, तुम किस चीज का ethics बना रहे हो?
Okay, so we are making.
First of all, get the design straight.
Okay, all right.
You don't have a design doctrine.
So there are examples. You can Google a company called Perplexity.ai, okay, which has done very well for itself. But what Wing Commander Sudhakaran is saying, and which is true, the LLMs are actually doing nothing. Okay, we can't really find a use case for them. How many of you are actually using the LLMs? The answer is none, zero. Okay, so it's a curiosity, but use case, even OpenAI is finding it difficult to find use cases. They're trying to make agents now, and it's not really working. But
Yeah.
the goal of artificial general intelligence, which is in theory would be something special. But then Jayjeet, let me come in on that, because I'll ask the contrarian question for the point of argument. A few years ago, we were told the next big thing is this new concept that has come, on which we have overlaid cryptocurrency, that there can be packets of information that can be universally noded. Okay, then we were told that no, the next best thing is that all of us are going to be wearing headsets and be logged into a metaverse, and billions and billions of dollars will be poured into creating this cartoon metaverse, and all that money went up in smoke. Okay, it all disappeared. Crypto was not the future. We could not find a use case for it. Nobody's really using any of these technologies for a solid use case. Metaverse, I don't know what happened to it. It disappeared because even Zuck is now talking about AI. He's not talking about metaverse anymore. So is there a contrarian argument that it might just be a pipe dream?
No, there's a mix and match. For example, LLM is actually being widely used by consulting. In fact, we are using a mix of LLM and the APIs of LLM to do very, very deep work for the government for specific areas.
Can you give me an example? Because I'll tell you my problem. If I can't trust an LLM because it is dependent on parsing data and it's 95% accurate, because I can't use it because that 5% inaccuracy is enough for me not to be able to trust it.
Well, let me explain it from a consulting perspective. The government part, I can't.
Fair enough. Yeah.
But the consulting part is very simple, is that the first cut of reports were actually made by people who are straight out of college, and that was a mechanism for them to also get trained.
Correct.
They would basically go to Google and all the reports and all internal information and put together the first cut. It takes a lot of effort to get the first cut out, because then the senior managers can come in and put their knowledge onto it and fix it.
Yes.
What has happened is that the first level of this work is gone because LLMs do a much better job.
Okay.
If you can ask the right things, they'll put things together, and then the senior manager comes in directly. So the efficiency has gone up significantly. The time is crunched. The effort needed is much
Okay,
lesser.
but what is the lesson? And I'm sorry, I'm going off track because we've got 5 minutes left, but this is a fascinating conversation. What's the lesson that you're absorbing from DeepSeek? Because DeepSeek tells you that the Communist Party is the salt of the earth.
So let me take one more example before I get into that. What we are doing also is, for example, there is a Newsx YouTube video, and there are hundreds of them.
Yeah.
I want to find out that YouTube video that I'm really interested in, where you discuss something specific for me.
Fair enough.
I can't see hours and hours of video. I let the AI watch it, transcript it, and then give me the summary, pointing out which are the possible videos. And obviously the hallucination and the misrates that you mentioned are all there, but it reduces my problem. Right? And therefore the efficiency goes up. In terms of, sorry, I just missed the question that you mentioned.
Yeah, so I'll just add on to it. So the latest thing from OpenAI, which was literally last week, so it was a few days before DeepSeek, okay, was that they are now enhancing agents, and the agents are now going to be working by using AI in your computer, taking screenshots. All right, so you will have an agent on, and you'll tell the agent to book a movie ticket, okay, and it is going to look at your computer screen and interface. It's going to use its thinking abilities to say, okay, which is the button that takes me to book the ticket, by looking at the screen and analyzing the screen. And therefore, because you can do it at a high rate of computation, it's pretty real time. So this is where they are at in finding use cases. Beyond that, your co-pilot and all of this, they're all buttons. It's quirky. 10 years ago, having a smart home device was supposed to be the future. I promise you that Amazon is doing cutbacks in its Alexa program. They're sacking people there. They're reducing their staff force because they spent billions and it hasn't turned out to be what it's supposed to be. That I go home and I tell my assistant, please cook me Maggie, and it somehow happens, or order my milk. It hasn't happened. But okay, couple of minutes away from the speech, Mithali, we were talking about AI. And we are talking about, if the Americans are throwing $500 billion at the problem, what do we do?
So firstly, Rishabh, I just want to weigh in on one aspect that we've been discussing about AI, and which Jayjeet just mentioned about, senior management and junior, employees. And this relates actually to employability and a larger challenge that we have to create jobs. Because at the end of the day, if our junior staff, and you also mentioned this, you have jobs, you have job seekers, but maybe they don't have the skills that you require. So clearly we are entering an era where we will be hiring people with greater amount of training. We will not be able to hire a fresh graduate out of college or even a postgraduate. Maybe we will want that postgraduate or even a PhD to have then done some tech training to be able to use different AI tools which apply to our
so
different
hold your
types
thought,
of
because
work.
I'll give you a real example. My first job in a TV organization, okay, NDTV it was, my first job was transcribing interviews, okay.
Yeah.
Now that AI can do pretty well, not 10%.
Absolutely.
So they are, for example, they are not good enough for me as a professional. I can't use it because it's not sent. It'll get Jayjeet's name spelling wrong, for example. Okay. So it's not 10%. So it's not publishable grade. It's not good enough for me. But in 100 different use cases, it's more than good enough because it gets the point across very reasonably. So yes, so that's an example. Mithali, finish your thought.
Yeah, so basically that's what I'm talking about, Rishabh, that we will have to invest not only in creating AI infrastructure, and right now we are talking about an AI race, but we will also have to look at our population, because our population, the youth population of India, is not only the workforce of India, but the workforce of the world. These are people who can be going abroad, who can go and actually work in these AI companies, whether it's in the US more likely or even in China. So in order to do that, we have to think about skill training them and about creating curriculums, modules and training, software.
Okay, but that's the point where I don't want to burst anybody's bubble. But we saw DeepSeek, okay, and oh my God, the news was $5 million. Just in a few weeks, these guys have beaten OpenAI and they've killed it, #1 downloaded app. And then we found out a few days later that the app is telling you that the Communist Party is the representation of God on humanity, and then they're so nice people, and then China is perfect and it's such a happy place. And then you realize DeepSeek is as good as the data has been fed, and the data has been fed is all censored data of the Communist Party. Try and ask DeepSeek 5 problems with China and it can't answer it because there are no problems in China according to it. So that's also AI. So is it, are we just, are these billionaires just, doing frontline technology, or are they just taking us up a garden path? Mithali. Are these guys just taking us up a garden path? Because I'm a little bit skeptical,
So, but Rishabh, there was a very interesting use case that was talked about I was speaking to a friend from a tech company about it, and she was talking about the fact that in the future, the idea is to create customized agents, right? Which you also spoke about.
Yeah.
Training your AI to be able to be like a clone for you. I'm actually training an AI clone of myself who can actually, not maybe come on the news, but at least dictate and guide my team on how to work for our client work. So, these are agents which are being created by, tech companies, even smaller tech companies, and will replace humans. The other thing is not only about AI. I also want to talk about automation, because we have not spoken about that enough. But in the manufacturing sector, I have been visiting so many plants and factories, even in India. Leave aside the dark factories of China, but even in India, we are starting to see greater and greater reliance on machinery like conveyor belts. These are very basic machineries which had not come into Indian factories before, but they are now coming in, and these are labor replacing technologies.
Yeah.
There's no way to say that, we should go into only labor intensive manufacturing. We have to go into a combination mode where our workers
this conundrum has been there since literally for 1947. Okay.
Yes, since the Luddite
So do you want the weaver to do it like Gandhi and do the charkha because that provides him employment, or do you want to be competitive and actually have a electronic machine do it? So I'm out of time. I want to take last few words as we just see Nirmala ji is starting off. Parliament session will be starting any second. Wing Commander Sudhakaran, on that AI point, without throwing, we are going to hear some announcement for sure. Okay, it's the newsy moment. Government is going to do some announcement on AI. What will actually be a useful one?
Rishabh, before getting into that answer, I'll quickly 30 seconds to correct some of the things that have been quoted here. LLM has got large use scale and it has been extensively used. For example, in the tech industry, if my developers were involving in 100 hours of development yesterday pre-LLM, today they are doing it less than 10 hours. Any code debugging, LLM does it so flawlessly.
Okay,
in fact,
I'm going to stop you there. So the speech has
designs,
started. Let's listen in.
सदस्यगण, बजट के बाद राज्यपाल अभिभाषण में आपको पर्याप्त अवसर दूंगा। मेरा आपसे निवेदन है, नहीं माननीय अखिलेश जी, आपने संसद की मर्यादा को आप बना के रखे हैं। कभी बजट भाषण के अंदर इस तरीके का नहीं हुआ, ये उचित नहीं है, ये उचित नहीं है। अखिलेश जी प्लीज, मैं आपको मौका दूंगा राज्यपाल अभिभाषण पे, प्लीज। नो, ये तरीका ठीक नहीं है। नो, राज्यपाल अभिभाषण पे चर्चा होगी। नो तरीका।
Honorable Speaker, I present the budget for 25-26. This budget continues our government's efforts to A. Accelerate growth, B. Secure inclusive development, C. Invigorate private sector investments. D. Uplift household sentiments. And E. Enhance spending power of India's rising middle class. Together, we embark on a journey to unlock our nation's tremendous potential for greater prosperity and global positioning under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. As we complete the first quarter of the 21st century, continuing geopolitical headwinds suggest lower global economic growth over the medium term. However, our aspiration for a Vikasit Bharat inspires us, and the transformative work we have done during our government's first 2 terms guides us to march forward resolutely. Our economy is the fastest growing among all major economies. Our development track record for the past 10 years and structural reforms have drawn global attention. Confidence in India's capability and potential has only grown in this period. We see the next 5 years as a unique opportunity to realize Sabka Vikas, stimulating balanced growth of all regions. The great Telugu poet and playwright Gurujada Apparao had said, "Deshamante matti kadoy, deshamante manushuloy," meaning a country is not just its soil, a country is its people. In line with this, for us, Vikasit Bharat encompasses zero poverty, 100% quality good school education, access to high quality, affordable and comprehensive health care, 100% skilled labor with meaningful employment, 70% women in economic activities, and farmers making our country the food basket of the world. In this budget, the proposed development measures span 10 broad areas focusing on Garib, youth, Annadata and Nari, spurring agricultural growth and productivity, building rural prosperity and resilience, taking everyone together on an inclusive growth path, boosting manufacturing and furthering Make in India, supporting MSMEs, enabling employment-led development, investing in people, economy and innovation, securing energy supplies, promoting exports and nurturing innovation. For this journey of development, our 4 powerful engines are agriculture, MSME, investments and exports. The fuel, our reforms, our guiding spirit, inclusivity, and the destination, Vikasit Bharat. This budget aims to initiate transformative reforms across 6 domains. During the first 5 years, these will augment our growth potential and global competitiveness. The domains are taxation, power sector, urban development, mining, financial sector, and regulatory reforms. Agriculture as the first engine. Now I move to specific proposals, beginning with agriculture as the first engine. Prime Minister Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana, developing agri-districts program. Motivated by the success of the aspirational district program, our government will undertake a Prime Minister Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana in partnership with states. Through the convergence of existing schemes and specialized measures, the program will cover 100 districts with low productivity, moderate crop intensity, and below average credit parameters. It aims to 1. Enhance agricultural productivity, 2. Adopt crop diversification and sustainable agricultural practices, 3. Augment post-harvest storage at the panchayat and block level, 4. Improve irrigation facilities, and 5. Facilitate availability of long-term and short-term credit. This program is likely to help 1.7 crore farmers. Building rural prosperity and resilience. A comprehensive multi-sectoral rural prosperity and resilience program will be launched in partnership with the states. This will address underemployment in agriculture through skilling, investment, technology, and invigorating the rural economy. The goal is to generate ample opportunities in rural areas so that migration is an option but not a necessity. The program will focus on rural women, young farmers, rural youth, marginal and small farmers, and landless families. The details are in Annexure A. Domestic best practices will be incorporated, and appropriate technical and financial assistance will be sought from multilateral development banks. In phase 1, 100 developing agri-districts will be covered. Atmanirbharta in pulses. Our government is implementing the National Mission for Edible Oil Seed for achieving Atmanirbharta in edible oils. Our farmers have the capability to grow enough for our needs and more. 10 years ago, we made concerted efforts and succeeded in achieving near self-sufficiency in pulses. Farmers responded to the need by increasing the cultivated area by 50%, and government arranged for procurement and remunerative prices. Since then, with rising incomes and better affordability, our consumption of pulses has increased significantly. Our government will now launch a 6-year mission for Atmanirbharta in pulses with a special focus on tur, urad and masoor. Details are in Annexure B. Central agencies such as NAFED and NCCF will be ready to procure these 3 pulses as much as offered during the next 4 years from farmers who register with these agencies and enter into agreements. Comprehensive program for vegetables and fruits. It is encouraging that our people are increasingly becoming aware of their nutritional needs. It is a sign of a society becoming healthier. With rising income levels, the consumption of vegetables, fruits, and Shri Anna is increasing significantly. A comprehensive program to promote production, efficient supplies, processing, and remunerative prices for farmers will be launched in partnership with the states. Appropriate institutional mechanisms for implementation and participation of farmer producer organizations and cooperatives will be set up. Makhana board in Bihar. For this, there is a special opportunity for the people of Bihar. A Makhana board will be established in the state to improve production, processing, value addition, and marketing of Makhana. The people engaged in these activities will be organized into FPOs. The board will provide hand-holding and training support to Makhana farmers and will also work to ensure they receive the benefits of all relevant government schemes. A national mission on high-yielding seeds will be launched, aimed at 1. Strengthening research ecosystem, 2. Targeted development and propagation of seeds with high yield, pest resistance, and climate resilience, and 3. Commercial availability of more than 100 seed varieties released since July 2024. India ranks second largest globally in fish production and aquaculture. Seafood exports are valued at 60,000 crore rupees. To unlock the untapped potential of the marine sector, our government will bring in an enabling framework for sustainable harnessing of fisheries from Indian exclusive economic zone and high seas, with a special focus on the Andaman and Nicobar and Lakshadweep islands. For the benefit of lakhs of cotton growing farmers, I am pleased to announce a mission for cotton productivity. This 5-year mission will facilitate significant improvements in productivity and sustainability of cotton farming and promote extra long staple cotton varieties. The best of science and technology support will be provided to farmers. Aligned with our integrated 5F vision for the textile sector, this will help in increasing incomes of the farmers and ensure a steady supply of quality cotton for rejuvenating India's traditional textile sector. Kisan credit cards facilitate short-term loans for 7.7 crore farmers, fishermen, and dairy farmers. The loan limit under modified interest subvention scheme will be enhanced from 3 lakh rupees to 5 lakh rupees for loans taken through the KCC. For Atmanirbharta in urea production, our government had reopened 3 dormant urea plants in the eastern region. To further augment urea supply, a plant with annual capacity of 12.7 lakh metric tons will be set up at Namrup in Assam. India Post, with 1.5 lakh rural post offices, complemented by the India Post Payment Bank and a vast network of 2.4 lakh Dak Sevaks, will be repositioned to act as a catalyst for the rural economy. Details are at Annexure C. India Post will also be transformed as a large public logistics organization. This will meet the rising needs of Vishwakarmas, new entrepreneurs, women, self-help groups, MSMEs, and the large business organizations. Our government will provide support to NCDC for its lending operations for the cooperative sector. MSMEs as the second engine. Now I move to MSMEs as the second engine, which encompasses manufacturing and services with a focus on MSMEs numbering 5.7 crores. Currently, over 1 crore registered MSMEs, employing 7.5 crore people and generating 36% of our manufacturing, have come together to position India as a global manufacturing hub. With their quality products, these MSMEs are responsible for 45% of our exports. To help them achieve higher efficiencies of scale, technological upgradation, and better access to capital, the investment and turnover limits for classification of all MSMEs will be enhanced to 2.5 and 2 times respectively. This will give them the confidence to grow and generate employment for our youth. The details are given in Annexure D. To improve access to credit, the credit guarantee cover will be enhanced. First, for micro and small enterprises from 5 crore to 10 crore rupees, leading to additional credit of 1.5 lakh crores in the next 5 years. Second, for startups from 10 crore rupees to 20 crore rupees, with the guarantee fee being moderated to 1% for loans in 27 focus sectors which are important for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And for well-run exporter MSMEs, for term loans up to 20 crore rupees. Also for the micro enterprises, we will introduce customized credit cards with a 5 lakh rupee limit for micro enterprises registered on Udyam portal. In the first year, 10 lakh such cards will be issued. Fund of funds for startups. The Alternate Investment Fund, AIFs, for startups have received commitments of more than 91,000 crores rupees. These are supported by the fund of funds set up with the Government of India's contribution of 10,000 crore rupees. Now, a new fund of funds with expanded scope and a fresh contribution of another 10,000 crore rupees will be set up. A new scheme will be launched for 5 lakh women, scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, first-time entrepreneurs. This will provide term loans up to 2 crore rupees during the next 5 years. The scheme will incorporate lessons from the successful Stand Up India scheme. Online capacity building for entrepreneurship and managerial skills will also be organized. Measures for labor-intensive sectors. To promote employment and entrepreneurship opportunities in labor-intensive sectors, our government will undertake specific policy and facilitation measures. To enhance the productivity, quality and competitiveness of India's footwear and leather sector, a focused product scheme will be implemented. The scheme will support design capacity, component manufacturing and machinery required for production of non-leather quality footwear, besides the support for leather footwear and products. The scheme is expected to facilitate employment for 22 lakh persons, generate over 4 lakh crore rupees and exports of over 1.1 lakh crore rupees. Measures for the toys sector. Building on the National Action Plan for Toys, we will implement a scheme to make India a global hub for toys. The scheme will focus on development of clusters, skills, and a manufacturing ecosystem that will create high-quality, unique, innovative, and sustainable toys that will represent the Made in India brand. Support for food processing. In line with our commitment towards Purvodaya, we will establish a National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management in Bihar. The institute will provide a strong fillip to food processing activities in the entire eastern region. This will result in 1. Enhanced income for the farmers through value addition to their produce, and 2. Skilling entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for the youth. Manufacturing mission, furthering Make in India. Our government will set up a national manufacturing mission covering small, medium and large industries for furthering Make in India by providing policy support, execution roadmaps, governance and monitoring framework for central ministries and states. Details are in Annexure E. Given our commitment to climate-friendly development, the mission will also support clean tech manufacturing. This will aim to improve domestic value addition and build our ecosystem for solar PV cells, EV batteries, motors and controllers, electrolyzers, wind turbines, very high voltage transmission equipment and grid scale batteries. Investment as the third engine. Now I move to investment as the third engine, which encompasses investing in people, investing in the economy and investing in innovation. Investing in people. Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0. Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0 program provides nutritional support to more than 8 crore children, 1 crore pregnant women and lactating mothers all over the country, and about 20 lakh adolescent girls in aspirational districts and the Northeast region. The cost norms for these nutritional support will be enhanced appropriately. Atal Tinkering Labs. 50,000 Atal Tinkering Labs will be set up in government schools in the next 5 years to cultivate the spirit of curiosity and innovation and foster a scientific temper among young minds. Broadband connectivity to government secondary schools and PHCs. Broadband connectivity will be provided to all government secondary schools and primary health centers in rural areas under the BharatNet project. Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme. We propose to implement a Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme to provide digital form Indian language books for schools and for higher education. This aims to help students understand their subjects better and in their language. National Centers of Excellence for Skilling. Building on the initiative announced in the July 24 budget, 5 national centers of excellence for skilling will be set up with global expertise and partnerships to equip our youth with the skills required for Make for India, Make for the World manufacturing. The partnership will cover curriculum design, training of trainers, and a skills certification framework and periodic reviews. Expansion of capacity in IITs. Total number of students in 23 IITs has increased 100% from 65,000 to 1.35 lakh in the past 10 years. Additional infrastructure will be created in the 5 IITs started after 2014 to facilitate education for 6,500 more students. Hostel and other infrastructure capacity at IIT Patna will also be expanded. Center of Excellence. Center of Excellence in AI for Education. I had announced 3 centers of excellence in artificial intelligence for agriculture, health, and sustainable cities in 2023. Now a center of excellence in artificial intelligence for education will be set up with a total outlay of 500 crores. Expansion of medical education. Our government has added almost 1.1 lakh undergraduate and postgraduate medical education seats in 10 years, an increase of 130%. In the next year, 10,000 additional seats will be added in medical colleges and hospitals towards the goal of adding 75,000 seats in the next 5 years. Daycare cancer centers in all district hospitals. Our government will facilitate setting up of daycare cancer centers in all district hospitals in the next 3 years. 200 centers will be established in 25-26 itself. Strengthening urban livelihoods. Our government has been giving priority to assisting urban poor and vulnerable groups. A scheme for socio-economic upliftment of urban workers will be implemented to help them improve their incomes, have sustainable livelihoods, and a better quality of life. PM Swanidhi scheme has benefited more than 68 lakh street vendors, giving them respite from high-interest informal sector loans. Building on this success, the scheme will be revamped with enhanced loans from banks, UPI-linked credit cards with 30,000 rupees limit, and capacity building support. Social Security scheme for welfare of online platform workers. Gig workers of online platforms provide great dynamism to the new age services economy. Recognizing their contribution, Our government will arrange for their identity cards and registration on the e-Shram portal. They will be provided healthcare under PM Jan Arogya Yojana. This measure is likely to assist nearly 1 crore gig workers. Investing in the economy, public-private partnership in infrastructure. Each infrastructure-related ministry will come up with a 3-year pipeline of projects that can be implemented in PPP mode. States will also be encouraged to do so and can seek support from the India Infrastructure Project Development Fund, which is a scheme to prepare PPP proposals. Support to states for infrastructure. An outlay of 1.5 lakh crore is proposed for the 50-year interest-free loans to states for capital expenditure and incentives for reforms. Building on the success of the first asset monetization plan announced in 2021, the second plan for 2025 to 30 will be launched to plow back capital of 10 lakh crore in new projects. Regulatory and fiscal measures will be fine-tuned to support the plan. Jal Jeevan Mission. Since 2019, 15 crore households representing 80% of India's rural population have been provided access to portable tap water connections. To achieve 100% coverage, I am pleased to announce the extension of this mission until 2028 with an enhanced total outlay. The mission's focus will be on the quality of infrastructure and O&M of rural piped water supply schemes through Jan Bhagidari. A separate MOU or separate MOUs will be signed with the states and union territories to ensure sustainability and citizen-centric water services delivery. Urban sector reforms. Building on the July budget proposals, urban sector reforms related to governance, municipal services, urban land and planning will be incentivized. Urban Challenge Fund. The government will set up an urban challenge fund of 1 lakh crore rupees to implement the proposals for cities as growth hubs, creative redevelopment of cities, and for water and sanitation purposes announced in the July budget. This fund will finance up to 25% of the cost of bankable projects, with a stipulation that at least 50% of the cost is funded from bonds, bank loans, and PPPs. An allocation of 10,000 crore is proposed in 2025-26. Power sector reforms. We will incentivize electricity distribution reforms and augmentation of intra-state transmission capacity by states. This will improve financial health and capacity of electricity companies. Additional borrowing of 0.5% of GSDP will be allowed to states contingent on these reforms. Nuclear energy mission for Vikasit Bharat. Development of at least 100 gigawatt of nuclear energy by 2047 is essential for our energy transition efforts. For an active partnership with the private sector towards this goal, amendments to the Atomic Energy Act and the Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Act will be taken up. A nuclear energy mission for research and development of small modular reactors with an outlay of 20,000 crore will be set up. At least 5 indigenously developed small modular reactors will be operationalized by 2033. Shipbuilding. The shipbuilding financial assistance policy will be revamped to address cost disadvantages. This will also include credit notes for shipbreaking in Indian yards to promote the circular economy. Large ships above a specified size will be included in the infrastructure harmonized master list. Shipbuilding clusters will be facilitated to increase the range, categories and capacity of ships. This will include additional infrastructure, facilities, skilling and technology to develop the entire ecosystem. Maritime Development Fund. For long-term financing for the maritime industry, a Maritime Development Fund with a corpus of 25,000 crore rupees will be set up. This will be for distributed support and promoting competition. This will have up to 49% contribution by the government, and the balance will be mobilized from ports and from private sector. UDAN regional connectivity schemes. UDAN has enabled 1.5 crore middle-class people to meet their aspirations for speedier travel. The scheme has connected 88 airports, and operationalized 619 routes. Inspired by that success, a modified UDAN scheme will be launched to enhance regional connectivity to 120 new destinations and carry 4 crore passengers in the next 10 years. 4 crore additional passengers in the next 10 years. The scheme will also support helipads and smaller airports in hilly, aspirational and northeast regional districts. Greenfield airports will be facilitated in Bihar to meet the future needs of the state. These will be in addition to the expansion of the capacity of Patna Airport and a brownfield airport in Beta. Western Kosi Canal project in Mithilanchal. Financial support will be provided for the Western Kosi Canal ERM project, benefiting a large number of farmers, cultivating over 50,000 hectares of land in the Mithilanchal region of Bihar. Mining sector reforms. Mining sector reforms, including those for minor minerals, will be encouraged through sharing of best practices and institutions of a state mining index. A policy for recovery of critical minerals from tailings will be brought out. Under the special window for affordable and mid-income housing, SWAMI, 50,000 dwelling units in stressed housing projects have been completed and keys handed over to home buyers. Another 40,000 units will be completed in 2025, further helping middle-class families who are paying EMIs on loans taken for apartments while also paying rent for their current dwellings. Building on this success, SWAMI Fund 2 will be established as a blended finance facility with contribution from the government, banks and private investors. This fund of 15,000 crore rupees will aim for expeditious completion of another 1 lakh units. PM Gati Shakti data for private sector. For furthering PPPs and assisting the private sector in project planning, access to relevant data and maps from the PM Gati Shakti portal will be provided. Tourism for employment-led growth. Top 50 tourist destination sites in the country will be developed in partnership with states through a challenge mode. Land for building key infrastructure will have to be provided by the states. Hotels in these destinations will be included in the infrastructure harmonized list. The following measures will be taken for facilitating employment-led growth. Organizing intensive skill development programs for our youth, including in institutes of hospitality management. Providing mudra loans for homestays. Improving ease of travel and connectivity to tourist destinations. Providing performance-linked incentives to states for effective destination management, including tourist amenities, cleanliness, and marketing efforts. And introducing streamlined e-visa facilities along with visa fee waivers for certain tourist groups. Continuing with the emphasis on places of spiritual and religious significance, in the July budget, there will be a special focus on destinations related to the life and times of Lord Buddha. Medical tourism and heal in India. Medical tourism and heal in India will be promoted in partnership with the private sector along with capacity building and easier visa norms. Investing in innovation. To implement private sector driven research, development and innovation initiatives announced in the July budget, I am now allocating 20,000 crore rupees for this purpose. A deep tech fund of funds will also be explored to catalyze the next generation startups as a part of this initiative. In the next 5 years, under the PM Research Fellowship Scheme, we will provide 10,000 fellowships for technological research in IITs and IISc with enhanced financial support. The second gene bank with 10 lakh germ plasm lines will be set up for future food and nutritional security. This will provide conservation support to both public and private sectors for genetic resources. We will start a national geospatial mission to develop foundational geospatial infrastructure and data. Using PM Gati Shakti, this mission will facilitate modernization of land records, urban planning, and design of infrastructure projects. A Gyan Bharatam mission for survey, documentation, and conservation of our manuscript heritage with academic institutions, museums, libraries, and private collectors will be undertaken to cover more than 1 crore manuscripts. We will set up a national digital repository of Indian knowledge systems for knowledge sharing. Now I move to exports as the fourth engine. We will set up an export promotion mission with sectoral and ministerial targets driven jointly by the Ministries of Commerce, MSME, and Finance. It will facilitate easy access to export credit, cross-border factoring support, support to MSMEs to tackle non-tariff measures in overseas markets. A digital public infrastructure, Bharat Trade Net, for international trade will be set up as a unified platform for trade documentation and financing solutions. This will complement the Unified Logistics Interface platform. The BTN will be aligned with international practices. Support will be provided to develop domestic manufacturing capacities for our economy's integration with global supply chains. Sectors will be identified based on objective criteria. Facilitation groups with participation of senior officers and industry representatives will be formed for select products and supply chains. Through this, there are huge opportunities related to Industry 4.0, which needs high skills and talent. Our youth have both. Our government will support the domestic electronic equipment industry to leverage this opportunity for the benefit of our youth. A national framework will be formulated as guidance to states for promoting global capability centers in emerging Tier 2 cities. This will suggest measures for enhancing availability of talent and infrastructure, building bylaw reforms, and mechanisms for collaboration with industry. Our government will facilitate upgradation of infrastructure and warehousing for air cargo, including high-value perishable horticultural produce. Cargo screening and customs protocol will be streamlined and made user-friendly. Reforms as the fuel. Over the past 10 years, our government has implemented several reforms for convenience of taxpayers, such as faceless assessment, 2, taxpayer charter, 3, faster returns, 4, almost 99% returns being on self-assessment, and 5, Vivad Se Vishwas scheme. Continuing these efforts, I reaffirm the commitment of the Tax Department to trust first, scrutinize later. I also propose to introduce the new income tax bill next week. I will detail the indirect tax reforms and changes in direct taxes in Part B. Financial sector reforms. The FDI limit for the insurance sector will be raised from 74 to 100%. This enhanced limit will be available for those companies which invest the entire premium in India. The current guardrails and conditionalities associated with foreign investment will be reviewed and simplified. The services of India Post Payment Bank will be deepened and expanded in rural areas. NABFID will set up a partial credit enhancement facility for corporate bonds for infrastructure. Public sector banks will develop Grameen Credit Score framework to serve the credit needs of SHG members and people in rural areas. A forum for regulatory coordination and development of pension products will be set up. To implement the earlier announcement on simplifying the KYC processes, the revamped Central KYC Registry will be rolled out in 2025. We will also implement a streamlined system for periodic updating. Requirements and procedures for speedy approval of company mergers will be rationalized. The scope for fast-track mergers will also be widened, and the process creates sustained foreign investment, and in the spirit of First Develop India, the current model BIT will be revamped and made more investor-friendly. In the last 10 years, in several aspects, including financial and non-financial, our government has demonstrated a steadfast commitment to ease of doing business. We are determined to ensure that our regulations must keep up with technological innovations and global policy developments. A light touch regulatory framework based on principles and trust will unleash productivity and employment. Through this framework, we will update regulations that were made under old laws. To develop this modern, flexible, people-friendly, and trust-based regulatory framework appropriate for the 21st century, I propose 4 specific measures. A high-level committee for regulatory reforms will be set up for a review of all non-financial sector regulations, certifications, licenses, and permissions. The committee will be expected to make recommendations within a year. The objective is to strengthen trust-based economic governance and take transformational measures to enhance ease of doing business, especially in matters of inspection and compliances. States will be encouraged to join in this endeavor. An investment friendliness index of states will be launched in 2025 to further the spirit of competitive, cooperative federalism. Under the Financial Stability and Development Council, a mechanism will be set up to evaluate impact of the current financial regulations and subsidiary instructions. It will also formulate a framework to enhance their responsiveness and development of the financial sector. In the Jan Vishwas Act 2023, more than 180 legal provisions were decriminalized. Our government will now bring up the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0 to decriminalize more than 100 provisions in various laws. I now move to fiscal policy. In the July budget, I had committed to staying the course for fiscal consolidation. Our endeavor will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that central government debt remains on a declining path as a percentage of the GDP. The roadmap for the next 6 years has been detailed in the FRBM statement. Revised estimates for 2024-25. The revised estimate of the total receipts other than borrowings is 31.47 lakh crore rupees, of which the net tax receipts are 25.57 lakh crore rupees. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 47.16 lakh crore rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 10.18 lakh crore rupees. The revised estimate of the fiscal deficit is 4.8% of the GDP. Budget estimates for 25-26. Coming to 25-26, the total receipts other than borrowings and total expenditure are estimated at 34.96 lakh crore rupees and 50.65 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 28.37 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated to be 4.4% of GDP. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.54 lakh crore. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 14.82 lakh crore rupees. I will now move to Part B. Indirect taxes. My proposals relating to customs aim to rationalize tariff structure and address duty inversion. These will also support domestic manufacturing and value addition, promote exports, facilitate trade, and provide relief to common people. Rationalization of customs tariff structure for industrial goods. As a part of comprehensive review of customs rate structure announced in July 2024 budget, I propose to 1. Remove 7 tariff rates. This is over and above the 7 tariff rates removed in 23-24 budget. After this, there will be only 8 remaining tariff rates, including 0 rate. 2. Apply appropriate cess to broadly maintain effective duty incidence, except on a few items where such incidence will reduce marginally. 3. Levy not more than 1 cess or surcharge. Therefore, I propose to exempt social welfare surcharge on 82 tariff lines that are subject to a cess. I shall now take up sector-specific proposals. To provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer, rare diseases, and other severe chronic diseases, I propose to add 36 life-saving drugs and medicines to the list of medicines fully exempted from basic custom duty. I also propose to add 6 life-saving medicines to the list attracting concessional custom duty of 5%. Full exemption and concessional duty will also respectively apply on the bulk drugs for manufacture of the above. Specified drugs and medicines under patient assistance programs run by the pharmaceutical companies are fully exempt from BCD, provided the medicines are supplied free of cost to the patients. I propose to add 37 more medicines along with 13 new patient assistance programs. Support to domestic manufacturing and value addition. Critical minerals. In the July 2024 budget, I had fully exempted BCD on 25 critical minerals that are not domestically available. I had also reduced BCD of 2 other such minerals to provide a major fillip to their processing, especially by MSMEs. Now, I propose to fully exempt cobalt powder and waste, the scrap of lithium-ion battery, lead, zinc, and 12 more critical minerals. This will help secure the availability for manufacturing in India and promote more jobs for our youth. To promote domestic production of technical textile products such as agro-textiles, medical textiles, and geotextiles at competitive prices, I propose to add 2 more types of shuttle-less looms to the list of fully exempted textile machinery. I also propose to revise the BCD rate on knitted fabrics covered by 9 tariff lines from 10 or 20 to 20% or 115 rupees per kg, whichever is higher. Electronic goods. In line with our Make in India policy and to rectify inverted duty structure, I propose to increase the BCD on interactive flat panel display from 10% to 20% and reduce the BCD to 5% on open cell and other components. In 23-24 budget, for the manufacture of open cells of LCD, LED TVs, I had reduced the BCD on parts of open cells from 5% to 2.5%. To further boost the manufacture of such open cells, the BCD on these parts will now stand exempted. Lithium-ion battery. To the list of exempted capital goods, I propose to add 35 additional capital goods for EV battery manufacturing and 28 additional capital goods for mobile phone battery manufacturing. This will boost domestic manufacture of lithium-ion batteries, both for mobile phones and for electric vehicles. Shipping sector. Considering that shipbuilding has a long gestation period, I propose to continue the exemption of BCD on raw materials, components, consumables, or parts for the manufacture of ships for another 10 years. I also propose the same dispensation for shipbreaking to make it more competitive. Telecommunication. To prevent classification disputes, I propose to reduce the BCD from 20% to 10% on carrier-grade Ethernet switches to make it at par with non-carrier-grade Ethernet switches. Export promotion. To facilitate exports of handicrafts, I propose to extend the time period for export from 6 months to 1 year, further extendable by another 3 months if required. I also propose to add 9 items to the list of duty-free inputs. Leather sector. I propose to fully exempt BCD on wet blue leather, to facilitate imports for domestic value addition and employment. I also propose to exempt crushed leather from 20% export duty to facilitate exports by small tanners. Marine products. To enhance India's competitiveness in the global seafood market, I propose to reduce BCD from 30% to 5% on frozen fish paste, surimi, for manufacture and export of its analog products. I also propose to reduce BCD from 15% to 5% on fish hydrolysates for manufacture of fish and shrimp feed. In July 2024 budget, to promote development of domestic MROs for aircraft and ships, I had extended the time limit for export of foreign origin goods that were imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year and further extendable by 1 year. I now propose to extend the same dispensation for railway goods. Time limit for provisional assessment. Presently, the Customs Act 1962 does not provide any time limit to finalize provisional assessments, leading to uncertainty and cost to trade. As a measure of promoting ease of doing business, I propose to fix a time limit of 2 years, extendable by a year, for finalizing the provisional assessment. I propose to introduce a new provision that will enable importers or exporters, after clearance of goods, to voluntarily declare material facts and pay duty with interest but without penalty. This will incentivize voluntary compliance. However, this will not apply in cases where department has already initiated audit or investigation proceedings. For industry to better plan their imports, I propose to extend the time limit for the end use of imported inputs in the relevant rules from 6 months to 1 year. This will provide operational flexibility in view of cost and uncertainty of supply. Further, such importers will now have to file only quarterly statements instead of a monthly statement. I now come to my direct tax proposals. In Part A, I have briefly underlined taxation reforms as one of key reforms to realize our vision of Vikasit Bharat. In respect of criminal law, our government had earlier ushered in Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, replacing Bharatiya Danda Sanhita. I am happy to inform this august House and the country that for new income tax bill will carry forward the same spirit of Nyaya in its drafting as well. The new bill will be clear and direct in text, with close to half of the present law in terms of both chapters and words. It will be simple to understand for taxpayers and tax administrators, leading to tax certainty and reduced litigation. Reforms, however, are not a destination. They are means to achieve good governance for our people and economy. Providing good governance primarily involves being responsive. The Tirukural captures this in verse 542, which reads, "Vaanokki vaazhum ulagallam, mannavan kol nokki vaazhum kudi," meaning, just as the living beings live expecting rains, citizens live expecting good governance. Our government is committed to keeping an ear to the ground and a finger on the pulse and responding while balancing our national building efforts. The following measures will detail just how our government will, under the guidance of PM Modi, has taken steps to understand and address I repeat that sentence, sir. The following measures will detail just how our government, under the guidance of PM Modi, has taken steps to understand and address the needs voiced by our citizens. My tax proposals are guided by this spirit. The objectives of my proposals are as follows. Personal income tax reforms with special focus on middle class. Rationalization of TDS and TCS for easing difficulties. Encouraging voluntary compliance. Reducing compliance burden. Ease of doing business, employment and investment. I will come to my proposal on personal income tax towards the end. TDS and TCS, rationalization for easing difficulties. I propose to rationalize tax deduction at source, TDS, by reducing the number of rates and thresholds above which TDS is deducted. Further, threshold amounts for tax deduction will be increased for better clarity and uniformity. The limit for tax deduction on interest for senior citizens is being doubled from the present 50,000 rupees to 1 lakh rupees. Similarly, the annual limit of 2.40 lakh rupees for TDS on rent is being increased to 6 lakh rupees. This will reduce the number of transactions liable to TDS, thus benefiting small taxpayers receiving small payments. The threshold to collect tax at source, the TCS, on remittances under RBI's liberalized remittance scheme, the LRS, is proposed to be increased from 7 lakh to 10 lakhs. I also propose to remove TCS on remittances for education purposes, where such remittances is out of a loan taken from a specified financial institution. Both TDS and TCS are being applied on any transaction related to sale of goods. To prevent such compliance difficulties, I propose to omit the TCS. I also propose that the provisions of the higher TDS deduction will now apply only in non-PAN cases. In July 2024, the delay for payment of TDS up to the due date of filing statement was decriminalized. I propose to provide the same relaxation to TCS provisions as well. The government under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi believes in Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas and Sabka Prayas. In line with this, we brought in updated return facility in 2022 for voluntary compliance by taxpayers who had omitted to report their correct income. Our trust in taxpayers was proved right. Nearly 90 lakh taxpayers voluntarily updated their incomes by paying additional tax. Taking this trust further, I now propose to extend the time limit to file updated returns for any assessment year from the current limit of 2 years to 4 years. I propose to reduce the compliance burden for small charitable trusts and institutions by increasing their period of registration from 5 years to 10 years. It is also proposed that disproportionate consequences do not arise for minor defaults such as incomplete applications filed by charitable entities. Presently, taxpayers can claim the annual value of self-occupied properties as nil only on the fulfillment of certain conditions. Considering the difficulties faced by taxpayers, it is proposed to allow the benefit of 2 such self-occupied properties without any condition. To streamline the process of transfer pricing and to provide an alternative to yearly examination, I propose to introduce a scheme for determining arm's length price of international transaction for a block period of 3 years. This will be in line with global best practices. With a view to reduce litigation and provide certainty in international taxation, the scope of safe harbor rules is being expanded. A number of senior and very senior citizens have very old national savings schemes accounts. As interest is no longer payable on such accounts, I propose to exempt withdrawals made from NSS by individuals on or after 29th August 2024. I am also proposing to allow similar treatment to NPS Vatsalya accounts as is available to normal NPS accounts subject to overall limits. In my speech in July 2024, I had promised that all processes, including giving effect to appellate orders, shall be digitalized and made paperless over the next 2 years. So I'm happy to announce that digitalization is being made operational now. In July 2024, we brought in the Vivad Se Vishwas scheme to resolve income tax disputes pending in appeal. The scheme has received a great response, with nearly 33,000 taxpayers having availed of the scheme to settle their disputes. I have a few proposals to promote investment and employment. It is proposed to provide a presumptive taxation regime for non-residents who provide services to a resident company that is establishing or operating an electronics manufacturing facility. I further propose to introduce a safe harbor for tax certainty for non-residents who store components for supply to specified electronics manufacturing units. Presently, the tonnage tax scheme is available only to sea-going ships. The benefits of existing tonnage tax scheme are proposed to be extended to inland vessels registered under the Indian Vessels Act 2021 to promote inland water transport in the country. Extension for incorporation of startups. We continue to support the Indian startup ecosystem. I propose to extend the period of incorporation by 5 years to allow the benefit available to startups which are incorporated before 1/4/2030. In order to attract and promote additional activities in the IFSC, I am inter alia proposing specific benefits to ship leasing units, insurance offices, and treasury centers of global companies which are set up in IFSC. Further, to claim benefits, the cut-off date for commencement in IFSC has also been extended by 5 years to 31/3/2030. Category 1 and Category 2 AIFs are undertaking investments in infrastructure and other such sectors. I propose to provide certainty of taxation to these entities on the gains from securities, to promote funding from sovereign wealth funds and pension funds to the infrastructure sector. I propose to extend the date of making an investment by 5 more years up to 31st March 2030. Personal income tax reforms with special focus on middle class. Democracy, demography, and demand are the key support pillars in our journey towards Vikasit Bharat. The middle class provides strength for India's growth. This government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, has always believed in the admirable energy and ability of the middle class in nation building. In recognition of their contribution, we have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on the middle class taxpayers. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees. So, average income of 1 lakh per month other than the special rate income such as capital gains under the new regime. This limit will be 12.75 lakh for salaried taxpayers due to the standard deduction of 75,000. Slabs and rates are being changed across the board to benefit all taxpayers. The new structure will substantially reduce the taxes of the middle class and leave more money in their hands, boosting household consumption, savings and investment. In the new tax regime, I propose to revise tax rate structures as follows. 0 to 4 lakh rupees nil, 4.8 lakh rupees to 4 to 8 lakh rupees 5%, 8 to 12 lakh rupees 10%, 12 to 16 lakh rupees 15%, 16 to 20 lakh rupees 20%, 20 to 24 lakh rupees 25%, and above 24 lakh rupees 30%. To taxpayers up to 12 lakh of normal income other than special rate income such as capital gains. I read that again. To taxpayers up to 12 lakh of income other than special rate income such as capital gains, tax rebate is being provided in addition to the benefit due to slab rate reduction in such a manner that there is no tax payable by them. The total tax benefit of slab rate changes and rebate at different income levels can be illustrated with a few examples. A taxpayer in the new regime with an income of 12 lakh rupees will get a benefit of 80,000 rupees in tax, which is 100% of tax payable as per the existing rates. A person having income of 18 lakh rupees will get a benefit of 70,000 rupees in tax, that is 30% of tax payable as per existing rates. A person with an income of 25 lakh gets a benefit of 1,10,000 rupees, that is 25% of his tax payable as per existing rates. Details of my tax proposals are given in the annexure. As a result of these proposals, Honorable Speaker, sir, revenue of about 1 lakh crore in direct taxes and 2,600 crores in indirect taxes will be foregone. Mr. Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House.
Item number 2, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act 2003, medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 3, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2025.
प्रश्न ये है कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ। हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
Thank you. सभा की कार्रवाई सोमवार दिनांक 3 फरवरी 2025 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, so those are huge developments, big announcements that have been made by Nirmala Sitharaman in the union budget, and she has ended with that big announcement which goes about saying that the tax slabs have been reduced. Those who are earning an income of 12 lakh rupees are benefited to no tax payment. She has also revised the tax slabs, and I'm going to repeat that for people who are earning the income of up to 4 lakh, there is going to be zero tax payable by them. Between 4 lakh to 8 lakh, it is 5% income tax that is payable by them. Between the incomes of 8 and 12 lakh, it's 12% tax. 12 to 16 lakh, 15% tax. 16 to 20 lakh, 25% tax. And between 20 and 24, 25% tax that has to be paid. People earning an income of 30 lakh and above, 20 lakh and above are to pay a tax of 30%. So that had been the point of discussion in the past several days and weeks, especially when a hint had already been given by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Draupadi Murmu, the President, when she was making a speech yesterday, and that has been carried forward. That was the promise, and that has been delivered by the Government of India, by Nirmala Sitharaman. But amongst other things that were on top of the agenda of the government, of the finance minister, was agriculture, was startups, was education, was rebates being given to the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes with regards to the tax slabs which I already mentioned. So all these are big developments. This is a massive push to allow for the middle income bracket people in the country, citizens in the country, to have more disposable income, to allow for more consumption, to allow for more savings, to allow for more investments to take place. So therefore, a push in the direction of allowing circulation of money into the ecosystem in a bid to allow for more growth of the country, of more growth of the GDP that at this point of time stands at about 6%. So those are the key salient points. I'm going to once again mention to you the other points that Nirmala Sitharaman has mentioned. She has spoken about ease of doing business. She has spoken about the income tax returns. Extension has been made up until 4 years. There is going to be no penalty. She has spoken once again very strongly and forcefully about how voluntary compliance to payment of tax is once again being encouraged by the Government of India. This was the focus in 2024 as well, as there had been penalties that had been reduced back then as well. Penalties have continued to be slashed this time as well. And there you go. She's also spoken about rationalization of tax deducted at source. She's spoken about a rationalization of tax collected at source in a bid to ease the difficulties of taxpayers, which allows for focus on voluntary compliance, which brings back the focus on ease of doing business, which allows for increased employment opportunities in the country as well. So these are amongst the big takeaways that Nirmala Sitharaman, the Union Finance Minister, has announced in her 8th budget today in the Parliament. I'm going to once again, those are the tax slabs. The people earning in the bracket of 0 to 4 lakh rupees do not have to pay any tax. Those in the bracket of 4 to 8 lakh rupees have to pay 5% income tax. Between the bracket of 8 and 12 lakh rupees, it's 10%. 12 to 16 lakh rupees is 15%. 16 to 20 lakh rupees, you have to pay 20% income tax, and between 20 to 24 lakh rupees, it's 25% tax. And those who are earning above 30 lakh rupees in the country will be liable to pay income tax of 30%. So there has been a reshuffle of the tax slabs. Remember, this reshuffle had happened in 2014. It then went on to be once again reshuffled for in the favor of people, of the citizens of the middle class in 2019. This was again repeated in 2024, and there you see these developments which are going to allow for citizens, for the middle class, to hold on to more disposable income, for then opportunities being given to them for investment purposes, for consumption purposes, for saving purposes. So these are the three important points that Nirmala Sitharaman has focused on. Let's get my panelists into the discussion. Let's start with Dr. Ajay Dua. Dr. Ajay Dua, what are the key takeaways according to you as per the budget that has been announced by Nirmala Sitharaman? It's a speech that she made for just short of 1.5 hours.
Thank you very much for having me in this discussion. I'm very happy that the finance minister, under the guidance of the Prime Minister, has been able to take a bold step this time and has revisited and responded positively to the demand of the biggest sector of the biggest segment of the economy, that means the middle class. And she's done that in her own style, very ingenuous style of making 2 or 3 broad announcements. Number one, she has raised the limits of exemption, gone up to the extent of 12 lakh rupees from the existing 7 lakhs. And so that while they continue to remain taxpayers, they would be not liable, a large number of people would not be liable to pay any tax, additional number from those in the income bracket of 7 to 12 lakhs. That means about 1 lakh of rupees in a year, per month. Second, for the rest of the middle class, she has lowered the incidence of taxation, and she does this by revisiting the slabs which had been fixed several years ago. So everybody in the middle class or even in the higher income bracket of 30 lakhs or 30% gets some relief or the other. Because the slab starts earlier, the 30% slab started from 20 lakh rupees, now it will start from 24 lakhs. So everybody in the taxpayers would get some concession or the other. And look at it, it hasn't cost the exchequer very highly 1 lakh crores out of 25 lakh crores, which is the rough tax revenue which comes to the government.
Yeah.
So about 4% of it, and yet she's been able to satisfy a large demand of a large section. Not only merely satisfy a demand, I see it in it the positiveness, because that particular bracket has a very high propensity to consume, spend the money, and spending of the money has been the call of the economists and the entire investor community, saying that there is not enough demand in the country, and hence we are not able to put money in the capital. We are not able to put money in capital formation, even though we like to do it. So most of this concession which is given, 1 lakh rupees.
No, I didn't understand.
Extra in the hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Stay on with me, sir.
spent.
Yeah, stay on with me, sir. I have with me Rajiv Gupta from PB Fintech. Rajiv Gupta, your key takeaway from the budget that has been announced.
Tourism destinations, a whole host.
I think it's a very, very pleasant announcement today, particularly for the middle class. All of us were keenly expecting that the middle class should benefit immensely from this budget, which has been long due. An announcement of nil tax up to 12 lakhs is certainly a welcome move. Will leave a lot of money in the hands of middle class, for sure. Increasing FDI to 100% in insurance is a long pending demand, and I think it will certainly bring in at least another 200 players to come into this country, with a lot of investments happening in the insurance sector. Secondly, I think continuing to invest in creating skilled manpower in this country, which is a need for every industry, is again a welcome move. I think a lot of investment in creating skilled manpower, particularly in tier 2, tier 3 cities, will certainly help to create more employment and will also build skill which is required for every industry. In my assessment, I think overall this has been a very, very good budget. particularly keeping in mind increased focus on MSMEs, which is a lifeline for the country, and starting two funds, starting a second fund of funds for startups for 10,000 crores, will encourage more young entrepreneurs to set up companies like us. We set up Policy Bazaar in 2008, and setting up a specific fund for deep tech of 20,000 crores is again a welcome move.
Okay. Also, you know, when she started off her speech, she spoke about the 4 pillars, and she spoke about farmers, she spoke about the youth, she spoke about women, and she spoke about the startup industry. Now, she started off with giving a number of subsidies and schemes and welfare projects announced to the tune of lakhs and crores of rupees for agriculture. How do you view, is this going to impact the way the agro economy of the country functions?
I think so, because at the end of the day, today, the country's lifeline will remain agriculture. Farmers today, with the help of agri-tech, can certainly create more, production, can create more efficient production, predict, weathers, ensure that, the production capacity of different, requirements of the country are met, and our dependency on imports will reduce substantially. Women in this country have always been ignored. I think over the last few years we have seen women getting a lot of support, and I think subsidies towards women is certainly a welcome move.
Absolutely, absolutely. And also let's talk about the startup sector. You spoke about skill development, the announcements that have been made by the Union Finance Minister. How does this positively impact the startup sector?
So Megha, let us understand one thing. Today in this country with 150 crore population, a lot of people pass out from tier 2, tier 3 colleges, and they don't get employment easily. That is because the required skills are not available on day one when these people pass out. Now, investing in creating centers for skilling will certainly help government, public sector and institutions to build co-curriculum programs, creating the right skill talent which the industry requires. For example, insurance industry alone employs more than 1 lakh of people every year. So my question is, if we don't create this talent, where will we get this manpower from? Be it hospitals, be it any other industry. I think this is a welcome move for sure, helping creating more talent, particularly focusing on tier 2, tier 3 cities where employment is a concern.
Okay, absolutely. And finally also, I want to understand from you, the tax deducted at source, tax collected at source has also seen massive changes with the announcement. What are the practicalities that an individual or an entrepreneur or a taxpayer will have to keep in mind in terms of the changes now that has been decided?
My apologies, because there's a lot of noise in the hall.
Yeah.
I didn't hear your first part.
Yeah, I'm talking about the tax collected at source, tax deducted at source. Both have seen changes after the Union Finance Minister announced the certain categories with regards to removal, reduction of tax deducted at source, tax collected at source. What are the practical implications of it?
I think, in my opinion, this move will certainly bring in efficiency. She has removed a lot of tax deduction at source, for a certain category of income. That, in my opinion, will reduce the number of transactions. Tax collected at source will certainly help government collect more taxes from people, particularly who don't end up paying tax, or there is subsequent follow-ups on this. So overall, I think this is a welcome move, and in my opinion, both tax deduction at source being increased to a certain level and overall tax collected will together create reforms in this country which is necessary.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Rajiv Gupta, for joining me and sharing your views, key takeaways on the budget. Coming back to my other panelists who are joining me right now. Naveen Raheja, he's the CMD of Raheja Developers Limited. Mr. Raheja, what is it that is the number one takeaway for you from the budget that has been announced, besides the tax slabs that have once again been shaken up?
A great budget when it goes to the real estate sector, particularly because for many years we were asking for several such things which were whatever we were getting was not as per expectations. Now I will say, first of all, I must congratulate everyone in the country for raising the tax slab and complete change of approach to the Indian masses. So that is one thing which will create a lot of disposable income, confidence in the economy, positivity. So that is one great move. When it comes to particularly the real estate sector, certain reforms have been considered. First of all, making provision of 1 lakh crore rupees for urban rejuvenation by various methods. It may be that the final details will be coming, I think, maybe on Monday. And the second thing, they have increased the limit of the Swami Fund now to cover 1 lakh houses, getting delivery of 1 lakh houses for the people who have been waiting for many years by infusing funds through Swami, another scheme, will really give a great boost to the real estate sector and will give a lot of further disposable income to the masses. Those 1 lakh houses means 1 lakh people will be able to unlock their investments, and unlocking that kind of investments, again recirculating, is actually money coming in the market itself by several lakh rupees, because it is not necessary that the 1 lakh will be just the last mile funding which is required for 1 lakh houses. So that means the total money which is going to get into circulation will be much more than not 50,000 crores. It may run into several lakh crores. Third is the loans for homestay improvements also are going to give fillip to the real estate sector. Then instead of one, now you have got provision for 2 self-occupied properties. So that was also a long-term demand that we should be able to invest into not more than one to take capital gains benefits. So these are largely a lot of things which have happened, and the most important thing which I look at is that a special effort by creating regulatory reforms. That regulatory reforms which have been actually stopping our sector for a very long time. Initiative now being taken for making everything ease of doing business, regulatory reforms. So that is really going to help the sector. I think this particular thing is going to help the most. So,
okay,
as I said it, the budget is really very good, and for our sector, it is really going to be very helpful.
Okay, I also have with me Sudhakarji. Sudhakarji, again, one more focus that has to be put most definitely, which is the nuclear energy mission, India's transition to clean energy. She has put out a roadmap of producing 100 gigawatts nuclear power by 2047. What is it going to entail? What are the implications going to be? How fast can we move forward to this deadline that has been put?
Megha, good afternoon. Thank you for getting me to your show, and compliments to very distinguished and esteemed co-panelists. In fact, it's a treat to listen to each and every one of them. As regards your question, if you allow me, I'll come to your question separately. But before that, as a retired general from the Indian Army, let me give you what I have gleaned from the presentation presented today by the Honorable Finance Minister. The centrality of any economics in any country in the world, as I understand, lies in rejuvenating the economy despite all pillars being in place, why did our economy get into a slump? I think the Honorable Finance Minister has more than adequately addressed the centrality as I have understood. That is the bottom line of any economic spectrum. The low end of the economy spectrum have been given, like you rightly said in the preamble initially, much more disposable income, and they have the higher propensity to expend or consume much more than the richer class of population in our country. So that disposable income has been given to the low end spectrum of the income holders, one. Number two, by actually focusing the attention on the working class, I think we have been able to address, it will force multiply the income as also employment multiple factors in our economy, thereby addressing the slump which we have experienced in the last quarter. Having given that, now come to the question which you have asked, Megha. Yes, it is a remarkable golden roadmap which has been outlined as a long-term perspective plan for the green energy and the nuclear sector, particularly the modular reactors which have been factored in the presentation today, is the one which is going to give a fillip or a kickstart to generating clean energy. These modular reactors are not, as of today, it has not been dovetailed into the ecosystem of energy, green energy. However, this is the only factor which is going to become the primary and the mainstay as far as the green energy is concerned in future.
Right, absolutely. Stay on with me, sir. I also have in the Sudeep Mehrotra. He is from Wellspun. Mr. Mehrotra, thank you for joining us. Key takeaways. What does the budget imply for the industry sector in the country?
Hey, hi, good afternoon, Megha. Thanks for having me here. It has been quite a comprehensive budget. It has covered many aspects of businesses as well as common life. I think 5 themes which are clearly coming out. Number one is the disposable income of common man is important, and hence the government has given the right kind of tax breaks for people to spend more and demand to pick up both in rural as well as urban clusters. Number two is the governance has been a focus. So minimizing the governance bandwidth for people and hence improving the ease of doing both business as well as ease of doing taxation was one of the themes. The third thing which was very evident is some of the PLI schemes will continue, but more focus will be on electronics, electric vehicle, medical equipment and some of those categories, and this is quite encouraging because over the last 4-5 years we have emerged as an important country in the supply chain. It's still not there where we want to be. This continued focus will take us there. Number 4 is there are multiple funds announced for infrastructure, so monetization of assets as well as the funds announced around Sagarmala, funds announced around other infra projects including greenfield airports will be quite meaningful to the way business is done in India, and hence the backbone of improvement of backbone of infra will lead to lesser cost for
Mr.
trade.
Mehrotra, just hold on to that thought. I have we were getting Akhilesh Yadav of the Samajwadi Party reacting to the budget.
लोग अयोध्या गए, वो प्रभु श्री राम के मंदिर का दर्शन नहीं कर पाए। जो लोग बनारस गए उसका दर्शन नहीं कर पाए। सड़कों पे रातें गुजारी हैं लोगों ने। सुनो, ये वर्ल्ड की इकोनॉमी 5th लार्जेस्ट से 3rd लार्जेस्ट ले जाना चाहते हैं। जो सड़कों पर लोग सोए 12-12 घंटे, एक दिन, 2-2 दिन। कई लोग जो बाहर से चल करके अपने इंतजाम से आए थे, आप पता कर लीजिए प्रयागराज से अयोध्या जाने में कितना समय लगा है लोगों को। 12 घंटे, 16 घंटे, एक दिन लगा है। कोई दर्शन नहीं कर पाया। कोई बनारस गया, गाड़ियां आने नहीं दी।
I'm going to come back to Mr. Mehrotra. Mr. Mehrotra, you were talking about, yes, there have been incentives that have been given in terms of improving the skill of the youth of our country. How does that impact industry and growth of the GDP?
Megha, you will have to repeat the question. What impact are you talking
Skill
about?
development, there have been a number of announcements, funds that have been allocated for Skill India movement. how does this impact the economy on a larger scale?
Yeah, I think the government focus this time has been on two fronts. One is to incentivize small and large businesses to invest more. So the focus is to improve private investments, and hence the government has announced multiple funds where the government will put in their kitty, and they will expect private investment to also come in as joint partnership. And whether it's the urban economy as well as rural economy, there has been multiple places where the finance minister talk about either in the maritime sector or in the fishery sector or in agri sector, where there is an increased focus for private companies to come and invest. So overall, I think it should be viewed as a budget which is growth focused. Also, one very interesting thing which was done is a very significant amount of time was taken on education and healthcare. I think whether it's AI or it was the IITs or ISC or other such institutes of eminence, the FM took the details and in terms of increasing the number of capacity for some of these institutes. So I would term it as a budget where there was a good balance between giving the right tax breaks and at the same time improving allocation on some of the critical items for Indian economy.
Right, absolutely. Sudeep, also tell us, were there expectations from the industry that may not have been touched upon by Nirmala Sitharaman? Of course, there was a lot of talk about there is going to be expected to be a reshuffle in the tax slabs, and that has happened. That has been delivered by Nirmala Sitharaman. But were there more expectations from the industry?
I am so sorry, Megha, your voice is a little blurred. But are you talking about SMEs or are you talking about?
I'm talking about how what the Nirmala Sitharaman budget has now delivered for the middle class. But has the industry also gotten the same kind of attention that it expected before the budget?
Yeah, I think. See, it's a very interesting theme because industry currently is in a situation where it is facing some challenges related to demand and both in rural and urban space. So capacities are available and the growth has been a little low. By putting more money in the pockets of common man, demand will go up and it will favorably impact the industry. At the same time, I think 1.5 lakh crore of free loans for infra through interest-free loan through infra through states, the monetization policy, the mining sector reforms, the details which were given about fisheries and maritime, shipbuilding, all those will support the industries. And this demand, if it picks up, and we are in a subdued demand situation for some quarters now, if this demand comes up along with the 8th pay commission, along with the tax break, along with the gig economy announcement that the FM made, it will have overall positive impact on the industry as well.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Mehrotra, for joining me on the telecast. Let's come back to Mr. Dua. It is hard to skip the mention that has been made by the finance minister for incentives provided to Bihar, and she's mentioned Bihar twice in her budget, keeping in mind this is also a coalition government where Nitish Kumar and the JDU form an integral part of the government, and the focus has been on food processing, which will number one help the farmers produce an income in Bihar, and number two allow for skill development and income and job generation in the state.
Yes, you're right, Megha, but economics is always political economics. The economics earlier, when it was conceived, it was called political economy. So here is the state government, the state is going to elections, and the federal government, the union government, has a lever in, budget is a lever in its hand to take advantage of, which it is certainly seeking, and I don't think they have concealed it in any manner. Yes, Bihar is the second populous state after UP, the number of members of parliament, etc. Jharkhand, when it was a part of it, 54 members of parliament used to be elected from there after UP's 82 or so. So, yes, they have announced it. Food but Bihar can do with any number of such announcements. What to my mind is important is things happening on the ground. The state government and the implementation of all these measures, whether it is food processing, skill development, or our IITs, Patna IIT being upgraded to etc., will to a large extent depend upon the implementation ability on the ground. Most of it will have to be carried out by the state government, and I wait, cross my hands to see, to see that the money which is being allocated gets utilized properly and it does benefit the people, because the difference in the advanced states of the south and the backward states of the east in particular gets exemplified by Bihar versus say Kerala or Tamil Nadu.
You're absolutely right.
There the implementation has been excellent. States have put in their own money. They have taken benefit of certain central schemes, and I would be more than happy if Bihar uses this money and center then pumps in even more, irrespective of the political advantage whether it gets or not. Bihar needs to get its act together.
Okay, all right. Coming back to you, General Sudhakarji, one more massive focus where a corpus of 25,000 crore has been allocated for maritime shipbuilding development. Now, how important it is, we have seen in the recent past there have been ports that have been set up, shipbuilding has been made the focal point. There is maritime transport that has been brought about at the center of government's agenda for growth, for revenue generation, and how does this impact the larger economy of the country?
Absolutely, Megha. I think you put your finger on the right question, and I must compliment you. You see, if we are looking at an economy of $30 trillion by 2047 or earlier, you see, much of about 90% or more of our export is through the maritime routes. And today, if I give you some facts and figures, it will be very alarming. Our dependency on the ships, the cargo ships, is as much as 95%. We are actually dependent on foreign ships. Only 5% ships are actually ex-India. If that is the kind of dependency, then I think the right amount of money has been put in the right factor to progress our economy into a forward-looking objective, which we must compliment our finance minister under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Second part I wish to highlight also is the ecosystem, the infrastructure which is existing today. When you carry out a comparative matrix of the number of major and the minor ports that India has today with the developed countries, why go that far? You compare it with China. It is actually very dismal. As against whatever China has today, we are not even 1/5 of the requirement of the ports that we are supposed to have. So therefore, India has to make very significant and long strides in construction of the infrastructure to support the maritime, the business that is required or the dependency that is emerging. Third and last point that I have is that in due course of time, the volume of trade from India that we are expecting, like last year in 2024, the sum total of the export that we have carried out is almost close to 814 billion. I hope these statistics are correct. And because when I was carrying out a comparative study, at number of places it is showing as 454 billion as export. But be that as it may, in due course of time, if we have to reach a target of $1 trillion of exports, say by 2030 or a greater figure, then perhaps we have to focus on the maritime infrastructure development as also the transportation that is going to be the focus of our effort, national economic effort. Back to you, Megha.
Okay, coming back to you. Dr. Dua, again I'm going to bring about focus on Kisan, on farmers, and there has been an increment in the loan limit from 3,000 rupees to 5,000 rupees if farmers procure the loan from KCC, which is the Kisan Credit Cards. Is this another step once again for the development and welfare of farmer to increase their yield and produce and therefore income, and at the same time digitization also being given an equal and important push?
Megha, certainly it would make some difference going up from 3,000 to 5,000, but it is not going to be a substantive, it's not a very substantive increase that on cash, on their Kisan cards, they'll be able to get instead of 3,000 to 5,000, because the cost of inputs has gone up ever since the earlier limit was made. Digitalization certainly beneficial to some, but I would have liked to see for agriculture, which is the main sector for the Indian economy, with 45-46% of the country population living in the rural areas, and direct employment, indirect employment, underemployment, everything is revolving around agriculture. There, in order to physically give them the greater benefit, I would have liked to see that, one, the government takes much more steps to give the 6,000 rupees under the Pradhan Mantri Krishi Nidhi scheme, which was some years ago, and which would have probably given them, because that's outright, that's not a loan, unlike the KCC loans. KCC, which is a loan, 6,000 could have been made 9,000 rupees. That would have traveled further than the loan which has to be returned. Second, I would have liked to see that the loans which are given by the banks, nationalized banks, or the land development banks, agriculture banks of various kinds in different parts of the country, those banks could be exempted from the cash credit limit which the Reserve Bank has increased in the last few months after the defaults in the banking sector increased. The last governor had increased in order to safety of the, he was playing his own role to be able to make the banks lending, going process not getting stuck. I would have liked to see, so certainly the announcement would come from the Reserve Bank, but the cash credit ratio of lending to small farmers of this kind of money is not counted, even if it's defaulted, towards the limits of lending by the bank.
Okay.
See, today banks under the cash credit limit have to reserve certain amount of money in cash, deposit it, keep it with them, deposit it with the Reserve Bank, etc. for their interest. That was safety. But the fact that you increase the limit affects the small man much more than the large. So that's my point on this, that much needs to be done for the farmers.
Yeah.
And government, I hope, does in course of the year revisit the requirement of funds there. And finally, the Kisan labor which is there, because the labor which is in the rural areas gets seasonal employment, as we know, sowing and harvesting, not round the year. For them, Manrega is the mainstay for 8 months in a year. Our average assurance under Manrega, which by law is 100 days per household per year, we are averaging below 50 in most states and nationally also.
Okay.
I am not saying increase the minimum wages drastically, but they cannot be less minimum wages than the wages prevailing in that state.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'll come back to you, sir. I'll take a quick commercial break and we keep discussing what are the key takeaways, 10 of them, whether it is the MSME, whether it is agriculture, artificial intelligence, setting up centers of excellence with regards to the focus being given to Bihar over food processing, farmer income, skill development. These all have been the key focus points of Nirmala Sitharaman when she made that budget announcement. Stay tuned on Newsx.
ਲੱਗਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕੱਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਛੱਡੋ ਬੱਲਬ ਨੇ ਝਮੱਕਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਨਾ ਝਮੱਕਾ
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ।
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ था माँ 3500 रुपया कहना ऐसी जीरो आया माँ पे ऐसा मुख्यमंत्री पूरे इंडिया में बनना चाहिए।
केजरीवाल जी जरा अपने झूठ के जाल में थोड़े लपेट में आ गए।
उत्तर प्रदेश की योगी सरकार प्रदेश के आर्थिक विकास के साथ साथ कानून व्यवस्था को भी दुरुस्त कर रही है। यातायात व्यवस्था को सुचारू तरीके से संचालित करने के लिए मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने ट्रैफिक पुलिस में महिलाओं को भी शामिल करने का फैसला किया है।
30% बेटियों को भर्ती करेंगे जिससे सड़कों पर शोहदों को ठीक उपचार कर सकें।
यूपी ट्रैफिक पुलिस में महिलाओं की अलग से विंग बनेगी। महिला विंग में 10,000 भर्तियां की जाएंगी। महिला निरीक्षक, उप निरीक्षक, सिपाही की अलग से तैनाती। सड़क हादसों में कमी लाने का लक्ष्य। सड़क हादसों में मौतों की संख्या में 50% कमी का लक्ष्य। सभी जिलों में रोड सेफ्टी एक्शन प्लान बनाने के ठोस उपाय। यातायात नियमों का पालन सुनिश्चित करेगी महिला ट्रैफिक पुलिस। सड़क दुर्घटनाओं को रोकने के लिए सुरक्षा उपायों को लागू करवाना। ट्रैफिक नियमों का उल्लंघन करने वालों पर सख्त कार्रवाई की जाएगी। उत्तर प्रदेश की ट्रैफिक पुलिस में महिलाओं के शामिल होने से महिलाओं के लिए रोजगार के अवसर तो खुलेंगे ही, महिला वाहन चालकों के लिए भी सड़क पर सफर करना आसान हो जाएगा।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV इंडिया न्यूज और Newsx का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीक से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत जिससे आप बनेंगे वो चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
पिछली बार 8 घंटे वाली बिजली चो कोई कट लग्या नहीं लग्या कट दी गल तां छड्डो बल्ब ने झमक्का भी नहीं मारना झमक्का।
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ।
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ।
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾ ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ
From the banks of the holy Ganga, where millions gather in devotion, a spectacle of spirituality,
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV इंडिया न्यूज और न्यूज़x का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का।
Hello and welcome. You're watching Newsx. I'm Megha Sharma and this is our rolling coverage of the budget that has been announced earlier today by the Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. She's touched upon all the aspects of the economy that will allow for increased growth, which has been projected to be at 6.8% in the economic survey yesterday. I'm going to take point by point. Of course, the highlight of the budget, which was announced right at the end, is about the revised income tax slabs. There has been a rebate of 12 lakh rupees that has been announced by Nirmala Sitharaman this time around. There is in front of your screens those tax slabs. Now, if you are earning in the bracket of up to 4 lakh rupees, your tax is 5%. It is now going to change to and then from 8 lakh it is going to be 5. If you're earning up to 8 lakh, it is going to be 5%, and then there goes the increment in which you are going to be earning, you are going to be paying your taxes. So I'm going to once again put out, if you're earning between the salary of 0 to 4 lakh rupees, you have to pay no tax. Up to 8 lakh rupees, from 4 lakh to 8 lakh rupees, it's 5%. 8 to 12 lakh rupees is 12%. 12 to 16 lakh rupees is 15%. 16 to 20 lakh rupees is 20%. And those who are earning between 20 to 24 lakh is 25%. And those who are earning above 25 lakh rupees, 24 lakh rupees is 30% income tax. Income tax up to 12 lakh rupees has a rebate which means you are not going to be paying tax if you are earning up to the tune of 12 lakh rupees. Let's start off our conversation. On the telecast with me is Dr. D.K. Gupta, Chairman and Director, Felix Hospital. Thank you very much. And Dr. Gupta, understanding from you about what are the key takeaways, particularly regarding the industry sector, regarding creation of jobs, regarding skill development, regarding artificial intelligence. How do all these subjects compound in helping the Indian economy grow?
Definitely, we talk about the healthcare sector, then budget 2025 focuses on strengthening healthcare infrastructure, preventive care involving robotics, involving AI, artificial intelligence, data analytics, all things, and medical education, and to enhance public health outcomes in India. That was the main focus of this budget. And if we talk about the budget allocation part, they have done remarkable job. They have increased their healthcare budget from 12.9% from last year. To this year, the budget is around 90,000 crore plus. And if we talk about around 7 year back, it was half of that, around 47 crore around. So it means there is around 100% growth in last 8 years in the allocation of healthcare budget, be it because of COVID or some other pandemics and like this communicable diseases. But definitely for the Ayush Ministry also, the budget has been increased from 3,000 crore to 3,700 crore. There is around increase of 24%. Also, government is now focusing on preventive and predictive healthcare. Like they have increased their budget on healthcare research also. The allocation of budget for healthcare research is also around 3,000 crore. Initially, we were not focusing on the wellness center. That now we will focus on the wellness center, Ayush centers. We will incorporate integrated medicines also. If we talk about the medical tourism, there was a long-term demand from our side that visa process should be easier. We should promote medical value tourism. Therefore, government has thought of this and they have launched Heal in India initiative. That is one of the most important initiative of this healthcare budget also. one best announcement of this budget is the exemption on custom duty on 36 life-saving drugs for cancer and rare disease. That is one of the also most important, I think, announcement. Basic custom duty waived off from 37 additional essential drugs also. That is also important. Gig workers, GIG workers are now will be covered under PMJY Yojana also. Like they will have 5 lakh cashless insurance and they can get treatment anywhere in India in government or private sectors. There will be 200 cancer care center development next 3 years only in all the government hospitals. Cancer is now one of the pandemic, and in India is currently suffering from the pandemic of this cancer. Every family, every like village, city, they are having lots of cancer patients. I think that is one of the most important announcement, that developing daycare centers for that chemotherapy, for this surgical oncology, and maybe for radiation oncology, they can be referred to nearby bigger centers. There is an announcement of 10,000 more new additional seats in next 3 years, and 75,000 medical seats in next 5 years. So I think they are working on the manpower also, especially technical or medical manpower, being it nursing students or medical students, doctors or paramedical staff. They are setting up the skilled nursing institute, medical colleges. They are increasing DNB seats. They are increasing MBBS seats, post-graduation seats in DNB and MD seats, MS seats. I think this is all about this broad healthcare budget. If we talk about the preventive healthcare services, now government is last time they announced the cervical care vaccination about the girls ranging from 9 to 14 years. That will be enhanced, that will be encouraged. Now Nirmala Sitharaman was very clear that it should be enhanced or it should be encouraged. Expansion of Ayushman Bharat insurance, that is PMJY Yojana, to ASA and Anganwadi workers also. Initially they were not covered, now they will be covered also. So I think digital and infrastructure की बात करें, then there is definitely they have launched the broadband connectivity for all the government secondary schools and primary healthcare centers. Because primary healthcare center, they don't have the internet like good internet connectivity. Because of that, AI and other robotics and other data analytics connectivity from the bigger centers, telemedicine, teleconsultation, these were hampered in past. But if they have good broadband connection, even they will connect. The primary healthcare centers can be connected to the medical colleges, bigger hospitals, so that they can have super specialty and multi specialty or
Okay, all right. Stay on with me, Dr. Gupta. I'm going to bring in Pradeep Shetty, Vice President, FHRAI. Pradeep, there has been a mention of tourism. Okay, I'm being told that Pradeep is still not joined us. I'll come back to him once he's on the telecast with us. Sumit is on the show with me as well. Sumit, let's take a look at the broader picture over here. And if you compare the budget that was announced in 2023 versus the announcement that was made in 2024, there is a stark contrast in it. There were some really populist measures that had been taken in 2023, with corpus that had been dedicated to the farmers, to women related entrepreneurs, to the youth, to agriculture. This seems to be a subdued budget, with the focus that has remained on the middle class. That was the big ticket item that was being discussed over the past several weeks, and that's where the government has delivered, primarily in the focus that was put on the budget today.
Megha ji, thank you for having me on your show. Well, it's a mission accomplished. I mean, that is what we have been talking for weeks on the TV channels and trying to stress this point. Look, it is for the first time somebody in India has stepped out and cared for the middle class. Middle class is 42 crore people going into 60 crore people. 42 is the number which is existing today. Couple of years it will be 60 crore people. We are the world's biggest middle class. Our middle class is bigger than the population of United States of America. And for this middle class, I think government and Modi ji has gone all the way out. Yesterday he indicated Mahalakshmi ki Varsha hogi. And today when you look at the things, it is really happening. Look, up to 12 lakhs, there's practically no tax. And after that, the slabs have been refined. What I've been talking, they will refine the slabs. New tax policy is the name of the game today, because there these slabs are applicable. With that, he has put more money on your hands. And if we talk politically, Now this is 31% of the population of the country, and this 1% population of the country who lives in urban pockets needed this boost. They were looking forward to this boost they have got. Another aspect is, when you look at, you have given a lot of tax concessions. Let's say for senior citizens up to 1 lakh there will be no TDS, up to 6 lakhs there will be no TDS. Still, with giving the tax cuts, and still your budget, income, what the government is going to get is going to increase. The physical expenditure is in control. For example, look at the thing that by 2028 everybody will have peene ka pani. Jal mission will reach every home. 2028 is 3 years down the line. It was started in 2029, and in 9 years you are going to cover the whole country. It is remarkable. Now, if you look at 20,000 crores for R&D, specifically money allocated for R&D. If you look at more other tinkering labs have been added. If you look at the other aspects, which is like, how they are going to kind of beef up how they are going to increase the system and how they are going to put in more money in that, then this PM Fellowship Yojana, what we have been talking about, the things have been added there. Another thing is that when you look at, the other things you are trying to maintain, you are trying to have impetus on agriculture, you are talking of development, you are talking of building the infrastructure, and you are taken care of all the strategic sectors. For example, if you look at the Toy Hub is a brilliant idea. If you look at the money which will be put in the cooperatives, that push of the cooperative industry of India, what we have been talking for so long, that is taken care of. Now, if you look at with that, vocal for local and all those things are already in operation. With that, I was happy that you are not allocating more and more money to Mandrega and Narega and all, but you are trying to put money wherein it is going to impact. For example, look at the footwear industry. It employs 22 lakh people. You are putting more money there. You are trying to develop an ecosystem there. So it's a very systematic approach.
Okay.
Middle class and all the sectors of the industry, young, old, and aspiring, are taken care of.
Okay, all right. Okay, I will come back to you. Naresh Tyagi, Chief Sustainability Officer at Aditya Birla Fashion and Retail Limited. Naresh Tyagi, what does the budget mean for the retail industry?
I think this time this budget is more for that Viksit Bharat Foundation. It has that good element of sustainable and inclusive growth for India and Bharat. If you see that 3-4 highlight which I picked up from this budget, it has a lot of focus on that make in India, and manufacturing is one of that key focus area for that, whether it is clean tech or global supply chain, how India can take advantage of China +1 in global value chain. Industry 4.0 was also a lot of talk on that, and then some of that incentive on that battery, lithium-ion battery, PV cell. I think these are the good boost for that manufacturing. India as a hub for manufacturing. These are the good thing. Then on that sustainable infrastructure, there was a lot of thing on that, how India can be more and more green building, green infrastructure, whether it is brownfield or greenfield airport or that Gati Shakti scheme. There is a lot of budget allocation on that green infrastructure, which for last few years India is making that stride. And finally, I see that on budget has a lot of focus on that education part, making India as a real hub, whether it is manufacturing or AI or technology, or even that allocating budget for that toy hub, making India as a global toy hub. Even some of the thing on that AI excellence center, Atal Tinkering Lab, allocating budget for that, enhancing IIT and other medical university and issue. These are the very, very welcome thing. And then final, I think India is a big consumer market. Getting that money in hand of taxpayer, especially middle class, is a very, very good and welcome step in this.
Okay, all right. Dr. Gupta, coming back to you, and I have to, put focus on this, highlight this, that during the election years, the government tends to focus, like I said, populist measures. There had been huge corpus that had been announced by way of credits being given to farmers, to the MSME industry, to women, Mudra Yojana. There was also talk about the Swanidhi Yojana in 2024, and it has been carried forward in 2025. But again, the middle class, the tax slabs were remained unchanged in 2024. This has not been the case in 2025, and if you take a look at the history, after the government came to power in 2014, there was a change in the tax slab. There was movement over there. There were tax slabs that were revised. Something similar happened in 2019. After 2019, it was 2023. So, what is this indicative of, the pattern?
I think pattern is very clear. Government is focusing on the middle class also. Now they have included in most of the schemes middle class also. If we talk about the tax slab, that are also very good for their middle class segment right now. If we talk about the healthcare services also, healthcare budget has been increased, and the parameters of healthcare budget covering the like research and development and the Ayush incorporation that has been incorporated. And definitely, if we talk about the overall long-term vision of Modi's government is good. They are talking about the Viksit Bharat, and they are working on that. And the road path is very clear, milestones are very clear, mission is very high. And definitely, with these initiatives, I think we will achieve our targets in next 5 years, and we will have a good milestone covered in the next 1 year, and next 5 years will be very crucial for us to achieve all the.
Okay, all right. Stay on with me. I have with me Hitendra Mehta, Managing Partner, Centrum Legal. He's co-chair of the National Council on SEZs and Industrial Parks at ASSOCHAM. Mr. Mehta, thank you for joining us. Your key takeaways of the budget that was announced.
Well, thank you so much, Megha. I think budget has been very good. I must say, the finance minister has done lots of things to make almost everybody happy. But then, as you say that dil mange more, so there's a wish list that remains to be there insofar as the industry is concerned. Since I represent the special economic zone sector and industrial parks, so this SEZ, they are contributing to almost 22 to 23% of India's exports, and they have been able to invite investment to the tune of 7 lakh crore rupees in India. And they are generating employment for almost 30 lakhs plus people, direct employment. So I was expecting that finance minister would at least bring a statement in the budget which brings clarity about the ongoing policy of SEZs, how government is viewing it in long term. Right? It is because in 2022 the finance minister had introduced a Desh bill to replace the SEZ Act, and there was this momentum getting slowed down because of that announcement of Desh bill, which was to replace the SEZ Act, and there is no new investment taking place for in almost last 2 years. Now in 2024 the government came with new SEZ amendment rules, which gives a kind of signal that SEZ policy, earlier SEZ Act, will continue to be in force. So this should have been clarified to my mind. And another aspect which I think government could have done more is on how to make this ease of doing business, reaching on ground. See, when we say ease of doing business, it essentially includes ease of exit also. So we have seen in our practical experience that if a project is not working well and company want to wind up, it is a long drawn process under the insolvency and bankruptcy code. The original intent of the IBC was to close these, do these resolutions within 180 days or at max in 270 days, but practically it is taking even more than 2 years, 3 years in certain cases, which is actually not yielding the desired results and sending wrong message to the investor community.
Okay, all right. Stay on with me, Mr. Hitendra Mehta. I'm also being joined by Mr. Niranjan Hiranandani, co-founder of Hiranandani Real Estate. Mr. Hiranandani, your key takeaways from the budget today.
I think the budget has focused a tremendous amount on the middle class, which is the right thing to do. And I think that's a focus area which is going to create surpluses where the buying power of the country is going to open. As far as the real estate is concerned, I think the significant part was the issue of Swami Fund, which we were requesting it should be further increased and enhanced. They had done earlier an investment of 10,000 in Swami Fund 1, which I believe has fixed up 1 lakh houses. The second fund now is suggesting 15,000 crores. But I think that is going to be just one Swami Fund. What we needed is at least 2 or 3 or 4 funds where we don't need subsidy from the central government, but we need the same provision which is available in the Swami Fund, which is last in, first out, in order to take care of the stuck projects that are there. So I think that is one thing which is good, but it is, I think, inadequate. The second part of it, which is extremely important, is the skills area in the real estate sector. They have talked about 5 centers of excellence. Today's date, let me tell you that we are dire short of skills. So on one side, there is unemployment in the country, and on the other side, we are dire short of skills in the sector, which I'm talking about what? Carpenters, plumbers, electricians, painters, marble layers, and small things like this. And a statement made by L&T about 4 or 5 weeks ago was that they needed 25,000 skilled workers. A company like ours needs 500 skilled workers shortage in our own company. So by and large, what has happened is that you need to take up that. The next point I want to point out is I think there's no inadequate new investment taking place. Last year, the investment was short. This year, the 11 lakh crores which is being proposed, I think is an understatement. We needed much more to be done, especially in where we already got deficit under control. We needed to put in more long-term investment commitment that needs to be done, because without that, we will not be able to achieve our target, Prime Minister's target of Viksit Bharat in 2047, because the growth minimum you need is 8%. So a further emphasis on housing and urban infrastructure, similar that was done in China, which brought about double-digit growth in GDP. In China, in those years where they focused on not only on manufacturing, but also on urban infrastructure and housing, actually caused it. So I think that additional focus on skill and additional investment needed in infrastructure is slightly short. Last point I wanted to mention was the fact that you're bringing in a new income tax bill, which is wonderful, and we're looking forward to that because she talks about ease of doing business. But already in this Income Tax Act, she is making 85 amendments. So there's a little inconsistency. Is it that the new act is also going to include the new changes which are coming in, or is that applicable from next year, or is it going to be from this year with immediate effect? Obviously, it doesn't look like it's in this year, because the present act itself, 85 clauses of amendment have been proposed over here. I think small things like TDS for rents, etc., up to 6 lakhs is also proposed. Many positive stories over here, but this is my initial reaction.
Okay, also comparing the budget to 2024 budget that was announced, what are your inferences? Do you think the 2024 was a more populist budget versus 2025?
Oh, I think it's quite focused on the world of business. But I think it's also catering for a sector which has a potential of further investment and further expenditure. And I think the demand which has come down in the last couple of weeks, months, I think the finance minister wants to make sure that demand which is across the board from the middle class, which has actually come down, including the affordable housing segment in the real estate sector, actually will be fed by the middle class, which will actually have surpluses with them, or the potential surpluses which will enable them or encourage them to buy a house or also spend money. So I think that downturn in the economy, which is slightly showing up in the last 3 months, is sought to be corrected also. And also populist, of course, anything you reduce taxes, everybody is going to be happy. But I'm looking at the long-term benefits of this, and I think that's a positive story.
Okay. Also, in the economic survey yesterday, there was an announcement that the projected GDP growth rate is going to be 6.8% in 2025-2026. How do you think the budget that has been announced will be able to help this figure climb up?
There is no way that we will go below that. My target is thinking that the Prime Minister will certainly look at new ways to actually go to 8 or 9 or even 10%. That should be the target. So I think I do believe interest rate should be brought down. I think somewhere down the line that is causing a lot of problem at the middle class and the lower middle class, especially in the housing sector. The EMI is to be paid by the persons who are buying the houses. There is a lot of problem in the affordable segment. So I think interest rate should be the target to lower them completely. Otherwise, you're not going to get the growth that you're talking about. So while inflation is in control, and when we are talking about prices of vegetables and fruits and other things, I don't think that is getting affected or you're not helping it by increasing interest rates that vegetables and fruits and other thing prices will come down because that is demand driven. So I think that focus needs to be done quickly if you want the economy to grow faster, which minimum I think we should target 8% this year. This 6.2 and 5 is not adequate enough to reach Viksit Bharat.
Okay. Do you think, obviously revision of the tax slab with the aim of the government, and as Nirmala Sitharaman said, that this will allow for more consumption to take place, this will allow for savings, and this will also allow for investment, which means more circulation of money into the market. What percentage of it will allow for the GDP to increase because of these revised tax slabs?
You have to go to the malls and see how the buying takes place. You have to see the reduction which has taken place will come back very soon. I think it's a question of a positive feel that the middle class have. And once that gets into the blood, you will see that the growth story or the expenditure levels going up. Already in the tourism sector, you can see huge demand in terms of middle class traveling all over India and even parts of the world. So I think the idea is to create that feel that you're going to have more surpluses and will enable more people in the middle class level to spend more and actually live a better quality of life. I think that's the target.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Hiranandani, for joining us and sharing your views, your first remarks on the budget 2025. Also with me on the telecast right now is Pradeep Shetty. He's the Vice President of the FHRAI. Pradeep, the one single point that was mentioned by Nirmala Sitharaman in a budget with regards to tourism and the hospitality sector perhaps could be also linked with that. She's spoken about how there is going to be an impetus, a push that will be made by the Government of India in developing top 50 tourist sites in the country. What does it mean for the F&B sector?
It means a lot. I think to begin with, this is quite an outstanding budget for the tourism sector. When I say tourism sector, it would include F&B as well as accommodation units. And this is, I would say, third year in a row that they have taken the right steps. I think to sum it all, the government has pushed the right buttons and taken the right steps. If you see how the sector suffered during the pandemic, the first step taken by the government was to promote domestic tourism, religious tourism, and that really helped. If you would know that if foreign tourist arrivals are still not back at what they used to be pre-pandemic. However, this sector grew exponentially. It's only because of domestic travel and the increased travel that's happening in the middle class sector and increased traveling, air, train, and all the sectors. So I think by learning from that, I think it's been a very thought out and a very, I would say, phenomenal budget. They've done enough to see that more and more travel happens. So investment in the Udan scheme is quite promising, the 150 more destinations, because now when there is more travel happening, there's a problem with airfares. So I think that will address the issue. More and more Indians locally want to travel, and more destinations will come up. And in that, one of the most startling features is the development of 50 new tourism destination. Now here, there were steps earlier also in the last 10 years, 15 years. But what aligns with our demand is to bring the hotel sector into the harmonized infrastructure master list. This ensures that when you develop a tourist destination, even the surrounding amenities and facilities like hotels, etc., are brought in. And once you bring them into the harmonized infrastructure list, there is easy lending available, and entrepreneurs are able to build hotels very at a quick pace and in a very sustainable manner. I think that's another great step which aligns with our demand for all these years. So I think the government has really understood what is required to be done. Looking at the ease of doing business and the e-visa things which have also been announced. I think that will also help to bring back the foreign tourists. But I think largely lot has been done for domestic travel and for the domestic tourism market. The medical tourism thing, which was also on a high now, with so much of focus coming into medical tourism, I think that will also help. There is so much of enabling factors to capacity building in the medical tourism.
Okay.
And one of the lost things out was the Buddhist circuit, which had lost its sheen in the last few years. We have some great Buddhist circuits, and we had pointed out how Aurangabad, being one of with Bodh Gaya and all those connections, were lost out, be it air connection or upkeep of these or maintenance of tourist arrivals for these, especially the Buddhist circuits. That also has come back into focus. So I think all in all, this will create a larger tourism economy. This will ensure that the local communities will prosper and will ensure that there will be more and more employment generation ability in the sector now.
Okay. I also have with me Prateek Jain, regional markets leader, joining me on the telecast. Prateek Jain, what's your inference of the budget, the overall budget?
I think it has been excellent. I guess, there are 3-4 areas that I think is important. One is enhancing the consumption, because the consumption has been slowing down, particularly the urban consumption. And to that extent, this major tax relief, and I don't think I remember any time in the past where from 7 lakh rupees to 12 lakh rupees, the exemption has increased significantly. So that means more money in the hands of the consumers. That's great news, and that should increase the economic activities as well. Second is the thrust to MSME. A lot of discussion on micro and medium sort of enterprises, ease of credit, increasing the limit for the turnover, and so on. Third is exports. A very systemized kind of a plan to increase exports and increase India's competitiveness. And fourth is ease of doing business and tax certainty. So a new income tax bill is going to be coming soon, which is going to be 50% lighter than what you had earlier. A lot of significant changes in tax compliances as well, both for multinational corporations as well as small businesses. So I think overall, if you see the key objectives, which is make in India, increasing the consumption, providing more tax certainty and enhancing ease of doing business, this budget, there is a tick box in all of those boxes. So I am very happy with the budget.
Okay, all right. Talking about the MSME sector, and that is important because there has been a push also, to grow the MSME sector, there have to be loans that have to be provided, which has been the focal point of the government last year in the budget and this year in the budget as well. Swanidhi Yojana she spoke about, Mudra Yojana she had also spoken about. But more importantly, skill development and education, there has been an increased corpus that has been allocated. Is there then going to be a gap filled between the demand and supply for skilled labor?
No, look, we'll have to see, but I think the gap will be narrower. You're right, in the upskilling side, there is again a lot of thrust on the upskilling. There has been discussion about setting up a food technology institution. There is a lot of focus on AI, which is really the buzzword now, and how government can intervene more meaningfully in this whole AI journey for the government as well as businesses. So I think there's a lot of focus on skill development, and this is a major issue. And this combined with the thrust on MSME would mean that over next few years you will see better skilled people and better finances for running the businesses. So that gap should narrow between the demand and supply.
Right, and also specifically talking about artificial intelligence, and that's a beast that we perhaps largely have not been able to tame. How are AI excellence centers? Can there be an impact of creation of these excellence centers in overall improving the industry in our country? How does AI impact real estate, impact businesses, impact other MSME sectors?
So see, AI to start with, there are two large impacts of AI. One, for the businesses, a lot of things can be done by AI where you today need people. Now, whether it is in finance, whether it is data processing, your other processes, HR, and so on. So that's one part of it, and therefore the requirement of manpower over a period of time should reduce. And therefore, it will lead to cost efficiency. It also means that there will be newer ways of business, particularly for startups and fintech and all of that, and that will create more opportunities for individuals as well as businesses. Center of Excellence has been set up for AI in the last period, and this period the scope has been expanded to include some other sectors as well. Yes, I mean the lead on AI has been taken by, let's say, US and China, but I think a lot of startups and the young entrepreneurs in India are working very extensively, and if they are incubated and encouraged, you will see India coming to the fore very, very soon. But most of the larger companies today are trying to adopt AI, which will lead to a lot of efficiencies over the next 6 months, 6 to 8 months, and everybody will have to be geared up. I mean, you and I will get impacted by AI as well in our day-to-day life as well. So we all need to embrace AI in a meaningful manner and see how we can make our life simpler.
Right. The Maritime Development Fund with a corpus of 25,000 crore has been set up for long-term financing for the maritime industry. How integral and essential is the maritime sector in our country for increased GDP growth rate and to reach the target of a $5 trillion economy?
It is very important. I mean, if you have to become $5 trillion economy, you have to focus a lot on infrastructure. That would include airport, ports, maritime, roads, and everything else. And you'll see most of these things have found mention in the budget. So, in addition to maritime, there has been discussion on new airports. There is a lot of discussion on enhancing the manufacturing and so on. So maritime is extremely important, and also there has been increasing. There has been a discussion on shipbuilding to say that the components and raw material for import of shipbuilding would be exempt for another 10 years. So all of that taken together, it's shipping, port, maritime. All of that helps in overall infrastructure development. I think these are all very, very important announcements.
Okay, Pratik, what's your key takeaway? If you compare the budget 2024 to the budget 2025, what is the rating that you will give to the budget?
Look, 24 was, it was more of an interim budget. So interim budget usually does not carry a lot of big bang announcements. This budget I think is a much bolder budget. As I said, I don't remember where in a budget where middle class has got so much of relief. So clearly the focus has been on middle class and urban development. There has been a lot of focus on MSMEs and exports, which was perhaps not there earlier. So I think this budget is a much bolder, forward-looking budget, and I hope that it helps us as a country, and helps us becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047, which is what our vision is.
Okay, all right, thank you. Pratik, for joining me on the telecast and sharing your views, your first remarks on the budget 2025. Sumit back on the telecast with me. Sumit, I am once again going to put my focus on the Maritime Development Fund. And this is a huge corpus of 25,000 crore rupees. This is something that has been continued from 2024 budget as well. How integral, once again, do you think is the maritime sector, shipbuilding, shipbreaking be if India wants to achieve the target of becoming a $5 trillion economy by 2047?
Look, Megha ji, there are two or three things. We have done an export of $800 billion. That is done and dusted now. Now we are already in the top 5 exporting nations of the world. But if we have to reach 5 trillion, we are talking of crossing the export of $1 trillion. When you talk of exports, the first thing which you need to place is maritime security and maritime ports. Exports cannot be done on aeroplanes. Aeroplanes are not used for export, unfortunately. So when you talk of these developing the maritime infrastructure, that is Bharat Mala, Sagar Mala, then Operation Gati Shakti, these are the initiatives which are working in tandem with each other. They are not working in isolation. For Bharat to achieve these kind of milestones and to eventually beat China 5, 10 years, 20 years down the line, maritime infrastructure, shipbuilding, shipbreaking, shipping lines have to come up. Today, 22% of the global traffic is controlled by Chinese shipping lines. We are not there in the global maritime market. We are there, but we are not a big player. Looking to our size, looking to our stature, if we are already the fifth largest economy by today, even if I talk by nominal GDP, when it comes to ship building, breaking and having the maritime routes and the shipping companies and the shipping management companies, today by chance Greeks still are the best in shipping management. But if you look at the whole of this thing, India needs to have this on your own. You cannot depend on a Chinese shipping line, a Greek management company and a Norwegian ship to do your business. Maybe right now it's okay. But eventually, what is the handling capacity of your ports? How many new ports are you building? If I want to, let's export $2 trillion worth of exports, today, even if I have the goods, my challenge is the ports. And these ports cannot be borrowed. I cannot export from, Sri Lanka or for that matter, Algeria for just for the sake of this. We have to export for India. So this is where the corpus is, this is where the focus is. And let me tell you, we are building one very big port in the tip of Kerala. I mean, it should be coming in another 4 or 5 years. That will be India's first transshipment port. Like Singapore is a transshipment port. We are building that in Kerala. So what will happen? That is just a few nautical miles away from the Silk Route. So then what will that ship do, that port do? It's not only the cargo which is bound for India or out of India. Then that transit port will be used for cargoes which are not for India and which are coming from other countries and going to some other countries. Right. So even that vision is already there. This is work in progress, what I'm telling you. And we are just few nautical miles, 1 hour from the Silk Route. So there are initiatives which Modi government is already working on. There is a focus on it. There's a money on this. Because if we are thinking of this $3 trillion export 10 years down the line or 15 years down the line, today the infrastructure building has to happen, management has to happen, and with it now comes the technology. How soon are you able to load and reload the ships? Today Singapore takes the lead in this, but eventually it is not far off then when we will take the lead in this, because Singapore and Dubai have developed because we didn't have the infrastructure. China has infrastructure. If we come with the infrastructure, it won't be good news for people like Singapore and Dubai, because people are going there for this, especially transshipments, because we don't have the infrastructure right now. But once we come up with big couple of transshipment ports, then you can see whatever revenue Singapore gets from the port, which has built a country like Singapore, that is all going to walk our way. So there's a bigger game plan and there's a bigger vision in place. It's not incidental. Right, absolutely. Pradeep, coming back to you and talking about skilled labor, how important, the hospitality industry, tourism industry is labor heavy. How do you think the push that is being given by the government by setting up these campuses, putting a corpus of hundreds and thousands of crores of rupees for education and skill development, going to boost the hospitality sector?
So I think it is quite a brilliant move. The hospitality sector, it's highly labor intensive. I think after being most capital intensive, it is the one which requires labor and skill at the most, because we are known for the service that we give here, as compared to what one gets elsewhere. So this is the right focus. In fact, the industry for the last 2 years has been working on all fronts on how to improve the working condition, how to ensure talent retention, how to build more talent. I think under all these circumstances, this is really going to help the industry, because when we are looking at growth, I mean, there are thousands of room by 2028. There's another 50,000 to 80,000 rooms that are likely to be added into the Indian infrastructure. In that case, there'll be the requirement for skilled labor is going to be of utmost importance. I think so. From that standpoint, it is a very, very critical and important.
Okay. Moving forward, how do you think the hospitality sector has been able to bounce back completely from COVID, and what more is expected, is desired from the government, from the budget for hospitality and tourism to finally start accruing profits?
I think thankfully we have been out of it last year itself. I mean, we suffered 2021, 22, but thereafter there's been no looking back. In fact, the growth has been phenomenal, and it owed it all to the domestic tourism largely. And so therefore, what needs to be done has to be more focusing on how do you get more and more foreign tourist arrivals. I think looking at what steps have been taken now, they appear to be the same steps which aligns with our demand. One is, trying to build the Buddhist circuit, where you get a lot of influx from the Southeast countries. Then looking at medical tourism, this is the period, from December to March, when medical tourism is high from the Gulf. I think that enabling building capacity also will help over there. Then building of spiritual and religious locations here. And lastly, the 50 new tourist locations, those will help. And also the Mudra scheme, where the homestays are going to be funded, easy funding available for homestays. That creates a unique experience for travelers and tourists, not only locally, even for foreigners. And the focus on building more and more air connections. I think all of this appear to be exactly in place of what is required to be done to let this industry grow. So looking at the growth, we've had the growth. We've been able to manage post pandemic. Where we lacked was the foreign tourist arrivals. And what was the discovery in the last 2 years is the middle class traveling and the domestic travel, which was like never before ever in the last few centuries. So,
okay, all right. I also have with me Pradeep Goyal, Managing Director, Prudent Arc Limited, and Chair, National Council for Stressed Assets at ASSOCHAM. Mr. Goyal, thank you for joining us. And of course, the same question that I am asking my other panelists, other industry stalwarts. What is your key takeaway of the budget 2025?
Yeah, thank you, Megha. Thanks for inviting me for the panel. I think this budget has to be looked at from the vision and the reach. It is so deep rooted, we need to understand how deep the thought of Modi government has been. The budget reaches down to the roots with every citizen of the country, whether it is a working class, whether it is a labor, whether it is a self-entrepreneur, MSMEs, micro agriculture. So it has been described elaboratively in the budget, the benefits that everybody is going to get. Education reforms are there. There are scholarships announced for various courses, professional courses. There are benefits announced for health sector, for tourism development, leather industry. So, we cannot just gauge budget only from one point. Income tax, which have been a big booster, and I can see everybody talking about the income tax slabs being benefiting for sure. That has a reach of a different kind of its own. But the budget is far beyond what it just meet the eye only for the income tax slabs have been increased.
Okay, talking about the four engines that Nirmala Sitharaman spoke about: agriculture, MSME, investment and exports. Now there has been specific focus that has been given to all these sectors. Investment and MSMEs particularly, are you satisfied with the kind of allocation that has been given in the budget?
Actually, if I don't know whether you have read my pre-budget expectations, so I would say that my pre-budget expectation met with the budget speech to the extent of about 80%. as the government's aim and objective is overall development of the country, and government is building this country brick by brick. So MSME being the backbone, having 40%, more than 40% of the nation's contribution of the economic growth. So it was expected, and agriculture is our feeding class with feed of 150 crore people. There has to be a big boost for agriculturists to work in the way wherein they are able to do justice to and not run away from being an agriculturist, and they are sufficiently supported by different schemes.
How important it is for the government to infuse more funds into the education sector and skill development sector to ensure that there is a steady supply to fulfill the demand?
Jay. Skill development, actually, this is a very interesting aspect, because in our country, if I talk about my organization and a lot of people I know, whether in industry or financial services, we lack quality people. Even if we have a hiring of, let us say, 100 people, but we have to take interview at least 1,000 people, then we say 100 are eligible, and that also we are not satisfied with the quality. So skill development is such an important aspect that government has touched for the betterment of the nation and also betterment of the living standard in the class. So I think that's a very important aspect touched upon.
Right, absolutely. I have to, of course, ask you about India's dream to be a $30 trillion economy by 2047. There is, Sagar Mala, Gati Shakti, that have all been spoken about the finance minister, and one corpus that she has allocated, which is a considerable amount of money, that is 25,000 crore rupees for shipbuilding, shipbreaking, to enhance the maritime sector. How important does maritime become to support industry in the country?
See, I would say, Megha, that we should not talk only of one sector. You talk about 25,000 in the maritime sector, 10,000 crores in another sector, another 10,000 crore in Swami, which is real estate sector. You see, how's a house built? How's a country built? It is built brick by brick. So all these contribute to nation building by adding each brick, adding each floor or a foundation in many different ways. Everything contributes to the nation building. So there is only one direction, Viksit Bharat. But I would say the way things are going on and the deep thought and vision of Modi government is not only making Bharat a Viksit Bharat, but it will be an exemplary Bharat, wherein all the countries of the world will look up to India, Modi ji, and the policy which will impact the country and development in the long run, and everybody would like to follow the example of India going forward.
Also, I want to understand from you, how do you understand, and how is it going to be helpful for industry, for the economy, that AI centers of excellence have been set up? There is a corpus of 500 crore rupees that has been allocated for it.
So this center of excellence will, as a skill development, and as you talk of the R&D, you talk of thinking out of the box and coming out with new ideas. I think this is all is needed for the overall development, I think.
Okay. Agriculture is an important sector. You touched upon it, especially the corpus that has been allocated to Bihar when it comes to food processing institutes that have been set up. This will allow for increase in farmers' income. This will allow for skill building and the makhana production that was specifically spoken about, Nirmala Sitharaman. Last year millet was the food that was propagated by India all across the globe as well. What is the potential for makhana to become a global food trend?
So when we say makhana, I would say that Bihar, which is not having the per capita income or the standard or the income level of a common citizen, needs to be improved. So government has carefully examined what exactly could be done. So makhana is a concentrated thought, vision that makhana could be one aspect to uplift the lives of people of Bihar, and this could contribute to their livelihood and their living. So I think you see the depth of the thought here. So I think it's a very important and it's very interesting to see how this is going to emerge going forward.
Absolutely. And also I have to ask you, that has been the big ticket announcement that has been made, that has kept the country abuzz, which is the tax slab revision that has taken place. You know, quite the relief to the middle class, which will allow for consumption to increase and disposable income in the hands of the middle class, talking about investments and savings. How does this impact the economy? Will it help in the GDP growth rate of the country?
Of course, it is going to help, because this, with more money in the hands of the middle class, their spending power will increase, their investment portfolio will increase, their living standard will increase. So I think it is going to help the economy, because this money is going to, where it is going to go? It is going to flow back in the economy. It is going to, what is the economic development? When there is demand, supply of goods and services. So with this money coming in, there is a demand being created. And with this demand being created, there will be supply of services and goods. So this is the circulation which is going to uplift economy as a whole. As we see that this income tax slab is going to impact and benefit more than 10 crore people. So you see the large benefit and the impact it is going to have in the country. You will see going forward is going to be a big booster for small and medium enterprises and middle class overall.
Okay, all right. On that note, thank you, Mr. Goyal, for joining me on the telecast and sharing your views. I'll take a short break. Thanks for watching Newsx. Stay tuned. On the other side, we are now going to dissect and analyze everything that was spoken, announcement being made by Nirmala Sitharaman earlier today.
ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰ 8 ਘੰਟੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਚੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਕੱਟ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕੱਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਛੱਡੋ ਬੱਲਬ ਨੇ ਝਮੱਕਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਨਾ ਝਮੱਕਾ
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ
From the banks of the holy Ganga, where millions gather in devotion, a spectacle of spirituality,
विश्व के सबसे बड़े सांस्कृतिक समागम महाकुंभ प्रयागराज में अग्नि सुरक्षा के लिए 24 घंटे सतर्क और तत्पर है उत्तर प्रदेश अग्निशमन तथा आपात सेवा बल। आप भी रहें जागरूक। कुकिंग गैस में अच्छी गुणवत्ता वाले एलपीजी पाइप और रेगुलेटर का प्रयोग करें। रसोई घर का निर्माण टीन शेड में करें। उपयोग के बाद रेगुलेटर नॉब से गैस सप्लाई बंद करें। एलपीजी गैस की गंध आने पर तुरंत रेगुलेटर व गैस स्टोव बंद करें। टेंट में एलपीजी गैस और ज्वलनशील पदार्थ का उपयोग न करें। शिविरों में मानक के अनुरूप बिजली के कार्य कराएं। उच्च रेटिंग वाले एमसीबी ईएससीबी का प्रयोग करें। सर्किट, बल्ब, ट्यूबलाइट के मध्य कम से कम 15 सेंटीमीटर की दूरी सुनिश्चित करें। अपना कर यह आसान उपाय महाकुंभ को बनाए सुरक्षा का पर्याय। स्वच्छ, सुरक्षित एवं सुव्यवस्थित महाकुंभ 2025 प्रयागराज।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV इंडिया न्यूज और न्यूज़x का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीक से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे वो चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
पिछली बार 8 घंटे वाली बिजली चो कोई कट लग्या नहीं लग्या। कट दी गल तां छड्डो, बल्ब ने झमक्का भी नहीं मारना, झमक्का।
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ।
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ।
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ। 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ, ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ। ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ।
केजरीवाल जी जरा अपने झूठ के जाल में थोड़े लपेट में आ गए।
उत्तर प्रदेश की योगी सरकार प्रदेश के आर्थिक विकास के साथ साथ कानून व्यवस्था को भी दुरुस्त कर रही है। यातायात व्यवस्था को सुचारू तरीके से संचालित करने के लिए मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने ट्रैफिक पुलिस में महिलाओं को भी शामिल करने का फैसला किया है।
30% बेटियों को भर्ती करेंगे जिससे सड़कों पर शोहदों को ठीक उपचार कर सकें।
यूपी ट्रैफिक पुलिस में महिलाओं की अलग से विंग बनेगी। महिला विंग में 10,000 भर्तियां की जाएंगी। महिला निरीक्षक, उप निरीक्षक, सिपाही की अलग से तैनाती। सड़क हादसों में कमी लाने का लक्ष्य। सड़क हादसों में मौतों की संख्या में 50% कमी का लक्ष्य। सभी जिलों में रोड सेफ्टी एक्शन प्लान बनाने के ठोस उपाय। यातायात नियमों का पालन सुनिश्चित करेगी महिला ट्रैफिक पुलिस। सड़क दुर्घटनाओं को रोकने के लिए सुरक्षा उपायों को लागू करवाना। ट्रैफिक नियमों का उल्लंघन करने वालों पर सख्त कार्रवाई की जाएगी। उत्तर प्रदेश की ट्रैफिक पुलिस में महिलाओं के शामिल होने से महिलाओं के लिए रोजगार के अवसर तो खुलेंगे ही, महिला वाहन चालकों के लिए भी सड़क पर सफर करना आसान हो जाएगा।
From the banks of the holy Ganga, where millions gather in devotion, a spectacle of spirituality once every 12 years.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Newsx and I'm Megha Sharma, and joining me on the telecast are industry leaders from all walks of life, all spheres, all businesses who are commenting on the budget that was announced earlier today. Joining me on the telecast right now is Hemant Jain. He's the president of the PHDCCI. Thank you, Mr. Jain. And of course, the first question, what's your key takeaway of the overall budget?
Hello. Sorry, can you repeat again, ma'am?
I can hear you.
Hello?
I can hear you. If you can hear me, please tell us what is your key takeaway from the budget?
I think there couldn't have been a better budget than what we have got. The last statement made by the FM for increasing the limit to 12 lakhs, I think was like a Dhoni sixer. This is truly incredible what they've done, and it was beyond expectation.
Okay, let's start with the announcement that has made the biggest buzz. The tax slabs that have been revised. People earning to the tune of 12 lakh rupees will be exempted from paying tax. This is for the fourth time that there has been a revision in the tax slabs since the Modi government came to power. How is that going to impact the economy?
The Indian economy was, the growth rate has slowed down, so there was a need for the government to give an impetus to the government and give money in the hands of middle class, so that the growth can be continued, and it's something which was done in the best fashion. People were expecting that this will go up to 9 to 10 lakhs, but the 12 lakhs, I think it's gone beyond the expectations. So I think this will give a huge impetus to the GDP growth rate in coming times.
Now, the 4 focus points of the finance ministry in the budget have been agriculture, MSME, investments and exports. There have been huge sums of corpus that have been allocated in all these 4 sectors. Let's start with agriculture. How do you think this is going to benefit the farmers?
I think the agri-based commodities, which India is still an agri-based country. We are dependent on agriculture in a big way. A large population is dependent on the agri-based. Government has given a lot of impetus on for increasing the yield per acre. They have also given a special scheme for pulses, which will ensure that our dependence on import of pulses reduces. So we see a lot of focus on innovation, increasing acreage, and ensuring that dependence on food security remains a key subject of the government.
Now, talking about the MSME sector, there have been increments in the loans that can be taken by businesses, by small sector businessmen. Ease of doing business is something that has been spoken about to a large extent. There is a creation of skilled labor that has also been the focus, where funds have been allocated for skill building and education centers of excellence. How are they, both of them, interlinked? The MSME industry growth and the skilled labor that needs to be provided to thrive the MSME sector.
I think MSME is the backbone for the country today. We have around 1.5 lakh PhD members, CCI members, out of which 70% are in the MSME sectors. I think government has given what's required right now, the capital in the hands of people. They've given credit guarantees to the MSME sectors. They've given impetus, and today, effectively, to be more competitive, you need to have the right kind of skill sets. So government has given space for the right kind of skill set to be given to MSME, because large corporations have their own HRD departments, own team which can handle and create the right kind of workforce. So I think the government's impetus on skilled manpower will help MSME in upgrading their skill sets and increasing the efficiency also.
Talking about exports, there have been a number of cuts that have been made, that have been announced by the government in key sectors, whether it is leather or the toy industry. Do you think, did you wish there could be more cuts on other sectors, on other goods?
I think I think there is always a demand. Everybody wants to have more and more cuts to ensure that there can be growth in the industry. But the industries which they have touched are today, I think, are very labor-intensive industries. So by giving impetus to this industry, government has also ensured that this industry can grow, and the employments in the sectors can be ensured and increased also. So I think these are the key sectors which have done. I'm sure the government will take up more in the coming times, but I welcome this decision of giving this to the toys and leather, and especially the green energy. I would say focus has been on getting the green energy, which today a lot of batteries and all are being imported. The government has given a custom duty waiver for raw materials of batteries also. So I feel this will like inculcate a feeling of make it in India, especially in the EV sector.
All right, thank you very much, Hemant Jain, for joining me on the telecast, sharing your views. I also have with me at this point Jaikar Singh, from Symphony Resorts. Mr. Singh, of course, what's your key takeaway, and do you think enough has been done by the government for the tourism industry in the budget today?
Hi, good afternoon. First of all, thank you for having me on the panel. So we see that it has been kept very brief and apt. but at the same time concentrating on the right aspects which are important for India, which is medical tourism, ecotourism, and sustainable tourism, as we all see. A few things which are important for the growth of India overall, for example, facilitating bigger and smaller stakeholders, right, by facilitating mudra loans. That's super key for everyone, and especially when we are talking about upgrading and uplifting 50 tourism key destinations of India. Something like air cargo, which is super beneficial for sustaining and providing consistency in delivering of services in terms of people coming for their experiential holidays, whether it's medical tourism, it's like even if insulin has to reach or medicine has to reach, whether it's fresh produce. Fresh produce is highly dependent on something like air cargo, right? So definitely now we'll see the whole of India traveling more, and we'll see a lot of India contributing to tourism. So overall, it's been a great approach towards tourism.
How do you see skill development and focus of the budget also being on building institutions that will help in skilled labor to be produced to meet the demand? How does this impact the tourism industry, the F&B and hospitality industry?
So see, so far post-COVID, we had seen that a lot of people had shifted and they'd lost their trust from hospitality, and they started moving on to sectors such as banking, etc. But now with facilitating this, and in smaller towns, especially in India's top 50 tourist places are remote. They need good connectivity, and they are all from their families, away from their comfort zones. Now these kinds of setup coming closer to them, and also seeing a boost in the kind of training that they'll be given, the education and infrastructure, they will get them back, and they'll definitely promote themselves in getting the right talent in and upgrading themselves in totality.
Right, absolutely. Also, with regards to the overall picture, when we talk about how there needs to be infrastructure that needs to be built for India's sustained growth, yesterday there was an estimation made of 6.8% growth rate in the year 2026. There has been, an important point that has been raised about maritime development, about shipbuilding, shipbreaking. How is this going to impact the economy on a larger scale?
So definitely. So for now, everyone's been importing. So by the time that now we'll be able to focus more on ship development within and construction within our country. So these import duties will, be a major contribution to our ROI. I mean, our ROIs would be lesser, and we'd be able to sell tickets and India will also be upgrading their facilities in terms of that. So
Okay, all right. I have with me right now Rakesh Nangia, who's a tax expert. Rakesh Nangia, if you could break down for us these figures. First of all, revised tax slabs that have taken place. Those who are earning up to 4 lakh rupees, they will not have to pay any tax. They had to pay a tax of 5% up until recently, before the announcement that was made. And then of course, the 12 people earning up to 12 lakh rupees are exempted from paying tax. How does this impact the middle income citizens of the country? What, if you could break it down for us, what does it in practical terms mean?
Since this pre-budget exercise, one of the biggest asks from the government, and which we were expecting from the government to address, was to give some extra money in the hand of middle class people. And the only way that you could have given it would have been given possible by reducing the tax burden on it. You will be surprised that 5 crores people have an income of less than 5 crores rupees. They do not pay any taxes after 87A. This is the first time historically ever I remember in last 30 years where such a massive dosage of exemption or tax flow has been given in the hand of the middle class or individual taxpayer. First time it has happened when you found that 80,000 rupees of the maximum extra money money amount you generate in your hand, saving you generate in your hand because of this provision that has been introduced in the budget. Imagine the cascading effect it will have on almost, I can say, 5.25 crore people who are likely to benefit from this provision. See the multiplier effect, the demand, the consumption. You will feel this gradually. It's not immediately the money is going to come in your pocket, but you're going to feel it. Just think about it. Have we ever saved 80,000 rupees money? We used to get a relief of 10,000, 5,000, 7,000, 20,000. 20,000 was a blockbuster relief, extra money you were getting it. And 90% of the budget speeches which I heard about it, everybody was talking about extra money in the hand of the employee, individual. So this is the first time this move of the government has been beyond expectation, never expected in the wildest of the dream. The government will give such a massive dole of extra money of exemption in the pocket. So from individual point of view, this particular provision addressing a little bit of more like house income, property income. Earlier you had exemption in one house, you made it in two houses. Beautifully, very well addressed. A lot of people have two houses, you get that exemption. You have got exemption, a small exemption here there, but this was a blockbuster. So I'm not going into the other minor point is concerned. But I can share with you something more actually, if you permit me, which was expected from the government and which we feel has not come to us. If you permit me, again.
So how does this directly impact the middle class?
So what happens is the maximum tax saving that you make it in this way, you will be saving almost like 80,000 rupees of taxes. 80,000 is a saving which brings extra money in your pocket. You are free to spend that money, which you would have not spent because you never had that money in your pocket. You would have paid in taxes. So imagine you will save money, you will take out money from your car, you can buy a car in every year, you can pay the cash down. You get the cash down from this tax saving money, which is actually generating income in your pocket. So this is a surplus in your money. It's a cash flow, free cash flow, additional free cash flow in your pocket.
You're right. And how does this help in bettering the economy? Because you're talking about increased consumption, increased savings, investments, more disposable income.
So what happens when you have 80,000, you're going to spend that money. You'll do shopping, you'll do something for household, you'll buy a vehicle, you'll buy a scooter, you'll buy anything is there. So you're creating a demand actually. You're pushing up the manufacturing sector. You're putting up any part of economic activity, this is generating it. And you are putting a cascading benefit effect on the economy. You get more employment. Then the GDP of the country goes up. The balance sheet becomes stronger. You have a better manufacturers, traders. Everybody stands to gain. So this is a pure money coming in your pocket, pure additional money, non-tax money because it's already taxed actually.
Yes.
So which you're free to spend. It's free fall.
Yeah, Rakesh Sinha, more information that's figures on our screen. The defense budget allocation is at 6.81 lakh crore rupees, which stands right now. The defense revenue stands at 3,11,000 lakh rupees. Defense capital for buying of arms and ammunition has been also increased. The pension outlay is at 1.6 lakh crore rupees. What does this indicate?
This is to me?
Yeah.
So what happens is, this is first you measure 3 lakhs, that's a defense expenditure basically. So defense expenditure, I don't have the figure, what is exactly the figure right now, but defense expenditure has been going up by 10, 15% minimum on a yearly to yearly basis. And this is basically happening more because of the capex requirement. And the capex requirement has multiplied in a very big way. And especially we see that because of cross-border issues, the money is, the defense that needs it, in our opinion, is much more, but the government is tight-fisted. It's a democratic country. All figures are disclosed to the public at large. So you see that's a defense budget, how the government is going to spend, how the government is going to put on the capex. So this is all actually part of a policy making. This is all part of a budgetary exercise. So that's the money that's government spending. And generally you'll find it'll be 10 to 12% higher than the previous year.
Okay, stay on with me.
This is a track record.
Stay on with me. I also have with me Dr. R.G. Agarwal, Chair of Agri-Business Committee at PhD CCI. Dr. Agarwal, what's your key takeaway from the budget that has been announced, and particularly the focus that has been the agri sector?
Yes, thank you.
agriculture sector, one of the important is 3 lakh rupees Kisan card credit limit has been increased to 5 lakh rupees. Then it will strengthen the farmers by making them easy loan available. So this is one of the most important thing announced in budget. And second thing, for agriculture, finance minister has announced to make India a food hub, and for that they are talking for 100 districts to develop on the line of aspirational districts to promote agriculture crops, especially pulses. So all these are very, very good initiatives and farmers will be benefited.
Right, right. And talking about how there has been the Kisan credit card where the extension of loans has been increased from 3,000 rupees to 5,000 rupees if Kisan credit cards are used. Do you think this helps in building digitalization, which has been the focus of the government, as well as allowing for farmers to invest more, allowing for produce to increase, allowing for their incomes to also raise?
Yes, Mega, it is 3 lakhs and to 5 lakhs.
Yeah.
So definitely it will increase money in the hands of farmers, which he can invest on his agriculture, and he can increase our agriculture production, because at present our per hectare agriculture production is much low in comparison to developed world, developed north. So if farmers have the money and they get the new technology and invest on agriculture sector, then our agriculture sector as plant can really become the food hub for the world, and food agriculture economy drives the industrial sector as well as service sector. So overall this will impact our total GDP growth of the nation.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you for joining us, for Mr. Agarwal, and giving us your views on the budget. Right now, I'm also being joined by Mukul Bagla. He's the chair of Direct Taxes Committee at the PhD CCI. Mr. Bagla, again, you know, there has been quite the movement that has happened by way of reducing these tax slabs, by way of reducing direct taxes, tax deducted at source, tax collected at source. If you could simplify for us, what does it mean in real terms?
Thanks, Mega, for having me on your channel. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the Honorable Finance Minister for coming up with this budget, which has I think has been unprecedented relief to the middle class taxpayers. I think last many years the corporate tax rates have been very liberalized at 25%, and it was the middle class who was being subjected to the most amount of tax, and the tax collection from the personal individual taxpayers was increasing at the rate of 20 to 25% every year, and it was actually trying to pinch the middle class a lot, because of the fact that the middle class is the one who's contributing to the growth of the country by way of starting new startups, by giving new professionals to the country in the form of lawyers, doctors, chartered accountants, engineers. And now suddenly it's like a moral victory for the middle class today, that they have been given this tax break and their personal disposable incomes are going to go up to this extent. When you see, when the FM says that on an income of 24 lakh rupees, you're going to save up to 1,10,000 rupees every year. So that's a lot. That's like a 30% cut on your tax bill. So with that extra disposable income in the hands of the taxpayer, it will be utilized by him for further growth of the country by increasing its consumption, investing in new companies.
Yes.
So I think overall it has been a great step by the finance minister.
Right, and specifically talking about the revised tax slabs.
At the same time, I would say,
revised tax slabs and the 12 lakh income group being given complete exemption. How, also, has, in the past few months, the GDP growth rate has sort of slowed down to 6%. What is expected? Can you make an estimate because of more disposable income at the hands of the middle class? Can this speeden up the rise of GDP growth rate in our country?
So I can say two things as a fact. The first thing is that the tax collection, what the finance minister says, that with the tax cuts, the tax foregone by the income tax department is close to 1 lakh crore. But I can assure you, and I can say with a lot of confidence, that in spite of the tax cuts, the tax collections are going to be much more than the last year. So the cutting the tax would not result in lower tax collections, but it will result in much higher tax collections, number one. And number two, with more money remaining in the hands of the taxpayer, which will result in consumption and investment, the GDP of the country will get a boost. And I'm sure from the existing 6.5, we should reach the levels of 7.5, 8% very soon. Not only because of because of the tax cuts, but because of the other measures which have been taken in the budget and a lot of good things which have been happening in the economy right now.
Absolutely. Talking about Gati Shakti program and the Sagar Malab, Nirmala Sitharaman has spoken about airport infrastructure and building roads and major focus this time around and maritime development. How integral does it become for the government to make a push towards this direction? In the recent years, in the last budget as well, that had been the push. There have been a number of ports that have been opened up now. There is a strong effort being made by the government in this end. Why do you think this has been made an important segment of the budget?
See, the government has a very strong think tank. They know exactly where the country needs the development, which are the sectors which are lagging. So Project Gati Shakti and all the projects in respect of joining the rivers, of making thrust to other sectors, the government has identified the maritime industry which the government has focused on. In fact, even why only these industries, even tourism for that matter, the government has been working on tourism, on ship making this time. So the government knows which sector needs the maximum support right now to make India a Viksit Bharat by 2047. And they've been bang on with all their changes. They've been trying to do the needful, supporting the sectors. In fact, the best thing that they've done is they're trying to promote export substitution. Wherever we are doing imports, they're trying to make sure that all those things are made in India. So with all those things happening, and the sectors like Gati Shakti and merging of the rivers, I think what are the steps they've been taking, it's going to help a lot in the development of the country and making India a developed country by 2047, which is everyone's aim right now.
And skill development, very huge focus again, building institutions for education and skill development. We already understand that India is the most populous nation. The largest percentage of the population is the youth, but what is difficult to find is skilled youth that can be hired for the various industries, whether it is real estate or hospitality or steel and so on and so forth. Are you satisfied with the corpus that has been allocated for skill development and training programs?
As we all know, Rome is not made in one day. So I think we need to give time to the government. In the last year's budget, the government had made the scheme wherein all the top 500 companies of India were required compulsorily to hire interns, train them for some time, and then either absorb them or they could get jobs in the economy. So a lot of steps are being taken to make sure that not only education is there, but the education people are given training through proper internships. India didn't have a proper internship program for decades. So a formal program was introduced last year. So I think these things are happening. The outlays would increase, and over a period of time, I feel that there will be a lot of progress in all these sectors, and India would have a population not only which is educated, but also which is trained.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mukul Bagla, for joining me. Next up is Shrivas Jaipuria. Thank you, Mr. Jaipuria, for joining me. And of course, what do you make of the budget?
It's a very future-oriented budget in terms of the education sector. I think the government has laid the foundation for technology and innovation to be the drivers of growth and quality in the education sector. I personally am extremely happy that the government has decided to open a center of excellence for AI in education. We know that artificial intelligence is going to change the world around us very rapidly, and especially in the education sector. It has the potential of giving us the bang for our buck as a country in terms of both improving access as well as improving the quality of education. So with this Center of Excellence for AI and Education, something very specific coming in through this budget, I'm sure it will lay the foundations for innovations that will be India Bharat centric for utilizing artificial intelligence to improve the educational outcomes in our country. Other than this, if you look at the government school sector, they have spoken about opening 50,000 Atal Tinkering Labs across government schools, as well as providing broadband connectivity to government secondary schools. I think these are absolutely key initiatives. In terms of the Atal Tinkering Labs, these are actually just innovation labs that is the need of the hour in the school education sector. And then, of course, broadband connectivity is extremely important to connect the youth to the outside world, to connect them to digital content, to give them a reality of what is going on in the world around them. So I think the budget initiatives in the sector of education are based on innovation, are based on future orientation that is extremely important. Of course, capacity expansions have been announced for the IITs as well as for medical education. That is the need of the hour. I think over and above this, private education plays a large role. India has one of the highest proportion of students going to private schools in any large country in the world. And with the change that the government has proposed in terms of increasing the registration of charitable trusts from 5 years to 10 years, it shows that the government wants to work with private institutions and help them in the ease of investing in the education sector as well. And lastly, I think the change in personal income tax, which I think few of the panelists have already spoken about, will give more money in the hands of middle class. India is unique in the sense that the middle class is fully involved in private sector education. So having this larger disposable income will help them get better educational institutions, better educational outcomes for their kids, whether it is in the school sector or the higher education sector.
Right, absolutely. Since you talk about innovation and skill development, a big announcement again, the AI Center of Excellence corpus has been allocated to 500 crore rupees. What does it mean?
I think it'll lay the foundations of an artificial intelligence in education system for India, so that some of the public goods in terms of the artificial intelligence ecosystem becomes available, because not every school, not every college will be able to make the investment that is necessary. So having this sort of public AI and education infrastructure will really help improve access as well as set a minimum benchmark for quality. Of course, AI is a field that is developing very, very quickly, and I'm very happy that this decision has been taken at this time, whereby India could.
Okay, I'll have to interrupt you. I'll have to interrupt you. Prime Minister Modi is now addressing the media. Let's take a look.
भारतीयों की आकांक्षाओं का बजट है। ये हर भारतीय के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट है। हमने कई सेक्टर्स युवाओं के लिए खोल दिए हैं। सामान्य नागरिक विकसित भारत के मिशन को ड्राइव करने वाला है। ये बजट एक फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर है। ये बजट सेविंग्स को बढ़ाएगा, इन्वेस्टमेंट को बढ़ाएगा, कंजम्पशन को बढ़ाएगा और ग्रोथ को भी तेजी से बढ़ाएगा। मैं वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस जनता जनार्दन का बजट, पीपल्स का बजट, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आमतौर पर बजट का फोकस इस बात पर रहता है कि सरकार का खजाना कैसे भरेगा, लेकिन ये बजट उससे बिल्कुल उल्टा है। लेकिन ये बजट देश के नागरिकों की जेब कैसे भरेगी, देश के नागरिकों की बचत कैसे बढ़ेगी और देश के नागरिक विकास के भागीदार कैसे बनेंगे, ये बजट इसकी एक बहुत मजबूत नींव रखता है। साथियों, इस बजट में रिफॉर्म की दिशा में महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए गए हैं। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी में प्राइवेट सेक्टर को बढ़ावा देने का निर्णय बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। ये आने वाले समय में सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी का बड़ा योगदान देश के विकास में सुनिश्चित करेगा। बजट में रोजगार के सभी क्षेत्रों को हर प्रकार से प्राथमिकता दी गई है। लेकिन मैं दो चीजों पर ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूंगा। उन रिफॉर्म्स की मैं चर्चा करना चाहूंगा जो आने वाले समय में बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन लाने वाले हैं। एक, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्टेटस देने के कारण भारत में बड़े शिप्स के निर्माण को बढ़ावा मिलेगा, आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को गति मिलेगी। और हम सब जानते हैं कि शिप बिल्डिंग ये सर्वाधिक रोजगार देने वाला क्षेत्र है। उसी प्रकार से देश में टूरिज्म के लिए बहुत संभावना है। महत्वपूर्ण 50 टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन, वहां पर जो होटल्स बनाएंगे, उस होटल को पहली बार इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के दायरे में लाकर टूरिज्म पर बहुत बल दिया है। इससे हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर को, जो रोजगार का बहुत बड़ा क्षेत्र है, और टूरिज्म जो रोजगार का सबसे बड़ा क्षेत्र है, एक प्रकार से चारों तरफ रोजगार के अवसर पैदा करने वाला एक क्षेत्र को ऊर्जा देने वाला काम करेगा। आज देश विकास भी विरासत भी इस मंत्र को लेकर चल रहा है। इस बजट में भी इसके लिए भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण और ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। 1 करोड़ पांडुलिपियों के लिए संरक्षण के लिए, मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट के लिए ज्ञान भारतम मिशन लॉन्च किया गया है। साथ ही भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा से प्रेरित एक नेशनल डिजिटल रिपोजिटरी बनाई जाएगी। यानी टेक्नोलॉजी का भरपूर उपयोग किया जाएगा और हमारा जो परंपरागत ज्ञान है उसमें से अमृत निचोड़ने का भी काम होगा। साथियों, बजट में किसानों के लिए जो घोषणा हुई है वो कृषि क्षेत्र और समूची ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था में नई क्रांति का आधार बनेगी। पीएम धन धान्य कृषि योजना के तहत 100 जिलों में सिंचाई और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का डेवलपमेंट होगा। किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड की लिमिट 5 लाख तक होने से उन्हें ज्यादा मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, अब इस बजट में 12 लाख रुपए तक की आय को टैक्स से मुक्त कर दिया गया है। सभी आय वर्ग के लोगों के लिए टैक्स में भी कमी की गई है। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे मिडिल क्लास को, नौकरी पेशे करने वाले, जिनकी आय बंधी हुई है, ऐसे लोगों को, मिडिल क्लास को इससे बहुत बड़ा लाभ होने वाला है। उसी प्रकार से जो नए नए प्रोफेशन में आए हैं, जिनको नए नए जॉब मिले हैं, इनकम टैक्स की ये मुक्ति उनके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा अवसर बन जाएगी। साथियों, इस बजट में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर 360 डिग्री फोकस है, ताकि एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को, एमएसएमईज को, छोटे उद्यमियों को मजबूती मिले और नई जॉब पैदा हो। नेशनल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग मिशन से लेकर क्लीन टेक, लेदर, फुटवियर, टॉय इंडस्ट्री जैसे अनेक सेक्टर्स को विशेष समर्थन दिया गया है। लक्ष्य साफ है कि भारतीय प्रोडक्ट्स ग्लोबल मार्केट में अपनी चमक बिखेर सके। साथियों, राज्यों में इन्वेस्टमेंट का एक वाइब्रेंट कॉम्पिटिटिव माहौल बने, इस पर बजट में विशेष जोर दिया गया है। एमएसएमईज और स्टार्टअप के लिए क्रेडिट गारंटी को दोगुना करने की घोषणा भी हुई है। देश के एससी, एसटी और महिला जो नए उद्यमी बनना चाहते हैं, उनको 2 करोड़ रुपए तक के लोन की योजना भी लाई गई है, और वो भी बिना गारंटी। इस बजट में न्यू एज इकोनॉमी को ध्यान में रखते हुए गीग वर्कर्स के लिए बहुत बड़ी घोषणा की गई है। पहली बार गीग वर्कर्स का ई श्रम पोर्टल पर रजिस्ट्रेशन किया जाएगा। इसके बाद इन साथियों को स्वास्थ्य सेवा और दूसरी सोशल सिक्योरिटी स्कीम्स का लाभ मिलेगा। ये डिग्निटी ऑफ लेबर, इसके प्रति, श्रम एव जयते के प्रति सरकार के कमिटमेंट को दर्शाता है। रेगुलेटरी रिफॉर्म से लेकर फाइनेंशियल रिफॉर्म्स, जन विश्वास 2.0 जैसे कदमों से मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट और ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस के हमारे कमिटमेंट को और बल मिलेगा। साथियों, ये बजट न केवल देश की वर्तमान आवश्यकताओं को ध्यान में रखता है, बल्कि हमें भविष्य की तैयारी करने में भी मदद करता है। स्टार्टअप के लिए डीप टेक फंड, जियोस्पेशियल मिशन और न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी मिशन ऐसे ही महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को एक बार फिर इस ऐतिहासिक पीपल्स बजट की बधाई देता हूं, और फिर एक बार वित्त मंत्री जी को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Congratulating Nirmala Sitharaman for the budget that has been put up, that has been announced earlier today. He has touched upon all the subjects from agriculture to investment to MSMEs to skill development and job creation, particularly his point of focus. He has also spoken about how deep tech funds, geospatial mission and nuclear mission will help in growing the economy of the country. He has spoken about healthcare for the skilled labor that is going to provide dignity of labor by way of ensuring that they are provided with all policy with regards to social security and health security. Mr. D.K. Agarwal is the former president of the PhD CCI on the telecast with me. Mr. D.K. Agarwal, key takeaways. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also speaking about the MSMEs, the agriculture, skill development, education. They all have been integral to how India wants to portray itself as the third largest economy by 2030 and by 2047 a $30 trillion economy?
No, I think this budget has set a very clear foundation for the time to come till 2047 of India becoming Viksit Bharat. The focus on the four sectors, agri, MSME, investments and exports, which are the growth engine of our economy, I think was very clear. And the way almost 80,000 crore has been given to Indian middle class, which is almost 30 crore strong middle class, that kind of money coming to their disposal, I think this will pump prime the economy. The consumption will increase, the investment will increase, the savings would increase, and overall the GDP of India will increase substantially because of that. And the very fact that the budget, we were trying to find out what negative. There was hardly any negative in this budget. Even the Honorable Finance Minister did not talk about how much investment she is going to make in infra in the budget speech. But when we took out the fine prints, we realized that still 11.21 lakh crore investment would be made in infrastructure, which is like last year it was 11.11 lakh crore, but in the revised budget, the figure was made at 10.1 lakh crore. So this is still 10% higher than the last year. And the way this fiscal consolidation map has been adhered to, the thinking was that this year she will stick to 4.6%, which was envisaged in the last year. But keeping that at 4.4% sends out a very strong message that India's economy's macroeconomic fundamentals, macro fundamentals are very strong, and India stands on a very strong footing in terms of the global economy, and India promises to be the largest, highest growing economy of the world in terms of major economies. So
Absolutely.
I feel this budget is a very
now,
well
the key factors, the key pillars, the focus points have been agriculture, MSMEs, investments, and exports. Now, exports promotion particularly has been the highlight of this budget as well. Talking about toys, talking about fisheries, talking about fish products, talking about leather products. They have all been gotten a reduction. And as Prime Minister said that Make in India products need to be spread across the globe, and it is the step in the direction that the government has taken in this budget as well.
Yes. See, one thing which I would like to highlight, the change in the definition of MSME. MSME is like it is defined in terms of two things: investment into plant and machinery and the turnover. So both these two criteria, in terms of investment, it has been made 2.5 times of what it was earlier, and in terms of turnover, it has been doubled. So a lot of companies which were not getting benefit of as MSME, now they will be eligible to get benefit of MSME in terms of faster payment, in terms of lot of credit guarantee which they get from the government while taking loans. So that has also been doubled. So all those units which are MSME units which are in huge numbers, like in handicraft and all those, they will get huge boost because they are into exports. So automatically Indian exports will get a huge boost.
Right. At every step of the way, in every single announcement that has been made by Nirmala Sitharaman at the budget, Prime Minister has not forgotten to highlight the opportunities for employment that are also there, whether it is, he said, shipbuilding, maritime sector being expanded is going to be the single largest creator of jobs in the country. He's spoken about how Mudra loans are going to allow for first time entrepreneurs, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, when they are given that loan of 2 lakh rupees for the first time, are also going to be part of the job creation market. Then he has also obviously spoken about the skill development, skill labor development and education institute that are being set up. He has particularly mentioned about tourism, that will to push towards tourism, that will once again allow for job creation. And that has been the number one worry, concern of the government, of opposition parties who continue to take pot shots at the government, that where is job creation? So that's the focus that has also been made during the budget.
Absolutely. If you look at the focus on agri, it talks about selecting 100 districts and making sure that the productivity increases in those districts. So a lot of people who were moving to cities and for job opportunities, a lot of opportunities will be created for them in the rural area. So there is a multi-pronged approach, like creating opportunities in rural areas, making focus or giving a lot of focus on agriculture so that the productivity increases, the logistics, improving logistics so that the cost of doing business comes down, and ultimately all these measures will result in a huge focus on manufacturing, creating a lot of jobs, the investment cycle getting triggered, and if there's more consumption, more investment, more savings happening, then ultimately this will lead to creation of more jobs, because a lot of private sector will also come in as an investment. They will also like to put more investment, and ultimately that all this ecosystem will create more jobs for our youth.
All right, stay on with me. I also have with me Dr. Vidya Yervedekar, who is the chair of the FICCI Committee on Higher Education and Pro-Chancellor of Symbiosis. Thank you very much for joining me on the telecast, ma'am. And of course, the first question, what are your key takeaways from the budget?
I was quite happy listening to the budget from Nirmala Sitharaman, because it was quite a tech-driven budget in the sense, when you talk about education, there was a huge focus on both education and medicine. I am a medical doctor and now into education, so I was happy that there has been a good focus on both. And anyways, for a country's development, these are two pillars. On the education front, I would, as I said, it's pretty tech-driven, industry, academia. Look at the kind of funds of 20,000 crores she talks about for research, innovation, entrepreneurship. So that's something music to our ears. The other is of course expansion of the seats in IITs. I think that's also going to help. Really, it will increase. Of course, they've increased the number of IITs also and increase the seats. But another increase, 10,000 seats for medical education, which is also something great, because along with the seats, they will have to put up more beds. So and therefore the healthcare facilities will also, expand. She also spoke about, I think, 10,000 fellowships, or the Prime Minister's fellowships, again in IITs and Indian Institute of Science. So again, there you see a focus of tech. You also look at what she said on the Atal Tinker Labs to, beef up the entrepreneurship capabilities of students. So overall, I would say it's more to create India as a knowledge economy using technology innovation, for which we are known for. And I think it's a great focus.
Okay.
I would also like to highlight the AI in education. For the first time, someone spoke about a center of AI in education. One would always see the applications of AI in healthcare, in agri, and other domains. But this is something great, because the whole, there's been such a big paradigm shift. It's not just technology transformation in industry, but a lot of infusion of, AI, which have changed the processes. So as academics, we need to teach this to our students so that they become capable and become employable in that market where or in those industries where AI is applied into many processes. So I think that's something really nice.
And also skill development, that has been the recurring point again and again in various sectors and spheres where the budget has given allocation or brought about changes that are going to help build the industry. How important is skill development when it comes to ensuring that the demand from the industry is met by professionals who are going to be able to cater to the kind of demands that the industry seeks from them?
Yeah, of course, it's most important. I mean, you can no longer think of just conventional education. The focus on skill is so much that, there are skill universities that have been created, like Symbiosis has created 2 skills universities. But apart from that, even in the conventional university structure, now a huge component is focusing on skills, because, the industry wants people who are ready and not to, again, train them once they come into, their force. So, that's why again the importance of industry academia, where industry sits on various boards, right from curriculum development to academic councils to board of managements, and most of the private sector has done that. Many public sector universities have also now brought in a lot of industry people to understand the skill gaps and create a human resource that will fulfill that gap. Otherwise, you're creating a human resource that will be jobless, and there is a huge job requirement where they are not getting the kind of people.
Right.
So I think that's most critical. My earlier speaker also spoke about fisheries and the focus on marine and so on. Where are there capable human resource? How many of us as universities even have these kind of courses? So I think this budget is also kind of, at least for me, it's a great introspection, to create some new courses which we never ever thought. We also, we would only look at the kind of programs that are, accepted or very popular among students, and of course the need of the society, like law, business management, media, etc. Of course, health sciences, medicine, engineering.
Yeah.
But look at these niche areas. She also spoke about geospatial. I was so happy that we have Symbiosis has a whole institute, but probably we need maybe a dozen more institutions, to look at geospatial, to look at data science. Now, every decision of any leader depends on data, right? So how many of us really have those kind of programs? And therefore, these kind of new age programs, infusing new age skills is most critical.
Right, absolutely. Talking about, the big ticket item on the budget was obviously the revised tax slabs and the exemption that has been given to citizens, to the taxpayers who are earning up to the tune of 12 lakh rupees. How is this going to impact the consumers and the economy?
I mean, I think it's everybody is very happy, with this kind of announcement being made, especially the middle class. And I think it is something, I think it's a great balance between creating consumers and also giving the security, to salaried employees. So I think the whole thing just focuses so rightly on, the whole middle class, giving them that kind of security, and also creating a consumer base by, announcing so many things for the industry as well. So I think it's a balanced budget.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Dr. Vidya Yevrekar, for joining me on the telecast and sharing your views. On that note, I take a short break. Thanks for watching. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, we are going to talk about all the aspects of the budget and what is it that is going to be the impact to the middle class, to the common man, to industry, to the MSMEs, to agriculture sector. Stay tuned.
ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰ 8 ਘੰਟਿਆਂ ਵਾਲੀ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਚੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਕੱਟ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕੱਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਛੱਡੋ ਬੱਲਬ ਨੇ ਝਮੱਕਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਨਾ ਝਮੱਕਾ
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਮੈਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ
केजरीवाल जी जरा अपने झूठ के जाल में थोड़े लपेट में आ गए
उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों की सुरक्षा, महिलाओं के सम्मान के लिए यूपी पुलिस अपनी जान तक की परवाह नहीं करती। फर्ज निभाते हुए शहीद होने वाले यूपी पुलिस के ऐसे ही बहादुर कर्मियों के लिए योगी सरकार ने अपना एक और वादा पूरा कर दिया है।
परिवार के एक सदस्य को उत्तर प्रदेश शासन की सेवा में सेवा का अवसर भी राज्य सरकार प्रदान करेगी।
यूपी में शहीद पुलिसकर्मियों के परिवार को अनुग्रह राशि देने के नियमों में बदलाव। सीएम योगी ने अनुग्रह राशि के नियमों में किया सुधार। अब अविवाहित शहीद पुलिसकर्मियों के माता पिता को अनुग्रह की पूरी राशि। अनुग्रह राशि के तौर पर माता पिता को 50 लाख रुपए। विवाहित शहीद के माता पिता जीवित नहीं तो पत्नी को मिलेगी पूरी राशि। पत्नी जीवित नहीं तो माता पिता को पूरी अनुग्रह राशि। पत्नी और माता पिता के जीवित न होने पर पूरी राशि कानूनी वारिस को। महिला पुलिसकर्मी के शहीद होने पर पति या अन्य कानूनी वारिस को अनुग्रह राशि। पहले विवाहित महिला पुलिसकर्मी के शहीद होने पर पति को नहीं माना जाता था वारिस। योगी सरकार ने नियमों में बदलाव कर शहीदों के परिवार को बड़ी राहत दी है।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV इंडिया न्यूज और Newsx का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीक से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत जिससे आप बनेंगे वो चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
पिछली बार 8 घंटे वाली बिजली चो कोई कट लग्या नहीं लग्या। कट दी गल तां छड्डो, बल्ब ने झमक्का भी नहीं मारना। झमक्का
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ।
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ।
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ। 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ। ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ।
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx. My name is Vineet. In a boost to the Indian middle class, the Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman exempted annual income of up to rupees 12 lakh from the income tax and rejigged the tax slabs. As per the rejig, there will be nil tax for an income up to 4 lakhs, 5% for income between rupees 4 and 8 lakhs, 10% for rupees 8 to 12 lakhs, and 15% for rupees 12 to 16 lakhs. A 20% income tax will be levied on income between rupees 16 and 20 lakh, and 25% on rupees 20 to 24 lakh, and 30% above 24 lakh per annum. The Union Budget 2025 has introduced a series of indirect tax measures aimed at strengthening domestic manufacturing and enhancing value addition across key sectors too. Let's take a comprehensive look at the announcements pertaining to the taxation. I'm going to go to the big screen and try, in fact, tell you in a nutshell what exactly Budget 2025 was all about. What were the changes in the income tax slabs, as mentioned earlier, of income up to rupees 4 lakh. Before it was 5% and now it stands at nil. Up to rupees 8 lakhs, earlier it was 10%. It's been slashed to 5%. This is of course a bonanza for the middle class. Up to rupees 12 lakh, 15% was what was there before, and 10% is what will come now, and of course 80,000 of savings along with that. Up to rupees 15 lakh, the income tax was 20% and now it's brought down to 15%. Similarly, if it was 20 lakhs, it was 30% earlier, a 10% slash makes it 20%. If it was 24 lakhs, which is technically considered a high income bracket, you're looking at the upper middle class here, it was 30%. Now they have also been given a relief of 5%, bringing it down to 25%, and above 24 lakh rupees, it remains the same. So if you're making 2 lakh rupees a month, your income tax slabs have not changed. This is, of course, a very populist measure which was expected since a very, very long time from the Modi government. This is Modi 3.0. So obviously the populist budget that was expected last year during the Lok Sabha elections has been forthcoming in this budget. The income tax exemption has increased over the years, and that has been in fact the one consistent demand by economists, the middle class, and of course the purveyors and surveyors of the economy alike. In 2005 this value was at 1 lakh, going to 2 lakh. Of course, between 2005 and 2012 there was in fact a stalemate there. This value in fact did not rise up in 2012. The last few years of the UPA, it went to 2 lakh. As soon as the Modi government came, perhaps in 2014, there were changes in this slab. And then again in 2019, this was taken to 5 lakhs. In 2023, it was 7 lakhs. And in 2025, in just a couple of years, in a couple of budgets, this has almost doubled now to 12 lakhs, which is of course laudable. It is commendable. There will be more money in the pockets of people. So that means there is an intention to boost consumption. And the top 10 indirect tax announcements that Nirmala Sitharaman has also made: 7 tariff rates that have been removed on exports, which is of course a very, very welcome sign. This was on the cards since a very long time. BCD exemptions have been extended to cobalt, powder, LED, lithium, zinc. Some of these minerals are very, very important in making some of the modern amenities that we consume and use on a daily basis. Proposal to add 2 additional shuttle-less looms is also something which is being lauded. Customs duty waived for 36 life-saving medicines for cancer. Now, this was a demand which was being made by patients, doctors, institutes and human rights workers since a very long time. Life-saving drugs to get tax concession as well. Of course, the affordability factor has been kept in mind over here. So overall, this budget has focused on the socio-economic challenges that were faced by the lower middle class and the middle class, and accordingly this is the 5th indirect tax announcement that is likely to benefit a class, a section of people who have been struggling with high expenses, especially when it comes to medicine. Customs duty cut for lithium ion batteries. Of course, India and its green projection and green trajectory towards having battery cars is also something that has been kept in mind. The BCD has been waived off from knitted fabrics as well. So of course this is keeping in mind that we definitely want to make India a hub of not only manufacturing but exports as well. The indirect taxes, of course, on interactive panel display have also been reduced. So once again, this is pointing towards a consumption driven economical boost. On career grade Ethernet switches as well. This is something that India has been importing from a number of countries including China. So this also gets a fillip. Fully exemption of customs on wet blue leather as well. A rare commodity, in fact, had a very high tax, has been taken care of to in fact increase consumption as well as make sure that India as an economy continues to grow, and the factors that make up for that 5 trillion factor that this government has been trying to drive home since a very long time has been achieved. Let's talk about this with our guests. Joining us on the show at this point in time is Mr. Kalyan Chakravarti, CEO of Emaar India. Mr. Alok Mehta, Editorial Director of India News, also with us on the show. Vivek Banka, co-founder of Gold Teller, joins us on the broadcast as well. G. Hari Babu, National President of Naratco, with us on the show as well. Major General Rajesh Kumar, former DG, Military Engineering Services, joins us on the show as well. Thank you, gentlemen, for being a part of this conversation. Mr. Chakravarti, I'll begin with you, sir. I hope you can hear me. Mr. Kalyan Chakravarti, I hope you can hear me, sir.
I can. So, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. So appreciate you joining us. So you
are you able to hear me?
Absolutely.
I can hear you.
So your
okay,
initial
great.
reactions to this budget, would you hail it as a populist budget, or do you think there are traces of a lot of factors that have been put in to make it a holistic budget?
So I think 2-3 points. One, I don't think it at all to be a populist budget. It of course has elements of things which may be called as populism, but I do see a trend over the last several years, and it is stitching together nicely to a larger vision that the government seems to be chasing. The dream of Viksit Bharat, the need to take care of the disadvantaged sections of the society to create some competitive advantage for us as a nation, whether it is startup technology, rationalization of personal income taxes, bringing more money to the pockets of the people. So there are multiple things that I see which look strategic to me. Rejuvenation in the urban areas and all of that stuff as well. To me, what is important with the government is to see that there is a consistency to the larger thought process, and there is a theme which is kind of getting bettered on year after year. That is the only way we can get better over a decade or so. So to me, continues to be a great budget on the back of several budgets that I have now seen. So pretty happy.
All right, Vivek Banka, I'm going to rope you in now. What do you make of this budget? This is obviously very important when it comes to the personal finance and consumption of Indian economy.
Yeah, thanks Vineet for having me. So yeah, I think on the face of it looks very promising. The fact that the government has addressed the big elephant in the room, which is the ebbing of consumption demand over the last 2-3 quarters. So with this tax slab increases and the money coming in the pockets of individuals, I think that should spur consumption shortly over the next few quarters. Of course, I remain a little skeptical because in the past, the finance minister has put a lot of things in the fine print. So I hope this time around it's not the same. Plus, of course, the retail income tax, the new income tax regime, direct tax code or whatever you might call it, should be announced next week. So that's something which we need to also see what that is all about. But prima facie, I think a very interesting budget. The post-pandemic demand, which was ebbing, as I said, over the last 2-3 quarters, should rebound back with these tax measures. Unlike a lot of economists who say that it will take a few quarters, my own personal opinion is that this does a lot of sentiment boost. So spending should start immediately over the next 1 or 2 quarters itself. So the lag period of that translating into economic activity will be faster than a lot of people expect. On the personal finance side, a lot of TDS or exemptions limits have been increased. So that is also very helpful, especially for senior citizens. The bank account interest, which was 50,000 and more TDS, now it's brought up to 1 lakh. So that is very helpful. All in all, a very good budget. The only thing which I'm worried about is how will the government manage the fiscal deficit despite this 1 lakh crore dole out to the middle class. That's something that we need to see. But all in all, very positive and very happy that finally what was being expected by the middle class is finally bearing fruit.
All right. Okay. I'm going to go back to Mr. Kalyan Chakravarti as well. Mr. Chakravarti, the government has also hiked the MSME investment and the turnover projections in this union budget. This is obviously in tune with the confidence they want to infuse in the MSME sector. What did you make of that, sir?
Again, I wish the limits were increased even more than what they have been. I think this is a sector of the economy which needs to be boosted up. Tomorrow's large corporations will stem out of some of these MSMEs, which will turn out to be global leaders over a period of time. I think MSME ecosystem is something we need to bet on as a nation and encourage them far more. Of course, the investment and revenue thresholds have been increased. But I would have loved to see a much larger increase in those thresholds. It's a good start. I hope they continue this theme going forward as well. And over a period of time, larger investments are attracted and larger revenue thresholds are also given, so that companies can continue to enjoy the benefits of being an MSME for a little longer. It is important to give them strength and stamina.
So the government is also, in fact, increasing FDI limits when it comes to the insurance sector. It's innovating. It's basically investing in IITs as well. The infrastructure boost for 5 more IITs is also on the cards. A modified Udan scheme will also be launched. Do you think that this budget has definitely accelerated that run up, or rather that race to that 5 trillion mark?
So I think 5 trillion is just a milestone. So yes, it is something which will make all of our cumulative hearts, bloat and make us all gladden us to no end. But the fundamentals which are being put in place is for the long run. 5 trillion will come and go, and then we will be keeping on changing 7, 10, and we are destined for bigger and better things. But definitely, yes, 5 trillion I think is definitely happening pretty soon. One thing which probably going out of syllabus and not attacking your question immediately is what I saw as the incremental seats addition in the medical colleges. India needs it. The rural India needs it. Healthcare, cancer hospitals getting created and all of that is, I think, terrific. Capacity building in health, capacity building in education, capacity building in housing, roti kapda makan and all of that things being taken very seriously, and serious amount of money is being put there. I love the vision. Like Vivek said a little earlier, I think the fine print dictates how well the vision translates into reality, but I feel good about the vision by itself.
Okay. All right. Let me also rope in G. Hari Babu into this conversation. G. Hari Babu, are you there with us? Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
All right. Your initial impression of this budget. This is, perhaps a speech which is in tune with what Nirmala Sitharaman has always focused on. 2024, a lot of people felt that the budget left out the middle class and the lower middle class and the general sector when it comes to MSMEs in general. Do you think it's been made up for now?
Yeah, actually middle class definitely is taken care of by increasing the tax brackets from 7 lakhs to 12 lakhs, definitely. But lower middle income group who doesn't have any tax brackets or anything, their concerns are not answered. That means everybody is not the taxpayer in India, you know very well. Only 7 crore people are the taxpayers. So if you look at between 7 lakhs to 12 lakhs, the exemption people must be around 2.5 crores. So all of us are making more noise about this 2.5 crores people, but we are not making any noise about the lower middle income group who are drawing the salaries of under 7 lakhs. So under 7 lakhs people, what is that they got the benefit? So far is zero. And indirectly also, I didn't see any great things given to them. So, okay, that is the negative side of the budget. Positive side, definitely energy and environment. First time in India, we are talking about the nuclear power. So we stopped the nuclear power several years back, even though the nuclear power gives environmental friendly, but somehow some decisions were taken, no nuclear power. But now 100 gigawatts nuclear power is going to be installed by 2047, which makes today our environmental problem is mainly because of the coal burning of the power generation. We are almost making 720 grams of carbon by every kilowatt hour. Whereas comparatively France is only 78 grams against kilowatt hour. That is because of nuclear power. So now we are talking about today, everybody is talking about global warming and all these things. So this may be a revolutionary change in this budget, that 100 gigawatts of power through nuclear. That is the great this thing. And of course, increase of the 7.5% is the expected growth. If it is reachable, that is also another great advantage. As far as our real estate concerned, I think there is not even one talk about the real estate or urban this thing. Only one Swami funds is another 15,000 crores got allotted, and that is makes about 50,000 units may come from non-performing asset to performing asset. So these are the main highlights according to me.
All right, fair enough. Major General Brajesh Kumar is also with us on the show. General Kumar, are you there with us?
Yep.
All right, sir. Are you content with the attention and the allocation given to defence in this budget?
Thank you, Vineet, for having me with you here on the show. See, there are two aspects of the defense and budget is concerned. Like before a budget, there's the economic survey, the round the year performance, which is taken into account. Based on deficiencies and speed you want to give it to, a budget is formulated. In a similar manner, getting to know about our perceptible threats in the near future, in the distant future, we plan accordingly. As far as India is concerned, we had two legacy issues with our northern border and with our western border. We have a very wide variety of international borders. One is called IB, the second is called LOC, the third is AGPA, like it's the Siachen, the fourth is LAC. Now they are not setting, and therefore there is a call for concern as far as security is concerned on the land side. Lately, we have another uncomfortable equation with our eastern neighbor. So all these add to a kind of a military threat from the land border. In addition, we have a vast network, southern area of Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean, or we call it India-Pacific, space and air. Now, if we take all this into account and we want to play our role in the comity of global nation, global power, it has to be backed up by military strength. Very old wisdom from Chanakya days. Strong military and economy are two sides of the same coin. So under this backdrop, when we analyze our defense, or when we talk about our defense apparatus, it is something like this. We remain the fourth largest military might in the world after US, China, Russia. Our defense expenditure is pretty huge, but more importantly, we are the largest importer of arms, ammunition, and munition system for decades now. That's what CIPRI tells us, the most authentic open source information. So under this kind of environment, and looking ahead to be a power, to be maybe say a third global or fourth global economy in time to come, we need a fair amount of strong muscle as far as defense services, security issues are concerned. Now, overall, we have been spending to the tune of 1.9 to 2% of the GDP on defense. Is that adequate? Is the big question. In all circles, we've been talking about it. Indian, or in our case, the defense budget has seldom crossed beyond the threshold of 1.8 to 2.2% of the GDP, except long time back when we had the trouble in our borders or whatever. So in this kind of environment, where sub 2% GDP, to my mind, is actually little. But then obviously there are ways and means that you overcome this, possibly by diplomacy or reliance with friends and whatever. I'm sure the defense is concerned, this aspect will be taken into account. Coming more to the specifics, so the defense budget has gone up in certain terms from 621,000 crore to 680,000 crore. It looks substantial. Well, it is substantial. But look into deeper aspects of it. Our revenue expenditure in terms of pay, allowances, still higher than the capex. Our capex expenditure has also gone up slightly. From 1,72,000 crores to 1,80,000 crores.
All right, sir.
If you look at it in the dollar terms, it may be very little. So the issue is today we are in the same process of moving ahead. The fact that the finance minister did not have a paragraph on defense expenditure today speaks that people in power are pretty happy about the state.
Okay, all right.
But
Let me
to a
also
military-
rope in Mr. Alok Mehta into this conversation. Mr. Mehta, the Prime Minister obviously hailed the budget, said this is a people's budget, is going to boost savings and investment. And he also said that this budget highlights the government's commitment when it comes to dignity of labour as well as longevity of life and career of a labourer.
I think Vinit ji, Prime Minister vision is for superpower India in 2047. And I think this budget is going in this same direction. Because, we are not talking about the agriculture sector, education sector, health sector. These all are for the defense of country. Because I just wanted to continue what General Saab telling us. What we are feeling, you are feeling that we have nuclear power. So it's not threat what it used to be in 62 or 71. Certainly, we need defense production. So more emphasis on more production in defense sector. So ultimately it will help. Then the FDI will also come. Insurance sector, if money will come. And then if we have educated, healthy India, then it will be easy even for the army. Anytime we need more people, our people will be more strong. Our army will be more strong. Certainly there are new schemes also. I think we are not discussing here. But I think this vision for the nuclear energy, you see, for example, long term, for short term, solar energy also we are spending a lot. In this budget also there are provision. So I think that this kind of budget is looking up, we are talking about since the morning, everybody talking about the middle class. Certainly when middle class will get money, then they will spend for the poor also. Somebody is selling vegetables, doing something on rickshaw. So people will spend on those poor people also. And then the purchasing power. If you have a purchasing power, all over the world it's true that if you have purchasing power, then you can help the whole economy. I think this is the reason. That's why from Bihar, Makhana, I was in Bihar editor for 3 years, long back and 30 years back. But you see now the Makhana all over the world, you can just export if you increase the production of a Makhana in poor state like Bihar. So we need good airport, we need good infrastructure. That's why the more expenditure in infrastructure also. I feel that this kind of budget is a balancing with middle class, agriculture people, labor. Then certainly there is no relief, major relief for corporate world. I can understand that. But maybe because of this, corporate world also have a lot of earlier the concessions and the rebate in the export, import, investments. So I think the world market is available for India. Corporate world also going to, even the textile mill they are opening in the Vietnam. Now they get spent in India and they get more relief for exporting the textile from India. That's why I feel Bangladesh now challenging us earlier, but now we have a good opportunity even for export in textile. So these kind of new ideas, promotion for superpower India in future, in health sector, the Ayushman Bharat scheme, how you will implement it. If you have good medical centers, medical colleges, engineering college, then you have a good doctors. Otherwise, there is no use of hospitals. You just build a hospital alone. So now the seats are increased in medical centers, medical colleges, universities. It will ultimately help to strengthen the country and economy and the society itself.
All right. Okay, Vivek. There is obviously an emphasis here. There is a roadmap here that infrastructure, tax relief, and sectoral reforms are a priority for the government. At the same time, we already know what the tax base of our country is. There is still, regardless of that tax base, there is still a focus of not harassing the taxpayer into living in any fear, and encouraging the practice of paying tax as a normal participation in nation growth. Do you think that is a commendable aspect of every budget that this government has presented?
Yes, absolutely. If you see the steps in this budget also, right from the fact that correction in IT returns. The time period has moved up from 2 years to 5 years, to 4 years. Plus, secondly, as I said earlier also, the TDS increases, especially for the senior citizens, and a host of other measures which we see on ground in terms of the refunds being processed faster, and a bunch of other things. I think things have become much better from a consumer perspective in terms of filing the IT returns. The current move of the higher, the exemption also, I think will help. Just to clarify here for everyone's benefit is that it does not mean that you do not have to file a tax. Even if you're 4 lakhs and above, you got to file taxes, but you get an exemption. So the ambit will come, and my belief is this is a way by the government to slowly get more and more people into the ambit of the tax payer community, and sooner or later, at some point in time, they will pull the plug away from these exemptions. But yeah, I think best is to make hay while the sun shines, which I think should be for the next few years at least.
All right, fair enough. Mr. Adil Shetty, FICCI FinTech Committee and co-founder and CEO of bankbazaar.com is also joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Shetty, appreciate you being here. I hope you can hear me, sir.
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
All right, sir. How would you summarize this budget? Looking at the exemptions and the relief from 5 to 12 lakhs, for the taxpayer, it is pretty out there that this is a populist budget. This is a budget that is driving the common man to spend more. It is driving consumption. It is driving the middle class, to in fact expect more and earn more.
Yeah, so like you rightly called out, right, for someone earning 25 lakhs per year, this is giving 1.1 lakhs extra cash in their pocket. It's equivalent to almost giving a 5% increment to someone making 25 lakhs a year. And I think getting more money in consumer hands was the ask of the entire middle class, the industry. And what happened today, we thought one of three things would happen. We thought maybe the slabs would go up because of inflation adjustment. We thought that maybe the rates would come down. We thought that the rebate would increase, but all three happened. So I think that was definitely good news for the middle class. As far as MSMEs went, I thought something really interesting happened there, because the credit guarantee scheme, which till now was 5 crores, has now gone to 10 crores. So that essentially means MSMEs starting April 1st potentially have access to their banks giving them 5 crores extra under a government guarantee. And the finance minister has projected that 1.5 lakh crores in additional MSME debt will go out because of this move. From the startup and the fintech side, she said that the first 10 lakh crore fund got deployed via domestic venture capital firms, and 97 lakh crores went out as equity investment in the market. Now she's started a second fund of funds and again put in 10 lakh crores. So if that gets a 10x multiplier and domestic venture capital puts out another 1 lakh crores of equity in the market, I think startups and fintechs are going to benefit. So I like to see, I like the fact the middle class did well today. This was a sector that was clamoring for help. And I think the MSMEs are going to appreciate 5 crores more. That's a lot of money, 1.5 lakh crores. And if that equity can reach the startups quickly, right, I think we're going to see a lot of innovation in cutting edge areas like AI, right? And India can become a knowledge leader in the world.
Right. And do you also, feel that the government, along with the conventional modes of pushing the economy to the next level is also keeping, the digital revolution and evolution in mind?
No, I think so, right? The RBI put out a report saying in 2025, a fifth or 20% of GDP is today digital. We talk about MSMEs, but today, right, I think we have tech MSMEs in India with the change in classification, up to 500 crores, and you qualify as an MSME. So startups are MSMEs too. The government really, I think, should continue to invest in digital infra in the same way it invests in physical infra. So last year, right, FM spoke that's about DigiLocker. DigiLocker is a very powerful tech. 200 million Indians, right, have their PAN card, their driver's license, their university certificates. We're saying they should upgrade this even to Form 26AS, TDS statements, EPFO. But DigiLocker got a big push in last year's budget. This year, she spoke about a digital infra called CKYC. She said they're going to revamp CKYC. It's going to be faster. It's going to be better. Now, CKYC is the foundation for KYC in India. It's used as part of the video KYC process. If we can build new digital infra, even for artificial intelligence, right? India has an incredible amount of data. Maybe with a digital public infra for AI, with anonymized, secure, consent-driven data, we can overtake what China is doing in AI. I know this is all, going to take 5-10 years, but digital public infra, I think, needs to be spoken in the same voice as physical infra. If we're saying we're putting in 11.11 lakh crores in physical infra, I think the day is not far, right? That we'll be saying that we put in 1 lakh crores in digital infra, because that's the new information highway.
All right, fair enough. This is obviously healing the budget, and this is obviously understanding that the government on its own cannot do anything when it comes to the economy, Mr. Shetty, and that they need the help of the people. They need the people to spend, to take us to the next level. What did you make of the exemptions? From 5 lakh to 12 lakhs. Is that something which is going to be a game changer?
I think it's going to give more money in people's hands, and I think that urban consumption was slowing down. So what's essentially happened, right, is 7 has gone to 12 in terms of zero tax. But if you add standard deduction to that, 7.75, which is what it was in the new regime as it operates today. And by the way, 72% of Indians filed in the new regime. I think with this change, maybe that number will go to 90%. But now that 7.75 zero tax level has gone to 12.75 lakhs. But keep in mind, right, even someone earning 15 lakhs is paying 35,000 less tax next year. Someone earning 20 lakhs is paying 1 lakh less tax next year. Someone earning 25 lakhs is paying 1.1 lakhs in less tax. So essentially for someone at 2 lakhs per year income, they're giving you 5% more cash in your pocket. And you can choose to invest, you can choose to spend. And one interesting ask, right? I think FM has done more than enough for the middle class this year. But one ask we would have for next year and the year after that is that when the exemptions went away, people are putting less money in ELSS mutual fund. People, have lowered, we do a Bank Bazaar aspiration index. Less people are thinking about term life insurance. So one thing we're going to ask her, right, is start creating a very simplified exemption scheme in the new tax regime. So let's not do a little bit for health insurance, a little bit for life insurance, a little bit for ELSS, but let's combine everything and say 30% of your gross income up to 15 lakh. If you invest in ELSS, you take medical insurance, you take term life insurance, you do NPS, just give us one simplified exemption, right? Because people need to invest, people need to save, and that shouldn't go away in the new regime.
Okay. Mr. Haribabu, there has also been an impetus and a focus towards Make in India, especially when it comes to electronics. Duties have been slashed when it comes to certain components. The finance minister peculiarly and particularly mentioned, perhaps keeping China in mind, that India needs to be the next manufacturing hub. And this is obviously, great, keeping in mind that the place where China is today at $16 to $17 trillion of an economy is because of its manufacturing prowess.
Yes, sir. Coming to the manufacturing sector, our capacities utilization is worldwide is only 50%. Somehow we are very, very behind for China or USA or European countries. Our capacity utilization has to go up to standard of 100% compared to the other things. See, somehow where by the labor loss or other financial problems or some other problems, all those things making we have enough capacities, but underutilization is the major problem in our country. That is number one. Number two, the cottage industry, See, we have a lot of, almost 60% still in rural area. We are not focused on the cottage industry. Cottage industry, once it is focused, and the main industry will be in the urban and the cottage industries will be rural. The rural migration to urban will also reduce, and rural labor will get the better money, better financial system, and they can do it. But somehow, last 20 years, I would say, everybody is trying to migrate to only urban, not to the stay in the rural at all, because the job opportunities or the agro-based industry jobs or any other industries also now focus only in the urban. Why not they focus on the rural industry? Because our labor is so cheap compared to everywhere in the world. Even today, our rural employment cost is only 400 rupees to 500 rupees per day. That is 25 days into 400 rupees, 8,000, nothing. Actually, compared to anywhere in the world. Still having the so much cheaper labor, we are unable to take the benefit from those people. So the large industries, electronic industries, and the defense industries are doing fantastic. Defense exports also gone up. But what happened to the cottage industry and rural industry? Rural industry practically, more or less, it is actually killed. So what we have to do is we have to develop some cottage industries across the India and make the use of the untapped labor force of the rural.
Vivek, there has also been a cry for help when it comes to a lot of these mom and pop stores, neighborhood stores, who have more or less dismissed the concept of online delivery. And it is a voice, it is a concern which is gaining resonance on a regular level. Do you think that the government needs to in fact keep such focus and such granularities in mind as well? After all, these mom and pop stores do contribute to the economy. They do facilitate consumption, and at the same time, let's also not forget that they are a part of that larger MSME gambit.
Yeah, I think one element which I think the government needs to do is to proclaim and communicate the benefits of the ONDC network. For some reason, a lot of people, both in primarily in urban areas, are not aware of this entire network of ONDC where you can buy things from a mom and pop shop. Unfortunately, communication by the government on this specific area has been very, very low. Having said that, people who do use it have been greatly benefited by this. And I think, very simple, short answer is that communication on how to use this is something which will, make or break this entire ecosystem.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Let me also once again rope in Mr. Alok Mehta into this conversation. Mr. Mehta, do you think that rural development is something that the government needs to track? There is obviously impetus towards facilitating the farmer as well. If you look at the farmer credit card limit, that has also been revised. But still we continue to hear the woes and concerns of the farmers. Do you think that there has to be more focus, perhaps not governmental, maybe private focus, and the government helping these private companies to uplift the farming sector?
Yeah, you are very right. And rural India, especially for the farmers, I think that's why earlier the Kisan laws, they have to just withdraw it. But ultimately now you see announcement is also there that the government agencies, they will have some cooperation for these pulses and all the productions. And then the food processing plants in the rural area. What we are talking about, the rural industries, I think the problem was still there because the roads, we can make highways and all from the central government. But for the rural areas, the state government are also responsible for that. So more coordination between central and state resources. Because, recently there was some exhibition from handicrafts from Odisha and other states. You see, the very good products were there, but it's very difficult to reach those areas, and there also communication is difficult. That's why even if you have a small industries or the handicraft in the rural area, ultimately the problem will be the transportation, communication, digital. Even then, digital, it's not easy. We are just talking the digital revolution, but difficult. If you say order here, you can order something from Gurgaon, you will get the next half an hour, 1 hour. But there it is difficult even some time to connect with those rural areas. That's why I think you are very right. For farmers, but if they have the production, but ultimately to reach to the market, that's why the Prime Minister wanted all the time, or still they are trying, that somebody should be there to purchase or make the food processing plants. That's why in last budget also they provided, here or in Bihar and other states also, we want more food processing plants should be there, or somebody should go, the cooperative movement, Mr. Amit Shah, the Home Minister also have the cooperative minister. So what they are encouraging, again the cooperative movement, what we used to see in 60s earlier days, at the time it was a social system. But now in modern economy also, the cooperative movement, what is successful in Maharashtra and Gujarat and South India, ultimately these cooperative societies, they are going to help the farmers. So indirectly, you see the problem is the big farmers agitation, they stop even the more, you have a warehouse. Ultimately, the big houses, either the government constructs for FCI also, you see, we always report that, oh, this damage, wheat were damaged because of the warehouses. So now we need more warehouses from private sector, more infrastructure from private sector, because they can go there with the number of, even after the Kisan laws withdrew, but even then now the ITC or Reliance, they are going to the field and they are purchasing from there itself. So it benefit to the indirectly to the Kisan farmers. But the political agenda is, okay, you just cry and say, okay, they should also give some relief. Only the loan is not the solution. I think still there are some credit card. Now in this budget also, they announced the 5 lakhs credit card for the Kisans also. It will help them when even the crisis in the flood or in the drought situation.
All right, sir.
We have to help the farmers, and that type of schemes, cooperative movement and the private sector can also help for the rural economy.
Absolutely, sir. Valid point there. Brilliant point there. And also joining us on the show at this point in time is Mr. Maninder Singh Hira, Chief Corporate Officer for Minds Consulting. Maninder, appreciate you taking out the time and speaking with us. What was the highlight for you and, particularly your business out of this budget speech that we just heard a few hours ago? You're a part of, the Global Capability Center ecosystem. Has that been facilitated by this budget?
Oh, thank you so much, Vineet, first of all, for having me on the show. I would start with saying that it was a very smart budget, smart government, very smart finance minister. And I would say that they have been able to manage the perception this time really well. So to begin with, I think we should definitely congratulate them for this achievement. And, fiscal deficit from 4.8 to 4.4 is not a small deal. It's a big achievement. And I think it's a time to say thank you for their efforts. And at the same time, we wish that they're able to swiftly implement the recommendations so that the real benefits can be seen. Now, in terms of our businesses, we are in the GCC ecosystem. We run GCC for a foreign firm, and we were hoping for relief. We were hoping for some changes in the policies and relaxations in the schemes. And in fact, the government has taken that as an opportunity, especially an opportunity to create the framework around GCCs. So if you see the ecosystem, Vineet, GCCs have grown without much support irrespectively. We have 1,500 plus GCCs directly, indirectly employing about 10 million plus people. It hasn't received the focus from the government so far, but there is enough capability that exists which can be leveraged. So the amendment in policies like front transfer pricing and the safe harbor policies, etc., this is going to definitely boost the GCC ecosystem, eventually obviously create a lot of jobs indirectly, and would help the government to collect direct and indirect taxes. Because one of the worry I think the economists would have is, while we have looked at the recommendations, they have relaxed the tax slabs, the collection would reduce. The reliance is on how does the consumption grow so that it can be balanced out. But yeah, some of these initiatives like the boost to GCC is going to contribute to it. The only other thing I think the government has to kind of be careful about is, see, the consumption was low for a very long time. Savings were being consumed, so that was also depleting. Now the mindset needs to change from saving to consumption, or spending less to actually spending more, and how that can happen and not move towards start saving towards future requirements. And I think the interest rate needs to be looked at. I think that's one thing the government has to do. But overall, from a sector perspective, I think some of these changes, and especially also on the startup side, there have been a focus. So extension like 80 ISC tax exemptions and light touch regulatory compliances, trust-based compliances. These are a boost to companies like us and the overall GCC model and the startup ecosystem, I would say. That's a good move, and it's much appreciated by the entrepreneurs.
Right. But Maninder, also reflect on the tax slabs and this massive revision. How is that likely to change things?
See, this was one of the biggest move, or the highlight of this. No tax for 12 lakh, which means you have people with more than 25 lakhs of income, you have more than 1 lakh of additional disposable income. It is going to drive consumption. That's what the intent is. And, as you would look at it in a different perspective, it's like you're getting a 5% equivalent of increment without doing anything. So that's a positive sign. And if I talk about as an individual, it's more than welcome. The only thing that we would want to kind of still assess, because the fine prints are yet to be reviewed, is has it made the new tax regime more attractive over the old tax regime, especially for the people who stay in rental accommodations and avail the HRA benefits. I think that's something that I'm yet to kind of review upon. But overall, I think it's a wonderful move and much welcome by even the individual taxpayers.
But in the valid points there, obviously this is great news from a holistic point of view when it comes to the budget and boosting spending, because that exactly is what defines a consumer economy. Major General Brajesh Kumar also still with us on the broadcast. General Kumar, sir, are you there with us?
Yes. Please go ahead.
Well, there is also a mention that defense spending as compared to what it was perhaps during the UP era, or even for that matter during the Vajpayee era, has gone through this significant shift, this whirlwind of transformation, and that's basically a result of the Make in India initiative. We, from becoming a net importer of defense equipment, we are an exporter now. If you talk about the Philippines, you talk about Indonesia, even if you talk about, some European countries now, all of them have reflected interest in buying from India. In concomitance to the tax slabs that have been relaxed for the common man, how is this likely to make a huge difference when it comes to the money that the exchequer gets to collect?
The point of Make in India or Atmanirbhar Bharat is so very crucial to defense that it cannot be overemphasized. The recent foray into exporting a portion of it, a bit of it, a very fraction of it, is something very, very healthy. But let's look at the bigger picture. We have been the largest importer of munition systems, arms, guns, aircraft, and ships for decades now. And as I said earlier, we're the fourth largest defense machine, or military machine in the world. The shift is palpable. Our dependence on Soviet-era equipment was to the tune of 85-90% about a couple of decades back. We've been trying to wean away from that by getting more diversifying our import from France, USA, as well as Israel. Now that diversification has helped our dependence on Russia to reduce to about 60-65%. But that's not good enough. And mind you, defense production of munition system, be it warship, submarines, aircraft, takes decades. Couple of decades is the gestation period, which huge amount of resources are pumped into. This is a slow and deliberate process. We are in that path, but it takes a while before we can be sustained. But our efforts to make Atmanirbhar Bharat have been successful in a very modest manner. If we have been able to export, armament worth 30,000 crores last year, though the lower end of the spectrum, it's a good thing. It's a good thing from two ways. Earlier, I remember we were very cagey about even exporting small arms, ammunition, small little rockets, etc., motors to our neighboring country. So we're very consented. We've changed a lot. But with regards to our production of armaments, our manufacturing sector in the defense, and Atmanirbhar, well, let's wait for 2047. We are way off, actually. Let me be blunt about it. Now, correlate with this, with the two other aspects. A is the technology threshold. Do people give you technology? No nation parts give you technology. It's a difficult game. How do you catch up? So we do some reverse engineering as the Chinese did before us. And then somehow
let me quickly just take one more reaction from Maninder. Maninder, there is also a perception that the government, is not doing anything about the infrastructure of the country. There is less and less allocation. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, that's also been talked about, less allocation to infrastructure, reduced allocation to defense. But I'll say look at it with a slightly different perspective. Like we run companies, we do budgeting exercise every year and we allocate funds to different heads in the organization. And when we review it end of the year in terms of how the investment, got the returns and whether we were able to kind of make the best use of our available resources, we do those adjustments in the next budget cycle. I think look at it from that perspective. While in the previous budgets, the government had announced infrastructure allocations on the higher side, they were not able to do it. There was slow, induction of funds on the infrastructure. On the defense, while there's always been heavy investments and allocation of fund, a lot of it is reserves for contingencies. Now, with those, contexts and those backgrounds, if you reallocate some of these, still keeping your risk in check, reallocate into areas where it makes more sense as an investment and the long-term growth, I don't think it's a negative move. It's rather better utilization of resource. And I think that's been done really well.
All right, Maninder, appreciate those valuable inputs. Thank you so much for taking out the time and reflecting your thoughts on this budget. We'll take a short break. More on the other side. We'll be right back.
जनवरी पौष पूर्णिमा से 26 फरवरी महाशिवरात्रि तक महाकुंभ 2025 का साक्षी बन रहा है प्रयागराज का संगम तट। 45 दिनों तक चलने वाले पृथ्वी के सबसे बड़े मानव समागम में करोड़ों श्रद्धालु पुण्य की डुबकी लगाकर बन रहे हैं सांस्कृतिक एकता के सहभागी। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के मार्गदर्शन और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के कुशल नेतृत्व से महाकुंभ बना है दिव्य, भव्य, डिजिटल। कुंभ सहायक चैटबॉट ने 11 भाषाओं में हर सेवा की जानकारी देकर एकता के महासंगम को बनाया है स्वच्छ, सुरक्षित, सुव्यवस्थित। नए घाट, रिवर फ्रंट रोड, पांटून पुल, फ्लाईओवर, चमचमाती सड़कें, पार्किंग, हजारों बस और ट्रेन, नवीन एयरपोर्ट टर्मिनल, आधुनिक टेंट सिटी जैसी सुविधाओं से पुण्य स्नान हुआ है आसान। महाकुंभ का है अटल संदेश, एकजुट हो अपना देश।
केजरीवाल जी जरा अपने झूठ के जाल में थोड़े लपेट में आ गए।
पिछली बार 8 घंटे वाली बिजली चो कोई कट लग्या नहीं लग्या। कट दी गल तां छड्डो, बल्ब ने झमक्का भी नहीं मारना, झमक्का।
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ।
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ।
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ। 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ। ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ।
केजरीवाल जी
All right, welcome back. The 2025 budget was announced just a few hours ago. A lot to take away for the middle class, and of course the tax break is going to be instrumental in what the government feels is the main driver for increasing, expanding consumption and taking the economy to the 5 trillion mark. I'm going to in fact hand it over to our editor-in-chief, Rishabh Gulati.
All right, joining us on the telecast is a person you remember recently as the G20 Sherpa. Before that, he ran the Niti Aayog, and before that, a lifetime of service in the public of this country. Amitabh Khan, thank you very much for joining us and taking a few questions. I have to start you with the big ticket item, and it's very happy news for pretty much all of us who earn a salary and or earn a pension. There is going to be not a slight but a substantive change in the tax bracket. What has engendered this? 1 lakh crores is going to be put into people who earn salaries and direct taxes.
So Rishabh, the objective is to really take India's growth to a high trajectory of 8 to 9%, because you need to drive demand. Demand comes from consumption. Consumption leads to demand. Demand leads to production. Production leads to growth, and growth leads to jobs. So the whole cycle is one of creating growth and jobs. And given the present economic circumstances and the global scenario, it was necessary that we grow on the basis of domestic demand, because globalization is impacted. You are seeing tariff wars, you are seeing the breakdown of global supply chains, and it was necessary to give a major push to domestic demand in India. This, to my mind, when you couple it with the focus on labor intensive sectors like tourism, toys, footwear, leather, all of them, they will have a huge impetus in terms of both growth and jobs. And that, to my mind, was critical in India's context. You know, one of the other good things that's happened is that Finance Minister has done this while this is a very major bonanza for the middle class. You look at it, it's probably the biggest bonanza any government has given in terms of tax relief ever in the history of India. It almost amounts to about 7% of the total tax collection. Now, if this has also been done in a very, fiscally prudent manner, the fiscal deficit for this year is 4.8%, and she's targeting for a 4.4% fiscal deficit next year. So she's been very, very responsible financially in taking India's growth and progress. She's obviously been concerned that this should not lead to inflation, and therefore a very, very good and deft handling of the budget.
Okay. Fiscal deficit, ladies and gentlemen, target is 5%. So we consider anything less than 5%, and the argument is that err on the higher side when growth is a bit slow. So let me ask you then the larger picture question, Amitabh Khan, because if any person steps out onto the highways which are being built at great pace, the airports, the ports, the new trains. We see the markets are buzzing and the people are buying things. But yet the GDP figure seems to be very stubborn. It doesn't want to go above 6-7%. What's happening?
So, two things. One is that there has to be a greater flow of credit, to my mind. Finance Minister has done a job, and in the long run you need more credit to flow in, which is the job of Reserve Bank of India through the monetary policy. The second is that over the years we've built up a lot of regulatory cholesterol. Every department of the government and regulatory bodies have added a lot of circulars and guideline procedures. And actually both the economic survey and the budget talk about it. We need to take it head on and just eliminate all these very vigorously. The government has talked about a committee which will give a report in 1 year time. I don't think we can wait for 1 year. We should do it much quicker and much faster. And that to my mind is very, very important. And the third point is about creating good quality infrastructure. The budget provides for 11.2 lakh crores, but the budget also talks about asset monetization. That is a 10 lakh crore scheme between 25 and 30, which will take government assets and put it up in a transparent manner for government to operate and run it. Therefore, the more assets we put out for monetization, the better it will be in terms of productive efficiency of the government. And the other is the budget talks about every ministry structuring projects on a private-public partnership for 3 years and putting it out for taking it forward for implementation. So these are very, very good measures to drive India's economy.
Okay, let me just pick on that point for a second, because you say asset monetization, plowing back the money. So for people watching the broadcast, if you have a metro station which is owned by a metro company and the metro station then has a restaurant which can be monetized at the railway station that goes back to the metro. We have the railways, so many assets in this country, sir. We've been talking about this for a long time. Is it happening at any scale?
Yeah, so last year, the 21 to 24 asset monetization pipeline of 6 lakh crore has been very successful. It has crossed the target. And that's why the government could put out many warehouses, it could put out airports, it could put out coal mines, it could do many things. So based on the success of that, this has been accelerated further to 10 lakh crores.
Okay, so now we are seeing, number one, we've discussed, okay, tax slabs. The second was rationalization. Now, in terms of customs duty, 2 years ago, you would have 22 slabs of customs duty. They've come down to just 8 now. So 7 have gone last year, 7 further have gone this year. For MSMEs, for people wanting to take small roles, Kisan credit cards, within the Swanidhi scheme, which is your Rediwalas to have access to loans, we are trying to put in money into the economi. Now, Amitabh Kanji, the obvious question is, what's the lag time? Because the budget gets announced now, April 1st. Are we seeing some of these measures kick in towards the latter part of the year, that the GDP scenario, which the economic survey says we need to hit 8%, does it look brighter for next year?
Yeah, so the important thing, Rishabh, on that is that the budget has been announced. We should get cracking on its implementation. In India, implementation is the key. And all these measures which have been announced are really far-reaching implications. From agriculture to MSME to startup to clean tech, they have far-reaching implications. If we take time to implement, it'll cost us dearly. We are at a point of time when there is, you have breakdown of global supply chains, you have a conflict in Europe, you have new productive forces of AI and quantum computing emerging. There's no time. We need to do all this, what the Prime Minister has talked about, what the FM has talked about. All of us must do that with a sense of urgency and a sense of missionary zeal.
Okay, I have a couple of questions, because you're obviously, for people watching the broadcast, one of the key architects of Incredible India is Amitabh Kant. So in terms of tourism, sir, when it's just the practicalities of e-visa, but developing the tourism sites, we already know some of them are identified, like Kashi and others. Are we tapping it? Is it visible, or is it still going to take time?
No, a lot of it is visible. Kevadia, Varanasi, many sites are very visible. A lot of work has happened. Now tourism is a private sector activity, so we need to get the private sector to come in. If you don't have good resorts, tourism will not work. If you don't have private sector play is critical for tourism, because every job that you create 11 indirect jobs. And therefore, providing infrastructure status to those who invest in these 50 cities is, to my mind, a very, very good initiative. It will have far-reaching implication in terms of investment. And you'll have many hotels coming up in these cities in the years to come.
Okay, I have to ask you, because the key sort of block that we are in, right, is R&D, innovation, and it's everybody knows it. It is primarily the job of the private sector to get it done. I mean, in the end, OpenAI and all these companies are private sector entities, not owned by the US government. So I want to ask you specifically, this deep tech fund of funds for tech and this 20,000 crore for research and allocation, where does this money actually translate to?
So, like we did the startup fund of funds. So, if the fund of fund puts in 1/3 of the money, the other money comes from the venture capital fund. So, you have when finance minister talks about 91,000 crore coming in the startup movement, it means that on a base of 10,000 crores, 91,000 crore has come in. And that's why the startup fund has been replenished. And she's also announced a deep tech fund of fund, because deep tech you need more patient capital. And that, to my mind, is very good. Innovation and startup movement will get fueled through this, through the deep tech and the startup fund of funds. But the private sector investment in R&D is very low. That needs to go up, and go up very, very substantially. Secondly, the patents that we must file for patents, get patents, and the patents we get must get commercialized in India.
For companies, sometimes companies go bankrupt and the biggest asset value is the patent. Okay, I've got a couple of questions because I know our time is short, sir. But everybody in the world right now is talking AI, and they're talking DeepSeek from China and $500 billion that the Trump regime is putting together in Operation Stargate. What is our plan for AI?
So let me first say that the AI race has just begun. It is wide open. And secondly, my view on this is that India must go for foundational layers rather than application layer. This is really the future. We should really put a lot of resources and provide computing power to our startups and to our universities and colleges. Put a lot of more risk capital like the deep tech fund into areas like this. And thirdly, there's rarely has in cutting edge technology the initial innovator has won. You look at electric vehicles, General Motors was the first one to do it, they went bust. Similarly, in the case of internet, it was Google came much later. So the second mover has an advantage, and to my mind, India has a huge advantage of technologically leapfrogging.
My last question, sir, because when we are talking about transitional shift in the Indian economy, so we are probably a year or two away, and you worked on a lot of these projects when you were in the Niti Aayog, but we are about to see a culmination, what government calls saturation. So saturation in open defecation free, which means toilets, saturation in Awas Yojana, saturation in Jal Yojana, potentially saturation, electricity, internet. That means every single individual living in this country has a pakka ghar, has a toilet, has water, has electricity. Just the impact of this social mobility, does it unlock the Indian market? Because everyone says the Indian market is the top 5%. Everybody does not have discretionary spending power. Does it unlock the Indian market?
Yeah, it does, because you are creating infrastructure by building 40 million houses. You are building infrastructure if you create 120 million toilets and bring behavioral change. If you're providing piped water connection to 253 million citizens, you're building piped connections, and therefore you are making a huge transformation in terms of infrastructure. But more than that, you are actually providing the basic infrastructure to the citizens, because by doing all this and ensuring that close to about 110 million women of India get gas connection and do not burn firewood is transformational. And therefore, this infrastructure creation will be a very major driver of lifting people above poverty line. It will be a very major driver of transforming India. And it will be a very major driver of India doing sustained growth over a long period of time.
Okay, I have so much to ask, but I know it's a busy day for you, and we'll come back and have a larger conversation in the coming few weeks. Amitabh Kant, as always, for the service that you've done, and thank you for sparing the time on this. Amitabh Kant, former CEO of Niti Aayog, former G20 Sherpa, and of course, a person who spent a lifetime in governance, joining us here on Newsx.
All right, Rishabh, appreciate that conversation. A lot of insights into what this budget spells out at not only a granular level, but at a holistic level as well. Let's get this conversation going. We'll continue to talk to people who understand this budget from a number of perspectives. Dr. Ajay Dua, former Commerce Secretary, is here with us. Akash Jindal, Senior Economist, also joins us on the program. Xavier Rodriguez, Editor-in-Chief of the Goa Chronicle, joins us on the program. Mr. Vinesh Menon, Director General of Arise, is also here with us. Mr. Dhruv Tulli, SEBI registered RA, with us on the program. Mr. Vinod Rawal, tax expert, also joins us on the show. Hussein Dohadwala, co-CEO of Crimson School, with us on the program as well. Major General Sudhakarji, advisor in defense banking, SDFC in Central India, also joins us on the program. All right, I'll begin with Mr. Menon. Vinesh, I hope you can hear me. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Vineet.
All right, well, this is obviously a very education-centric budget. I don't remember the last time, Vinesh, the finance minister spent this kind of a time on explaining how education and AI, how investing in innovation and teacher training, and how affordable education for disadvantaged students is of a priority and paramount to the central government. What has been your assessment and analysis of this acknowledgement, if I can call it for the lack of a better word, by the government? Vinesh, nobody understands this as much as you do.
No, Vineet, I think I tend to agree. I certainly see many more bites around the education sector in this budget. Let's face it, 260 million plus children today of India are going to schools. And nearly 140 million of them are going to government schools. Now, one of the big concerns that everybody had was this growing divide between the students going to the government schools and the ones going to the, let's say, the unaided independent finance schools. And by bringing in some of these changes to try and reduce this digital divide, I think a few good steps have been taken. The 50,000 Atal Tinkering Labs to enhance the whole curiosity in students in these government schools, great step. Enhancing the broadband in secondary schools, great step. Introducing digital textbooks, great step. So these are all good ways to try and get the students to actually come up speed, come up the learning curve, and to help increase their learning experience. The whole AI piece of, the AI Center of Excellence that she has announced about putting about 500 crores, and AI Center of Excellence purely for education. I think that reflects the government's intent to keep pace with the flavor of the globe. And and trying to get the whole AI integrated into the education sector as a tool. Many other small little changes, increasing infrastructure and IITs, the whole limit increase for TCS under this whole LRS scheme for education loans that is going to get remitted, additional skilling centers. These are all very, very good steps in the space. Even the 20,000 crores that I think Rishabh was talking to Mr. Kant about, the whole deep tech fund of funds for getting innovation out. I'm sure a big portion of that will come into education. Again, extremely good step. So I think overall I tend to agree. If you ask me, do I have any subtle concerns? I won't say concerns, but I wish, given the size of the education sector and the need to make faster changes, I wish a little more big bang reforms could have been introduced. I think areas in the regulatory framework, for example, there's a lot to be done in that area in this whole sector. A little bit of intervention in the whole indirect and direct taxation for specific to the sector. Some good interventions. I remember the finance minister talking about a performance-linked incentive scheme to boost tourism in states. Could we have replicated something like that for the education sector, perhaps? So these are small little things, and I think Mr. Kant, and I remember him mentioning about implementation. Now, NEP 2020 is a great move in India's education progress. Implementing of that into the ground needs a lot of interventions, perhaps a little touch on that. So some of these areas are the only ones which I would refer to as slight areas which could have been bettered. Finally, I think given that this whole relief for the middle class on salary, while it might boost consumption, I'm hoping it will also boost a little more allocation of money to invest into education for the children. So overall, progressive budget, good thrust for the economy, perhaps a little bit of reform change.
Finish. There has been impetus on skill development as well. Would you just shed 30 seconds on that as well? How is that going to help the education sector?
Yeah, I think workforce, jobs, livelihood, skills, and getting them prepared for the workforce is something that everybody's been talking about. This whole national skill centers that has been set up as part of this budget plan, I think is a great move. Again, while this is being done, a little bit of changes and tweaks in the ITIs of this country may also be important, and I'm sure that's not going to get missed out with all this tech movement. So yeah, so I think the whole connect between the schooling system to the skilling system, and I think some work in the higher education where IITs and some other places are getting beefed up, are all good moves, Vineet.
All right, fair enough. Valid points there, Mr. Menon. Dr. Dua, your initial assessment of this budget, obviously, more paisa in the pockets of the common man is what the government wants. They want more spending. They want, of course, a consumer-driven economy that is going to bring in not only funds but create a demand which is instrumental for that 5 trillion target. Mr. Dua.
Thank you, Vineet. I think whatever the finance minister could do within the constraints she is required to operate, and I refer to really two constraints. One, a large segment of the economy needs government support. We haven't reached a stage where we could pass on the burden to the private sector, and the private sector shares the government, and the government is able to focus on a handful of things. We haven't really quite reached that stage. Having said that, at the same time, the finance minister had to keep in mind that the economy has somewhat slowed down last year, and there is need for incentivizing the private sector to start playing its role, particularly in gross capital formation, and that required things what are within our own hands, greater capacity utilization. We can't do much about boosting the world trade or the global uncertainties. We have them reduced. So the finance minister, working within these constraints, I think has tried to balance all these priorities. So this middle income thing which we are talking about, yes, it would help, but what would have been an ideal situation? That up to 12 lakhs, you do exempt people from any taxation. So if it is a 12.01, then you pay the tax on 1,000 or 10,000, whatever that figure is. Whereas in the scheme of things which the finance minister has put out, if you cross the income of 12 lakhs, then the exemption of 12 lakhs doesn't remain available to you. The exemption reverts to 4 lakhs. It used to be 3, that's been enhanced by 1 lakh to 4 lakhs. So this is what I would like to say is something which has come in the way of the industrial growth of the country, moving from small industry to medium or the large, invariably, and losing the incentives given by the government or the state or the center. People have had to remain constrained, keep yourself small, rather than acquire economies of scale. You spread out and you set up a second small industry, a third small industry that way. So this was just one point which I wanted to bring to your notice, that perhaps it would have meant a greater kind of burden on the country's finances because the finance minister obviously probably didn't find enough room for it. But on the whole, it would have helped the growth process. But one good thing is, which I'm having said that, the budget today, if you look at, she didn't probably talk about it so much in her speech.
Right.
The budget has increased the investment limits as well as the turnover limits, the two criteria on which the division between small, medium, and large industry is currently being made. She has enhanced those limits considerably.
All right. Okay. Let me also rope in Savio Rodriguez, editor-in-chief of the Goa Chronicle. Savio, thank you for being here. Well, the idea is not to, get in any political angle over here, I'm sure. Though if I just invoke some of the comments that have been made by the opposition, they are enough to rile you up to speak for a few hours. But nevertheless, I'm going to request you to focus on what you thought were the highlights today. And do you think that when it comes to a balancing act, this government has always played its card very, very carefully? During 2024, when the expectation was, Savio, that the budget would be populist, it was not. During 2025-26 budget, we were not expecting the government, to go all bonanza when it came to pleasing the middle class. They have. What's going on here, according to you?
Well, Vineet, thank you for having invited me to a wonderful discussion. So basically what I think the government under Narendra Modi is doing is actually laying out the blueprint for the economic growth that we will see as a nation over the next 10 to 15 years. And that economic growth is actually focused on really four engines. One is agriculture, the next is MSMEs and startups, the third is investment, and the fourth is exports. Now, we are all talking about the fact that, yes, one of the largest stakeholders in the country is the salaried middle class. And what the government has done for them at this point of time is something that is certainly going to cool, the anxiety that the people have had for a long time. Because quite frankly, the salaried class is one of the set of people that contribute considerably to the tax bracket that India has. And they've always felt shortchanged. So I think what the government has done is keeping in mind that the salaried middle class needs to be comfortable. They need to be at ease, and that's what it's done. But the real focus, and the way I look at it, is where is India going to go over the next 5 to 10 years? When you look at the focus on the startups, you look at the focus on the investments, you look at the focus on nuclear energy. I mean, that is something that is revolutionary in its thought process itself. Because what we are doing is trying to create an India that is going to be globally competitive. And that's what we require. Yes, we need to answer to the demands of the people of this country. We need to look at reforms in the taxation itself. I'm of a belief that, we should do away with income tax and bring in a concept such as transactional tax. But those are debatable topics which will be debated over a period of time. But what we require is to be able to work with the people of this country, both at rural and urban area, to get them to buy in and work together with the government towards seeing India rise as a socio-economic power in the years ahead. And I think this budget is actually the blueprint for that growth vision itself. It is something that we will see evolving not only 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, even more. And that's important because what people require, what we need today is people are not demanding money. While a lot of people politically, you see political parties going out and, dishing out money, people don't want money. People want an ability to learn to fish and be able to fish. They don't want to be given a fish all the time. They want to be able to learn to fish. So whether it's startups, whether it's MSME, whether it's the corporate sector, whether it's FDI coming into India, whether it's investments coming into India, people see India as a destination of the future. People see India as a large market. And more importantly, people see India where there is such valued skilled labor available and at an economical rate. And therefore, that valued labor is why foreign companies and other companies are coming into India. Now, look at the focus on tourism, and I'm really glad, because tourism is one subject that I follow a lot after MSMEs
And it
startups.
affects you directly. It affects you directly, Savio, because you're from Goa, and we have seen the plight of Goa.
Right, and you know what is important is, if you look at governments over a period of time, there has been never that kind of thrust towards tourism as an employment generator. Tourism was considered, has always been seen as, you know, the bindi on your head, on the head of a woman, which beautifies a country, but never seen as an employment generator. And I think one of tourism's biggest promise is that it's an employment generator, it's an economic generator as well. And the ability for it, not only in the core businesses within tourism, but in the ancillary businesses that benefit out of tourism, is where tourism economics growth really lie. So to be able to identify 50 such tourism destinations and to work to get private sector to be involved in it, to try and create a focus on tourism, I think to me, coming from a state like Goa, and I believe that the Goa government will take all advantage of this, is to see that the country and the government of our country is finally waking up to the real potential of tourism, which is that of economic and growth and employment generation. Having said all that, the most important thing is what is the underlining message of the budget. The underlining message of the budget is that the government has got its ear to the ground, and it wants to listen to every stakeholder that is responsible for the socio-economic growth of India. And therefore, in my opinion, this is a very holistic budget. It is a budget that answers different questions at different levels.
All right,
You have to
let me also, we have a full house today, Savio. Apologies for cutting you short. Dhruv Tulli, SEBI registered RA, also joins us on the show. Dhruv, thank you for joining us. Well, the stock markets, when they wake up on Monday, are they going to rally behind the budget? There was a dip in the stock market, just a few days back. It is picking up, but it's not reached the level that, we got so accustomed to a couple of months ago. And this is being hailed as a correction. But the fact of the matter is that, this budget does address what you call the positive symptom that stock markets usually rely on to rally ahead. Would you say so?
Thank you, Vineet, for having me. And that's a very, very well thought out and well put out question over there. So the first thing that in my experience, which I would like to say is that, in my life, I've basically seen about 10 budgets, back to back ever since J.T. was there. But, in my experience, it's not a very good idea to predict the market right after the budget, because your markets will take time to kind of settle in. They take around, let's say a week or 10 days to kind of find the direction. The other thing when it comes to a budget like this, which was presented a few hours back, is that, this budget will act as a tailwind and not as a headwind, right? And the reason why I'm basically saying is that this budget will act as a tailwind and not as a headwind for the markets is that, this budget primarily focused on increasing your disposable income for, people. Obviously, there are some good parts about that. There are some bad parts about that as well. That there's an exemption limit of 12 lakhs as well, but apart from that, a person who's making just 12.1 12.2 lakhs, that person would still not fall into that tax exemption limit. He would still have to pay the entire taxable income. So that does not put a lot of disposable income into the hands of a person who's making 12.1 12.2, something around that part as well, right? What we need to focus on when it comes to the markets over here is going to be two data sets, which I basically look at very closely. One is going to be your quarterly and annual earnings, which are going to come after March. So, since your budget has been announced today, you basically have your entire Feb and March to kind of look into that as well, because what is going to happen is that even today, your FMCG stocks and your consumption stocks, especially your auto sector, also kind of had a good upside movement as well. But what you also kind of see is that, your capex sectors, for example, let's say your railways and defense stocks, they basically had a good 7, 8, 10% correction, which is kind of expected because, your capex has basically come down at, around 10% from the last time it was basically announced, right? So the thing over here is the markets would have liked an increase in capex because that is how your economy kind of grows, and that is one thing which kind of contributes to your GDP when it comes to an in-person hand, and kind of contributes to a per capita income as well. But that unfortunately did not happen, and there's basically a cutback on that as well, right? So the two data set and two data points which we will have to focus is going to be on quarterly earnings as well as annual earnings, which are going to come in March, as well as relative rotation and sector rotations, which are going to happen. Because the entire last year, what you can basically see is that the defense sector and all these sectors basically gave you a good amount of money. But recently there will be a shift of funds coming from these sectors into consumption sector, but we have to kind of wait for these earnings to kind of see as well that how do these play in the short term and the long run as well, right? Apart from that, another data point which I was kind of looking at is that last year there were basically 7.5 crores ITRs which were basically filed, right? And out of those 6.5 crore income tax which taxes which filed, they basically had an income which was less than 12 lakhs, declared income less than 12 lakhs. So that basically means that using your current regime, that will basically translate that 85% of those people will have a zero tax liability when this regime which was announced today kind of comes into play, right? So the best thing that I would kind of take the markets say when it comes to the markets is that let the dust kind of settle and let the markets kind of find a trend, because historically also what has happened is that the markets have basically gone into a sideways movement post the budget, and apart from that it has basically taken a trend, and majorly it has gone into an uptrend, but the best way to do it is kind of let it go on for the next 8-10 days at least, and then basically see where the market basically goes, right? Apart from that, one thing which I kind of I'm kind of scared over here is that this reduction in tax, right? So whatever this new tax regime is basically done is basically differentiated your tax as well. So there's a difference of 1 lakh rupees as well for a person who's making 25-30 lakhs as well.
Right.
So he's giving tax by, let's say, 1 lakhs as well. But this reduction in tax, right, whether it be for the person who's sitting in an exempted limit, or whether it be for a person who's basically in a 25, 30, 40 lakh zone and he's also saving a bit. But the difference over here is that this should not be kind of compensated by an increase in GST in your next GST council meet as well, because then it kind of defeats the entire purpose of you guys, kind of giving exemptions and you giving a reduction in tax rates as well, because end of the day, then, your disposable income will still remain the same, but your inflation and food inflation and other things in the country will kind of increase at a steady pace that basically happens over here, right? So fiscal deficit.
Okay, all right. Okay, fair enough. Let me also open Mr. Hussain Duhadwala, co-CEO of Crimson School. Hussain, thank you for joining us and being here.
Yeah, hi, good evening. Thank you for having me.
Well, of course, pretty much, education is what you would have focused on, considering the fact that Vinesh has already weighed in on what the education sector is likely to gain from this budget. What were your takeaways?
So I think for me, the biggest takeaway was the AI in education and the focus on developing the center of excellence. I think for a long time, we've seen, we've had classroom sizes of 40, 50, 60 kids. While the Right to Education Act came in and limited that to 40 kids, still ensuring personalized learning pathways or learning journeys always remains a challenge. We also have a huge teacher shortage. And I think now we are at a time where we can really leverage AI to ensure that, we can really manage and ensure personalized learning journeys and pathways for children. So I think the biggest takeaway was, for me, was that. And the other part was what even the NEP 2020 has been talking about skill education. So skill education happens right from, the K-12 segment, and then establishing these 5 centers of education for skills is definitely a step in the right direction to ensure kids, when they complete, say, class 12 or graduation, they are at least aligned with the kind of, job requirements that the industry has. So for me, these were the two big takeaways. If I look at, one of the misses, I think the NEP 2020 speaks a lot about the importance of elementary, that is pre-primary and primary education, and teacher upskilling. Now, when we talk of all of this, right, AI, be it in terms of the BharatNet in, rural schools, etc., all of this is the hardware. Now, what about the software or the teacher who's actually going to implement this? Again, something what Mr. Khan spoke about. Implementation is the key. And I think that's where the real challenge lies. How do we upskill teachers so that we can really ensure we can leverage all this great technology, we can leverage the hardware that we have to ensure the learning outcomes can be improved, because I think that
all
remains a big challenge.
Those are valid points. In fact, I'm going to go to the big screen and in fact also lay out what were some of the other big announcements that this government wanted to focus on. What's in it, for everyone, for farmers. And of course, when you talk about the farmers, the Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana is something that the finance minister spoke elaborately about. 100 districts, according to today's promise, with low yields, moderate crop intensity and below average parameters will get some sort of a relief. The Converge existing schemes is obviously big on the agenda. Undertake partnerships with other states as well. States should not be looked at in silos. There should be an overlap in terms of mutual agenda, mutual safety as well as mutual benefit. Limit enhanced from rupees 3 lakhs to 5 lakhs, and this is the Kisan credit card that I spoke about, which is of course a transformational endeavor by the government. The Atmanirbharta program, which is a 6-year program for pulses to gain self-sufficiency in production as well. Of course, this is something which has been science-based, science-backed and science-motivated as well. Comprehensive program that are going to be launched will include raising vegetables and fruit production and providing remunerative prices as well. Because of seasonal crops, there are many a times that farmers suffer losses. That will account for that as well. There is a national mission that has been announced today on high-yielding seeds as well, which is focused on pest-resistant and climate-resilient seeds as well. Of course, this has become a very, very important facet of consumption and making sure that the vegetables and fruits that we eat are not laden with pesticides. 5-year mission to boost cotton productivity as well, ensure higher yields and improve sustainability. This is of course a competition which India has been having with Bangladesh as well, as Bangladesh at one point in time just a couple of years ago was the highest producer and exporter of cotton goods. Makhana board in Bihar is going to be established. This is extremely creative, which will dedicate itself as a Makhana board in Bihar. It will support the entire value chain from production to marketing as well. So the idea and the endeavor is to boost Makhanas as a healthy alternative when it comes to snacking. Second gene bank to be set up to safeguard genetic resources as well. This is going to be a bank which will have genetic resources which can be invoked if there is a shortage. Ensure food and nutritional security with 10 lakh germplasm lines as well. This is of course again a part of that pool which will be invoked whenever there is a paucity of certain yields, and this is obviously extremely welcome. And what has the finance minister announced for women? That is also something very important. Top announcements for women: the Saksham, Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0 program, nutritional support to 8 crore children, 1 crore mothers and 20 lakh girls as well. This is of course a huge scale of announcement, and like Mr. Kant also said a while ago that implementation is going to be the key here. Address challenges of malnutrition. Of course, India, when it comes to that index, does not do very well when the report comes out every year. So this is going to be addressing that. New scheme for 5 lakh first-time women entrepreneurs. Rupees 2 crore term loans during the next 5 years. This is of course a handy amount which women can use, and of course this will also facilitate the ecosystem in which children will be healthier. Children will in fact be yielding more output. All right, we'll continue with this conversation at this point in time. Rahul Bajaj, CEO of Digital Darwin, joins us on the program as well. Rahul, appreciate you being here with us. Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Thank you so much.
Rahul, well, you know, space and AI are never behind. In fact, this AI race that the world has gotten into, India seems to be a little behind on that. For the pure, reason that we are still observing as to what OpenAI is doing, what DeepSeek is doing, what ChatGPT is doing. Based on the budget that was put out today, do you think that it's only a matter of time that, India too will have its own curve of implementation and progress when it comes to AI, keeping in mind that the government is not far behind when it comes to digital endeavors?
The key remains in the implementation. As you said, that India is not going to be behind in the implementation phase. So the key is ensuring that we are using the models that are available, getting to implementing AI for good, rather than getting into the race of creating a model just for the sake of calling it an Indian model. Because for that, the Chinese startups, government, or the US is much ahead in race. So whatever we do, we would only be doing a catch-up game. Rather, just like what we did for the UPI, what we've done, initiated rather, on the health sector, Abha, if AI could be implemented with those particular foundation models that are already available, and there are a lot of open source models that can be fine-tuned, that can be tuned for Indian use cases. But the key would be that we implement those particular use cases for us.
All right, fair enough. Valid points there. Okay, let's also talk about defense a little bit. General Sudhakarji here with us. General Sudhakarji, thank you so much for being here. The government obviously proposes that more investment needs to be made when it comes to the defense sector, and I'm going to say this and lay this out again, that the government does not want to be an importer anymore. It wants to export, and it wants the bottom line of our GDP. It wants the exchequer to be pleased with the kind of remuneration and money that India can bring in when it comes to defense exports. Are you aligned with this, with the government's vision when it comes to that?
Vinit, good evening. Thank you for getting me to the show, and very compliments to the very distinguished and esteemed panelists. It's a treat to listen to each one of them. As regards the question which you are asking, my understanding and take is that here is a budget which is basically being developed with a premise to shape the Indian economy to what Mr. Savio very rightly articulated. Our aim is to look for a 30 trillion US dollar economy with 18,000 plus per capita income and export oriented income. So that is what we are looking by 2047, and minimum import. We have to be self-reliant. Atmanirbhar Bharat has to be the center of gravity of everything. So we have to be self-dependent, self-reliant. I think this is a very conceptual articulation which Mr. Savio made, and I must compliment him for that. And so keeping this in the backdrop, I think the Indian economy, this particular budget has been developed on the premise of what is the geopolitical churn which is taking place, which has started unfolding post-pandemic, 2020 onwards, let's say, and the supply chain disruption and the price rise all over the world, and India being the brightest spot. When I say the brightest spot, what I mean is India is a country which should rightfully feel proud of having 500 million consumers with the capability of spending $12 a day. It's not me. I am not saying this. It is a central organization in the United Nations who has given out this data. So keeping all these factors in mind, I personally feel that we have just about started the Atmanirbhar Bharat and just about started a kind of a remarkable beginning of 2.57 odd billion dollar export of weapons, arms, ammunition last year, and we aim to actually multiply. So multiplication of this factor is dependent on many issues. Defense production per se is not you think in the night and next day morning you start bearing the fruit. It's not that simple. It requires a huge long gestation period. But Vinit, if you allow me, there are a couple of issues which are linked to this particular question which you have asked. If you allow me, I would like to articulate the centrality of any economy or any budget lies in giving a cure or remedy for the malice or the deficiencies which have been noticed. In past quarter or two, it has been seen that the Indian economy went sluggish despite every pillar of economy being perceived to be in place. Why did it happen? It happened because rightfully it has been articulated that the demand is directly related or linked with the consumption. The consumption was falling. So who are the people who consume maximum? It has been studied by topmost economists. They have given out the theories that it is the low end bracket of the income spectrum are the people who have the highest propensity to consume. Who are the low-end bracket? And these are the people who have been targeted very rightly by our Honorable Finance Minister. Compliments for that. Second thing, by targeting the service class and the working class, you are actually, there is a multiplication factor in economy, and that multiplication factor essentially is related to the employment generation and income. And so it has again been rightfully targeted. Now you come to the defense budget. This is for the
Quickly,
first
sir,
time.
quickly. We have a full house, sir. We have a full house, sir. Please wrap up.
Okay. Two more lines. I hope I got the figures right. This is for the first time after a declining statistics between 2012-13 to 2020-24. 2012-13, the budget allocation was 16.4% of the central government annual defense expenditure, annual budget. And it had gone down to 12.9% in 2020.
Okay, fair enough, sir. Vinod Raval, tax expert, also with us on the program. Mr. Raval, are you there with us? I hope you can hear me, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Raval, incessant complaining from citizens in the country that, okay, we may not be paying taxes when it comes to our income bracket, but the fact of the matter is, that we end up paying GST, we end up in fact having our TDS deducted. Are all those complaints likely to mellow down now that the tax bracket has been pushed up to 12 lakhs according to you?
Yes, thank you, Vineet. Like the finance minister budget, you have kept the part B at the end of the whole debate. So it's fine. She also said that I will be putting the numbers.
Saving the best for the last, sir. Saving the best for the last.
I understand. Thank you. Thank you for taking me in this debate. The thing is actually that, yes, 12 lakhs rupees. Now there is no income tax. For TDS, there are some rationalization. The slab rates, the threshold limits has gone up. For the slabs, I think this is the best the percentages which has been given now. It is giving you a benefit of 35,000 rupees to around 2 lakhs rupees if your income is around 25 lakhs rupees. So everybody is getting benefited with that. And in addition to that, a week ago, they have given an 8th pay commission also. For the salary, they have an additional 75,000 rupees standard deduction, which also adds up to this. So up to an income of 12 lakhs 75,000 rupees, there is no tax now. However, if your income is above 12 lakhs rupees, I was right when I was listening to the other panelists, that if it is more than 12 lakhs, then he has to pay the taxes on the earlier income also. Actually, sir, this is the rebate given to the people who has an income up to 12 lakhs rupees, means a lakh rupees per month he's making. So government is subsidizing that 60,000 rupees tax out of their own pocket under section 87A. Whereas if your income is more than that, you don't need that subsidy. So certainly you have to pay taxes on that. There may be some rationalization if your income is 12 lakhs and 1,000, so you're not paying 60,000 rupees tax in that case. So that, I think, modalities will be coming later on. So that is there. So now, if you really compare the tax slabs, it was, earlier it was 3 lakhs and above the tax rates were getting changed. There was lesser tax slabs. Now the tax slabs have also been taken, stretched down from 15 lakhs to 24 lakhs. So 30% tax is now payable after 24 lakhs. They have not reduced this, but the most of the numbers has come in this bracket because there are very less people who are below that amount. So now the thing is, as it was being said, that there are few people, around 8 crore people file their tax returns, and out of that, 80% are in this segment. It has been proven test in last decades by every country that whenever there is a tax slab relaxations, the income goes high. The reason is disposable income.
Right,
they
sir.
get more money to spend, they pay more income taxes, they pay more GSTs, and with that cycle, the country gets more money, and person also gets wealthier with that.
All right,
so
sir.
I feel for the middle class, this is a bonanza, as you
Okay,
rightly mentioned.
bonanza for the middle class. But let me invoke Mr. Vinesh Menon, Director General FICCI, arise into this conversation once again. Vinesh, I just read out some of the incentives that have been announced for women and how that is likely to also facilitate the children who are associated with their moms. What do you make of this connection, and how is this going to help the education ecosystem from the ground up?
I think, can you hear me, Vineet?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, I think a large portion of the SOPs are to do with the with the Anganwadi workers and the folks who actually work on the ground with Anganwadis, which take care of children between 6 months to 6 years of age. Of course, pregnant mothers is one part of it, but they also help children get their early education in these Anganwadis, and that I think makes a lot of difference. Very important. NEP has emphasized on this particular area that before the age of 7, a child garners the maximum input of what's going around him or her, and therefore I think that's a very important step that has been taken. So I think women, we all know that to a large extent, if you look at the entire education ecosystem, a large portion of the percentage of the teaching staff in the education sector, they are women, and I think what they bring to the table as teachers, I think are critical, and I think any amount of SOPs that are needed to take care of that area would be is certainly welcome.
All right, fair enough. Let me, in fact, once again bring in Savio into this conversation. Savio, if you're there with us.
I am.
All right, Savio, we've been in multiple debates where we always talk about, what India needs to do to get ahead of China. And they say that the fastest way to get somewhere is slowly. Do you think India has definitely mastered the art of not rushing into any kind of a competition, but actually realizing that with the kind of complication and administrative issues India has, the budget has to be treated from an angle which spells out a cohesive increase in efforts, not immediate?
The biggest problem that some people have as far as opinions are concerned is that competition is about, winning in a particular segment or in a particular skill set. But what if two people are not in that same particular skill set? Then that competition is not even. So the real game of geopolitics is not India versus China or India versus US. It is India versus India's strengths itself. India can create, let's say let me give you this example in this way. Let's say there's somebody who's very good at cricket and, the world admires cricket. But there is another person that's not good at cricket. Maybe that person's good at sepak takraw, which is a sport very few people play. But you have somebody who wins laurels in sepak takraw for the country. Are you going to say he's less than the cricketer as far as his commitment to that sport is? It's the same thing in the geopolitical space as well. I think what India is doing is not following. What India is doing is creating a mark of its own and then let the other countries follow us. Because we've got our own strengths. India is not going to be China. And we don't want India to be China. The political setups are different. But what India has is a very strong, young India and a young talented India, a young skilled India and a young intellectual India. That's a great strength that we have. And we're going to play to our strengths rather than just ape any other country. People are talking about being like America, and look at what deep state, look at what has happened in America as far as, the AI is concerned or China's AI is concerned. But why isn't anybody talking about the way we've done UPI?
Savio,
or
just
we've
hold on.
handled the COVID crisis?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And this is a point that definitely needs to be pondered over. Mr. Shashi Tharoor, Member of Parliament, also joins us on the broadcast at this point in time. Mr. Tharoor, appreciate you speaking with us. This is Vineet. So, your initial assessment of what this budget entails and how it's going to, in fact, create India into a very robust economy.
Well, I'm afraid I find it a rather underwhelming budget. If you're a salaried taxpayer with a decent income, this may put a little more money in your pocket, and certainly if you're living in Delhi and Bihar, the government hopes you'll be grateful to the ruling party when the elections come around this year. But short of that, this budget does not address any of the central issues that we have been raising before the budget that we hope the finance minister would address. First and foremost is the problem of unemployment. If you don't have a job, then tax relief is academic because you don't have a salary. And the problem is that large numbers of our young people are unemployed. We hold the world's record for youth unemployment. We have the world's record for the number of college-educated unemployed in our country. And that's a very dismaying situation. Secondly, there's some real worry about investment. Where is investment going to come from? This government can say grand things about manufacturing and exports, but manufacturing will not come without investment. Without investment, you won't get jobs and you won't get exports. The problem we have at the moment is not only that FDI is leaving the country in droves, but we're also seeing a situation where domestic investors are skittish about investing. And there are various reasons for that, but one of them is certainly the government's own attitude, which is discouraging investment. The policy of championing a few so-called national champion companies, which has created monopolies and duopolies in a couple of sectors, has discouraged all other companies from coming in because they don't have a level playing field there. And they're not expecting that any rule changes are going to benefit them. They're going to be geared towards the big boys.
Right.
And so they're not investing. We've seen last year $23,000 millionaires have left this country, migrated and become NRIs. Now, we need to reverse that. We need to persuade them to stay here and to spend their money here, not take it out, and to invest in creating jobs for our people. I see nothing in this budget that addresses those problems. The finance minister didn't even use the word unemployment, didn't use the word investment in any serious practical sense of the term. And already last year, you remember, she'd announced an employment-linked incentive scheme for which they budgeted 10,000 crores. They only managed to cut the budget down to 6,000, and they haven't generated enough jobs from that scheme last year. So this year, there's no longer talk of that. Where is employment going to come from? These are my big concerns. There are many other concerns, but this is why I feel much less excited about the middle-class tax cut, because it's not going to address these larger questions.
But Mr. Tharoor, the government says that, the tenets of economic growth have been maintained despite, the pandemic wreaking havoc just a few years ago. If you talk about a sustainable and a consistent GDP growth, that's taken place. And even if you talk about inflation as compared to what it was in the UP era, the government maintains it's under control. How do you respond to that?
Well, it's actually not accurate. The growth rate has gone down. We've seen that even by last year's projections, this year's projection is lower. And global projections by bodies like the IMF are even lower still. Secondly, as far as the question of inflation is concerned, baseline inflation is 5% from September onwards. Where has inflation gone down? So even though you're putting more money in the pockets of the middle class, that money that they have in their pocket is going to go much less far than it went 1 year ago, let alone 5 years ago. So inflation has also eroded the nominal value of people's incomes. I'm sorry, I don't mean to rain on the parade. It's nice to be having some sort of feel-good messages coming out of the government for a change. But in this particular instance, we've got to look at realistic assessments. Viksit Bharat cannot be a reality at the kind of a very modest growth rate we're seeing now. Where even if you get 6.4, you need a minimum of consistent 8% for the next 22 years to get to the kind of economy the Prime Minister wants us to be. Aspirations are all very well, and I applaud the aspiration. But let's understand we don't have a realistic pattern to get there yet.
All right, Mr. Tharoor, appreciate you taking out the time and speaking with us. Thank you so much, sir. Savio, 20 seconds to respond to that. We've run out of time.
Well, I have a lot of respect for Mr. Tharoor, but
well, he
Mr.
said that
Tharoor
the finance minister did not even mention the word unemployment. Did you find that surprising?
No, I didn't find that surprising because I've come to realize that people like Mr. Tharoor from the Congress will see a beautiful bride, but they will still find a fault with the bride, saying her bindi is not put correct or her jewels are not of the highest quality. That's the inherent nature of the opposition, and Mr. Tharoor, because it's his job, will have to find fault in what the government has done. But the reality of the situation is this. I don't know how Mr. Tharoor or anybody defines employment as far as the mapping of employment is concerned. And I would advise them, in a couple of days, our book will be out. They can realize what has been done as far as...
Just hold on to that thought. Mr. Praful Chandra Gadai, former Finance Minister of Odisha, is also with us on the program. Mr. Praful Chandra, thank you for joining us. Sir, आप मेरी आवाज सुन पा रहे हैं?
Yes.
Sir, हमसे बातचीत करने के लिए आपका बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद. Sir, your initial reaction to the budget, we just heard from Mr. Shashi Tharoor, who said that this is a non-tenable budget.
Listen to me. Government of India, they have proposed for a Vikasit Bharat, developed Bharat by 2047, for which 8% GDP growth is necessary. But now it is confined to 6.8%. Unless there is GDP growth, how would developed India, the dream of developed India is possible? Number two, I tell you, the middle class people and these poor people, unemployed youth, they wanted to see what this budget delivering for them. Only for the middle class people, I can say, this income tax relaxation up to 12 lakhs is just follows to them, but there is no other thing for the middle class people. For the unemployed youth, the budget doesn't speak anything. To arrest this price rise, there is no indication unless and until the oil price is revised. When a crude oil price is reducing, the retail sale of gas, oil is increasing. It has a cascading effect. The price increase of oil has a cascading effect on the price of other commodities. People of India are greatly affected by this price rise. So I'm from Odisha. So far as Odisha interest is concerned in the budget, I say we are desperate. This budget is for Bihar, people of Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Purbanchal states, Assam, and Andhra Pradesh. Odisha government has a long-standing demand for a special category state, for a focus, at least to make it a focus state, or declare some special package for the development of Odisha. The present Chief Minister of Odisha met Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Union Finance Minister for a special package for the infrastructure development of the country, of the Odisha. Because, you know, large investment is coming to Odisha, for which infrastructure development is badly necessary. For infrastructure development, there is no adequate money in the capital plan outlay. Capital expenditure is I tell you, is very desperate with the capital expenditure. Now this fiscal deficit also doesn't speak for that. However, this budget to me for the people of Odisha is not positive, it's not practical, it doesn't deliver anything to us. For Odisha, because of political, for Bihar, for political reasons, there is a greenfield airport, there is Makhan board, there is a lot of money for the expansion of the university, Patna University and IITs, lot of money for Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh and Purbanchal. Negligence has been exhibited in this budget for the poor people of Odisha.
All right, sir. Sir, I appreciate your time and I appreciate your sentiment associated with this budget as well. Of course, that's a perspective that you've shared with us, but unfortunately we've run out of time. We're going to dip into a very, very minuscule break. Uday Pratap Singh is going to take over on the other side. I'll be right back.
उत्तर प्रदेश की योगी सरकार प्रदेश के आर्थिक विकास के साथ साथ कानून व्यवस्था को भी दुरुस्त कर रही है। यातायात व्यवस्था को सुचारू तरीके से संचालित करने के लिए मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने ट्रैफिक पुलिस में महिलाओं को भी शामिल करने का फैसला किया है।
30% बेटियों को भर्ती करेंगे, जिससे सड़कों पर शोहदों को ठीक उपचार कर सकें।
यूपी ट्रैफिक पुलिस में महिलाओं की अलग से विंग बनेगी। महिला विंग में 10,000 भर्तियां की जाएंगी। महिला निरीक्षक, उप निरीक्षक, सिपाही की अलग से तैनाती। सड़क हादसों में कमी लाने का लक्ष्य। सड़क हादसों में मौतों की संख्या में 50% कमी का लक्ष्य। सभी जिलों में रोड सेफ्टी एक्शन प्लान बनाने के ठोस उपाय। यातायात नियमों का पालन सुनिश्चित करेगी महिला ट्रैफिक पुलिस। सड़क दुर्घटनाओं को रोकने के लिए सुरक्षा उपायों को लागू करवाना। ट्रैफिक नियमों का उल्लंघन करने वालों पर सख्त कार्रवाई की जाएगी। उत्तर प्रदेश की ट्रैफिक पुलिस में महिलाओं के शामिल होने से महिलाओं के लिए रोजगार के अवसर तो खुलेंगे ही, महिला वाहन चालकों के लिए भी सड़क पर सफर करना आसान हो जाएगा।
from the banks of the holy Ganga, where millions gather in devotion. A spectacle of spirituality,
ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰ 8 ਘੰਟਿਆਂ ਵਾਲੀ ਬਿਜਲੀ 'ਚੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਕੱਟ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕੱਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਛੱਡੋ ਬੱਲਬ ਨੇ ਝਮੱਕਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਨਾ ਝਮੱਕਾ
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ
केजरीवाल जी जरा अपने झूठ के जाल में थोड़े लपेट में आ गए
विश्व के सबसे बड़े सांस्कृतिक समागम महाकुंभ प्रयागराज में अग्नि सुरक्षा के लिए 24 घंटे सतर्क और तत्पर है उत्तर प्रदेश अग्निशमन तथा आपात सेवा बल। आप भी रहें जागरूक। कुकिंग गैस में अच्छी गुणवत्ता वाले एलपीजी पाइप और रेगुलेटर का प्रयोग करें। रसोई घर का निर्माण टीन शेड में करें। उपयोग के बाद रेगुलेटर नॉब से गैस सप्लाई बंद करें। एलपीजी गैस की गंध आने पर तुरंत रेगुलेटर व गैस स्टोव बंद करें। टेंट में एलपीजी गैस और ज्वलनशील पदार्थ का उपयोग न करें। शिविरों में मानक के अनुरूप बिजली के कार्य कराएं। उच्च रेटिंग वाले एमसीबी ईएससीबी का प्रयोग करें। सर्किट, बल्ब, ट्यूबलाइट के मध्य कम से कम 15 सेंटीमीटर की दूरी सुनिश्चित करें। अपना कर यह आसान उपाय महाकुंभ को बनाएं सुरक्षा का पर्याय। स्वच्छ, सुरक्षित एवं सुव्यवस्थित महाकुंभ 2025 प्रयागराज।
Hello and welcome. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. You're joining us live on Newsx. Our big focus this hour is on the Union Budget 2025. Yes, the first full-fledged government of Modi 3.0 has been presented by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. And we are, of course, focusing now on some of those key announcements. The FM today announced a credit boost for MSMEs, that is micro, small and medium enterprises, to generate employment, especially for young people. Prime Minister Narendra Modi called this the People's Budget to help enterprises achieve higher efficiency for scale, technology upgradation, better access to capital, investment and turnout limits for classification of all MSMEs is going to be enhanced to 2.5 and 2 times respectively. Now, this would not only pace the manufacturing sector but would also provide employment opportunities for countless youth of the country. Joining us live now is Jayan Mehta, Managing Director Amul. He's live with us. Jayan Mehta, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. Before we focus on this specific, that I just brought up on the MSME sector, I'd like to get your take, of course, on that in just a bit. But first, your overall sense of the budget. What did you make of what we've heard today from the Finance Minister?
Thank you so much. It's been a fantastic budget from what we heard from Honorable Finance Minister. Agriculture has been identified as an engine for growth. The budget did continue the earlier policies of focusing on the poor, on the youth, on the farmers, and also on the women. And we as dairy cooperatives are closely working with all these groups. But then the biggest boost this budget has given is perhaps to the middle class. So to these 4, we have to add the 5th one, which is the middle class, and in form of middle class is the market. So if you put money in the hands of the customer, obviously that goes back to the producer. So this is one budget which is going to give a big boost to consumption. And we being in the food business, Amul has the largest food brand of India, largest FMCG with a turnover of more than 80,000 crores. In a market of dairy, which is the largest in the country, because milk is the largest agricultural crop of the country, and it was outlined in the economic policy document also yesterday, that in a dairy business of more than 11 lakh crores, or about $135 billion, Amul is $10-12 billion. And if consumers pay 100 rupees on Amul products, 80 to 85% goes back to the farmer. So this is where you will give a double benefit to both the production side, when the Kisan gets credit card, enhanced limit in that the credit limits, to other support which is given to boost agriculture, boost production, and more importantly, giving money hands of the wallets and the hands of the customers will boost the economy. And of course, the industry will grow, the farmer base and the producers will also grow, and it will bring in a much bigger multiplier effect to the economy than what normally books of accounts can show.
So as far as your sector is concerned, Mr. Mehta, you're quite pleased with the budget?
Absolutely, yeah. That's what I said, because consumers, if they have more nutritious products,
yes,
which was also outlined by the Honorable Finance Minister, people are getting more conscious of food, what they eat. And there we come in as the most trusted brand in the country in most of these categories. I'm sure it will bring in a great benefit to the food sector, to the dairy sector, and of course Amul.
Do you also believe that consumer spends will go up because there's going to be more money in the pocket, thanks to, of course, the tax savings now that will also happen?
Exactly, because it's been said that the only thing certain in life is taxes and death. But here, to pay taxes, you will have to earn 13 lakh rupees. And so obviously it will motivate a lot of people to work hard, earn more. And of course, when you spend more, when you have more money, you benefit. So it's a win-win situation for both the producers, the consumers, and more importantly, the economy and the growth which we are looking at to become Viksit Bharat. I think this will be a very, very big booster. And obviously the impact of this is not just for 1 year. It will go on for decades, and that's what will bring in the desired benefits.
Now, of course, you're a cooperative that works very, very closely and directly with farmers, which is why I'd also like to, ask you to just elaborate a bit on the agriculture sector. Of course, you weighed in on that in your opening comment. But as far as the agriculture sector is concerned, do you believe farmers and, people in the agri sector would be pleased with this budget? Now, because the agriculture sector has been a point of contention, the opposition often takes pot shots at the government based on this sector in particular. But as far as farmers in this sector is concerned, would they be happy with this budget, you feel?
Yes, it will be beneficial for them, because as I mentioned, the budget speaks about agriculture as an engine for growth, and a lot of effort have been made to bring stimuli to this sector to keep growing the way the country grows. And the GDP has been supported by agriculture, which the numbers actually prove. More importantly, cooperatives have been identified as a tool for development of the farmers and bring them access to the market. The new Ministry of Cooperation has been taking several initiatives to strengthen the presence of cooperatives across the country. And today, when we hear the Honorable Finance Minister talking about the focus on exports, there is already a multi-state cooperative on exports, which is working to create a market for all the producers who are associated with cooperatives across the country. So all in all, it connects a lot of dots, puts in the focus where it is required, has a vision for the future, and more importantly, the right elements to connect the market with the producer and take care of the aspirations of the 46% of Indian population who still stays in villages, though they may be contributing only to 16-18% of our GDP.
Okay. I'd like you to also now weigh in on the MSME sector, because this government has focused a lot on the MSME sector as well, and that's something we're focusing on in this segment. The MSME sector is very, very important because they directly also, provide employment by generating, of course, employment opportunities and jobs. And now this focus, this push for this sector through these announcements today is hopefully going to have a direct correlation with job creation, but also provide the sector a big boost, which will further add to the economy.
Yes, that's right. Because it's when MSME is the name which was given before we had the words like startup or the entrepreneurship coming in the common lingo. So this is where you are actually nurturing enterprise at the smallest level, then providing them with the capital which is required for growth, giving them access to the market and other support for handholding, encouraging them to use the latest tools, technologies, and take part in the growth of the country. So I think identifying MSMEs as the second growth engine also is a very visionary step, and I'm sure we'll see more and more initiatives in this space, both at the central and state level, to bring a big boost to the sector.
All right, Jayan Mehta, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for joining us overall with your perspective, your sense of this budget of 2025. Let's quickly go across now and get our viewers some more details regarding, of course, this particular announcements that we're focusing on, and of course the emphasis on job creation and the MSME sector of this budget as well. So of course these were the big announcements today. Let's quickly recap them. A scheme will be launched for 5 lakh women, SC/ST first time entrepreneurs as well. This will be a big boost, of course, for women and of course members of the backward communities. Also, the scheme will provide term loans up to 2 crore rupees during the next 5 years to them. The scheme also includes online capacity building for entrepreneurship as well as managerial skills as well, something of course that will be very, very important, and will equip them of course with the skill sets needed for growth. Further announcement, full exemption of BCD to cobalt powder and waste, the scrap of lithium ion battery, and 12 more critical minerals as well. This is again a big announcement for this particular sector. This will help secure their availability for manufacturing in India and also promote more jobs for our youth, but also importantly become a hub hopefully in our country for this particular sector. Also, multi-sectoral rural prosperity and resilience program will be launched in partnership with states as well. That's also something that the FM outlined today. This will address underemployment in agriculture through skilling, investment, tech, as well as invigorating the rural economy further. Also, the government will develop the top 50 tourist sites in partnership with states and extend mudra loans as well to homestays, so that there is further job creation as well through the hospitality industry. Also, medical tourism will be promoted in partnership with the private sectors as well. So all-encompassing budget there. Financial support also will be provided for Western Kosi Canal, benefiting 50,000 hectares in the Mithilanchal region in particular in Bihar as well. And of course, Bihar is a poll-bound state this year. We'll be voting later in the year. Also, revised classification criteria. Now we are of course talking in particular about the MSME and startup sector. Revised classification criteria for MSMEs has been announced, with investment limits increased now 2.5 times. Also, turnover limits are doubled as well. So the ambit of course grows there. Micro enterprises can now have investments up to 25 crore rupees and also a turnover of up to 10 crore rupees. So that limit raised as well. Small enterprises limits have also been raised to 25 crores investment and a turnover of 100 crore rupees. Meanwhile, enhanced credit guarantee cover for MSMEs has been increased from 5 crore rupees to 10 crores as well. Enhanced credit guarantee is expected to generate additional credit of 1.5 lakh rupees, 1.5 lakh crore rupees rather, over the next 5 years alone. And a new micro enterprise credit card scheme with 5 lakh limits also will be launched. The provisions for that too have been laid out today. New micro enterprise credit card scheme targets 10 lakh enterprises in the first year alone. Also, a new focus product scheme of footwear and leather sector also aims to create employment for 22 lakh people as well. A new focus product scheme is expected to generate exports worth about 1.1 lakh crores. That's also something big that this budget has set out. A scheme for toy sector to focus on developing clusters and skills to create high quality products under the Make in India brand has also been envisioned. The government has announced a national manufacturing mission covering small, medium and large industries to further the Make in India initiative as well. Also, the National Institute of Food Tech entrepreneurship and management will be established, in fact, in Bihar. Meanwhile, this will result in financed income to farmers, also advance employment opportunities for the youth of the nation as well. So a lot, of course, in this budget as far as job creation goes, but also in particular for the MSME sector, startups. This is something that we've examined, and we want to quickly now put across to our panel as well. Dr. Jaideep Bhattacharya is joining us live, President CDEPR. Wing Commander Sudhakaran, CEO of Q-Gates Technology, also joins us live. Nasser Salim, banker, also live with us. Gautam Mukherjee, senior journalist. Let me quickly make a start with you first, Dr. Bhattacharya. As far as, of course, the MSME sector, startups are concerned, would they be pleased with the announcements in the budget today? Also, what kind of correlation is this hopefully going to have for furthering job creation in our country?
I think there is no reason for them to complain. All the asks and demands have been fulfilled to the extent that's reasonably possible. It's for now up to the startups and the small enterprises to grow. I think the other key dimension for the ask from startups and the smaller companies is what was captured in the economic survey, that please get out of the way, that the government should not be becoming a bottleneck. And I think many of the provisions are indicating that that's the way the government is going to double down on, and they are going to move out and therefore enable ease of doing business in many aspects, in terms of filing, in terms of compliances, in terms of taxation, and so on and so forth. There also been signaling in the budget that even the tax rates will be further rationalized, and I mean the indirect tax rates, which will be further rationalized. The Income Tax Act that's coming up, or the bill that's coming up, will also be further simplified. So for startups who really struggle, and smaller companies, MSMEs who really struggle to do the compliances, to get the funds, to file all the requirements, I think this will be music to the ears. And on top of it, the fact that there is an enlarged fund of funds that has been allocated, that just means that there will be more money that will be trickling down to these enterprises, allowing them to grow faster. I think also, in addition, the fact that there will be more money available in the economy because of the increased disposable income, because of the changes in the direct tax rate that was declared, that kind of becomes a headline that there is no tax till about 12 lakhs, enables a larger market to be created for these MSMEs and startups. So clearly, everything seems to be positive. Also, many of the things will be work in progress, obviously. It depends on how well the ambitions of the government are actually executed for the next 8 to 10 months. But whatever has been said in the budget is all very positive.
Let me quickly also get in Wing Commander Sudhakaran now. Wing Commander Sudhakaran, your overall sense of the budget, also in particular for job creation, employment generation, was there enough in today's budget? For the MSME startup sector, very, very important sector, of course, in our country. The Prime Minister has often spoken about how he wants, individuals to become job givers and not just job takers. In that sense, this sector plays a very key role. How important were today's announcements then for this sector?
Good evening, Uday, and good evening to all the viewers. So on the personal front, yes, there's a welcome relief on the income tax side. They have tried to put more money into the end users so that the consumption gets spurred up from the retail level. But having said that, the MSME promises, I'm largely skeptical because I will not take the word for it. They've been doing it for the last 10 years, but having gone to the last mile and having checked it out myself, I was hugely disappointed, because talking is one thing, but the government doesn't walk it. It doesn't know how to walk. That's the problem. It's just tumbles and falls down, and then you find a new promise. Like, for example, SIDBI is one of its arms, but you go to SIDBI, they will tell you that they don't have a due diligence arm. They simply, in fact, their top level managers have admitted, sir, that's a flaw. Now, how long does it take for you to fix it? You can say, I can give you 10,000 crores, but you don't spend it. Then what do I do with it? The National AI Mission was committed 1 lakh crores. Where did that money go? What did we make out of it? Now, today we are talking about procuring GPUs for 10,000 crores. We've not procured it, and it's going to take another 2 years. And 2 years is like 200 years in AI as on date. the biggest mistake, and I have to point to you on this, I've written a LinkedIn post on this. The government has announced 500 crores on a center of excellence. That's the biggest blunder that you can commit. Because you, on the one hand, say that you don't have money to spend, and you spend it fragmented ways. And where did you choose to invest it? You choose to invest it on a center of excellence. I'll point out where the problem is. See, when you say I'm going to invest 500 crores, you are again going to invest it either in hardware or real estate or in people, right? So most of that money is going to go in hardware. By that time it gets installed and commissioned, that hardware is going to get mostly obsolete. The second thing is, for operating these complex systems, you need very nuanced, very talented skill set. And that skill set, if at all they're even capable, they're not going to come and work in the academia for the money that you're going to pay. Now, add to these two problems, what kind of return on investment that is going to get. My point here is, converge all your investment. Every penny is important for India. I understand that. We have a problem. When you have a problem, you don't spend like this. You spend in the right area, you pick the right courses. You should have put that in design. You don't put it in training when you don't have a design in place. You are all over the place. And that's the flaw. You don't know how to spend your money. You don't know how to implement. It is nice to say, I've created a fund of funds. But how are you going to implement it? The implementation is woefully miserable. You ask the startups, the large chunk of startups today are in the software sector. They're not even funded. The banks don't give them fund. You go to the bank, they say, sir, we don't know how to evaluate you. When you say your software costs X amount of rupees, I don't know how, because the bankers are simply clueless. They are not technologists. So therefore, they say you go to a VC arm. Now, the VC world is a very different world. Now, if the VC does a due diligence on you and they're willing to fund you, I don't need to support the banks. Then what is the government talking about? There are many other schemes. They appear to be good on face, but the moment you get inside them, I bet any of you, it's nice to talk on TV studios to say, oh, this is wonderful, that is wonderful. Go sit across the bench and try to get a check signed from them. You're not getting it. And the last that I have to tell you is the rate of interest. You know how much even your government banks, which is charging the lowest charge an MSME, it's upwards of 13%. Now 13% plus 18% GST, it's a killer on you. Because when you get them, there is no liquidity flow as far as GST is concerned for the small firms. And I'll tell you one more scam. There is a 7 years, they say, there's a startup tax holiday for the startups. You get inside, they say, it is 3 years. And even in that 3 years, when it comes to filing your tax, there is a minimum alternative tax of 15 plus 3% cess, which means 18% corporate tax you have to pay. So what is the rebate that you're getting? 7%. Are you joking? That's why I tell the government, don't tax the seed, tax the tree. Make the seed grow into a tree, let it fruit. Then you tax them. You will be able to get more than what you invested.
Okay.
But
pointing. Let me take that across very quickly to Nasir Salim as well. Nasir Salim, we've seen, of course, some very, very, big announcements today, of course, particularly focusing now on the MSME and startup sector. What do you make of, what this budget, of course, has envisioned for them with these, with the ambit now being raised, of course, for classification of small enterprises, medium enterprises as well, and more companies now falling in this ambit. Is that going to provide a further boost to this sector? Also, as far as startups are concerned, and now the further boost for them, hopefully, will this ensure enough jobs are generated and the rate of job creation goes up in the next 1 year?
Good evening, Uday. Thank you very much. Great to be back on your show. So, 2-3 things clearly. Number one, I think, this budget overall seems to have addressed one of the largest concerns of the middle income group, which is to say that, they've been taxed for the last so many years, and they remain to be taxed as heavily as compared to some of the other, what should I say, the other individuals who drive or run the economy. But I think it's obviously bodes really well for consumption. Uday, clearly, I mean there is no doubt on that. And for sectors such as everything that falls under broad-based consumption, whether it's fast-moving consumer goods, you had the Amul MD earlier come in and say that. I think I completely agree with him. FMCG, you can look at retail, look at automobiles, you look at some of broader consumer durables, all white and brown goods. All of these sectors seem to have been a big beneficiary of this announcement, which is also reflective in some of the indices that moved up post the announcement in the budget. Now, obviously, you're infusing more liquidity. You are leaving, more personal disposable income, which will, create and end up in that consumption boost. And I think more importantly than that, Uday, it's the sentiment that drives a lot of positivity. I think the other thing also imminent now is that on account of this, inflation as an animal seems to be in control, and RBI, it is more, important for the RBI to take cognizant of what is happening, and then look at possible rate cuts, which will indirectly or directly have private participation come in terms of private expenditure. And therefore, this entire cycle of production consumption should start. One area where I feel, Uday, since you raised that point, one area that I feel where I didn't see any roadmap clearly was on one example that I want to talk about in your show is if you look at corporate profitability in the last 12 months. If I look at calendar year, if I look at calendar year 24, you will see that corporate profit gone all-time high, right? But real wages have actually gone below pre-pandemic levels. Now, that tells you a very different story. It tells you that the lowest income group is not being able to meet inflationary issues, more so on account of food price inflation. This food price inflation remains a challenge even now. And then with real wages not picking up, will also, also has its own challenges in terms of its impact, and therefore unemployment. So I think, the point that you raised on employment, I think the roadmap for decreasing unemployment or increasing employment has not been mentioned in this budget. There has been no discussion on that. Yes, there is a lot of fiscal prudence, which is evident. They are saying that they will be able to meet to the estimate of 4.4% of fiscal budget for this financial year, which is a positive, no doubt. And that again bodes really well for the overall some of these consumption boost sectors, and also for certain interest rate sensitive sectors like the NBFC, right? But I think your core question on employment remains unanswered, in my opinion. I think this real wages is a real challenge, Uday. I think we need to do more, think out of the box to ensure that those unemployment numbers start to inch down. And I don't think, if you ask me directly or indirectly, I don't think because of this re-rationalization of taxation slabs will that hit employment. I doubt that, right? What I do feel is that it's going to definitely impact consumption in a positive way, which is favorable. It's definitely an added benefit. And I think from a sentiment perspective, it adds a lot of positivity, especially to the capital markets. As I told you, the sectors that I just mentioned, yes, will be direct beneficiaries.
Okay. Gautam Mukherjee, quickly drawing you in here now. Now, Gautam Mukherjee, there is a need, of course, for providing further employment opportunities for the youth of our country, and also ensuring that the pace of job creation speeds up. In that view and direction, how important and crucial were today's announcements in the budget?
Well, I think it's fairly obvious not only in this country, but in almost all high population countries, that job creation, either in the public sector or in the private sector, particularly combined with the technological advances that are necessary to incorporate, are not going to keep up with the actual influx of people who need jobs. So I think what the government is doing, and rightly so, is they've provided a plethora of loans and enablers to all sectors in, whether it's agriculture, whether it's poor people, whether it's women entrepreneurs, whether it's startups, small businessmen, to generate their own income and, in fact, provide employment, small employment perhaps, to others. The other thing is, if you look at the example of other countries, I will liken it to, an aircraft carrier group. The Japanese, the big hongs in Japan are the ones that brought up many small and medium enterprises alongside. But they are the people with the lawyers and the analysts and the economists and the management people to negotiate the red tape and get the loans and get it all working smoothly. They have the resources, they have the time, they have the muscle. You cannot expect, as one of the panelists was saying, the small people are just not up to it. They cannot, as it is, you've got to be cook, bottle washer, and entrepreneur, and doorman all in one when you are a small businessman. Now, that is daunting enough without having to deal with a government which is like a monolith that never tires, never dies, never goes away, and is all powerful. So it's only the bigger companies that can deal with these people and provide an umbrella formation for the smaller companies to work alongside. It's the same in defense, which is being emphasized a lot now. It's the same in manufacturing, this China Plus One business, ancillaries, wherever, to think of this in a disparate silo is, I think, a mistake. And it's got to be a conglomeration of the big and the small together in order to provide both the muscle and the employment and the security that the whole sector needs. And if you look at China's example, it's the small that becomes big in due course. If you look at our own stock market, people are forever trying to discover the right small cap stock that will become medium cap, and then eventually maybe even large cap. Now, small cap is not what it used to be. And MSME is not what it used to be. It's not a few lakhs anymore. Even the tiniest are in crores. So everything is moving up the ladder and needs to work in, in combination. Uday.
Okay, let me in fact quickly now turn our focus to another big emphasis and big push made today in the budget. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman did present, of course, today's budget, in which 6.8 lakh crore rupees was allocated for the defense sector for the upcoming fiscal year. Now, this amount accounts for approximately 1.91% of India's estimated gross domestic product. It also represents a 9.5% increase from the previous year's budget. Meanwhile, a significant portion of this allocation has been earmarked for bolstering India's military capabilities via indigenous production. In fact, 1.8 lakh crores has been set aside under the capital budget for the acquisition of new defense equipment, including weapons, aircrafts, warships, as well as more. Let's quickly give you a sense of what the big announcements were as far as the defense sector is concerned in today's Union Budget 2025. So an outlay of 6.81 lakh crores was set aside today. Of course, that's the total amount. The capital outlay was 1.8 lakh crore rupees to be specific. And if we quickly, of course, move on. Let's quickly move on to the next slide if we can, which obviously is giving us a sense of the defense budget allocations, which of course is very, very significant. And here we are of course showing you how it's changed over the years. So obviously from 24, you can see what the, what it was in 23, what it was in 22, now what it was in 2021. So every year you can clearly see, of course, through this slide that there has been a significant increase in the capital outlay as well as, of course, the total allocation for the budget. This is what it stood at in 2020. So significant increase. And if we talk about the percentage increase from last year till this year, it is 9.5%, which is, of course, again, another significant rise. Can we take this from the top? Let's just go back to the previous slide if we can, of defense announcements. If we can go back to the previous slide. Okay, we've gone too further. Let's just go up a bit. Then we get some more announcements, of course, and specifics of those. We are again showing you. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so 6.22 lakh crore rupees has been allocated to the Ministry of Defence, the highest amongst all ministries as well. That is again a big takeaway, of course, of today's budget. The capital acquisition, it stands at 1.72 lakh crore rupees for the acquisition of modern defense equipment. So obviously that's the need of the hour. This is the money that's been, the capital outlay that's been laid out for it. 75% of this will be allocated for domestic procurement. That is again a big thrust on Make in India, Atmanirbharta for the defense sector as well. Operational readiness, as far as this is concerned, 92,088 crore rupees has been put aside for sustenance and operational preparedness as well of our military. Also, defense pensions, 1.41 lakh crore rupees being allocated for defense pensions, benefiting around 32 lakh pensioners as well. Again, a very significant amount. Also, ECHS, that's ex-serviceman contribution health scheme, 6,968 crore rupees being allocated to improve healthcare for veterans, which again marks a 28% rise from what it was last year. As far as border infrastructure is concerned, 6,500 crore rupees for development of border roads has also been set aside. And as far as coastal security also goes, 7,651 crore rupees has been allocated to the Indian Coast Guard for enhancing maritime security as well. And 23,855 crores for the DRDO, 518 crore rupees allocated to IDEX, that's acing development of innovative technologies. That's also something that was significant in this budget. Also, as far as strategic projects goes, funding for projects like the Neuma airfield in Ladakh, the Shingkhula tunnel and the Nechipu tunnel, that's also something that's of course gone up. The self-reliance in defense as well, boosting indigenous defense production under Atmanirbharta initiative. That also was again a big focus of what the finance minister said today. Shipbuilding, benefits for the shipbuilding stocks, as 25,000 crore maritime development fund was also allocated today. Obviously that did lead to stock rally for the shipbuilding stocks as well. So big boost for the defense sector, something that again is being welcomed by multiple analysts. And let's quickly get in Wing Commander Sudhakaran's take on that. Wing Commander Sudhakaran, what do you make of what the budget had in store for the defense sector?
Expensive proposition. So if you actually look at the 10% increase, that's par for the course. As it is, we are spending much lesser than what a country of our size actually demands, considering the neighbors are Pakistan and China. They are breathing down fire down your throat, though China seems to have mellowed because of, thanks to Trump in a lot of ways. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had it so easy. Though China has given us some time, we must not take it for granted that it will be peace forever in that region. So given the realities of the geopolitics in the eastern side, we have to really prepare ourselves, and there are a lot of capital procurements. We all know about the 160 odd the fighter jets that needs to be procured. The due diligence is already underway. There's discussion, and we cannot wait for too long to procure it because the number of squadrons are coming down. And so is the naval fleet. Approximately 25 to 30,000 odd crore is already planned for this year under various expansion of the naval fleet. Add to this the requirements of the army, you will really realize that we will be falling short of even this budget. Though it might look substantial, as I already said, the modernization is not really progressing at the pace that the defense would like it to be. But as long as the peace prevails, because the West is on the western border, we have Pakistan, which is caught in its own turmoil, and China, which is now, revisiting its entire strategy of, India vis-a-vis, that of the Americans, and it is caught in a new trade war. So we may have a couple of years to breathe easy, but then we should not breathe easy. We must ensure that we make most of this time that we have for ourselves, and then we build our men and equipment to the level that is required. If there is a conflict, that will come after a couple of years or maybe 5. But we need to be prepared at all times. And this is a small effort, I would say. Wouldn't say a significant effort, considering that there is a significant increase in payout on codage of pension and pay and allowances. And mind you, we are also hinting at going into the next pay commission, which also means a significant cost to the exchequer in terms of salaries. So all put together, I think this is par for the course, not even par for the course, it's slightly below, but then that's what you have. You can't have money on all the plates. So I think the finance minister knows it better. It's very easy for us to comment on all these things. But then I think she must have done whatever maximum is possible on that front.
Yes, a significant increase, Gautam Mukherjee, from, of course, last year. We've seen also, of course, money for the veterans funds being increased as well from what it was last year. Your overall sense of, the defense sector announcements and component of today's budget. Also, Gautam Mukherjee, the focus on Make in India for defense, Atmanirbharta, domestic procurement also coming out with what was said today, wasn't it?
Well, I think it's very encouraging and quite in keeping with the Modi government's incremental approach. Every year, we do a little bit more in terms of, what we can according to the cloth that we have. As far as Atmanirbharta goes, there are some glaring strategic issues. For example, engines for fighter aircraft, engines for ships, engines across the board, where we have not so far been able to crack the idea of making it ourselves in joint venture over here. Now, I think we are finally waking up to it, this buying outright. The Biden administration has seen to it that we didn't get the GE engines at all during its entire tenure. Now that Trump has come, perhaps these engines will flow. Meanwhile, the Tejas program is building on all the other aspects of it as best as it can. So, we do not only have to do Atmanirbharta as is the only real way out for strategic independence, but we also have to address the critical, this is the heart of a aircraft, this new small tank we made, everything, the transmission, the engine are American. I mean, we could not make this ourselves, and this is what we have to address and take care of in the near future. Sure, we're going 50, 60, 70, 80% indigenous, but they tend to be for the componentry which is less critical. I'm not knocking it. It's better than nothing. And we've got exports going, particularly in BrahMos and Pinaka, and that's excellent too, as well as small things but important things like bulletproof vests, in which we excel, as it turns out. So down the road, if we can crack these critical componentry by not necessarily reinventing the wheel, but collaborating seriously with somebody so that we are able to do this in country now and improve on it gradually, as we have with many of the Soviet things that we have collaborated on.
Okay, let me quickly, in fact, draw in Dr. Bhattacharya for a quick comment on this, Dr. Bhattacharya, because the fact, of course, very clearly is that the allocations also for this sector, very, very crucial defence sector, of course, the outlay, of course, being increased. We've seen that steady increase from 2020 to 2025, as I explained earlier, in the graphics that I put out. But we're seeing this allocation happen very strategically. Subtle focus everywhere on the Atmanirbhar aspect of it, on the domestic procurement, domestic manufacturing, but also maritime security, the strategic projects, particularly the border road projects that we've been seeing of late as well. Also, a lot of outlay for the DRDO sector for more research and innovation as well.
Let me start with the headline figure that there has been a roughly 9% increase in allocation to defense. Actually, as percentage of GDP, it stays roughly the same. It was about 2% of GDP or 1.8% of GDP last year. It's 1.9% of the GDP this year. Because the GDP has grown, so the allocation has also grown. Having said that, let's also look at what are we up against. Why do we spend in defense? Because we have specified adversaries. If you look at China, they're spending $300 billion. Whereas if we look at our spend is about roughly $75 billion, there is a lot that needs to be caught upon if we really want to match. Clearly, from a defense perspective, again, it's the people who run the defense who knows how much of exposure India has. So I'll not go into the details of it. But just in terms of comparison, the US budget is over $900 billion, almost touching $1 trillion is what the US budget is. And if India wants to be a superpower, then somehow we do need to ensure that we've got a strong military, which also means that we need to ensure that there is more budgetary allocation. Having said that, again, every dollar that India spends, if it's spent on indigenous procurement, we will be able to get much more out of that dollar than, let's say, a US Army. Because our dollar stretches more, our indigenously manufactured goods are cheaper, and therefore we can stretch the dollar more when we allocate money indigenously. And that's exactly what the budget has done. It pushes the military to go for more indigenous manufacturing. And that's one part of it. It also presumes that the military industrial infrastructure that India has is strong and is getting strengthened year on year, for which you will see in tandem there has been a reduction in BCD on things like critical minerals, which happened this year, but also last year. There was about 2.5% on, let's say, molybdenum. Now, molybdenum is very critical for the nozzles of the BrahMos missile, for the steel used in the hull of the submarines and the battleships, and so on and so forth. So by reducing these BCDs, what the finance minister has done is it has strengthened the indigenous defense supply chains, made them more resilient, given them a level playing field, and therefore ensured that they can supply to the military as and when required. Especially the nature of wars has changed, as we see most of the conflicts globally are long-ranging conflicts rather than the short conflicts that had been presumed to be the future of warfare for some time. In reality, what we see, the Ukraine war, the Gaza war, the wars in Africa, they're all long-stretched wars, which means that we really need to have our military-industrial complex to be able to supply all the military goods that are needed, because they'll keep getting depleted. Now, if you're dependent on foreign goods, no matter what they are, be it airplanes, be it ships, be it guns, be it cartridges, be it carbines, they will soon run out and we can then face embargoes. And that's what will bring our military down. We'll be down on our knees because we do not have supply chain resilience. And that's a larger picture that the finance budget is trying to do, is to ensure that we are Atmanirbhar in defense through multiple interventions, and not just in terms of giving a larger allocation to the military.
Okay, point taken. I'm afraid I've run completely out of time, so I'm going to have to leave it at that. My thanks to all of our guests for joining us. Let's slip into a very short break.
4,91,000
ਕੱਟ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕੱਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਛੱਡੋ ਬੱਲਬ ਨੇ ਝਮੱਕਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਨਾ ਝਮੱਕਾ
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV इंडिया न्यूज और Newsx का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीक से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत जिससे आप बनेंगे वो चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰ 8 ਘੰਟਿਆਂ ਵਾਲੀ ਬਿਜਲੀ 'ਚੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਕੱਟ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕੱਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਛੱਡੋ ਬੱਲਬ ਨੇ ਝਮੱਕਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਨਾ ਝਮੱਕਾ
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ
From the banks of the holy Ganga, where millions gather in devotion, the spectacle of spirituality once every 12 years. We delve into the heart of the Mahakumbh Mela.
Hi, I am Arzu Seth reporting from Kumbh in Prayagraj, the world's largest public gathering and collective.
Welcome back. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. You're joining us on Newsx's special coverage of Union Budget 2025. A visionary roadmap for Viksit Bharat 2047 has been laid out by Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Remember, today was the first full-fledged budget of Modi 3.0. And what have been the biggest focus areas? Well, that's something we're attempting to break down for you through the day today. And the Union Budget, of course, is aiming to initiate transformative reforms as well. One of the key engines for driving growth that has been outlined by the Finance Minister in the Lok Sabha today is investment, whether in people, infrastructure or innovation. The centre has presented an ambitious plan for enhancing India's competitive edge on the global stage. On that note, let's quickly take a look at what the highlights were as far as this big push for an investment are concerned. Let's quickly, of course, show you what that was and what those big announcements, of course, were. So firstly, the big investment in people. Well, the Saksham Anganwadi and the Poshan 2.0 program, which will impact, in fact, 9+ crore children, pregnant women as well as adolescent girls, is in fact now going to be enhanced further. Also, 50,000 Atal Tinkering Labs in government schools in next 5 years to foster scientific thinking in children as well. Further investments for people was the broadband connectivity to be provided for all government secondary schools and also primary health centers in rural areas. All of this to be done under, of course, BharatNet. Meanwhile, Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme also to provide digital form Indian language books for schools as well as for higher education. Meanwhile, 5 national centers of excellence for skilling to also be set up, in fact, with global expertise to equip youth with the key manufacturing skills that are needed by them. Also, the Center of Excellence in Artificial Intelligence, that's AI, for education, with a total outlay of 500 crore rupees to be set up as well. Meanwhile, also a capacity of 23 IITs to be expanded with additional infrastructure for 5 IITs, including an IIT Patna as well. 75,000 additional seats to be added in medical colleges as well. This will be done in a phased manner over the period of the next 5 years. Also, daycare cancer centers in all districts hospital to be set up in the next 3 years as well. That's also something which, of course, crucially will happen in this budget. And PM Swanidhi to be revamped with enhanced loans from banks, uplink credit cards with 30,000 limit as well. Urban Challenge Fund of 1 lakh crore rupees to implement proposals for creative redevelopment of cities. That's also something that, of course, is now being set aside. And also the government to arrange for the gig workers' identity cards and also their registration through the e-Shram portal to be done as well. Meanwhile, now also a big announcement as far as the investment in the infrastructure is concerned. An outlay of 1.5 lakh crores proposed for 50-year interest-free loans for states. This for CapEx, for capital expenditure in particular. Meanwhile, infrastructure-related ministries to in fact come up with a 3-year pipeline of projects. This to be done in a PPP mode. That's also something very, very crucial and important in today's budget. Extension of the Jal Jeevan mission until 2028 has also been planned with an enhanced total outlay for quality of infrastructure as well to be enhanced. Second asset monetization plan 2025. 30 will be launched. This, of course, is a plan from 2025 to 2030. It will be launched to plow back capital of 10 lakh crore rupees in new projects on ground. Electricity distribution reforms also to be incentivized for improvement of intrastate transmission capacity by states as well. So, a lot, of course, in this announcement will be passed on now for the state's responsibility as well in this federal setup of ours. Nuclear energy mission for R&D of small modular reactors with an outlay of 20,000 crore rupees. That's also something that has been announced today. Shipbuilding financial assistance policy to be revamped to address cost disadvantages in the shipbuilding sector. We saw those shipbuilding stocks, of course, rally as well, as we told you earlier. Meanwhile, a maritime development fund with a corpus of 25,000 crores to also be set up today as announced in the budget. Modified Udan scheme will be very soon launched to enhance regional connectivity to 120 new destinations across the country. This in a period, again in a phased manner, over the next 10 years. Meanwhile, financial support to be provided for the Western Koshi Canal ERM project covering over 50,000 hectares of land. This in the state of Bihar. Remember, a lot, of course, in this budget for Bihar. It goes to polls data this year. 20,000 crore rupees allocated for private sector driven research development and innovation initiatives as well. Remember, this, of course, are the investments in innovation. We told you earlier how this budget, of course, had a very pragmatic approach, investments in people, investments in infrastructure, and also investments in innovation. We're, of course, speaking now of the innovation sector. Deep Tech Fund of funds to be explored to support next generation startups, which are particularly in the emerging technological sectors. So obviously something that's futuristic looking. Establishment of a second gene bank also to be done, with a 10 lakh germplasm lines to ensure future food as well as nutritional security as well. National Geospatial Mission to develop foundational geospatial infrastructure and data which will benefit urban planning as well in a significant manner. Also 10,000 fellowships under the Prime Minister's Research Fellowship Program at institutions like the IITs and IISCs will be set up over the next 5 years. These fellowships, of course, will provide innovation but will also benefit the people there as well. Gyan Bharatam mission for survey, documentation and conservation of more than 1 crore manuscripts to also be given a push. India space race gets a financial boost with 13,416 crore rupee allocation as well, further for this very crucial space sector in which we've been making huge strides. 6,103 crore rupees earmarked specifically for the capital outlay on space research as well. So those of course are the announcements. Let's quickly now take that across to our panel as well to get their thoughts, of course, on this big push and what the ramifications of this is going to be. Mitali Nikore, economist, is joining us live. We also have Major General Shashi Asthana, former additional DG Infantry, live with us. Dilip Cherian, Indo-American relation expert, joining us. He's also, of course, an image guru. Joyita Basu, editor of the Sunday Guardian, is live with us. Pathikrit Pain, geopolitical analyst, is joining us now live. Air Vice Marshal Rajiv Ranjan from Space DRDO is also live with us. Mitali Nikore, let me begin with you first. Very interesting that the budget has focused on investments for infrastructure in a phased manner, Mitali, for people as well, with of course the fellowships and the study programs and new medical seats and new colleges creation, and also the emphasis on innovation as well. In that way, looking towards the future as well, not just a budget for 1 year alone, but more futuristic than that.
Absolutely, Uday. First of all, thank you so much for having me on your show today to dissect the budget in such a detailed manner. And what I would say is that, when we look at this investment pillar, I mean, of course, she outlined 4 pillars, right? She had agriculture, MSMEs, exports, and then investments. What I found very interesting is that she spoke about human capital development as an investment pillar. And I think that is the right lens with which to look at investment. We have to look at the creation of skills in our economy, the integration of digital skills and digital capabilities with human capital as a very important input into growth and sustaining growth. And I think the second thing which I'd like to talk about is the COEs, the centers of excellence that she spoke about. Because, the centers of excellence, I expect, will not just be like those old, only government-run centers where, decisions were made at a central level. However, centers where there is active industry participation, and the industry setting the curriculum. Because when I speak to industry, they tell me, I don't want to hire anybody from a skill training institute at this point in time because they are not following the industry relevant curriculum. So I really hope that these COEs will emerge as true centers of excellence where industry has a massive role to play in setting the curriculum and also in rentals. Really a very forward-looking budget from that perspective. But yes, I would have definitely liked to see more on integrating women into the skilling cycle and also on digitization, a little more focus on automation in the manufacturing sector, automation skills and machine learning.
Dilip Cherian, let me quickly bring you in here as well. Dilip Cherian, now of course, the budget has to be all-encompassing. In that aspects, how crucial was today's budget and how all-encompassing was it? And as far as this push for investment and increase of capex is concerned for the innovation sector, and also for, of course, the people sector, investing in people, investing in brains, investing, of course, in further skilling people is concerned. How important were these announcements according to you?
I think the announcements in terms of skilling people is fantastic. It's future oriented, coming at a time when globally the threat of AI replacing most repetitive jobs and definitely a lot of the thinking jobs. We really need to upskill people so that they can be participating in the economy in a relevant and hopefully remunerative manner. That's one. The second thing is that I hope that, as was just discussed, that industry has a role to play in this, because we don't have a shortage of attempts to train in India. We have also brilliant professors of IIT who come up with all kinds of antediluvian thoughts and processes which are not scientific or even future oriented and look into the dim and grim past. But what I think is great about what Nirmala Sitharaman has achieved is that she has put the focus back on the future. And I think that's very important. Whether it is in the investments which she foresees into the nuclear energy sector, or whether it is the future that she sees in terms of increasing consumption and research, etc. I think that these are things that the finance minister needs to look at. It needed to have come a lot earlier, but who's to complain? I think whenever it comes, it's a good thing for the economy. And I think that I doubt we need more mega IITs. We need specialist centers for excellence, and we need to make sure that they really are cutting edge if they want to be relevant in the future, which I see not as 2047, but I see as close as 2030. So I think urgency has been, in a sense, been waited for, and I hope that what the finance minister has attempted to start today sets the ball rolling really fast. We have no time. Other economies which we compete with are far ahead.
Okay, let me also, in fact, bring in at this point Air Vice Marshal Rajiv Ranjan from Space DRDO. Air Vice Marshal Ranjan, thank you for being with us as well. Your first comment, of course, on the Union Budget 2025, and particularly what outlays have been announced for the space sector.
Namaskar. Thank you very much for having me with you all. See, it's for me, it's a well-rounded budget, while the social sector and growth being the major focus. Also, the technology innovation and the skilling, the knowledge enhancement has been at the forefront. Of course, the government, apart from various activity, is also looking at undergrad, postgrad to align their education so that it meets the defense and the space ecosystem needs. While the defense has got a substantial increase in terms of 9% boost over the last year of 6.21 lakh crore additional money, capital budget continues to be major focus, 27 to 28% of the government, which is generally the standard for all the militaries. And also the domestic segment would get 75% and thereabout. DRDO has got around 24,000, little more than the last year. Space has got additional money and we should see special projects in that they have articulated from Gaganyaan to the other launch vehicle platforms. MSME, AI, scholarship, all in all. And the more so is, as we go into Atmanirbharta, we have to look at the critical mineral. If you are going to manufacture your own semiconductor and various items, then you need to focus. So therefore, government has looked at 25 critical mineral and 2 additional ones, so that they are giving some amount of tax rebate. Also, critically, they are looking at reverse taxation or inverted tax, wherein our designers they get more benefit as compared to the PLI. I would have loved to see that enhancement in the R&D tax break, going up to 200% as it is to be in erstwhile era beyond 2000, earlier than 2016, if we have to become from manufacturing to R&D side.
Yes.
So S&T R&D tax should be the next target for us. Thank you.
No, but as far as, of course, now the the financial assistance being provided to the space sector is concerned, and particularly, of course, the expansion of geospatial mission, which has also been, of course, announced, apart from, of course, boosting startups and MSMEs also, which hopefully will be in the space sector. How hopeful are you of that leading to a further growth in this sector, in this very crucial sector, and also for jobs to be created by this sector as well?
Absolutely. With the recent announcement of FDIs, wherein a large number of FDI, almost virtually 100%, it can inflow into the space segment, and with a budget of more than 10,000 crore and GIS allotment of 100 crore, I think it's a pretty good for the space segment. And the armed forces are bullish about it. Already you hear CCS has cleared around 32 satellite, and some additional are in the pipeline. The satellite being only small portion of the budget, the business industry gets. The large chunk is the analysis of the data and the services it brings along with those assets. So I see, all in all, whatever the vision of in-space Dr. Goenka had, and also the ISRO and the armed forces, I foresee the next 3 to 5 years would be transformative for the space segment. And we, as it is, we are in the top countries, top 5, we would be further getting a boost. And I would like to compliment them for docking into their space. That gives an additional both defensive and offensive capability for the armed forces.
Okay, let me also quickly ask you now about what further the sector needs in the next couple of years, as of course the growth and strides ahead, of course, continue, Air Vice Marshal Ranjan, not just, of course, by ISRO, for which we are very, very proud, but also for private players now to begin emerging in this sector, like we're seeing happen abroad.
Of course, sir. In terms of the, firstly, I'll go to the skilling. The government of India recently announced additional masters into the space and the undergrad for the space, special attention, wherein the minor degrees have been introduced for the space, and various colleges have taken up the challenge. Also, the large number of the private players as a result are coming in. And some of them, even the US Space Force has picked up Digantra to name one, or also Pixel to name another one. In a big manner, US Space Force is aggressive about them. Also, Indian Armed Forces in a big manner going to handhold them, not only buying the product,
yes,
look into the future for R&D, and also be knowledge partner.
Okay.
Knowledge partner in which they teach, make us contemporary, okay, and also they learn the...
Okay, my final question before we let you go is on, of course, the money also for space projects, big budget allocation for ambitious space projects. How hopeful are you that there will be further research done, of course, now, further space research? Also, the push for India to become a tech hub, also this push for AI, how crucial, and how do you see that as well?
Is this for me?
Yes.
Okay, for the AI, from the armed forces, you will be soon hearing that they would be launching some amount of the projects, and also they would be launching, procuring some supercomputers. One is more or less work is on at very advanced stage. Another 2, etc. is coming in.
Yes.
Large number of projects are likely to be thrown in by the armed forces, because we are bullish about something called as multi-domain operations, wherein AI plays a great role.
All right, Eva Ranjan, thank you very much for joining us with your perspective on the Union Budget 2025. Let me also join Joyita Basu now. Joyita Basu, an all-encompassing budget, your take on it, your perspective on it, particularly, of course, this push that we've seen for infrastructure investments as well. We've seen infra growth, of course, in the last few years. Very, very significant infrastructure growth has happened. But this all has also further boosted our GDP and also leads to job creation, doesn't it?
Yes, of course, infrastructure. In fact, if you look at any budget, in fact, this government, especially for the last 3-4 years, actually, I mean, infrastructure is one of their specialities, and that is what is being highlighted this time also. And you see, because if you have the logistics, I mean, until and unless, apart from the areas of the hinterland surrounding where this infrastructure is taking place, job creation happens. You're absolutely right about that. And as well as, the more infrastructure, the better the infrastructure, the better the way these industrial growth. I mean, without infrastructure growth, without investment in infrastructure, you cannot expect a country to grow. And that is what we have seen. In fact, I think the last budget it was where this major push had come in. I don't exactly remember the number, so that is in continuation with that. But overall, I would say the budget, in fact, some people are calling it populist, but at the same time, I would say this is gradually, this is Modi 3.0, his first budget. After, I would say there was a budget last year that did not create much ripples, it caused much ripples, but this is the first time that we are seeing after his coming to power for the third time, that major push has been given. Some were calling it a make or break budget because economy has been seen to be stagnating and all. So in terms of that, this middle class, the push towards the middle class, giving more money in the hands of the middle class, that I think will have long term effects. In particular, consumption will rise. So overall, I would say it's a very positive, there's a very positive feeling about the budget, and I would say there's especially particularly among the salaried class, I mean, they're ecstatic.
Okay. Let me in fact quickly also now get in some breaking news coming in this hour. After the presentation of the Union Budget 2025, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has gone to the Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's seat and congratulated her for presenting a public welfare oriented budget. We could also see Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, BJP in fact National President JP Nadda, Union Minister Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, also Union Minister Chirag Paswan in the visuals as well, in which of course we saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi particularly rise from his seat and go to the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's seat and of course congratulate her. These are those visuals of course which came in earlier. He congratulated her. Also with him of course were other union ministers, but a big moment today of course. Remember, there has been an all-round cheer in the country after this budget, and these visuals I think really do say a lot. Also then of course you saw how union ministers went and congratulated Prime Minister also for this budget, but the PM of course going and commending the FM Nirmala Sitharaman, and she of course accepted that. Okay, let's now quickly move on and tell you about now some export announcements as well, because there were a lot of exports announcement in today's budget 2025 as well, from the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman of course in particular announcing the export promotion mission with a 2,250 crore outlay as well. This also was something that was announced by the FM in today's budget. Also the export promotion mission aiming to support exports by facilitating export credit and also addressing non-tariff barriers as well. In fact, export promotion mission will be led by Ministries of Commerce, MSME and Finance. Also, now very quickly if we tell you, let's just quickly go on to the next slide. The focus on providing, in fact is on providing cross-border factoring support for MSMEs as well as exporters. That's obviously the focus of course of this outlay and these announcements. The National Manufacturing Mission also now very crucial here, introduced to boost Make in India for this sector as well. So this, of course, also a big announcement today. Export mission also to focus on enhancing the ease of doing business and workforce readiness as well for any manufacturer coming in. Also, the government aims to promote a dynamic MSME sector, technology access and also quality products as well. Exporters also to face challenges from climate-related non-tariff measures such as CBAM and EUDR as well. So see, that's again something that will further help ease of doing business. India's goods exports have reached $321.37 billion. That's a 1.6% increase from last year, also something mentioned by the Finance Minister today. Finance Ministry also did not extend interest equalization scheme despite industry requests. So those, of course, are some measures announced today in this budget. All right, Mithali Nikore, quickly, asking you now about this big, of course, focus. As far as, of course, this sector is concerned, Mithali, exports is something that is very, very integral for the Make in India mission. And in our quest to become a hub for manufacturing, for tech, for data, and for other sectors. How important were today's announcements in the budget to further boost exports, which have seen a rise, as I mentioned earlier in the graphics?
Yes, absolutely, Uday. I mean, we've seen that, over the last 3 years, exports have become one of the biggest growth drivers and fastest growing growth drivers for the Indian economy. One of the major reasons for this is the production linked incentive scheme, because we are now seeing a number of new commodities enter into Indian export supply chains. I mean, the iPhone, one would have never imagined that India would export nearly 1 lakh crore worth of iPhones from the country, and now the PLI scheme has made that happen. However, the PLI scheme is only a stopgap arrangement. One cannot keep on giving SOPs for the manufacturing and export of commodities indefinitely, and therefore it becomes very important to have a comprehensive export promotion ecosystem where companies come in and see the benefit of exporting from India in terms of lower logistics costs, in terms of being able to reach not only the Indian domestic market, when a foreign company is coming here to manufacture, it's only to access the Indian domestic market at this point, but to also be able to export from India into, say, neighboring countries, into closer in countries which are close to India, and where the cost of exporting then reduces. And that's why this promotion scheme is very critical, because it talks about multimodal logistics. It talks about connecting ports with consumption centers as well as production centers in the hinterland of the economy, and it talks about workforce readiness, because it's very important to also have a logistics sector workforce which is ready to take on the challenges of exporting at that level. What I would have loved to see, of course, in this is to talk about a gender sensitive approach towards creating this workforce, where more and more women can actually come and join the port sector, the logistics sector, and work in the sector with the kind of automation that we're seeing in the sector. But all in all, a very, very positive move for the Indian economy.
Cherry,
Back to you,
quickly roping you in here on, of course, the export sector. How important was this push today on the exports mission, of course, and also, of course, as far as the export sector is concerned, this is very integral to the success of Make in India, isn't it, Dilip Cherian? Which are our strengths which we need to further, and which you believe today's budget will further?
I think exports all around are an opportunity, especially given the value of the rupee having softened. With every notch that it goes down, every product of ours will inevitably find acceptance in the global market, if for no other reason than on the price account. But I think the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister have been very clear. They are looking at clusters of industries which, like the iPhone or like toys, are going to be focused on making sure that what is being produced under Atmanirbharta schemes, under PLI schemes, also gain the scale and success that is needed to create global markets. So I think that the push towards exports is the result of two things. One, recognition that India simply has to be a manufacturing hub, and that is why the PLI scheme was thought of. And as Mitali said, that is only a short-term gain. The longer-term gain will be to make sure that given the appropriate value of the rupee, India is able to export many of these products, which we will now begin to produce in scale.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, let me quickly, go across now to some more announcements, coming in. Some more announcements, coming in today as far as this a big sector is concerned. Let's quickly now, if we can, draw out more announcements pertaining now to the nuclear energy as well. And this is very, very important for the nuclear energy sector. The nuclear energy mission, with an outlay of 20,000 crore rupees now, seeing a big boost as well. So this is again something that has been very important in today's budget, the active partnership with private players in the guarded nuclear sector under the nuclear energy mission. Today also, of course, seeing a big boost and a big announcement for partnerships to be made as well for this sector. Development, of course, also of at least 100 gigawatts of nuclear energy by 2047. That again is a goal that has been set out in this sector. Amendments to Atomic Energy Act and the Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Act to also be taken up. In fact, this is again something crucial that was announced. Also, indigenously developed SMRs will be operationalized by 2033. Okay, let me quickly, on this aspect, rope in now Major General Asthana. Major General Asthana, as far as this boost for our nuclear energy sector is concerned, how crucial will this be, this push by the government for this sector?
Clean energy, in any case, is the crucial importance for India, for the simple reason when we are not energy self-sufficient and we are already importing almost 80% of our requirement from abroad. And whenever, and in the new geopolitical order, where all the sources, whether it was Russia or Iran, everybody is getting sanctioned, certainly we need to have some kind of alternate arrangements to make energy. Although nuclear energy cannot fulfill the entire need of the country, but certainly it can substantiate a fair amount of energy requirement of India. That's number one. Coming on to the defense budget. The defense budget is a basic policy document to supplement and to make sure that the national aim is fulfilled. And if I have to summarize the entire national aim of India, and in addition to whatever Prime Minister Modi has spoken, if I have to summarize everything in 3 words, in my opinion, the national aim is peaceful, inclusive growth. And therefore, this budget certainly looks at the peaceful, inclusive growth in all spheres and segments. A number of them have already been spoken by the panelists earlier. Now, let me highlight certain issues regarding the defense budget. As was mentioned, the defense budget now is 6,81,000 crores or something like that. Now, if we compare it, the defense budget, whether it is sufficient or not, is always dictated by what are the threats and what your potential adversaries are doing. In both cases, whether it is Pakistan, they may be breaking economically, but as far as their acquisitions are concerned, the kind of aircrafts which they are inducting and they are ready to manufacture with Chinese help, that should give us an alarm signal. Same is the case with China. The amount of, if they are having about 3 to 4, the declared budget is $296 billion as against 90, some less than 90 of ours. So they are also, although we don't compete with China because of their ambition is different, but notwithstanding that, we certainly need to take care of ours. threats. So therefore, this budget is about 2% of the GDP. I think most of the world and most of the countries in the world have gone up a little more, and therefore I think we need to take it to 2.5. Let me remind, 1962 again we had 2% of GDP was the defense budget, and we have increased a little earlier. But at the same time, it's not that we should get more money only for defense. The reason is there are competing requirements, which is understandable. We also need to have the capacity to absorb that money and be able to put it in the manufacturing, in the defense manufacturing, and the capacity to put that money into defense manufacturing. Now, that requires a major shake-up because that is where I think a lot is being done, and a lot of announcements which were made, whether it is MSMEs, whether it is innovation, whether it is helping the digitized world, whether it is Digitech fund, whether it is infrastructure, because see, infrastructure is a dual requirement, which is for the military as well as for
absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll come back to you. Let me quickly bring in Pathikrit Pine as well for his take on this aspect of the union budget. This push for nuclear energy is concerned, these amendments, these partnerships, incentivization, and of course also these SMRs, the goal for operationalizing them in by 2033, the outlay also going up. Pathikrit, how important was this? How big a push will this give this sector?
Thank you, Uday. I almost forgot that I'm part of the panel. Been waiting for the last 40 minutes.
No, you're particularly on this nuclear energy announcement, Pathikrit, and we've just come to it now.
I'm not a nuclear expert.
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm not a nuclear expert. I can speak on the larger aspect of power sector. I can speak on the larger aspect of the budget. But let me tell you one thing. It has
No, if you don't want to weigh in on the nuclear sector, you don't have to. I'll go to other guests. No, not an issue. Let me get in Major Asthana on the nuclear sector in particular, because Major Asthana, the fact is that the clean energy push has been a priority of this government, and the fact very clearly is that Prime Minister Modi has often emphasized this on numerous occasions, and that's something that the FM has tried to put in every budget, and today's budget of course was no exemption as well, with the outlay further being increased.
Certainly, the nuclear, it's not only the nuclear and clean energy. Firstly, we need energy. That's the first basic requirement. And for that energy, we need all components of energy, and we don't produce all of them. So with the result, as far as the nuclear energy is concerned, it certainly gives us clean energy, which is good for the environment, which is good for pollution, reducing pollution. So we need that. And I think this has rightly been, this push has rightly been given. At the same time, I was looking at the overall picture of the energy sector because of the shortage of energy which we face. Because unlike Russia and America, we are not self-sufficient in energy. Also, China is the same case. But then in case of Chinese, they have done long-term contracts to secure their energy, whether it is with Iran and also their nearness to Russia. So through the pipelines, their energies can flow. In our case, this nuclear announcement becomes more important for the simple reason, because in our case, the energy has to flow through the sea, and if the energy sources are sanctioned and the fleet is also sanctioned, then you find a very major problem of getting energy. So energy is crucial, and it has been appropriately, I think, recognized by the government, and adequate actions are being taken on that. Also, I think when we are looking at the infrastructure, also infrastructure to get energy, we were looking at a whole lot of corridors, shipping infrastructure, and that is why a fair amount of money has been given for shipping industry as well, because you need to have ships, you need to have containers to get the and you can't depend on foreign containers only. They are subject to various kinds of coercion.
So that's very interesting that you bring that up, because shipbuilding stocks have rallied today, because of course, the provisions today for this sector.
Yeah, so shipping, and that's why we are also looking at now You see, when the Red Sea corridor was blocked, we have started strategically looking at Vladivostok Chennai corridor, and that becomes important because we should be looking at the flow of energy from the other side.
Yes, I can see Air Vice Marshal. I can see Air Vice Marshal Ranjan still with us. So I'll quickly draw him back in on this aspect of nuclear energy as well, and the announcements, of course, for this sector. What explains this push by the union government, according to you? And is this, in furthering the clean energy mission that the Prime Minister has often spoken about on earlier occasions as well?
Absolutely, you're bang on. And one of the major focus of the current government towards the climate change, focusing on the green energy with the solar and wind well established now. After the nuclear deal 2008 signing, they want to give a push to the nuclear energy. Along with that, hydrogen fuel cell mission also has been given certain push. Some money has been allotted to them, and all in all, you'll find a quantum change happening on this account. Additionally, as highlighted by the other panelists, 25,000 crore has been given to maritime segment, essentially to give a boost to our the shipping and the port, etc., so that we are secure from the supply lines through the sea coming to us. Also, it helps us in the export. Primarily, you don't have a major deep sea kind of a port. You have to bank on Sri Lanka. So all those things, with this kind of money coming in, you would have the major boost coming to the maritime domain. Additionally, I'll just go back to the AI. The government of India has allotted additional 2,000 crore for the AI mission, apart from the various other projects for the AI and scientific technologies. That's it from my side as of now.
Okay, Dilip Cherian, this is also something important because we often, and we see this conversation happen globally as well, on the need and push for alternative energy, and in this continuing conversation, today's announcements by the FM for the nuclear energy, do you believe they were a welcome push?
I think it's a huge opportunity for us for reasons, of course, of the access to clean energy. But what is not perhaps explicitly stated is that after Dr. Manmohan Singh did the nuclear deal with America, we haven't been able to really action it. This is the opportunity now under the Trump government for us to fulfill what America was expecting us to do for many years. So with the investments, we will now be able to actually take advantage of that deal and to make sure that we don't fall under the pariah nations who don't have access to advanced American technology in this. This also becomes a huge opportunity for the Americans, which is what the Trump administration is looking for, because the inequality of exports between the countries and the loud cries of wanting to create tariff walls will now be somewhat mitigated if India launches a gigantic nuclear power program which is safe, does not disturb vulnerable populations, and provides energy for a huge and growing population that is underserved as far as energy is concerned. I think that giant energy projects of this kind are probably better and safer and environmentally more acceptable than many other technologies which may be used, and will not swallow up the kind of land in scale that solar and others are currently using.
Drawing you in here, again on the nuclear energy point, before I go back to our panelists for closing comments, as far as the push for nuclear energy is concerned, this is obviously something that will further boost this sector, but what is now going to have to be very important is going to be the implementation now of what the budget is set aside as well. The devil lies in the detail, and the proof of pudding is when the implementation is done. The vision has been set out by PM, The announcement has been made now by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman today. Now the implementation has to follow for these goals for 2047 to be fulfilled in this sector, Mithali.
No, absolutely, Uday. I mean, today we've seen a number of announcements. Of course, the nuclear energy roadmap has been laid out, and I think my fellow panelists spoke about it very eloquently that, at the end of the day, there are two strategic reasons why this is critical. One of the reasons why this is critical is, of course, looking at the energy security of India and looking at the fact that India needs to secure its supply lines. But also look at what's happening with Bangladesh's energy security at this point in time, right? Bangladesh has been dependent on a foreign company to provide its, energy security, and now it's being asked to pay double or triple for that electricity supply. So we don't want to be in a situation like that, and developing indigenous capacity of clean energy is critical, because as we move forward, we are going to need to meet our targets for the net zero commitments that India has made, and therefore in that regard, investing in nuclear energy happens to be one of the cheapest. I mean, though the capex expenditure is high, but over time, it will actually turn out to be one of the cheapest sources of energy to power up nearly a 2 billion population that we could be targeting by 2040 or 2045. So it's a very forward looking perspective.
Okay, let's get closing comments now. Finally, Mithali Nikore, your big takeaway from the budget. What do you believe defined today's budget, in your opinion?
So I think, obviously the tax break that was given to the middle classes, putting the money back in the hands of people, increasing disposable income is a number one takeaway. But that's the obvious takeaway. But apart from that, I would like to highlight three other points. The one point which really stood out to me was to talk about rural resilience and rural livelihoods, diversification of crops, and agricultural productivity. I mean, this is the first time in many years that we've prioritized not just the farmer welfare, but looking at that long-term perspective of agriculture productivity and moving away from just a few crops. That was very innovative. The second thing that stood out to me was really around job creation by industry. And, looking at this entire element of public-private partnerships to fuel infrastructure development. The government has done a fantastic job over the last 10 years to keep on pumping money into capital assets, and now it's asking the private sector to do its bit and to come in and say, become co-investors. We will come up with a pipeline of PPP projects. Why don't you take a look at it and invest your money as well? And the last point I'd like to mention is around social security. We have seen that today gig workers will be entitled, 1 crore gig workers will be entitled to social security benefits, particularly health insurance. This is the beginning of the establishment of a market for social security. It might start with gig workers. Over time, it might be available even to full-time workers. This will take the pressure off of employers and make it easier for employers, especially MSMEs, to create more jobs.
Okay. Dilip Cherian, your biggest takeaway from today's budget, what defined it according to you?
I would say that it's important not to lose sight of what the budget actually signaled. My fellow panelist, the economist, has focused on all the wonderful things that's being done for industry. But we can't get away from the fact that this budget has clearly been a very political document also. So from whether it's the Makana board or whether it's expanding the investment on the Kosi Canal, the effort to make sure that Bihar was center and front of the budget, and the fact that Bihar has a direct rub-off on the elections which are going to be happening in Delhi in the next few days and in Bihar in the next few months, is a sign of a government that knows that it is only the politics of victory that ensures continuity for the government to be in business. So I'm not surprised. I'm seeing this as a kind of renewed enthusiasm by the government to make sure that its politics finds resonance among the people, which is the only reason why it is where it is.
Air Vice Marshal Ranjan, Your biggest takeaway from today's budget, according to you, what has defined the 2025 announcements?
I think this budget is the first of the budget towards the Amrit Kal to make us the developed nation, wherein it's a balanced budget for the infrastructure, S&T and innovation, manpower build-up, capability enhancement, and also with all the policies falling into the place, be it for Atmanirbharta or space or the AI. You are also seeing programs are being launched, various missions are being launched to support those policies. Along with the government is willing to fund viability gap fund. IDEX has been given 4,000 crore this time. So the funding also hand-holding government is willing to do. Then as a result of that, users and whole of the nation approach I see into this budget. As a result, I feel that this is the first of the budget marching towards 2047. Thank you.
All right. Last word to you, Major Lastana, before I close. Your biggest takeaway from today, what has defined the union budget?
I think towards the national aim, the manufacturing sector has been given a lot of boost. MSME being helped. Innovations is important and I think has been taken care of. And to understand, to I think make the best of the demographic advantage which we have to skill, reskill and upskill people. And I think that also has been taken into account. Infrastructure we need, and a lot has been done in a manner that it was also talked of yesterday regarding public-private partnership, because government alone cannot create that kind of infrastructure, and infrastructure is the one which creates jobs. So both the things, I think, the partnership of private players is important. And as far as the defense manufacturing is concerned, yes, I think that is Atmanirbharta and defense manufacturing. We have to, I think this government is now looking at defense manufacturing in a manner in which it should be looked at as a money earner and not the money spender. Because if we can put our efforts together, we can earn fair amount of money. America is earning maximum amount of money from the arms dealers.
Yes.
There is no reason why we can't earn money out of the defense manufacturing.
All right, point taken. My thanks to all of our guests for joining us. We've run completely out of time. We are now going to slip into a very short break. Don't go anywhere, but thanks to our viewers for being with us today.
ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰ 8 ਘੰਟਿਆਂ ਵਾਲੀ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਚੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਕੱਟ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕੱਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਛੱਡੋ ਬੱਲਬ ਨੇ ਝਮੱਕਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਨਾ ਝਮੱਕਾ
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਮੈਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV इंडिया न्यूज और Newsx का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीक से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे वो चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों की सुरक्षा, महिलाओं के सम्मान के लिए यूपी पुलिस अपनी जान तक की परवाह नहीं करती। फर्ज निभाते हुए शहीद होने वाले यूपी पुलिस के ऐसे ही बहादुर कर्मियों के लिए योगी सरकार ने अपना एक और वादा पूरा कर दिया है।
परिवार के एक सदस्य को उत्तर प्रदेश शासन की सेवा में सेवा का अवसर भी राज्य सरकार प्रदान करेगी।
यूपी में शहीद पुलिसकर्मियों के परिवार को अनुग्रह राशि देने के नियमों में बदलाव। सीएम योगी ने अनुग्रह राशि के नियमों में किया सुधार। अब अविवाहित शहीद पुलिसकर्मियों के माता पिता को अनुग्रह की पूरी राशि। अनुग्रह राशि के तौर पर माता पिता को 50 लाख रुपए। विवाहित शहीद के माता पिता जीवित नहीं तो पत्नी को मिलेगी पूरी राशि। पत्नी जीवित नहीं तो माता पिता को पूरी अनुग्रह राशि। पत्नी और